In Hex City, the streetlights flickered on as night settled in with a gentle chill. Xiangyang, you know I truly like you, but my mom says 300,000 yuan as the bride price isn't enough, it has to be 500,000. You know my younger brother is getting married soon. As his older sister, I have to help him with a down payment for a house. His girlfriend habitually put on a soft, sugary voice, try to squeeze the last bit of money out of him. Xiangyang saw through her intentions clearly. He replied patiently, you know my family's financial situation, we had to borrow a lot just to scrape together 300,000. I know you're in a tough spot, Xiangyang. She flipped her golden hair back, the gold bracelet on her wrist glinting under the streetlights. Her tone was gentle. I've raised my younger brother since he was little. You understand, right? Besides, your parents still have a house in the county town. With how high property prices are now, they could just sell it and you have the money. They can rent a place for now. You know they'll need your care when they get older anyway. Xiangyang, I know we've been together a long time, and you must want to marry me in style. 500,000 won't be that hard for your family, right? Once you help my brother buy a house, he'll surely admire you. Her words kept pouring into Xiangyang's ears like a mantra. Suddenly, a word popped into his mind. PUA. They had met through work, and since they were both getting older, they naturally drifted into talking about marriage. He had spent every penny he earned over the past 2 years on her. He had already agreed to 300,000 yuan as the bride price. Yet she was still unsatisfied now. She had her eyes on his parents' old home. How selfish could one person be? Xiangyang thought. Even if I married her, she'd still prioritize her family over ours. What was I thinking, falling for someone like her? Enough, Xiangyang said, shaking his head in disappointment. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What did you say? I said, we're breaking up. After a moment of silence, the volcano inside Xiangyang finally erupted. He grinned. We're both grown-ups here. Why play games? You could go find someone else to cling to. I'm not helping anymore. He shook his head, shoved his hands into his pockets, and turned around decisively. As if I'd let myself be treated like a fool. At my age, who still puts up with a sister-complex gold digger, now I don't even have to worry about the bride price. Being single is more fun anyway. Tonight, he'll go to the club and find a girl to sing with. He'll get that 1,888 yuan beauty the boss recommended last time, no. Even better, a 3,888 yuan foreign girl. Tonight, I'm heartbroken, spending a little more is only fair. Love is just a joke. Money is what really matters. Which rich person doesn't have beautiful women around him? If I could live again. As he crossed the street on a green light, Xiangyang muttered to himself, if I could do it all over, I'd be likely by. Buzz. A car suddenly shot out from the left of Tesla. A woman screamed as it came barreling toward him. Oh my God. Brake. Xiangyang's mind went blank. Bang. A pulse. Quick, call an ambulance. No, it's too late. I love you. Love you like a mouse loves rice. What century is this? Who still plays this song? Am I in a nightclub? Did I dream about being hit by a car after getting drunk? Bring me a 3,888 foreign girl. Xiangyang mumbled in a daze. As his vision cleared, he jolted awake. The face in front of him wasn't a foreign beauty. It was the familiar dark-skinned face of his old buddy, Ligo. Bro, what's a 3,888 foreign girl? Ligo asked, confused. Did you drink too much? They were in a barbecue restaurant, each holding a beer bottle. Around them was the usual noise, music, chatting, laughter. Am I reborn? Reborn to the day after the 2008 college entrance exam, the first time he and Ligo ever got drunk together. Xiangyang tried an experiment. Ding? What are you dinging about? You're acting weird, Ligo blinked. Xiangyang felt a wave of emotion. He really was reborn. But no ding, no system appeared. Bro Zhang. Ligo's voice brought him back. Looking at Ligo, Xiangyang felt a rush of mixed emotions. Dog, promise me don't ever go to Myanmar this life. What kind of place is that? Not even a dog would go there. Ligo chuckled, grinning like a fool. If you're trying to chase our class beauty, Jiang goddess, I don't think she'll agree. Everyone's after her. Who the hell are you? Who said I want to chase her? Xiangyang slowly pieced things together. During high school, he had secretly liked Jiang for 3 years. He had confessed on graduation day and got rejected a memory he'd rather forget. Aren't you the one who said you were going to confess to her tomorrow at school? Ligo scratched his head. How do I not remember that? You must have misunderstood. Now that I'm reborn, who the hell still wants to be a doormat? Not for a girl like Jiang, it's Sundra with a dark side. Confessing? No way. I'd block her first. Then why did you ask me to buy these flowers? Ligo pointed to the bouquet on the table. You said earlier, life is about taking chances. Forget it. She's not my type anymore. Xiangyang waved it off. But didn't you like her all along? Ligo was confused. I'm not drunk, okay? I just don't like her anymore. Xiangyang shook his head. Don't deny it. I won't laugh at you. Li Go smirked. Screw you, I'm serious. Xiangyang laughed. Li Go realized he wasn't joking. He asked curiously, if you don't like Jiang Goddess, do you have someone else in mind? Who is it? Maybe an older woman, Xiangyang said casually. Really? Of course. Youth doesn't appreciate a mature woman until it's too late. You'll understand someday. Li Go got even more curious, scanning the room. What kind of woman is an older woman? Like that one. Xiangyang narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd, then pointed at the door. A tall, leggy beauty in a black dress with sheer sleeves walked in, her curves swaying with every step. Damn, she's hot, Li Go whispered, eyes darting nervously. Follow me. Xiangyang smiled confidently, picked up the bouquet, and walked with Li Go toward the woman. Miss, you're so sexy. Flowers for a beauty, here you go, Xiangyang said with a grin. Li Go beside him was stunned, awkward, red-faced, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. But Xiangyang stood calmly, looking straight at the beauty. Oh, the woman smiled as she accepted the flowers. Thank you for the compliment. Can I ask you a question? Xiangyang put his hands in his pockets, looking cool. Sure. Do you know how many people live in Hex City? Pardon? I don't know. Anyway, I don't like it to get stuck in my throat. She laughed, holding the flowers as she walked away. See? That's what a mature woman looks like. Xiangyang laughed and patted Li Go's shoulder. Come on, let's go buy a pack of cigarettes. Bro, you actually dare to flirt with her? You're awesome, but I still don't get it. What does she mean by get stuck in my throat? Someday, you'll understand. Tell me now, what does get stuck in my throat mean? Bro, please tell me. Chapter 2. The Campus Belle, Yixin. In the mathematics department office, there are a total of 6 workstations. Li Damao occupies the most secluded corner. At this moment, only Li Damao and Lu Xiangyang are present in the office. Lu Xiangyang, you mentioned that you wish for Yixin to tutor you? Indeed. May I inquire as to your reasoning? Because she excels academically and has the potential to gain admission to a prestigious university. I aspire to attend a distinguished institution as well. That is indeed a commendable reason. However, as the homeroom teacher, Li Damao is well aware that Yixin's merits extend beyond her academic prowess. She has also been affectionately dubbed the campus belle by her classmates. Naturally, one must ponder whether there are ulterior motives at play. Lu Xiangyang, I must ask you, do you genuinely wish for Yixin to assist you in your studies? Or do you harbor other intentions? Report, teacher. At present, my sole focus is on my studies. I have no interest in romance. Li Damao had intended to subtly hint at his concerns, yet Lu Xiangyang's forthrightness caught him off guard. A smile crept onto Li Damao's face, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Ah, Lu Xiangyang. Li Damao's tone softened, resembling that of a mentor speaking to a younger counterpart. You are indeed quite intelligent. It's just that your focus seems misaligned. I cannot bear to see such a promising student like you stray from the right path. Rest assured, teacher Li, I pledge to direct all my energies towards my studies from now on. Before Li Damao could finish his thought, Lu Xiangyang eagerly interjected, his fervor palpable. This display of determination left Li Damao momentarily bewildered. What has come over Lu Xiangyang today? It is as if he has transformed into a different person. Nevertheless, as a teacher, Li Damao welcomes this change, hoping it is genuine. After a brief pause, Li Damao continued. I have been teaching for over a decade and have guided 5 graduating classes. I have never given up on a single student because I believe that at your age, many things remain obscure and the path of life can easily diverge. By the time you grasp the truth, it may already be too late. Therefore, I do not wish to see you falter. I hope you all can devote more time to your studies and avoid unnecessary detours in the future. Do you understand the essence of my words? Li Damao's tone was gentle, akin to that of a caring elder imparting sincere advice to a younger generation. Teacher Li, I comprehend everything. Lu Xiangyang could sense the sincerity emanating from Li Damao. After a moment of silence, Lu Xiangyang lowered his head and uttered, Teacher Li, I apologize. This heartfelt apology was imbued with genuine emotion. Lu Xiangyang, at this juncture, truly embodied the essence of a struggling student, bewildered about his future. However, having been granted a second chance at life, he understood that for someone without familial connections, gaining admission to a prestigious university is indeed the most viable pathway to transform his destiny. Knowledge alters fate, a truth especially poignant for children from impoverished backgrounds. Now, as he returns to his senior year, Lu Xiangyang is resolute in his desire to strive earnestly and secure a place at a distinguished university. Teacher, this is the classroom test you assigned yesterday. Just then a melodious voice resonated behind Lu Xiangyang. Turning around, he found it was Yixin. She possessed a cascade of lustrous black hair and crystal-clear eyes, standing a head shorter than Xiangyang. If beauty were to be rated on a scale of 100, Yixin would undoubtedly score at least 96. The missing 4 points could be attributed to her school uniform. Xiangyang was quite familiar with this campus belle, for she was not only the representative for mathematics class, but also one of the 2 most esteemed beauties at Yunhai No. 7 High School, as voted by her peers. Moreover, she was an undeniable academic prodigy. Yixin, could you please place my homework on my desk? Li Damao had cleared a space on his desk for her. Yixin set down the assignment and uttered a brief response before turning to leave. Yixin, wait a moment. Li Damao suddenly called out to her, casting a glance at Xiangyang, seemingly making a significant decision. Mr. Li, is there something else? Yixin spoke softly, deliberately avoiding a glance at Xiangyang. She had certainly overheard his comments in class earlier. Now, with Li Damao halting her, she had already surmised what was about to unfold. Yixin, the teacher would like to ask if you are willing to tutor Xiangyang in his studies. Upon hearing Li Damao's proposal, Yixin did not respond immediately. Instead, she stood in place, appearing rather hesitant. Li Damao glanced at Xiangyang once more before continuing. It seems that during the first-year science class division, Xiangyang's ranking was ahead of yours. However, due to some family issues, he has not been able to focus on his studies. With only 103 days remaining until the college entrance examination, I believe your assistance could help him secure a place in a junior college. At this moment, Yixin finally spoke up. Mr. Li, why do you want me to tutor Xiangyang? Li Damao replied, because your grades have remained consistently high. The teachers have imparted all they can, and what remains is for you to consolidate and review the material. Furthermore, tutoring Xiangyang would allow you to summarize and reinforce your own knowledge, identifying and addressing any gaps. Yixin was a student who required no concern from her teachers. Her self-directed learning was strong, and her grades across all subjects were well-balanced. If she were to tutor Xiangyang, he would likely see considerable improvement. Certainly, Mr. Li, I would be happy to tutor Xiangyang. After a brief pause, Yixin turned to Xiangyang and inquired, are you willing to accept my help with your studies? Xiangyang nodded affirmatively, stating, I would be more than willing. Thank you for your assistance. Very well, Li Damao declared with certainty. Yixin, if Xiangyang misbehaves, do come to my office, and I shall deal with him. As he spoke, he shot a stern look at Xiangyang. Yixin smiled gently. Understood, Mr. Li. All right. You two may return to the classroom now. Li Damao added. Xiangyang, remember to keep me updated on your progress. Rest assured, Mr. Li, goodbye. Xiangyang responded, bowing respectfully to Li Damao. He then turned to Yixin and gave a slight bow. Thank you, Yixin. As Yixin reciprocated the courtesy, she stepped out of the office, leaving Xiangyang engulfed in an air of unreality. He had initially assumed that Yixin would decline his request, yet to his astonishment, she agreed. He couldn't help but wonder if her acquiescence was due to the pressure from their homeroom teacher. With this thought lingering in his mind, he inquired, Yixin, did you agree to tutor me because of Mr. Li's influence? Upon hearing his question, Yixin abruptly halted, nearly causing Xiangyang to collide with her. Fortunately, he managed to stop just in time, finding himself in close proximity to her. You heard everything Mr. Li said, right? She teased, her expression gleeful. Oh, what did he say? He replied, feigning ignorance. He mentioned that you ought to behave and listen to me. Otherwise, Mr. Li might have to deal with you. Yixin's face radiated mischief, devoid of any reluctance, and she seemed to relish the prospect of tutoring him. Yixin, do you appear to be quite eager about helping me with my studies? He remarked. She flashed a bright smile. Indeed. I've never had the chance to tutor anyone before, and I find it quite exciting. With a playful wink, she turned and continued walking, leaving Xiangyang momentarily bewildered. He pondered how it seemed as though she was the one being a bit mischievous. Chapter 3. Just reborn, and already teasing the school beauty. Xiangyang had not anticipated that Yixin looked down on him. It was no wonder. He had been languishing in mediocrity for far too long, and his academic performance was dismal. Yet, upon introspection, he realized he hardly made an impression in class. A girl like Yixin was unlikely to notice him. Consequently, he concluded that he was overthinking things. He hastened to catch up, walking alongside Yixin, and softly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much for agreeing to tutor me. Yixin, I promise to repay your kindness. She turned her head, surprise flickering in her eyes before reverting to her playful demeanor. I don't want your gratitude. I'm helping you because I think you're a genuinely good person. Plus, I'm curious to see what you're like when you put in the effort. As she spoke and laughed, there seemed to be a secret hidden within her smile. However, you must promise me that you won't be as carefree as before and will listen to Teacher Gu. After saying this, she adopted a serious expression, which, to Lu Xiangyang, appeared rather endearing. It was true that charming girls looked delightful no matter their expression. With this thought, Lu Xiangyang felt a sudden whimsy arise within him. All right then, Teacher Gu, I look forward to your guidance, he said, extending his hand. Let us shake on it. I assure you, I won't let you down. Gu Yixin was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected request for a handshake. She had never shaken hands with a boy before, and she was generally cautious about maintaining her distance, avoiding excessive contact with the males around her. Having promised to assist Lu Xiangyang with his studies, Gu Yixin felt that as a teacher, she should maintain a certain demeanor. Consequently, she extended her fair hand and gently shook Lu Xiangyang's. I hope you can truly reform and not disappoint Teacher Gu. All right, Teacher Gu, your hand is quite cold, Lu Xiangyang remarked, softly taking her hand and instinctively blowing warm air onto it. Is it warmer now? Gu Yixin realized she had been tricked and swiftly withdrew her hand. Lu Xiangyang, what are you doing? In that fleeting moment, her cheeks flushed crimson. She had never anticipated that Lu Xiangyang would seize the opportunity to act in such a manner. Instantly, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, on the verge of spilling over. Oh no, this can't be happening. Lu Xiangyang also felt a wave of panic. He had not meant to act so impulsively. His actions had been entirely instinctive. I didn't mean anything by it. I just noticed your hand was cold, he hurriedly explained, realizing the gravity of the situation. We just agreed on your tutoring. I can't afford to offend you. Moreover, if this gets back to Li Damao, I won't be in for a pleasant outcome. Lu Xiangyang, just wait for me. With that, Gu Yixin stormed off towards the classroom, fuming. This was a disaster. The tutoring hadn't even commenced, and he had already upset the tutor. Upon returning to the classroom, his deskmate, Qian Duo, leaned in with a round face. Yang Gu, you've finally returned. What punishment did Old Li give you? Lu Xiangyang shot him a glare and replied coldly, Fatty Qian, you're overthinking it. Old Li is actually quite lenient with me. Come on. That's the notoriously irritable Old Li. He just let you off the hook like that. Qian Duo pouted, knowing that if he were in Lu Xiangyang's position, he would likely be assigned a week of cleaning duties. Don't speak ill of Old Li. As a teacher, he is really quite decent. In his previous life, Lu Xiangyang had struggled to appreciate Li Damao, but now he genuinely regarded him as an admirable teacher. Encountering such a wonderful mentor in one's lifetime was indeed a rarity. Flipping through his textbook, Lu Xiangyang prepared to read. Just then, Qian Duo recalled something. Oh right, Yang Gu, Gu Yixin came back looking furious, with red eyes. It seemed she had been crying. Do you know what happened? Lu Xiangyang's gaze drifted towards Gu Yixin's seat. She was once again engrossed in her reading. It appeared she had not disclosed the incident of him bullying her. Clearly, he needed to find an opportunity to formally apologize to her. Yang Gu, did you hear what I just said? It seems Gu Shuahua has been bullied. This guy was far too nosy. No wonder. High school life was indeed rather monotonous. Oh, I'm not aware of that either. Of course, Lu Xiangyang would not dare to reveal that the trouble he was in stemmed from his playful teasing of Gu Yixin. This matter had indeed escalated significantly. However, just as Lu Xiangyang finished speaking, he heard Qian Duo passionately exclaim, Humph. If I find out who dares to bully the esteemed Gu de Xiaohua, I will surely make him regret it. Within Yunhai No. 7 Middle School, Gu Yixin was a paragon of beauty. Not only was she extraordinarily attractive, but her academic prowess was equally impressive. For 3 consecutive years in the major examinations, she consistently ranked second in the entire school. Moreover, she possessed a myriad of skills including calligraphy, piano, painting, and dance, making her a true academic prodigy. What was even more enviable was that she was the daughter of Gu Tiansheng, the president of the local enterprise Tiansheng Group in Yunhai City. Indeed, she was not only born into privilege but also excelled beyond others. Brother Yang, why are you silent? Do you happen to know who that scoundrel is? Scoundrel? You are the real scoundrel. Lu Xiangyang shot a fierce glare at Qian Duo. Brother Yang, why are you glaring at me? Do you truly know who that scoundrel is? Qian Duo leaned in, his face marred with acne nearly pressing against Lu Xiangyang's. I do not know who that scoundrel is, but if you annoy me further, I will surely make you regret it. Don't. Qian Duo instinctively stepped back, hands placed protectively on his backside, mumbling, Brother Yang, what has gotten into you? I was merely showing concern for Gu Xiaohua. Lu Xiangyang ignored Qian Duoduo's complaints. What was paramount now was finding an opportunity to mend his relationship with Gu Yixin. He resolved to apologize to her during lunch, clarifying the misunderstanding from before. Finally, the long-awaited lunch break arrived. What left the deepest impression on Lu Xiangyang about high school was indeed the lunchtime rush. The students, eager for their meals, dashed about with remarkable speed. Dingling. The bell signaling the end of class rang. Qian Duoduo immediately retrieved an enormous stainless steel basin for meals from under his desk. "Brother Yang, let us go. Time to eat." With that, he dashed out. Yet, Lu Xiangyang remained seated. "Brother Yang, come on. If we're late, we'll end up with dishwater soup." Lu Xiangyang glanced at Gu Yixin, who was still engrossed in her book. He softly said, "You go ahead. I'll join you shortly." "Not eager to eat? Are you out of your mind?" With that, Qian Duoduo had already sprinted out of the classroom. Noticing that the classroom was becoming increasingly empty, Lu Xiangyang feigned tidying his desk and walked towards Gu Yixin's seat. He intended to apologize. However, it seemed that Gu Yixin anticipated his approach. At that moment, she had already taken out her exquisite lunchbox and was preparing to leave the classroom. "Gu Yixin, can we talk?" Gu Yixin halted, turning her face towards him with a serious expression. "What do you wish to discuss?" Her tone resembled that of a disciplinary officer awaiting a conversation with a troublesome student. In an instant, Lu Xiangyang felt bewildered, completely at a loss for words. After taking a deep breath and summoning his courage, he boldly declared, "May I borrow some money from you?" Gu Yixin. Chapter 4. The inquiry begins. Lu Xiangyang initially intended to apologize. However, upon seeing Gu Yixin's serious demeanor, he became momentarily bewildered. Instinctively, he blurted out, "Could I borrow some money from you?" Gu Yixin was taken aback for a moment, but quickly responded, "Sure. How much do you wish to borrow?" To his surprise, she readily agreed to lend him money. 50 yuan, Lu Xiangyang replied casually. Gu Yixin's brow furrowed slightly. "All right. When will you repay it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiangyang stated, "Next week." "What will you do next week?" she inquired. "I'll work part-time over the weekend to earn my living expenses." Upon hearing this, Gu Yixin became quite upset. "Lu Xiangyang, there are only 103 days left until the college entrance examination. How can you take a part-time job?" Once again, she wore the expression of a stern instructor. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xiangyang remarked, "But you, Teacher Gu, are tutoring me. I believe with your help, my grades will surely improve." Upon hearing this, Gu Yixin's expression softened slightly, yet she still retained a trace of her authoritative demeanor. "Very well, I will lend you the money. But you must guarantee that your part-time job will not interfere with your studies." "Rest assured, I will certainly manage to balance both my studies and work," he assured her. Lu Xiangyang genuinely intended to find a part-time job to earn some living expenses. Currently, all household expenses were reliant on his grandmother's income from selling pancakes. Although Lu Xiangyang's weekly allowance amounted to only 50 yuan, it was still a considerable sum for his elderly grandmother. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, he did not wish to burden her any further. Besides focusing on his studies, he also needed to devise a way to earn money. In his previous life, his greatest regret was failing to gain admission to university, which had disappointed his grandmother. Having been reborn, he was determined not to let her down again. "Do you only need 50 yuan?" "Yes," Lu Xiangyang confirmed with a nod. Gu Yixin pulled out a 50 yuan note and handed it to him. "If that's not enough, I can lend you more." "That is sufficient. Borrowing too much makes me worry about repayment." "What will you do next week if you haven't found a part-time job?" "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Gu Yixin pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something, but refrained. She then picked up her exquisite lunchbox and exited the classroom. Watching her figure retreat, Lu Xiangyang felt a pang of anxiety. "Wasn't I supposed to apologize?" "Gu Yixin, what is it?" "I sincerely apologize for what happened before. I'm truly sorry." "All right, I accept your apology." Having said that, Gu Yixin turned to leave. Lu Xiangyang called out once more, "Gu Yixin, what now?" "Thank you for agreeing to help me with my studies. No need to mention it. Is there anything else?" "No. Take care, Teacher Gu." Gu Yixin paused for a moment before saying, "After lunch, let's commence our tutoring session." With that, she turned and walked out of the classroom. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiangyang, a radiant smile adorned Gu Yixin's face at that moment. When Lu Xiangyang arrived at the cafeteria with his lunchbox, it was already a bustling sea of people. What a familiar sight, Lu Xiangyang mused. He found himself once again in the competitive atmosphere reminiscent of his high school days, where he competed for sustenance alongside his peers. Those were indeed the most glorious days of his life. a mere 3 years encapsulated in high school. With a wry smile, Xiangyang sought out what he believed to be the shortest queue for food. As he discreetly observed, he noticed several classmates still engrossed in vocabulary memorization or poring over their study booklets. In the past, Xiangyang would have scoffed at such diligence. But now he found each earnest student to be quite endearing. As for himself, he considered himself rather astute, or as Li Damao would put it, he simply did not focus his thoughts on academia. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiangyang gradually made his way towards the serving window, his gaze fixated on the menu displayed above. Indeed, potatoes again. His memories of the school cafeteria during high school were vivid. Potatoes were a staple, whether in the form of shredded, cubed, or fried. Each day of the week was guaranteed to feature potatoes, particularly in the delightful dish of braised pork with potatoes. While he was mentally lamenting the monotony, he suddenly heard someone call out, "Xiangyang, why are you so late?" It was Qian Duo, who had already secured his meal. How swiftly this fellow devoured his food. "Xiangyang, you queue up while I look for a seat." About 10 minutes later, Xiangyang sat down across from Qian Duo with his meal. Just as he took his first bite, he noticed Qian Duo gesturing towards something. "Xiangyang, look over there." "Look at what?" "It's Zheng Jie from class 3. Xiangyang glanced up and indeed saw a graceful girl seated not far away, absorbed in her meal while diligently thumbing through a thick reference book, seemingly lost in her own world. His gaze lingered on Zheng Jie for a moment. She was the epitome of Qian Duo's ideal, a diligent student with aspirations to attend a prestigious university, and she eventually achieved her goal. Yet, no one anticipated that she would marry a man the same age as her father. Meanwhile, the portly Qian Duo managed to enroll in a university within the same city as Zheng Jie, albeit a lesser one. Once in college, Qian Duo scrimped and saved, taking on part-time jobs as a milk tea vendor and a campus errand runner. He often behaved like an infatuated admirer, delivering gifts to Zheng Jie at her university, sometimes even taking a bus across town just to deliver her breakfast. After graduating, Qian Duo secured a position at a demanding 996 company, barely earning 3,000 yuan while still purchasing clothes and luxury items for Zheng Jie. After 3 years of relentless pursuit, he ultimately resigned himself to the fact when she married her sugar daddy. Truly, a devoted admirer had nothing to show for his efforts. Reflecting on this, Xiangyang turned back to Qian Duo and advised, "Stop looking. She is not meant for you." Qian Duo, a bit disheartened, lowered his voice conspiratorially and replied, "So what if I have a crush on her? Zheng Jie is a top student from class 3. I take pride in secretly admiring a scholar." Xiangyang felt utterly foolish. He truly wished to slap himself awake. However, wasn't he once the same? Qian Fatty, remember this. No matter how fond you are of someone, the foremost priority is to live for yourself, Xiangyang advised. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo looked at him with profound understanding. "Oh, Brother Yang, your words possess quite the philosophical depth. What is this? Have you developed feelings for someone? Get lost. From now on, I only wish to focus on my studies." "Humph, who would believe that?" Just then, Qian Duo grew excited again. "Brother Yang, look. What is happening now?" "What is it?" "Our academic prodigy, Gu Xiaohua, is sitting with the genius Li Yuhang." Upon hearing this, Xiangyang turned to follow Qian Duo's gaze. Indeed, by the cafeteria window, Gu Yixin was seated across from Li Yuhang, a test paper spread before them. Both of them were renowned figures on campus, attracting the attention of numerous classmates, especially many female students whose eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, look, it's Li Yuhang. Not only is he academically exceptional, but he is also strikingly handsome." "Stop daydreaming." Only Gu Yixin could catch his eye. "Exactly. I've heard they've been childhood friends." Li Yuhang, the genius of Yunhai No. 7 High School, had been winning awards since childhood. Since the beginning of his first year, he had consistently secured the top position in every major examination for 3 years. Additionally, he boasted numerous accolades in various academic competitions, truly deserving the title of genius. Not only was he good-looking, but he was also outstanding in academics, an ideal male lead straight out of a Mary Sue novel. In contrast, Xiangyang found himself lacking in any comparable qualities. One was a female academic star, the other a male academic genius, truly a match made in heaven. To be honest, Xiangyang felt a twinge of envy. For the first time, he realized that excelling in academics could bring a sense of accomplishment. Just wait. I too shall become the most dazzling figure at No. 7 High School. As he gazed at Gu Yixin, She seemed to sense something. Suddenly, she turned her face and locked eyes with Xiangyang. Their gazes lingered for about 10 seconds before Yixin turned back to continue discussing the test paper with Liu Hang. As a freshman in high school, Xiangyang had also performed admirably. During the science stream placement in his first year, he ranked 8th in the entire school, ahead of Yixin, who was 9th. However, after a family crisis, his focus shifted away from his studies, and he transformed into a confirmed slacker. With only 103 days remaining until the college entrance examination, he feared that even with Yixin's guidance and diligent studying, his improvement would be minimal. Nevertheless, Xiangyang resolved to give it one last push. Aiming to conclude his youth on a high note. Isn't it just studying? Isn't it just solving problems? Isn't it just memorizing? Damn it, this time, I will give it my all. At the end of the sea of questions, who stands at the peak? Meeting Brother Yang. All doubts disperse. A mere test paper. How could it possibly defeat me, Xiangyang? Bring it on. As Xiangyang silently resolved himself, a sudden claw-like hand appeared in his line of sight. Hey, Yang, what are you daydreaming about? Chapter 5. It turns out I have a golden finger. Noticing the silly smile on Xiangyang's face, Duo waved his hand in front of him. Hurry up and eat. Once we're done, let's go play basketball. During high school, Xiangyang excelled in sports, particularly basketball, which ranked among his 2 favorite activities. Despite standing at only 181 meters, his jumping ability was remarkably impressive. Another sport he cherished was boxing, a skill he had honed under his father's guidance since childhood. He later attended the Youth Palace in Yunhai High-Tech Zone, where he even secured the championship in a citywide boxing competition for youth. Although he was not heavily muscled, his agility and speed were his greatest assets. In the boxing ring, he consistently outmaneuvered slower opponents, achieving victory through unexpected tactics. I'm not going to play. I have something else to do. Xiangyang snapped back to reality and replied to Duo. What is it? Come on, Yang, you're not jealous, are you? Following Xiangyang's gaze, Duo sensed an oddity in his expression as Xiangyang was fixated on Liu Hang and Yixin in the distance. Xiangyang chuckled and denied it. I'm merely envious of their discussions about academics. What is there to be jealous of? It was indeed normal for a female academic prodigy and a male genius to engage in academic discussions. How could a mediocre student like him feel envy? Duo teased while picking at his food. Mediocre student? Who are you referring to? Xiangyang immediately bristled. Isn't it true? Among the 6 core subjects, your total score ranks 47th in the class. So what? Come on, there are only 48 of us in the class. Goodness, it seems you really are a mediocre student. Xiangyang dared not protest further, focusing on his meal while casting another distant glance at Yixin. To be fair, Yixin was indeed captivating. Amidst the sea of classmates, she could always be easily distinguished. Her long, lustrous black hair fell lazily over her shoulders, and her bright eyes seemed capable of piercing into one's soul. Her smile was perpetually warm, drawing people in irresistibly. Yang, you're staring at Yixin again. Duo's teasing voice interrupted Xiangyang's reverie. No way, I was just lost in thought, Xiangyang replied, returning to his senses with an awkward smile. Come on, every time you see her, your eyes light up, Duo persisted. Xiangyang shook his head in resignation. This guy seemed to have only such trivial matters on his mind. It was no wonder that high school life felt so dull. Even the smallest things could thrill him for ages. After finishing their meal, just as Xiangyang was about to wash the dishes, he noticed Yixin approaching him. Yang, look, the school beauty is coming over. Xiangyang, after you finish eating, come find me in the classroom. Let us get started at noon. With that brief statement, Yixin said nothing more and walked away holding her exquisite lunchbox. At that moment, Duo's eyes widened in astonishment. Yang, what is going on? What is this all about? Was Gu Xiaohua just speaking to you? What else could it be? She asked you to come to the classroom, mentioning something about starting at noon? As the conversation unfolded, Duo's thoughts took a rather inappropriate turn. No way, you guys aren't bang. Xiangyang extended his finger and playfully flicked Duo's forehead. You really have a twisted mind. That's because Yixin agreed to help me with tutoring. Having said that, Xiangyang tidied up his lunchbox to wash it. He left behind a puzzled Duo, who muttered to himself, darn. Suddenly, I feel like studying too. As Xiangyang exited the cafeteria, he spotted a small tea shop selling milk tea. He recalled that Yixin seemed to enjoy strawberry-flavored milk tea. Might as well grab a cup. After all, she was going to help him with his studies. It would be nice to treat her a little. Besides, he was using Gu Yixin's money anyway. Moments later, Xiangyang returned to the classroom with his lunchbox. The classroom was still empty since the school allowed students to engage in free activities after lunch. Those who enjoyed playing basketball could head to the playground, while boarding students could return to their dorms to read or take a nap. As for Xiangyang and Gu Yixin, both were day students living at home. So Gu Yixin typically stayed in the classroom to study during lunch and would rest her head on the desk when tired. In the past, Xiangyang would usually go play basketball during lunch. After all, there were physical education classes in the second semester of senior year, but they were often monopolized. To the subject teachers, physical education was considered a waste of time. Everything had to serve the ultimate goal of preparing for the college entrance examination. You're back. Quickly put down your lunchbox and come here. Gu Yixin's voice echoed clearly in the spacious classroom. All right. Xiangyang placed his lunchbox down and briskly walked towards Gu Yixin's desk, casually setting the milk tea and straw on the table. Gu Yixin, who was flipping through a math reference book, looked up and asked, "What are you doing?" "Here, Teacher Gu, I bought you a cup of milk tea. Thank you for helping me with my studies." Upon hearing this address, a sweet smile instantly appeared on Gu Yixin's face. However, it quickly transformed into a serious expression. "Xiangyang, we are classmates. There's no need for that. No, this is study time, and you are my teacher. It is only reasonable for me to treat my teacher to a cup of milk tea." Gu Yixin felt a strange happiness at this remark. "Well, all right then. Thank you for the milk tea." She then inserted the straw and took a gentle sip. This is actually my favorite strawberry flavor." A look of satisfaction spread across her face. Observing Gu Yixin's joyful expression, Xiangyang felt a warmth bloom in his heart. "Xiangyang, you seem quite serious today. Are you truly planning to study hard?" Gu Yixin asked earnestly as she put down the milk tea. "Yes, I have made up my mind. From today onwards, I will study diligently and get into university, bringing honor to my family." Uffed. Gu Yixin covered her mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. But Xiangyang's gaze was resolute, seemingly devoid of jest. "All right then, I firmly believe you can bring great honor to our family," Gu Yixin encouraged with a smile. She then picked up a blank sheet of paper inscribed with test questions and said, "Xiangyang, I have just found 2 mathematics test problems. Let us see how well you grasp the fundamentals. Come, sit down and attempt the questions." "All right, Teacher Gu." Xiangyang naturally took a seat beside Gu Yixin. The two had previously maintained a certain distance, one sitting and the other standing, but now they were closely positioned together. This proximity made Gu Yixin feel somewhat awkward. Her cheeks slightly flushed. However, Xiangyang seemed oblivious to the tension. He picked up his pen and began to tackle the problems. The first question pertained to functions, specifically determining the range of values. For the academically gifted, this was a rudimentary question. Yet for those struggling, it was exasperating. Was this truly a high school math problem? Why did I not even recognize the symbols? This is hopeless. At this point, Xiangyang even questioned how he had managed to score an 8 on his previous exam. "What's wrong? Can't you solve these problems?" Gu Yixin observed Xiangyang hesitating to write, assuming he couldn't even handle these basic questions. If that were the case, then perhaps there was no need for tutoring. After all, with only 103 days remaining to prepare for university, mere motivation and slogans wouldn't suffice. "There's a formula I can't recall. May I refer to the textbook?" "Of course, feel free to review," she replied, as the mathematics textbook lay on the table. Xiangyang quickly flipped through the pages, locating the relevant concepts on functions. Suddenly, a series of formulas he had just reviewed flashed through his mind, accompanied by an inexplicable clarity of understanding. This is odd. Xiangyang realized that he comprehended every formula he had encountered. He even knew the derivation of each one by heart. What is happening? Am I experiencing some sort of photographic memory? Still somewhat skeptical, Xiangyang perused a few more problems in the book, encountering the same sensation. Each step of the derivation process vividly materialized in his mind. Mathematics operates in this manner. Once one grasps the core logic of theorems and formulas, countless problems can be generated, all rooted in the same principles. If this is the case, gaining admission to university is assured. 3 minutes later, Xiangyang closed the book. "I know how to solve this problem. Then please write out your solution." No problem." Chapter 6, the first tutoring session. Xiangyang gripped his pen, no longer pondering, and swiftly penned down the solution process. Given the function f, x, We can derive the equation using Vieta's formulas to obtain the answer, 5 and 2. The entire solution flowed seamlessly, without a moment's pause. Just as Xiangyang penned the final answer, Yixin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems you do have a solid foundation. This tutoring will be much easier. She then pointed to the second problem. Now, give this one a try. The difficulty has increased. Xiangyang gazed at the second problem, a trigonometric question. It was the same predicament. There were mathematical symbols he could not recognize. Primarily, the passage of time had caused him to forget. Did he find it too challenging? Utterly devoid of any problem-solving approach, Yixin cast a fleeting glance at Xiangyang and remarked nonchalantly, "It's not that. It's merely a few symbols I don't recognize." Internally, Yixin let out a wry laugh. "Well then, if you can't even identify the symbols, how can you solve the problem? It appears I have overestimated you." Just as Yixin was preparing to suggest that Xiangyang give up, he spoke again. "I'll flip through the book once more." "All right, take your time." Yixin picked up the mathematics test paper from the monthly exam and re-attempted the unanswered questions. The second problem was indeed quite challenging for Xiangyang, and solving it would necessitate some time. Especially now, she was astonished to hear him admit that he couldn't even recognize the symbols. However, having already promised to tutor him, it would be impolite to decline. Thus, she resolved to try her best. After all, every extra point on the day of the college entrance examination would be beneficial. She had only prepared these 2 test questions for him during the midday session. Naturally, Xiangyang was oblivious to Yixin's inner thoughts as he reopened his mathematics textbook to locate the relevant concepts. This time, he was noticeably quicker. Within a minute, he closed the book and confidently pinned down the answer. The entire solving process took no longer than 30 seconds. "Teacher Gu, I'm done," Xiangyang announced, casting a glance at Yixin, who was still deep in thought over the problems. The latter paused, her expression momentarily stunned. Had he completed it in under 2 minutes? Was he truly prepared to give up? But soon, Yixin's expression shifted to one of slight seriousness. She scrutinized Xiangyang's solution, only to find it entirely correct. A wave of incredulity washed over her as she examined his answer once more. Each step was remarkably clear and precise. She had to concede that Xiangyang's problem-solving abilities exceeded her expectations. "How did you manage that?" Yixin couldn't help but inquire, her voice tinged with astonishment. Xiangyang smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by his own performance. "It's simply because I'm naturally intelligent." "Humph." Yixin rolled her eyes. "Well, actually, it's because I've studied these concepts before. I just forgot some symbols. Once I recalled them, solving the problems became straightforward." Yixin nodded appreciatively, her opinion of Xiangyang rising a notch. She began to realize that his foundation was rather solid. "All right, Xiangyang, it seems I have underestimated you." A satisfied smile finally graced Yixin's face. "In that case, I shall increase the difficulty and present you with another problem." "Sure," Xiangyang responded with a smile, feeling a long-lost confidence swelling within him. It turned out that solving problems could be such a rewarding endeavor. Yixin retrieved a review booklet and casually pinned down the third problem. This particular question was rather intricate, encompassing multiple mathematical concepts. Yixin was well aware of its difficulty. For Xiangyang, it would indeed pose a challenge. Yet, she was curious to ascertain the depth of his foundational knowledge. Why not give it a try? If he couldn't solve it, it would not matter. "All right, I'll give it a shot," Xiangyang said as he took the problem and read it attentively. His brow furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. Alas, he still struggled to recall the formulas. This time, he refrained from seeking assistance and instead flipped through the book to review the relevant concepts. He then began sketching ideas on a piece of draft paper, gradually clarifying his thought process. As time ticked away, Yixin chose not to work on any problems herself, but quietly observed Xiangyang from the side. She noticed an unwavering determination and focus in his eyes, as if he were in a world entirely separate from everything else, engaged solely in a battle against the problem at hand. Amidst her observations, Yixin found herself captivated by Xiangyang's profile. His features were well-defined, with sharp lines, and his expression bore an air of playful nonchalance. She couldn't help but steal a few more glances, feeling a subtle warmth bloom within her. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Indeed, earnest boys possess an undeniable charm. Xiangyang, however, remained oblivious to Yixin's gaze. He was fully immersed in deriving formulas on his draft paper, each step executed with utmost seriousness and concentration. As time slipped by unnoticed, Yixin began to feel a sense of astonishment. Xiangyang's speed at solving the problem surpassed her expectations, and he seemed to have devised two distinct methods of approach. At last, Xiangyang set down his pen. "Teacher Gu, I'm finished," he announced, handing her the draft paper with a gentle smile. Yixin accepted the paper and scrutinized it intently. This time, she was genuinely taken aback. The difficulty of this problem was sufficient to befuddle most students. Even she had been ensnared by its traps during her initial attempt. Yet now, upon reviewing Xiangyang's solution, she couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Not only did he provide the correct answer, but he also presented two methodologies, the second of which was notably more concise and efficient than the reference answer. "Xiangyang, your mathematical foundation is far better than I had imagined," Yixin exclaimed in admiration. If the previous two problems could be considered indicative of a decent foundation, this particular problem involved numerous concepts. Xiangyang merely smiled modestly. "Of course. After all, I managed to score an 8 on the exam." "Ah, Xiangyang, I now seriously suspect that your score of 8 in this month's math exam was intentional," Yixin teased. Upon hearing this, Xiangyang simply smiled gently. In the past, he had indeed not taken exams seriously, driven by a rebellious spirit, a mere reflection of youthful folly. However, this time was different. He yearned to prove himself. Having traversed the journey of life, Xiangyang comprehends the paramount significance of gaining admission to a prestigious university. "Teacher Gu, I am acutely aware of my foundational knowledge. There are numerous problems I still cannot solve. I kindly request your guidance moving forward," he expressed earnestly. Yixin offered encouragement. "It is perfectly acceptable to struggle with problems. As long as you possess the willingness to learn, you can certainly make up for it." Xiangyang nodded seriously. "Understood. I will remember this, Teacher Gu." "Oh dear. Please refrain from calling me Teacher Gu. That was merely a jest," Yixin chuckled, feeling somewhat bashful. "However, you are indeed my teacher since you are assisting me with my studies," Xiangyang insisted. "How about this? During our tutoring sessions, you may call me Teacher Gu," she suggested with a smile, clearly enjoying the title. "Very well," Yixin replied after a moment's thought. "Let us conclude today's tutoring for now." Yixin glanced at the clock on the wall and added, "I have also assessed your foundational knowledge, so I will know how to devise a study plan for you next time." "All right. Thank you, Teacher Gu." Yixin reached for the small, bear-shaped water cup on the desk, only to find it empty. Noticing this, Xiangyang quickly took the cup from her, saying, "Please wait. Teacher Gu, I will fetch you some water." A faint blush crept onto Yixin's cheeks. In truth, she wished to express that she could simply have some milk tea. Chapter 7. Strive on, young man. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class. It was Saturday, February 19th, 2008. With merely 103 days remaining until the college entrance examination. Since the beginning of the first semester of senior year, the schedule comprised morning classes followed by 3 afternoon sessions, with classes also held on Saturdays. Sundays offered a day of respite, while holidays were at the discretion of the school. However, the seemingly endless cycle of classes proved quite arduous for Xiangyang. During the first English lesson of the afternoon, he found himself unable to endure any longer and succumbed to sleep at his desk. The rustling leaves outside and the teacher's voice in the classroom, accompanied by a gentle breeze, created an atmosphere conducive to slumber. Then, he drifted into a deep sleep. Xiangyang. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, rousing him from his slumber. "Is class over?" Xiangyang mumbled, groggily sitting up and yawning, only to be met with a chorus of laughter. Upon glancing towards the podium, he saw the English teacher, Hu Chunhub, glaring at him with wide eyes. "Awake now, are we? This is a classroom, not your bed at home. And you even managed to snore. Ha ha." The laughter from his classmates erupted in the room. Rubbing his eyes, Xiangyang, still in a daze, asked, "Teacher Hu, are you referring to me? I never snore when I sleep." Laughter echoed once more throughout the classroom. Hu Chunhua was exasperated, having anticipated that Xiangyang would apologize for dozing off, only to be met with such a response. "Throughout my years of teaching, I have never been so challenged by a student as I am now." Li Chunhua felt a twinge of discomfort and cleared her throat before addressing Xiangyang. "How dare you sleep in my class? This is insurrection." English was a significant weakness for Xiangyang. Even during his first year of high school, when he ranked 8th in the entire school, he still failed to pass English. Subsequently, his grades in all subjects declined, with English plummeting further, relying solely on chance. It is undeniable that in this academy, where academic performance reigns supreme, Xiangyang does not enjoy the favor of the English teacher. However, he has now come to realize that if he aspires to achieve the best results in the college entrance examination, he cannot afford to neglect English. With this thought in mind, Xiangyang bowed deeply to Hu, expressing with utmost sincerity, "I apologize, Teacher Hu. I promise it will not happen again." This unexpected display of humility caught the furious Hu off guard. Initially intent on reprimanding him further, she found her anger dissipating upon witnessing his earnest demeanor. Xiangyang, I have emphasized the importance of English countless times. With such a weak foundation, you should be attentive in class rather than sleeping. Xiangyang nodded in acknowledgement. Teacher Hu, I understand. I will definitely pay attention from now on. Observing his serious expression, Hu took a deep breath, adjusting her emotions, feeling considerably better. She then addressed the entire class. You all must understand that to gain admission to a prestigious university, you cannot bypass English. Is English difficult? I find it to be the simplest subject of all. Classmates, there are only 103 days left until the college entrance examination. This is the final sprint. We must maintain our composure. During 2 consecutive English classes, Xiangyang struggled to stay awake, but he truly could not comprehend the lesson. The structures and grammar left him utterly bewildered, as he grappled with a vocabulary far too limited for comprehension, particularly during reading comprehension exercises. The plethora of words made his head spin. He believed that if the English exam were entirely translated into Chinese, he could certainly pass. Of course, he had made efforts, forcing himself to memorize vocabulary, yet he would forget it the following day or find himself unable to recall it during tests. In short, English was his arch-nemesis. It's just English, he thought defiantly. As the final self-study period approached in the afternoon, everyone was busy solving problems. Xiangyang resolved to confront his challenges head-on and bolster his English skills. Duo, do you have an English dictionary? He inquired. Duo, also immersed in practice, raised his head to glance at Xiangyang. Yes. May I borrow it? Xiangyang asked. Do you have any words you don't recognize? I can help you with them. Duo, whose performance was average and unremarkable, was still a step ahead of Xiangyang. No need, just lend me the dictionary. All right. Duo did not dwell on the matter for long. He retrieved an English dictionary from beneath the table and placed it on top. This dictionary is essential for every high school student, practically a staple for each individual. However, Xiangyang did not possess one. As he opened the hefty volume, a wave of literary essence enveloped him. Yanggu, why are you looking at the dictionary? Duo inquired. Xiangyang, without a second thought, replied. I intend to memorize all the words. Really, Yanggu? Are you serious? What do you think? However, this dictionary contains over 80,000 words. So what? I'll memorize them regardless. Impressive. Duo gave a thumbs up. All right then, you've truly lost it. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Xiangyang embarked on his quest to conquer the lexicon. He perused page after page, each word he encountered indelibly etched into his mind. A charming smile played at the corners of his lips. This time, Xiangyang could not help but reaffirm his extraordinary memory. If that were indeed the case, given enough time, memorizing an entire English dictionary would be a trivial endeavor. Yet, after merely a quarter of an hour, Xiangyang began to feel fatigued, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washing over him. Indeed, learning proved to be an exceedingly taxing endeavor. Although blessed with remarkable physical prowess, particularly in strength and speed, which endowed him with exceptional boxing talent, sitting quietly to study was no small feat. Several times, he contemplated surrendering, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Throughout the duration of a single class, he managed to memorize at least 300 words, an impressive feat, indeed. However, afterward, he found himself unable to summon any further concentration. Even if he attempted to memorize more, those words slipped from his grasp. It seemed that daily memory capacity was indeed limited. Nevertheless, having memorized 300 words in one day was still a commendable achievement. The vocabulary required for the college entrance examination in English is approximately 3,000 to 3,500 words. For Xiangyang, mastering this in 10 days seemed entirely feasible. Yet now, he resolved to memorize all 80,000 words in the dictionary. The school bell finally rang, signaling the end of the day. Xiangyang exhaled heavily. It turned out that studying diligently was quite exhausting. However, upon raising his gaze to meet Gu Yixin's, he was immediately filled with renewed vigor. Despite her evident excellence, she still exerted tremendous effort. What was this? This was motivation. I have squandered too much time. I must double, no, triple my efforts in studying. I am determined to become the most outstanding student at Yunhai No. 7 High School. Stay the course, young man. Chapter 8. She said, let us add each other as friends. As today was Saturday, students were free to return home after school, with a day of rest tomorrow. Classes would not resume until the following Monday. Thus, the 7th period concluded, and everyone dispersed to their respective homes. Yanggu, let us head to the internet CAF. As the bell rang, Xianduo had already packed his backpack, draping an arm over Lu Xiangyang's shoulder, his face alight with excitement. After all, most high school students enjoyed playing video games. In the past, Lu Xiangyang was much the same, spending entire days lingering in internet cafes. However, he has recently come to the sudden realization that gaming is a frivolous expenditure of time, especially when it also incurs unnecessary costs. He resolved to leave. Eager to return home to visit his grandmother, Xianduo was aware that Lu Xiangyang's only family member was his grandmother. Although there was a tinge of regret, she chose not to elaborate further. All right then, I shall take my leave, she said with a cheerful laugh, shouldering her bag and rushing out of the classroom. Before long, the classroom became eerily silent. Lu Xiangyang organized his backpack and prepared to exit as well. At that moment, he noticed Gu Yixin tidying up her bear-shaped water bottle and vacating her seat. There was still a matter he needed to discuss with her. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, Lu Xiangyang strode purposefully towards her. Seeing the classroom was empty, he began, Teacher Gu, may I trouble you with a request? What is it? Could you please assist me by listing all the mathematical formulas commonly tested in high school? Certainly. Just give me a moment. Gu Yixin returned to her desk, rummaging through her belongings, and then produced a notebook. Here are all the high school math formulas I've compiled. Some even extend beyond the syllabus. You may borrow it for your review. That's fantastic. Thank you, Teacher Gu. However, Lu Xiangyang, you do not intend to solely rely on these formulas to improve your math scores, do you? The key lies in practicing more problems. Rest assured, Teacher Gu, I will not disappoint you. Well, since you are so confident, I look forward to your performance in the next mock exam. As he stepped out of the classroom, Gu Yixin suddenly turned to Lu Xiangyang and said, let us become friends. I can send you useful study materials in the future. Sure. Lu Xiangyang shared his QQ number. The two descended the stairs together, reaching the foot of the teaching building. Just as Lu Xiangyang was about to continue towards the school gate, he heard Gu Yixin say, Lu Xiangyang, didn't you ride a bicycle? Huh. He was momentarily taken aback, having almost forgotten. He reached into his pocket and, indeed, found the bicycle key, adorned with a cartoon rocket. Oh right, I nearly forgot, he exclaimed, tapping his forehead with a chuckle. Then, Teacher Gu, see you next week. See you next week. Lu Xiangyang turned to bid farewell and headed to the bike rack. He quickly located his bicycle, unlocked it, and pedaled swiftly toward the school gate. Upon arrival, he spotted Gu Yixin standing by the roadside, quietly wearing white headphones, exuding an air of serene tranquility. Ding! Lu Xiangyang rang his bicycle bell. Gu Yixin turned around, and upon recognizing him, removed the earbud from her right ear, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Hey, Teacher Gu, what a coincidence to meet you again. Get lost. Is someone coming to pick you up? Do you need me to give you a ride? Gu Yixin hesitated for a moment before waving her hand in refusal. Someone will come to pick me up. You can go ahead. All right then. Goodbye. By the way, Lu Xiangyang, are you working part-time tomorrow? Why do you ask? Have you found something? Not yet. Just as she finished speaking, a Mercedes-Benz 230 business sedan glided into view. Lu Xiangyang understood that this was to pick up Gu Yixin. Farewell. He waved goodbye, then pedaled his bicycle through the once familiar streets. Brother, I told you I could take a car home. Gu Yixin expressed her displeasure as she settled into the back seat. Do you think I want to come here with my busy schedule? Well, it was actually Dad who asked me to come. How could I refuse? The young man chuckled helplessly. He was Gu Yixin's elder brother, Gu Junxing, 10 years her senior at 28. Buckle up, let us head home. Gu Yixin secured her seatbelt and donned her headphones. Pressing the play button, a soothing piano melody filled the car. Gu Junxing deftly started the engine, and the car glided smoothly onto the main road. As she gazed out at the scenery, an idea struck Gu Yixin. She hastily pressed the pause button. Brother, what is it? Does your boxing gym need part-time help? Indeed. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Just a casual inquiry. Are you volunteering to help me with photography? I can assist with that. But you must promise me one thing. State it. Without much thought, Yixin replied, one of my classmates is looking for a part-time job. Your classmate? Gu Junxing asked, not turning his head as he drove. Does he know how to box? He should. I heard he even won the youth boxing championship in Yanhai City. Upon hearing this, Gu Junxing became intrigued. What is his name? Xiangyang. Is it him? Gu Junxing's voice suddenly rose, revealing his excitement. Brother, do you know him? Gu Yixin asked. Surprised. More than just knowing him. I've sparred with him before. Gu Junxing replied with a smile. That guy indeed has some skills. His boxing technique is impressive and he is quite talented. Gu Yixin's face lit up with joy. That is wonderful. Can you agree to let him take the part-time job? Of course, just have him come find me tomorrow. Gu Junxing readily agreed to his sister's request. Thank you, brother. Gu Yixin exclaimed happily. However, Gu Junxing's tone shifted. Isn't he about to take his college entrance exams? Why does he need a part-time job? Gu Yixin pondered for a moment before responding. His family isn't well off. He probably needs to earn some living expenses. She wisely refrained from mentioning that she had lent him 50 yuan, which, though trivial to her, was better left unsaid. Gu Junxing nodded and didn't press further. That's fine. We have a spring recruitment class with a performance match coming up. Fantastic. Brother, you're truly a wonderful person. Gu Yixin praised with a smile. Wait a moment, Yixin. With your eagerness to help him, could there be another reason? Gu Junxing glanced at her through the rearview mirror. You're overthinking it. My mind is solely on the college entrance exams. That is good to hear. At your age, with youthful exuberance, just be cautious, brother. You've said that 1,000 times already. Gu Yixin interrupted, not wanting to hear more. It's simply a concern about early romance. Isn't it? Please. I find myself disinterested in these matters. By the way, Xin, will you come tomorrow to assist me with the photography? Well, let us discuss it after I awaken. Gu Yixin gently pressed the play button once more, and a soothing piano melody enveloped the atmosphere. Gazing out at the retreating scenery beyond the car window, Gu Yixin was lost in thought, yet Xiangyang's profile seemed to take root in her mind, an enduring refrain. Chapter 9. The Blossoming of Summer and the Wind-Chasing Youth. Old Factory Street, Pinyin Community. Who would have thought? I have returned once more. Xiangyang halted his bicycle at the entrance of the community. Staring at the aged gate, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Xiangyang's grandparents had once been employees of the state-owned steel pipe factory, making Pinyin Community a residential area for the workers. Established in the 1980s, it now stood as an antiquated neighborhood, predominantly housing former employees of the factory. Xiangyang, out of school so early? Grandpa He, the security guard, regarded Xiangyang with a hint of confusion. This lad had been staring at the entrance for quite some time without stepping inside. What are you looking at? Xiangyang did not respond, but instead burst into hearty laughter. Grandpa He, it's been a while. Seeing the elderly man still vibrant in spirit, Xiangyang felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. You rascal, we just met this morning. Grandpa He grinned, revealing his 3 prominent front teeth. Yet, to Xiangyang, it was a welcoming sight. Xiaoyang, hurry home. Your grandmother is preparing a feast for you tonight. Goodbye, Grandpa He, Xiangyang exclaimed, speeding past on his bicycle. After securing his bike at the foot of his building, he trudged up to the 6th floor with heavy steps. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced incessantly. Xiangyang had never felt such exhilaration before. 16 years later, he returned to this place he called home. A wave of trepidation washed over him as memories of his grandmother's disappointed gaze lingered vividly in his mind. Knock, knock, knock. Grandma, I'm back. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a warm smile. Xiangyang has returned. Grandma. Xiangyang rushed forward to embrace her, tears streaming down his face. In his previous life, he had been imprisoned, unable to bid farewell to his grandmother before her passing. He later learned that her final thoughts had been of him. Now, having returned to life, witnessing her vitality was undoubtedly the most precious gift bestowed upon him by fate. Xiangyang, what troubles you? I'm fine, just missing you, Grandma, so very much. Foolish child. It's only been a day. Grandma, believing her grandson longed for her presence, offered comforting words, then cheerfully added, You must be hungry. I've prepared your favorite braised sea bass for dinner. After patting Xiangyang lovingly on the back, she urged him, Go put your backpack away, wash your hands, and come to the table. All right. Lu Xiangyang wiped away his tears and entered his room. Although modest in size, it was filled with the memories of his youth. The walls were adorned with posters of Slam Dunk, featuring characters such as Rukawa Kid, Sakuraji Hanamichi, Akagi Takenori, and Miyagi Ryota, alongside anime posters of Inuyasha, Ali, and Kikyo. Lu Xiangyang gently caressed those posters, a profound sense of emotion swelling within him. A wooden guitar hung on the wall above his bed. My youth has returned. In this lifetime, I shall have no regrets. Setting down his backpack, Lu Xiangyang approached his desk, gazing at the somewhat worn comic book laid upon it. A smile breaking across his face. These were once his most cherished treasures. Yang, dinner is ready. Come out to eat. His grandmother's voice called from outside. Coming. Lu Xiangyang took a deep breath, composed himself, and stepped out of his room. At the dining table, the aroma of braised perch wafted through the air as his grandmother busily served his meal. Grandma, you've worked hard. Lu Xiangyang said gratefully as he accepted the bowl of rice. Silly child, what are you saying? It's no trouble at all, his grandmother replied with a warm smile. Her eyes filled with affection. Ever since his parents had perished in the line of duty, it had been just him and his grandmother in this home. Yet, even this time together had only been for 6 months. After the college entrance examination, Lu Xiangyang had failed to gain admission to university. He drifted into society, befriending some boxers, and gradually spent less time with his grandmother. Eventually, he became a boxer himself, but after a fatal incident in an underground match, he found himself imprisoned. Following his grandmother's passing, he was left to navigate life without her, separated by the veil of death. As Lu Xiangyang sat at the dining table, gazing at the evening meal before him, a warm current surged within his heart. He understood that, even though this meal might seem ordinary to many, it was a rare and sumptuous feast in their household. Eat up, Lu Xiangyang picked up a piece of braised perch and placed it in his mouth. The familiar taste prompted him to close his eyes and savor it. Grandma, this fish is absolutely delicious. Just like before, Lu Xiangyang expressed with genuine admiration. I'm glad you like it. Eat more, his grandmother said as she offered him another piece of fish. Grandma, you should eat too. Their conversation was filled with laughter. During this meal, Lu Xiangyang consumed 3 bowls of rice. Afterward, he felt a desire to help his grandmother clear the dishes, but she gently refused. Yang, have you done something at school? No, not at all. Then why do you seem a bit off today? By the way, how did you fare in this month's exam? His grandmother inquired with concern. It was quite good. Lu Xiangyang dared not reveal the truth. Out of 48 students in his class, he ranked 47th. The last position was due to his absence from one exam caused by illness. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been at the bottom. Lu Xiangyang had never discussed his academic performance before. His grandmother, who sold pancakes at a stall every day, lacked the time to oversee his studies. However, she could still sense that her grandson's academic results were likely unsatisfactory. Yang, the college entrance examination is approaching. You must put in more effort. Don't worry, Grandma. I will strive to get into a good university and bring honor to our family. Lu Xiangyang replied with a playful grin. Very well, then you should focus on your studies. As Lu Xiangyang approached the door, a thought abruptly crossed his mind. By the way, Grandma, have you had your health checkup this year? The experiences from his previous life instilled in him a sense of urgency regarding this matter. There's no need to waste money on that. His grandmother replied dismissively. But it could be too late once something is discovered. You should take the time to get checked. Lu Xiangyang understood that his grandmother was reluctant to spend money. This was a common sentiment among their generation. They often endured sickness or self-medicated until it became unbearable, only then seeking medical attention. All right, I promise you, Grandma. I will go for a checkup when I have time, she finally conceded. Satisfied with her agreement, Lu Xiangyang returned to his room. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he needed to find a way to earn money. Although his grandmother had acquiesced, he knew she would likely hesitate due to her frugality. Ultimately, it fell upon him to encourage her to take action. It appeared that in addition to focusing on his studies, he also needed to devise ways to earn more. This had become a personal goal, to gain admission to a prestigious university and to earn money. However, at present, Lu Xiangyang possessed no tangible skills for making money, except for his boxing prowess. Yet, he certainly could not resort to participating in illegal fights. Just as he was lost in thought, his Nokia phone in the drawer emitted a notification sound. There was a friend request. He opened it. Blossom in the Half-Summer has sent you a friend request. Would you like to add them as a friend? The profile picture depicted a tabby cat. With just one glance, Lu Xiangyang recognized it was his classmate, Yixin. Without hesitation, he accepted the request. You have successfully added Blossom in the half-summer as a friend. The phone chimed again. We are now friends. Let us chat. Almost immediately, a message arrived. Blossom in the half-summer. Yixin. Hello, Lu Xiangyang. I'm Yixin. Ah, I had a feeling it was you. Lu Xiangyang replied promptly. Chasing Wind Youth. Lu Xiangyang. Hello. Teacher Gu. Good evening. Have you eaten yet? With a grin emoji. Blossom in the half-summer. Yixin. Not yet. By the way, Lu Xiangyang, have you found a part-time job? Chasing Wind Youth. Lu Xiangyang. Not yet. Why do you ask? Blossom in the half-summer. Yixin. How about I recommend one to you? Chasing Wind Youth. Lu Xiangyang. What kind of job? Blossom in the half-summer. Yixin. It's a boxing exhibition match, but it's just for teaching kids. Chasing Wind Youth. Lu Xiangyang. When and where? Blossom in the half-summer. Yixin. Tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. at the Provincial Sports Center, Junxing Boxing Club. Are you going? Chasing Wind Youth. Lu Xiangyang. Thank you. I will be there. After a brief pause, she sent another message. Blossom in the half-summer. Yixin. No need to mention it. Oh, and make sure to complete the exercises I gave you tonight. I will be checking homework next Monday. Chasing Wind Youth. Lu Xiangyang. Your wish is my command. My esteemed teacher. Chapter 10. The Boxing Club. Yixin did not reply further, and Lu Xiangyang set his phone aside. It is time to study diligently. Lu Xiangyang took out Yixin's notes, preparing to review the mathematical formulas first. With his newfound ability to remember everything at a glance and a powerful comprehension, Lu Xiangyang found his revision to be remarkably swift. Whenever he encountered an unfamiliar concept, he merely had to open the textbook and locate the relevant section, quickly grasping and memorizing the material. This was indeed the most formidable advantage bestowed upon him by his rebirth. With just 103 days remaining until the college entrance examination, he was determined to put forth his utmost effort. Yixin's handwriting was exquisite and neatly organized. Even mere notes appeared visually pleasing. Her characters reflected her essence, graceful and refined. After approximately 15 minutes, Lu Xiangyang had already reviewed half of the mathematics notes. At that moment, a wave of exhaustion washed over him once more. He had felt this same fatigue earlier while memorizing English vocabulary. It seemed that his optimal concentration span was around 15 minutes. After that, his mental energy would deplete significantly. Continuing to study not only reduced his efficiency, but also left him unable to muster any further focus. Contemplating this, he wondered if attempting problem-solving would yield better results. He then retrieved the mathematics test papers prepared by Yixin, casually skimming through them. After glancing at each question, he could almost instantly discern the approach to solving them. Thus, he decided to tackle the problems. Grabbing a piece of draft paper, Lu Xiangyang picked up a pen and began to work through the questions. In about half an hour, he had nearly completed the test, with only one challenging question remaining that involved several unclear concepts. Mainly due to his inability to recall the corresponding formulas, he resolved to leave it for the night, planning to master all the mathematical formulas the following day before continuing to refine his understanding. He refrained from attempting any further questions. By this time, the sky outside had turned completely dark. Lu Xiangyang put away the test papers and retrieved a strength training bar from beneath his bed to commence his workout. This was a habit he had maintained since his first life. Although his academic performance had been lacking, his physical fitness was undoubtedly exceptional. Now that he was committed to studying, he recognized the necessity of maintaining his physical condition as well. Gripping the strength training bar, Lu Xiangyang began a series of strength exercises. These routines were taught to him by his father during his lifetime, though his father was no longer present. This habit had endured. Standing in his room, Lu Xiangyang concentrated intently, rhythmically repeating each movement. Before long, sweat began to dampen his back. After completing a set of exercises, he took a brief respite before engaging in stretching to alleviate muscle tension. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found his grandmother standing there with a plate of fruit. "Xiangyang, have some fruit. The apples are peeled," she said, though they were mostly small, fragmented pieces. Far from whole, Lu Xiangyang knew that the fruits his grandmother bought were often those that had been rejected from the market, hence their imperfect state. "Thank you, Grandma." Lu Xiangyang took the food without a second thought, disregarding the dirt on his hands, and devoured a piece with hearty bites. His grandmother did not say much, but with a hint of concern, she advised him to not study too late and to wash up and rest early. After a glance, she realized that Lu Xiangyang was not studying at all, but rather exercising. "All right, Grandma, I understand, he replied. She said nothing further, but as she turned away, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her eyes. As the night grew deeper, Xiangyang finished his wash and lay on his bed, reflecting on the day as academic achievements. Although fatigue settled in, a sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Indeed, it was that feeling of achievement, despite the looming pressure of the upcoming college entrance examination, which was only 103 days away. Xiangyang felt confident in his ability to gain admission to a prestigious university. Once in bed, he noticed the silence enveloping his room. His grandmother had already fallen asleep, for she would rise early the next day to set up her stall. In the stillness of the night, Xiangyang pondered ways to earn money. He felt no anxiety regarding his studies, but he certainly could not spend every weekend working part-time. Not only would he have to keep this from his grandmother, but the financial gain would hardly be significant. As he contemplated, the idea struck him. If only he could earn money by writing online literature. The appeal lay in its freedom and minimal investment. With proper time management, it wouldn't interfere with his studies. Moreover, in this era, online literature was just beginning to flourish and had yet to reach full maturity. Nevertheless, many had already found financial success through writing novels. Xiangyang believed in his writing abilities and thought it might be worth a try. After all, he had read numerous novels during the years he spent in prison for boxing. He resolved to visit an internet cafe the next day to see if he could make money writing novels. Even earning a little for living expenses would be beneficial. At that moment, Xiangyang recalled the myriad of entertainment works he had previously encountered, flashing before his mind like a film reel. Could these be utilized? With that thought, he focused his mind on online novels. He then remembered the book Ghost Blows Out the Light. Suddenly, Xiangyang found that he could vividly visualize the contents of the book. Every detail was clear and distinct. What? He was momentarily stunned, then widened his eyes in disbelief. It was 2008, and if he could copy down the novels that would become popular after this year, wouldn't he that allow these works to be released ahead of time? Wasn't he that akin to plagiarism? Sitting up abruptly, a rush of unprecedented excitement surged within him. If he could present those classic works stored in his mind ahead of time, it would not only resolve his financial issues, but potentially spark a new cultural wave in this era. He began to search through his mental archives for those memorable entertainment works, from movies and television dramas to online novels. Every detail was etched in his memory, even the guitar tabs of songs he had once played. This was it. Xiangyang decided to start with online novels. It seemed that a trip to the internet cafe was in order for tomorrow. Once he earns some money, the first thing he intends to purchase is a computer. This will facilitate his writing of novels from the comfort of his home. Xiangyang currently possesses a Nokia 5300, a sliding phone adorned with a white base and red accents, its rounded shape a testament to its age. This device has accompanied him for many years, a cherished gift from his father on his 16th birthday. At that time, smartphones were not yet widespread. It would be in 2009, the following year, that the advent of smartphones would begin to take hold. Gradually, individuals began to adopt these devices. But true mass adoption would not occur until the inception of 4G networks in 2013. Hence, if he wishes to write novels and earn a living, acquiring a computer is imperative, sparing him the daily trips to the internet cafe. Resolute in his decision, Xiangyang fell into a deep slumber with a contented smile. That night, he inexplicably dreamed a beautiful dream, one filled with abundance. The next morning, he awoke to a tranquil silence in his room. Rubbing his hair, he gazed at the posters adorning the walls, reaffirming that he had indeed been reborn. As he entered the living room, he found that his grandmother had already prepared breakfast at the dining table, with warm soybean milk awaiting him in the rice cooker. Xiangyang quickly freshened up and sat down to enjoy a hearty meal. Afterward, he donned a hooded sweatshirt and a pair of flat shoes before stepping outside. The Pinyin community is approximately 7 kilometers from the provincial sports stadium. Rather than taking the bus, he opted to ride his bicycle, relishing the morning ride. With a gentle breeze caressing his face and sunshine warming his skin, creating a refreshing sensation. 27 minutes later, at the provincial sports stadium, Xiangyang secured his bicycle and entered the club. Yixin had only mentioned the name of the boxing club, leaving him to seek its precise location on his own. "Hello, could you please direct me to the Junxing Boxing Club?" he inquired. "Just head up the stairs to the 3rd floor," came the reply. "Thank you." Xiangyang smiled gratefully and followed the indicated path. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he immediately spotted the Junxing Boxing Club. Upon entering, a young lady approached him and asked, "Hello, Are you Lu Xiangyang, here to apply for the coaching position? Taken aback, Lu Xiangyang was puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be a performance match? How had it turned into a job application? Yes, I am Lu Xiangyang, he replied. Please follow me. I will take you to meet our manager. All right, thank you. The young lady smiled as she guided Lu Xiangyang to the side of the boxing ring. There, he observed a young man wearing headgear, engaged in an intense sparring session with another boxer. Manager, Lu Xiangyang is here. The young man called out, turning his head slightly. In that fleeting moment, Lu Xiangyang noticed that the young man's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Yixin's, both equally captivating. Hello, I am Lu Xiangyang. Referred here by Yixin for a part-time position. Cut the pleasantries, step into the ring, and let us see what you can do, the young man commanded. Lu Xiangyang was left speechless. Chapter 11. The Exhibition Match. I wonder if Lu Xiangyang has taken a beating? At 9:30 in the morning, Yixin, clad in her Mickey Mouse pajamas, languidly sat on her bed. Her hair was slightly tousled, cascading around her. Her gaze, lost in thought, lingered on the brilliant sunlight streaming through the window. She felt somewhat dazed. Last night, she had already discussed this matter with her brother. Yet he insisted on practicing with Lu Xiangyang first before deciding whether to proceed. Perhaps I should go and take a look. I could also help my brother capture some photographs. Who knows, I might even catch a glimpse of Lu Xiangyang getting hit. With this thought, Yixin felt a twinge of anticipation. After changing out of her pajamas and neatly folding her blanket, she stretched luxuriously and let out a big yawn. Oh, that stretch felt truly satisfying. The glistening tears on her long eyelashes gave her an adorable appearance. After a quick wash-up, she grabbed her DSLR camera, hurried downstairs, and hailed a taxi, making her way to the provincial sports arena. Despite the rush, she arrived just in time. Upon her arrival, she noticed a considerable crowd had already gathered, parents accompanying their young ones, all eager to learn boxing. At this moment, the eyes of all the children were fixated on the two figures in the boxing ring. Yixin found the perfect spot for photography, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement as she watched the match unfold. In the ring, two individuals donned in boxing gear were swiftly dodging and striking, exchanging blows in a tentative dance, each seemingly wary of the other. Clad in red shorts was her brother, Gu Junsheng, while the one in blue shorts was, of course, Lu Xiangyang. Judging solely by their physiques, her brother was robust, significantly more muscular than Lu Xiangyang. Yet, despite his slightly slender build, Lu Xiangyang moved with remarkable agility and quick reflexes, showing no signs of disadvantage. It seemed Lu Xiangyang had yet to suffer any blows. The two exchanged punches, locked in a fierce contest, while the children below watched in rapt attention, many with their mouths agape, their eyes brimming with wonder and excitement. Yixin found herself irresistibly drawn to the thrilling spectacle, her camera clicking incessantly to capture each exhilarating moment. Before long, over 30 rounds had passed. Gu Junsheng, panting, felt his body trembling slightly, not from fear of the young opponent's punches, but from the sheer agility of this young man. He had yet to land a single decisive blow on Lu Xiangyang. This kid was astonishingly nimble. What unnerved Gu Junsheng the most was the fact that on several occasions, he had exposed vulnerabilities, yet the young fighter opposite him refrained from launching a counterattack. Instead, he maintained an air of calm and composure, exhibiting a maturity far beyond the typical temperament of an 18-year-old. As a professional boxer, Gu Junsheng recognized that his opponent was deliberately wearing him down, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. This was rather daunting. Thus, Gu Junsheng felt an urgent need to overcome his opponent swiftly. At that moment, the arena was enveloped in silence, with countless eyes fixated on the unfolding contest in the ring. Particularly, the group of children aged 7 or 8 sitting on the sidelines watched the exhibition match with rapt attention. What agile footwork he possesses. Could he be an elf? A chubby little boy pouted and remarked, I think he must be a kangaroo. The click of Gu Yixin's camera shutter resonated distinctly in the hushed venue as she diligently captured every exhilarating moment. Suddenly, Gu Junsheng took a deep breath, showing no prior indication, and launched a fierce attack. At that instant, the opposing youth executed a graceful side turn, feigning a move before unleashing a powerful punch. The strike, a habitual motion perfected through countless rehearsals, hurtled towards the man's face. Gasps erupted from the audience below, many instinctively covering their eyes with their hands. Just as everyone anticipated that this punch would surely land, Gu Junsheng deftly sidestepped, evading the blow with remarkable agility. The spectators erupted in a chorus of astonishment, and Gu Yixin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was aware of her brother's prowess, yet Lu Xiangyang's agility and composure also took her by surprise. Is Lu Xiangyang's boxing technique truly so formidable? However, as Gu Junxing sidestepped, Lu Xiangyang seized the opportunity to counterattack. With a swift advance, he delivered another heavy punch, striking precisely at his opponent's lower ribs. This time, Gu Junxing could not evade, and he was struck squarely, falling back onto the ground. The exhibition match, which had been a stalemate for over half an hour, concluded in the final 15 seconds. Thunderous applause followed, accompanied by the cheers of the children. "You lad, you indeed possess some skill," Gu Junxing exclaimed as he removed his headgear, panting heavily, a look of incredulity on his face. "Perhaps I am just younger." Lu Xiangyang also removed his headgear, his face glistening with sweat. Gu Junxing laughed heartily as he rose from the ground and addressed the children. "What do you think of this older brother? Isn't he impressive?" "He's amazing," the children chorused. "Well then, would you like to be as skilled as he is?" "Yes. This brother is learning boxing right here with us, and one day, you too can be as formidable as he is." Hooray! With just a few words, he had ignited a spark of enthusiasm among the young audience. Lu Xiangyang rolled his eyes, bemused. How had he become a student in this narrative? Wasn't this a form of false advertising? Gu Yixin stood by, observing the interaction between her brother and the children, feeling a warmth swell within her. She understood her brother's desire to share the passion and spirit of boxing with a broader audience, and Lu Xiangyang's presence undoubtedly infused new vitality into his dream. "Come, you two handsome gentlemen, look this way," a feminine voice called out, prompting Gu Junxing to pull Lu Xiangyang closer. Facing the girls below, Lu Xiangyang appeared momentarily stunned. "What are you dawdling for?" "My sister is about to take a picture." Smile. "Your sister?" "Your sister." In this era, the term "your sister" is often used derogatorily. Lu Xiangyang revealed a bright smile, his white teeth gleaming. "So they are siblings." With a series of clicks, Gu Yixin captured several photographs. Indeed, those blessed with good looks are ever so photogenic. So much. Lu Xiangyang was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the 200 yuan notes being offered to him. After all, it was merely a performance match. He would have been content with 100. However, Gu Junxing generously presented him with 200. The performance today was splendid, and the city's newspaper conducted an exclusive interview, yielding excellent promotional results. Hence, I've added an extra 100 for you. Accepting the offer without hesitation, Lu Xiangyang, who was currently in need of funds, simply replied, "Thank you." Just as he turned to leave, Gu Junxing suddenly spoke up. "I heard you and Yixin are classmates?" "Yes, brother." "Little rascal, who is your brother?" "Junxing brother." "Now that is more like it." Lu Xiangyang had now ascertained that the person before him was Gu Junxing, the brother of Gu Yixin. "Brother." While they were conversing, Gu Yixin entered, camera in hand, calling out from a distance, "I took some photos today that are perfect for your promotional needs. Now tell me, what is my remuneration?" As Lu Xiangyang turned to face Gu Yixin, their eyes locked. A playful smile adorned her face. Gu Junxing, observing his sister, shook his head in exasperation. "You are my sister. How can you be so shameless as to demand payment for assisting your brother? But I did recommend this marvelous performer for you. Surely I deserve a token of appreciation." All right, I'll give you 10 yuan for a cup of milk tea." Gu Junxing chuckled and indeed retrieved a 10 yuan note to hand it to Gu Yixin. "Brother, you're such a miser. Do you want it or not?" "Humph." Gu Yixin snatched the note and huffily turned to leave, declaring, "Penny pincher." Watching this scene unfold, Lu Xiangyang felt inexplicably serene, as if time were standing still. "Lu Xiangyang, the performance match is over. You may leave now. I'll reach out for the next event." "All right, brother." "Hey, you little rascal." Chapter 12. The beginning of a new chapter. "Teacher Gu." Lu Xiangyang called after Gu Yixin, his tone laced with jest. Turning around, Gu Yixin beamed at him with a radiant smile. "Lu Xiangyang, I didn't expect your boxing skills to be so impressive." She had witnessed the performance match and found it exhilarating. It was her first realization that boxing could be so captivating. Lu Xiangyang chose not to elaborate. After all, in his previous life, he had relied on boxing to sustain himself. It was his means of livelihood. "Thank you for introducing me to this job. It's noon now. Let me treat you to a meal." The job Gu Yixin had referred him to had earned him 200 yuan, so treating her was only fitting. "Sure, but I demand a grand feast." "Not a problem." In this context, a grand feast simply meant indulging in a meal at KFC, which would suffice. Fortunately, during this era, prices were still quite reasonable. The two ordered a combo meal for two, which totaled only 499 yuan, leaving them both thoroughly satisfied. Did you finish the test paper I asked you about? Yixin inquired, sipping her strawberry milkshake through a straw. Xiangyang nodded and took a bite of his hamburger, saying, I've done it, but haven't completed it yet. How's it going? Do you find it difficult? Yixin casually inquired. It's not too bad. Quite simple. Though I've forgotten some knowledge points. No worries. Take your time. It's all foundational knowledge. Once you're done, I'll grade your paper tomorrow. All right, Teacher Gu. After they finished their meal, Yixin wiped her mouth and asked, I plan to go to the library to study later. Would you like to join me? In his previous life, Xiangyang enjoyed reading, albeit mostly novels. However, he hadn't visited the library since high school, according to his memories. I want to be going. I have other matters to attend to. Oh, Yixin quickly thought of something. Are you heading to the internet CAF? Yes. Xiangyang had no intention of deceiving her. Yet he couldn't reveal that he was going to the CAF to write a novel. All right then, enjoy your gaming. Goodbye. With that, Yixin stood up and left. Looking quite disappointed, Xiangyang watched her hurried departure, initially intending to return her money. I'll sort that out when I return to school tomorrow. He rode his bicycle to the UU Internet CAF and logged onto a computer. In his previous life, he often spent his free time gaming at Internet CAFs, immersing himself for entire nights. However, now, he would certainly refuse to spend an entire night gaming. His focus was solely on studying and earning money. Upon opening the homepage of a novel website, Xiangyang began searching for trending novels online. After browsing numerous sites, he realized that the popular novels he had read in his past life had yet to be published. This presented a golden opportunity. Moreover, during this era, online novels were primarily pay-to-read, and free websites had not yet emerged. The mainstream genres consisted mainly of martial arts, historical fiction, urban stories, and supernatural themes. While the popular fantasy and xianxia genres of his later life were still quite niche. Although some categories were beginning to emerge, they were still in their infancy, and it was challenging to find any decent books. The dominant novel websites at the time included Zhongheng Chinese Network, Chidian Novel Network, and Xiangcao Chinese Network, which collectively held sway over the literary landscape, reminiscent of a tripartite division of power. Other smaller websites primarily featured niche genres. For Xiangyang, this was undoubtedly a prime opportunity. However, since he had decided to bring the online novels from his later life to the forefront, he needed to contemplate what to write. After all, his goal was to earn money in the shortest time possible. He perused the popular works on the major websites, noting common themes. Protagonists who were initially deemed worthless, abandoned by their sex, only to awaken their latent talents and embark on a path of revenge. Characters who met untimely deaths due to freak accidents, only to find themselves reborn as princes in ancient times. Individuals struck by lightning who awakened superpowers. As he continued to read, Xiangyang discovered that Xiangcao Chinese Network was hosting a fantasy writing competition. By signing a contract and publishing on their platform, he could officially enter the contest, which would be open to nationwide reader reviews and voting. The deadline was set for the end of July, with the top 30 works receiving the highest votes to be selected. Event rewards. There is a special award for the best newcomer, with a prize of 20,000 yuan. 3 first prizes, each worth 10,000 yuan. 7 second prizes, each worth 5,000 yuan. 10 third prizes, each worth 2,000 yuan. 9 best creative awards, each granting 1,000 yuan. Thus, anyone who makes it into the top 30 will receive 1,000 yuan. Xiangyang decided to embark on his journey of online literature at Xiangcao Chinese Network. From here, he would sweep across the world. First, he needed to register as a writer. What pen name should he choose? He had it. Xiangyang quickly thought of a pseudonym and typed on the keyboard, Chasing Wind Youth. Personal introduction. Ah, my youth, seemingly worthless, yet as precious as gold. Although somewhat juvenile, it resonated perfectly with Xiangyang's current state of mind. He proceeded to fill out the other information and click confirm. Congratulations. You have become an author at Xiangcao Chinese Network. Next, he needed to ponder what to write. What should he write? Perhaps this. Xiangyang struck the keyboard once more, entering the title, Heaven's Veil. Sorry, Donggu. In this life, I shall rely on you for my livelihood. An hour later. Phew. Xiangyang exhaled deeply. It had been a long time since he had touched a keyboard, especially since he hadn't typed in ages. Though it felt unfamiliar, it was exhilarating. In an entire hour, Xiangyang had already written 8,000 characters. His speed was akin to that of a typing robot. While others might produce a chapter of just over 2,000 characters in an hour, Xiangyang managed 8,000. This was equivalent to what a professional writer would produce in a day. Truly astonishing. He purchased a bottle of Waha mineral water and gulped down most of it. Then, Xiangyang uploaded the 8,000 characters for the first time and clicked to apply for a contract. Now he had to wait. During this time, he continued to write. Simultaneously, at the editorial office of Xiangxiao Chinese Network, Zhou had just prepared a cup of nourishing goji berry tea, adding 2 large jujubes for good measure, before sitting down at his computer to commence his review work for the day. At just over 30 years of age, Zhou's health seemed to be waning. He sported a noticeable beer belly and appeared quite rotund. Originally responsible for urban literature, he had recently lost this role to 2 newcomers who were relatives of the company's leadership. With just a word from the higher-ups, Zhou's duties were reassigned, and he was told that the company would now focus on fantasy genres. As a long-standing employee, he was expected to explore new markets. Of course, this was merely a formality. Essentially, the favorable tasks were handed to the relatives of the leadership, while Zhou was left to navigate uncharted territories in fantasy, a genre the website lacked in quality works. Sigh. Although Zhou, who felt dissatisfied, the thought of his newborn child at home awaiting formula money spurred him on. Time to review. Consider it a quest for gold amidst the refuse. What nonsense is this? After reading 3 chapters, I am still oblivious to the protagonist's identity. The prose is decent, yet the plot is utterly nonsensical. Alas, this is even more excruciatingly poor. I have perused over a dozen manuscripts, and not a single one has met my expectations. Lifting my teacup, I took a sip of goji berry tea. A colleague from the history department greeted me. Lao Zhou, have you come across any good manuscripts? Regrettably, none meet the signing criteria. Zhou sighed deeply. With the end of the month fast approaching, I have yet to fulfill this month's signing quota. If only a bestseller could emerge, that would be splendid. Yet, the pressing issue is that I cannot even find manuscripts that meet the signing standards. Alas, how disheartening. At that moment, a notification popped up in the background. It seems another individual is applying for a contract. Zhou set down his teacup, glancing over casually. What is this? Upon further inspection, the author is named Chasing Wind Youth. The pen name is rather poetic. Moreover, it appears to be a newly registered author. There is no need to ponder. With such a mundane title, it could only be mediocre. Nevertheless, the author has shown commendable diligence, having uploaded 8,000 words in one go. I foresee this being in vain. Yet, such perseverance is commendable. The talent among web novel authors varies greatly. The notion of one book achieving instant fame is a myth. The most challenging aspect of writing is the commitment to continuous updates. Let us see. With a mindset of cautious optimism, Zhou continued his search for gold amidst the refuse. Opening the book, he first skimmed the synopsis. In the depths of a cold and dark universe, 9 colossal dragon corpses pull an ancient bronze coffin. What on earth? 9 dragons pulling a coffin? This imagination is rather impressive. Zhou straightened his posture. Beginning to take this seriously, the synopsis is quite intriguing, brimming with creativity. Let me delve deeper into the content. He proceeded to click on the first chapter. Chapter 13, Learning Magic. Life is the greatest miracle. Half an hour later, Zhou had swiftly read through all the uploaded content. How shall I describe this? The beginning is astonishingly remarkable. Especially the first chapter. It's exceptional, using the image of 9 dragons pulling a coffin as a hook. Although the pacing of the earlier chapters is somewhat slow, this steady build-up lays a solid foundation for the entire narrative. Zhou could not help but marvel at the author's remarkable skill. If I were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be steady. Yes, indeed, steady. A tempest of emotions surged within Zhou. This author, Chasing Wind Youth, must be a newcomer. But how could a novice writer craft such captivating prose? There is only one possibility. This individual is a genius. Zhou, being an experienced editor, recognized that as the story unfolds, the plot would become increasingly gripping. Particularly as the mysterious backdrop of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin gradually reveals itself. What lies hidden in the cold and dark depths of the universe? Zhou's initial impression was that this book was destined for immense success. It was imperative to secure the contract without delay. Without hesitation, Zhou Dahua swiftly sent a message through the internal system. As twilight approached, the evening had already settled in. Xiangyang exhaled heavily, rubbing his aching waist. He felt the strain in his back and waist. Throughout the entire afternoon, he had immersed himself in writing, neglecting even a sip of water. After a grueling session of nearly 3 hours, he had penned an astounding 30,000 words. Goodness, this was terrifyingly impressive. An average of 888 words per hour. Surely, this was beyond human capability. Yet, Xiangyang accomplished it, thanks to his extraordinary talent and diligence. Of course, the notion of talent was somewhat misleading, as he was merely transcribing from memory. How could he not be swift? He didn't even need to devise a plot. However, his diligence was undeniably real. Typing itself was an arduous task. After finishing the last drop of water, Xiangyang stretched widely, preparing to log off and head home for dinner. Just then, he noticed a notification in the system. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from the editor regarding the contract. Hello, I am Fat Tiger, the editor from the fantasy group at Vanilla Chinese Network. After review, your work has met the criteria for signing. Please add my editor account and indicate your book title and number. What was this? He had only released the book a few hours ago, and now he could sign a contract? Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. Xiangyang's primary desire was to publish quickly and start earning. With only 9 days until the next month, he needed to be on the platform to generate income. This meant he had to ensure a daily update of at least 20,000 words. Without hesitation, he decided to proceed with the contract. Xiangyang promptly sent a friend request, which was accepted almost instantaneously. Soon after, a message arrived. Hello, I am Fat Tiger, your editor from the fantasy group at Vanilla Chinese Network, and I will be your editor from now on. Was it really this swift? Xiangyang vaguely recalled that the signing process could be quite cumbersome, often taking several business days on many platforms. To his surprise, this was remarkably efficient. His impression of the editor, intriguingly named Fat Tiger, improved significantly. The name had a certain endearing quality to it. Dear author, here is the contract for signing. Please fill in your identification number and address. Then print it out, sign it, and send it back to me. Subsequently, the editor provided the mailing address. The Internet CAF could facilitate printing. Xiangyang quickly approached the CAF manager to print the contract, intending to take it home to complete the necessary information. After settling the bill, he mounted his bicycle and navigated through the familiar streets of his past. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. I would like to inquire about the outline of your book, he typed. No response. Is the line disconnected? Indeed, it had gone offline. What could have caused this disconnection? Zhou Dahua had originally anticipated a discussion with the esteemed author regarding the outline, narrative direction, and website update requirements. Yet, to his astonishment, the individual had abruptly gone offline, completely disregarding him. Is this the demeanor of contemporary novice authors? Well, he indeed possesses the right to such arrogance. For his work is truly captivating. Thus, I shall endure. As an experienced editor, Zhou Dahua felt an unprecedented sense of humility before this fledgling author. Upon cycling back to the community, he fortuitously spotted his grandmother maneuvering her tricycle into the vicinity. Grandma, oh, it's Xiangyang. Xiangyang hastily parked his bicycle and assisted his grandmother with her purchases. Grandma, why did you buy so many vegetables? Aren't you heading to school tomorrow? Tonight, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you. Xiangyang had often complained about the unsatisfactory cafeteria food at school, eagerly anticipating the weekends and holidays to indulge in his grandmother's cooking. As his grandmother had been busy selling goods outside during lunchtime, she typically prepared a grand meal the night before he returned to school. Reflecting on this, Xiangyang felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Grandma, let me cook tonight. Haha, my grandson can cook now. His grandmother chuckled but gently declined, saying, Xiangyang, your primary task is to study diligently and gain admission to university. Leave the cooking to me. Xiangyang nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion. Once home, his grandmother donned an apron and headed to the kitchen. While he retreated to his room, having earned 200 yuan today, he hesitated to share this with his grandmother, fearing it would cause her concern, given that the money was earned through labor. If she were to find out, she would undoubtedly worry. He took out the contract, retrieved a pen, and filled in the necessary information before signing his name. Tomorrow, he would find the time to send it off. Following this, he needed to expedite the process of updating and uploading his work. Once the contract was completed, Xiangyang retrieved the unfinished math exam paper from the previous night. Some of the complex problems still eluded his understanding, necessitating a review of the textbook. All the knowledge required for the college entrance examination stemmed from the textbook. Mastering it would adequately prepare him for the exam. Though this notion seemed straightforward, the variety of problem types was indeed vast. It was essential to grasp the underlying principles. Only by understanding the essence could one uncover the deepest logic behind the phenomena. This is what is meant by the saying, "The variations do not depart from their roots." Xiangyang perused his math textbook, immersing himself in study with the utmost enthusiasm. He began with sets and functions, covering the representation, operations, and concepts associated with sets. These foundational concepts often serve as the crux of examination questions. Next, he delved into sequences, including limits and their applications, followed by trigonometric functions. Many symbols had slipped his memory. Then came vectors, which were relatively straightforward for him. However, the subsequent topics posed a challenge: analytic geometry and solid geometry, which involved a multitude of intricate details. These were staples of the college entrance examination, capable of manifesting in countless variations. In addition to inequalities, probability, and statistics, these are all frequently examined topics in major examinations. Lastly, derivatives and integrals. The knowledge points involved in the college entrance examination are relatively straightforward. However, they can often serve as the final challenge in the exam. A slight increase in difficulty can be the decisive factor that distinguishes the mathematical prodigies from the average students. After nearly an hour, Xiangyang finally managed to peruse through the entire mathematics textbook, albeit in a rather cursory manner. Nevertheless, the enhancement of his understanding was exponentially significant. Xiangyang entered a state of complete immersion, with only one concern. Such intense studying could lead to extreme mental fatigue. Knock, knock, knock. Yang, come out for dinner. Eat first, then continue studying. Oh, I'm coming. Xiangyang set down his book and stepped out of the room. Chapter 14. Surprisingly, he got them all right. As night fell and the lights outside flickered on, Xiangyang remained engrossed in his studies. After dinner, he returned to his room to continue. He meticulously took notes on all the knowledge points he had yet to master, combining the reference materials provided by Yixin. He compiled the important concepts and formulas into his notebook. Finally, he completed all the questions from the mathematics exam paper. Time slipped away unnoticed, and he only realized how late it had become when he felt his mental energy deplete once more. He retrieved the strength training bar from beneath his bed and exercised for another half hour. After freshening up, Xiangyang prepared to rest. The next day, early in the morning, Xiangyang woke up to find that his grandmother had already left to set up her stall. On the table lay 50 yuan, which he knew was his grandmother's contribution for a week's living expenses. Though not a large sum, Xiangyang understood its significance for their family at present. He needed to earn money promptly. Xiangyang packed the contract into his backpack and rode his bicycle towards school. In Yinhai City, at number 7 middle school. As he arrived at the school gate, he encountered Yixin. "Good morning." Xiangyang greeted enthusiastically. To his surprise, Yixin merely cast him a fleeting glance before briskly walking away. "Oh, still angry, are we?" Xiangyang thought to himself, finding Yixin's irritation oddly endearing. "Yang, good morning." At that moment, Qian Duo emerged from behind, looking rather dejected. With a glance, Xiangyang could tell that this fellow had undoubtedly stayed up late gaming. "Did Yixin ignore you after you greeted her? What does that have to do with you?" "Of course it doesn't concern me, but isn't Yixin currently tutoring you? How did you offend her?" Xiangyang wished to steer clear of that topic. "Why do you look so tired? Did you pull an all-nighter playing games?" "Yes, it's rare to have a holiday. I had to enjoy myself." Xiangyang shot him a glance and couldn't help but add, "Qian fatty, the college entrance examination is just around the corner. I advise you to dedicate more time to studying. Otherwise, Zheng may end up belonging to someone else." Early in the morning, Yang, you have truly wounded my heart. There will be many more occasions to hurt you in the future. Quickly depart. Upon entering the classroom, the bell rang, signaling the commencement of class. All the students had already gathered. Then, the homeroom teacher, Li Dumao, entered, holding a stack of test papers. Upon seeing him, the students' spirits immediately sank. Not again. So early in the morning, old Li is stirring up trouble again. "Classmates, today we shall conduct a surprise quiz." With a thud, Li Dumao tossed the mathematics test onto the desk. "This set of questions is from my weekend preparation, consisting solely of fundamental knowledge. Those in need of a restroom break, hurry up." With that, Many students rushed towards the door. Yanggu, let us go to the restroom. I don't need to go. I have no urge. Don't be silly. If you don't go now, you won't have the chance once the exam starts. Li Damao is strict about this. Once the exam begins, no one is allowed to leave for the restroom. He often says, the college entrance examination won't wait for you to take a break. You might not finish your questions. In the face of an exam, one must treat it with the seriousness of the college entrance examination. It's fine. I'll go after I finish the questions. Finish the questions? That will be 2 hours later. Who can hold it that long? With a playful smirk, Qian Duo chimed in. Yanggu, let us go. I'll treat you to a break. Get lost. Lu Xiangyang sat in his seat, casting a glance towards Yixin. Today, she had tied her hair in a ponytail, sitting quietly as if waiting for the examination like a soldier ready for inspection. This is the nature of exams. For the high achievers, it is always an enjoyable experience. Yet for the underperformers, each exam feels like enduring a brutal ordeal. Lu Xiangyang had once been in that position as well. However, today he felt particularly eager. Just last night, he had reviewed all the foundational knowledge, and today was the perfect opportunity to test himself. How fortuitous. Before long, the students returned to their seats one after another. Li Damao adjusted his large black-rimmed glasses and, disregarding the despondent expressions of the students, began distributing the test papers. I just printed these this morning and brought them over. You all must do your best. If you encounter concepts you don't understand, you may refer to your books. I reiterate, the purpose of this quiz is not merely to test, but to solidify fundamental knowledge. The exam duration is 2 hours. As the head of the mathematics department and the homeroom teacher of Class 9, Grade 3, Li Damao truly demonstrates a commendable commitment. He never gives up on a student, always offering heartfelt advice, even to someone like Lu Xiangyang. In the past, Lu Xiangyang had not understood this. It was only after entering society and facing harsh realities that he comprehended the value of such guidance. Li Damao is indeed a rare and exceptional teacher. Upon receiving the test paper, Lu Xiangyang first lifted it to his nose, inhaling the fresh scent of newly printed ink. How delightful. What are you doing? Qian Duo remarked, observing Lu Xiangyang's expression of enjoyment, finding it rather peculiar. Let us not talk. Begin answering the questions. With Li Damao's command, many students had already commenced their calculations. In an instant, the classroom fell into a profound silence. The only sound that filled the air was the gentle rustle of paper against pencil. Li Damao stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the entire classroom, eventually landing on Lu Xiangyang. What was this fellow up to? At that moment, Lu Xiangyang was not immediately answering the questions. Instead, he was leisurely flipping through each one, much like an elderly man perusing a newspaper. It was evident that he was only capable of scoring a mere 8 points. It seemed he had no answers at all. Li Damao felt a pang of disappointment. A glance at Yixin revealed that she had already filled half a page with notes. Another look at class monitor Lija showed beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After observing for a while, Li Damao descended from the podium and began to meander through the classroom, adopting the demeanor of a proctor overseeing a crucial examination. Consequently, several students instinctively tensed up. The mathematics problems he had crafted were not particularly difficult, primarily focusing on foundational knowledge. However, numerous pitfalls remained hidden within. For an average student, achieving a score of around 100 should not be overly ambitious. Yet, to attain a higher score, a solid grasp of the fundamentals was imperative. Currently, the progress of the students was commendable, aside from a few whose foundational skills were severely lacking, relying solely on guesswork. Li Damao approached a young girl from behind, observing her flushed face as she fervently scribbled notes. When she noticed his sudden presence, her anxiety nearly caused her to drop her sanitary napkin. Such a mindset was detrimental. Li Damao shook his head in exasperation. In the Gaokao, aside from mastering the knowledge, maintaining a proper mindset was equally crucial. Each year, some top students faltered due to poor psychological resilience, failing to perform to their potential. He then moved to stand behind a male student, only to find that this individual had guessed all the answers to the multiple-choice questions. Li Damao felt an urge to give him a good reprimand right then and there. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that out of 12 multiple-choice questions, the student had managed to guess 4 correctly. That was 20 points, far superior to Lu Xiangyang. After completing his circuit, Li Damao found himself once again behind Lu Xiangyang, who had finally begun to answer the questions. Yet, the draft paper remained pristine and untouched. Was he truly relying entirely on guessing? While one might guess on multiple-choice questions, how could he possibly guess the answers for fill-in-the-blank and problem-solving questions? Li Damao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just as he was about to lose his temper, something caught his eye: Xiangyang's answers to the multiple-choice questions. Had he completed them all? It seemed that guessing indeed allowed for speed. Li Damao leaned in closer to assess how many he had guessed correctly. He felt a moment of disbelief. This set of questions had been crafted by him over the weekend at home. The multiple-choice questions had been deliberately arranged in a particular order, with patterns designed to mislead examinees. Often, candidates fall into the trap of believing that the same option would never appear consecutively, leading to erroneous assumptions about their answers. However, examinations are not solely assessments of knowledge. They frequently serve as tests of psychological fortitude. Yet now, Xiangyang's answers mirrored the very sequence in which Li Damao had crafted the questions. Could it be? Had this fellow actually guessed them all correctly? Li Damao shook his head and walked away. Chapter 15. The Underdog's Comeback. Having completed 12 multiple-choice questions in merely 10 minutes, Xiangyang astonishingly did not draft a single note. He simply analyzed the questions and deduced the answers, realizing that they were not particularly challenging. Most of the questions were based on the concepts he had reviewed the previous night. With a little contemplation, he was able to arrive at the solutions. Taking a deep breath, Xiangyang turned his attention to the fill-in-the-blank questions. The first asked for the maximum value of an expansion coefficient. After a brief analysis, he wrote down the answer. The second question required the ratio of the volume of a frustum. Upon further analysis, he pinned the answer once more. The third question involved evaluating a function. After a moment's thought, he recorded the answer. It was only at the final fill-in-the-blank question that Xiangyang finally resorted to drafting a note. He spent a total of 6 minutes on the fill-in-the-blank section. Next came the problem-solving questions, totaling 60 points. These were crucial for distinguishing the scores. The first problem was rather intriguing, accompanied by a chart, and could be considered a practical application question. The first sub-question required filling in the table based on calculations. Gripping his pen, Xiangyang immersed himself in the sea of questions. Within 3 minutes, he had written down the answer. The second question was somewhat more challenging, and Xiangyang took a full 5 minutes to arrive at the solution. It must be noted that the difficulty of this first problem was quite considerable, with its inherent traps. Proceeding to the second major question concerning sequences, the first sub-question asked for the general term formula, which was relatively straightforward. He completed it in under a minute. The second sub-question was also quite simple. Xiangyang finished this entire major question in less than 4 minutes. Following this was a spatial geometry question, which he similarly resolved swiftly, taking approximately 6 minutes. Half an hour had elapsed, and only the last 2 compulsory questions and 2 elective questions remained. The 20th question was a coordinate geometry problem. The first sub-question, asking for the equation, was simple enough. However, the second sub-question posed a bit of a challenge as it was a proof question. Xiangyang spent 5 minutes sketching a diagram on a piece of draft paper, finally uncovering the breakthrough in his approach. He recalled Yixin's emphasis that the key to coordinate geometry problems lay in accurately constructing the geometric model. With a clear problem-solving strategy in mind, Xiangyang swiftly documented the proof process. For the first time, Xiangyang was wholly absorbed in the sea of questions, diligently answering each one. Time quietly slipped away beneath the tip of his pen. At this moment, the classroom had descended into utter silence. Many classmates had completely given up, opting instead to rest their heads on their desks and sleep, as they had already completed what they could solve. As for the unsolvable questions, no amount of brain-racking would yield answers. Meanwhile, Xiangyang had commenced the final elective question. Li Damao had assigned 2 elective questions, and Xiangyang had already tackled one, leaving the other, of which he had only managed to answer the first sub-question, while the second delved into a knowledge gap. How could he possibly forget the key points of knowledge? There was no choice but to submit the paper. "Mr. Li, may I hand in my exam?" Upon seeing Xiangyang, Li Damao sighed inwardly. There was still an hour left. Wasn't he going to check again? "No need," came the reply. "That's true. The multiple-choice questions are all based on guessing. How could one possibly check the subsequent questions? There's no way to verify. Let us submit it then." Xiangyang stood up with his paper. It was only then that Xian Duo, who was immersed in the sea of questions, realized. As expected of my brother Yang, even if his score is the lowest, he is indeed first in handing in the paper. Xiangyang placed the test on the teacher's desk and then exited the classroom. Oh dear, it's hopeless. Li Damao sighed softly and then addressed the class. Please answer diligently, and once finished, double-check your work. If you truly cannot solve something, you may refer to your books. Mathematics. If your fundamentals are weak, even consulting the textbook won't help you. The students continued with their answers. Li Damao casually picked up Lu Xiangyang's test paper and began to read. Remarkably, he had guessed all the multiple-choice questions correctly. As for the fill-in-the-blank questions, Li Damao's expression darkened. Wait a moment. Did he also guess the first fill-in-the-blank question correctly? No, this can't be. How could he have guessed the second one correctly as well? Li Damao sensed something amiss and scrutinized the paper closely. He knew the answers to every question on this test. Soon, his expression grew grave. While guessing might suffice for multiple-choice questions, it was absolutely impossible for fill-in-the-blank questions. Yet now, Lu Xiangyang had answered them all correctly. Next, he examined the problem-solving questions. The first was correct. The second was correct. The third was also correct. Good heavens! Li Damao's hands trembled as he held the test paper, completely astounded. All 5 problem-solving questions were correct. How could this be? Was it possible that Lu Xiangyang had somehow learned the answers in advance? This set of questions had been crafted by Li Damao at home over the weekend. Except for the final proof question, which he had sourced online, all the other questions were of his own design. The answers resided solely in his mind. This was utterly perplexing. In any case, Li Damao racked his brain, never considering the possibility that these answers had been derived by Lu Xiangyang himself. Although Li Damao recognized that Lu Xiangyang was indeed quite intelligent, he simply didn't apply himself to his studies. He consistently ranked at the bottom in mathematics exams. And during the last monthly test, he had shockingly scored merely 8 points, placing him at the very bottom of the entire school and dragging down the overall average score of Class 9, bringing great embarrassment to Li Damao as the head of the math group. Could it be that this fellow had been deliberately underperforming all along? Was he pretending to be a fool? With this thought, Li Damao resumed grading the last 2 optional questions. A quick glance revealed that Lu Xiangyang had attempted both. However, he had only completed one fully, while for the other, he had only answered the first part. Yet, once Li Damao reviewed the problem-solving process, he was utterly taken aback. Lu Xiangyang's reasoning was entirely correct. Moreover, more lucid and succinct than he had anticipated, Lu Xiangyang's method of proof was not only more concise and powerful, but also remained well within the curriculum's bounds, entirely composed of textbook knowledge. This seemed rather implausible. Could it be cheating? Yet, who could he possibly copy from? Qian Duoduo? He glanced up at his classmate Qian Duoduo, who was frantically scratching his head. Li Damao quickly dismissed this notion. Qian Duoduo's mathematical prowess was merely average. Who else could it be? The top performers in mathematics in the class were Yixin and the class monitor, Li Jia. However, at that moment, both were still fervently scribbling away. Li Damao was utterly perplexed. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. The examination papers were collected one by one. The students, as if having endured a grueling battle, finally had the chance to recuperate. Many of them immediately laid their heads down on their desks to rest. At that moment, Lu Xiangyang entered, panting and stepping in with a cheerful gait. Lu Xiangyang, where have you been? Li Damao asked, clutching a stack of papers and preparing to leave the classroom. He had just seen Lu Xiangyang enter, breathless. He had gone for a few laps around the playground, followed by some stretching exercises. The fatigue that the exam had brought with it was now completely gone. Lu Xiangyang had discovered the secret. Whenever he felt exhausted from studying, he could rejuvenate himself through exercise. With renewed energy, he could then return to his studies. Teacher Li, I was so tired from the exam that I went for a run. Li Damao was somewhat speechless. Everyone else had spent a full 2 hours on the exam, while this kid had clearly only taken 1 hour. And he dared to claim he was tired? Truly, a classic excuse from a poor student. Shaking his head, Li Damao returned to the mathematics department office. Upon arriving at the office, he hurriedly began grading the exams. It took him 2 class periods to finish grading all the papers. The results were soon in. First place, Lu Xiangyang, 150 points. Second place, Yixin, 147 points. Third place, Li Jia, 144 points. Chapter 16. Are you done causing a ruckus? After lunch, Lu Xiangyang took a moment to step out of school to send off a web literature contract. Upon returning to the classroom, he noticed a boy and a girl by the side of the teaching building. The girl was Yixin, and the boy was none other than class monitor Li Jia. At that moment, He observed Gu Yixin gesturing to refuse something Li Zhe was offering. Lu Xiangyang vaguely recalled hearing Qian Duo mention something after graduating from high school. Apparently, Li Zhe had been pursuing Gu Yixin while in college, reportedly flying monthly to her university to present her with a bouquet of flowers. Yet, even this grand gesture had failed to sway her heart. By her third year, Gu Yixin had gone to study abroad in Melbourne and had not returned since. Lu Xiangyang could already surmise that Li Zhe had likely been persistently courting Gu Yixin in secret during high school, occasionally showering her with gifts. What a shameless fellow. Coughing deliberately, Lu Xiangyang made a loud noise, immediately drawing the attention of Li Zhe and Gu Yixin. Li Zhe's countenance soured upon spotting Lu Xiangyang. He bid farewell to Gu Yixin with a hasty bye and fled in a panic, clutching his belongings. Observing Li Zhe's precipitous retreat, Lu Xiangyang called out to Gu Yixin. "Teacher Gu, there you are? I've been searching for you." His loud exclamation immediately drew the attention of other students passing by. Isn't that Gu, the flower of Class 9? How has she become Teacher Gu? And why is she associating with Lu Xiangyang, the underachiever? Curiosity piqued, the students lingered, casting puzzled glances at Gu Yixin. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangyang remained unfazed. In his previous life, he would never have dared to speak loudly to a girl. Despite harboring feelings for Gu Yixin, he would only observe her from afar, too timid to meet her gaze. Yet now, his perspective had entirely transformed. Having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved to leave no regrets. "Why are you shouting my name so loudly?" Gu Yixin's cheeks flushed crimson, though she had initially consented to Lu Xiangyang calling her teacher. That was meant to be a private understanding. She never anticipated that he would proclaim it so audibly. The unexpected attention made her feel quite embarrassed. Wasn't it agreed that we would keep it private? She thought, her demeanor tinged with shyness. However, Lu Xiangyang found her bashfulness endearing. Who would have thought that the illustrious Gu would exhibit such awkwardness? "My apologies, I didn't consider the situation." Lu Xiangyang scratched his head, a sheepish smile gracing his face. "What were you two discussing just now?" "Nothing much. Li Zhe merely wanted to give me something," Gu Yixin replied nonchalantly, attempting to redirect the conversation. Yet, Lu Xiangyang was unwilling to let the matter slide. He was acutely aware of Li Zhe's character. The boy was quite arrogant, relying on his family's wealth. With Lu Xiangyang's current mindset, he was determined to shield Gu Yixin from any unwelcome advances. After all, she was his tutor. "Does he often bring you gifts?" "Well, I've turned him down." Gu Yixin's eyes flashed with determination. "I've made it abundantly clear that he should stop sending me things." Lu Xiangyang finally exhaled in relief. "That's good to hear. If he bothers you again, just let me know, and I'll handle it." His tone carried a hint of protectiveness. Gu Yixin regarded the underachiever before her and chuckled. "What are you planning to do? Are you going to confront him?" "There's a possibility," Lu Xiangyang replied, his resolve firm. "If he dares to bother you again, I'll teach him a lesson." "What do you think I am to you, helping you like this?" "You are." Lu Xiangyang paused for dramatic effect, then smiled at Gu Yixin. "You are my teacher Gu." Gu Yixin rolled her eyes but smiled gently and nodded. "Thank you, Lu Xiangyang. However, I can manage this on my own." "By the way, Lu Xiangyang," Gu Yixin suddenly recalled, "have you completed the test paper I gave you last week?" "I have finished it, and I feel that with your tutoring, I've made significant progress." Lu Xiangyang spoke earnestly. Gu Yixin burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How is that possible? I have only tutored you once." "Honestly, I feel my mind has become much sharper," Lu Xiangyang insisted. Naturally, Gu Yixin was skeptical. She chuckled and replied, "All right then, hand me the test paper you completed. After school this afternoon, I will correct it. Also, let us pull out the mistakes and arrange another tutoring session." "Sounds good." Lu Xiangyang readily agreed. The two returned to the classroom, where Lu Xiangyang promptly retrieved his math test and handed it to Gu Yixin. "Thank you for your help." His action immediately attracted the attention of their classmates. What is going on? Is Gu Yixin really tutoring Lu Xiangyang? It seemed so, especially since Teacher Li had approved. However, with Lu Xiangyang's poor foundation, would tutoring even be effective? "Indeed, I fear he will only hinder Gu Yixin," they whispered among themselves. "I can't fathom why she agreed to tutor him. Maybe it's a desperate attempt to salvage a failing student," someone speculated. "I doubt it. This is merely Lu Xiangyang's excuse to get closer to the campus belle." These murmurs reached Li Zhe's ears, igniting his fury. He stood up and slowly approached Lu Xiangyang's seat in the last row. At that moment, Lu Xiangyang was engrossed in his math notebook, which Li Zhe recognized as Gu Yixin's notes. "Lu Xiangyang, step outside with me," Li Zhe commanded, his voice low and deliberately restrained. Xiangyang looked up and asked, "What for? Just come outside, and we can talk." Not going, Xiangyang dismissed him, returning his focus to the notebook. Lija was taken aback by Xiangyang's audacity. His expression darkened as he growled, "Xiangyang, I told you to come outside. I have something to say." Xiangyang placed his hands on the notebook. Gazing at Li Zhe with a smile, "Sure. Whatever you have to say, let us discuss it here." "No, it's better outside." "What's the matter? Are you hiding something shameful?" Their exchange immediately drew the attention of their classmates, particularly Qian Duo, who had sensed the tension brewing between them. "Hey, we're all classmates. What is going on?" Qian Duo tried to intervene, but his words only provoked Li Zhe further. He slammed his hand on the desk, declaring, "All right, Xiangyang. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for what happens next." The classmates, who had previously been studying and chatting, turned their heads to observe. Even Yixin, who had been focused on her exercises, looked over in confusion. In that moment, the classroom fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. Xiangyang maintained a calm demeanor, regarding Li Zhe with curiosity. He too was eager to hear what the latter had to say. "Xiangyang, my message is simple. Please refrain from disturbing Yixin's studies. You are a struggling student who has no desire to attend university. Do not impede others' progress." As he spoke, his emotions flared. "Furthermore, Xiangyang, do you think I am oblivious to your intentions behind seeking Yixin's tutoring? To be frank, you and Yixin are from entirely different worlds. Do not presume that your handsome appearance is sufficient. This world is not one where individuals like you can thrive." Li Zhe's words instantly intensified the atmosphere in the classroom. Whispers erupted among classmates, their gazes flitting back and forth between Xiangyang and Li Zhe. Yet, Xiangyang remained composed. He slowly rose to his feet, his indifferent gaze fixed on Li Zhe, causing Li Zhe to retreat 3 steps in fright. "Xiangyang, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to resort to violence? On what grounds do you claim that Yixin and I inhabit different realms?" Xiangyang's voice was deep and resolute, his eyes piercing as they bore into Li Zhe. "Simply because you are a slacker, utterly devoid of merit," Li Zhe retorted defiantly. "Wow." The classroom erupted in commotion, filled with countless whispers. Being high school students, the pressure of academic life was already immense. Even trivial matters were magnified, especially when involving the class beauty, Yixin. "Have you all had enough?" Just as Xiangyang and Li Zhe were entangled in their dispute, a female voice rang out. "With only 101 days left until the college entrance examination, why are you wasting time quarreling instead of studying?" She cast a cold glance at Li Zhe and continued, "And you, Li Zhe, please do not drag me into this. Assisting Xiangyang with his studies was an agreement I made with Teacher Li. This is a voluntary commitment, and it is none of your concern." Yixin's statement left Li Zhe on the verge of tears. Initially, he had intended to stand up for Yixin. When Xiangyang proposed to the entire class that he wanted her assistance in tutoring, it was clear that he harbored ulterior motives. Yet, Li Zhe feared that Yixin would not refuse, prompting him to speak out on her behalf. However, to his dismay, Yixin showed no appreciation for his efforts. Further fueling his anger, "Xiangyang, you are the proverbial rat droppings in our class. Grade 9 is lagging behind because of you. We consistently finish last in exams. And you can't even pass a vocational school entrance exam. Why don't you just leave our class?" At this moment, Qian Duo also felt displeased and spoke out in defense. "Li Zhe, your words are truly hurtful. Not everyone shares your privileged background. Furthermore, so what if someone cannot pass a vocational school entrance exam? Does that render them unworthy of taking the college entrance examination? Are they not deserving of existence in this world?" With Qian Duo's remarks, several classmates with lower grades nodded in agreement. Li Zhe was indeed a rich second-generation heir, benefiting from ample resources, and had likely spent a fortune on private tutoring. Undeniably, he was intelligent, performing consistently across subjects. With wealth, intelligence, and diligence in studies, he was certainly unmatched by ordinary classmates. One must admit that increased investment in educational resources is indeed valuable. However, Li Zhe's comments had evidently offended those in the class who struggled academically. "Indeed, I strive diligently, yet I fear I may only achieve a diploma. I share your sentiment. If I could secure a student from Tsinghua or Peking University as my tutor, I might at least qualify for a second-tier university. Do not delude yourself. Even if you were to hire a professor, your results would remain dismal. Laughter erupted among the classmates as they began to jest and tease one another. Xiangyang chose not to engage further, calmly replying, "Li Jia, I have already assured Teacher Li of my commitment. From now on, I shall devote myself to my studies. So please do not waver my resolve. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." With that, Xiangyang resumed his focus on his notebook. "In just over 3 months, I shall observe what you, the underachiever, can accomplish." Li Jia, noticing Xiangyang's indifference, left with a parting remark and returned to his seat. "Brother Yang, I've noticed a change in you," Qian Duo remarked once Li Jia departed. Xiangyang glanced at him. "What change? You have become less spirited, and your passion for learning has blossomed." As he spoke, he leaned closer and whispered, "Brother Yang, are you truly pursuing Yixin under the guise of tutoring?" His face bore an expression of intrigue. "Enough of that," Xiangyang replied. "Am I not your good friend? Keeping secrets even from me is rather unkind. Your concerns are irrelevant. You can't even admit your feelings for her. Are you still a man? My masculinity is none of your business. But I do wish to crush your head at this moment." Xiangyang reached out to grip Qian Duo's neck, exclaiming, "Prepare to meet your fate. Brother Yang, please spare me." A cacophony of pig-like squeals erupted from the last row of the classroom. The first class of the afternoon was English. Xiangyang paid no heed to the lesson, instead seizing Qian Duo's English dictionary to continue memorizing vocabulary. As for grammar, tenses, and structure, he could not be bothered. He simply focused on memorizing the words. During the examination, he planned to translate the entire paper into Chinese to answer the questions. Yet, he had yet to devise a strategy for the English composition. The second class of the afternoon was physics, a subject that had caused him considerable distress in his previous life. While he had excelled in chemistry due to his keen interest, biology could be classified under the humanities, easily manageable with rote memorization. Consequently, among the 3 sciences, physics posed the greatest challenge for Xiangyang, requiring him to review from the first year of high school. Nevertheless, he resolved to invest more time in his studies, confident that he could bridge the gaps in his knowledge. Let us strive onward. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the final self-study session of the afternoon. As the bell rang, Li Damao entered the classroom carrying a stack of test papers. Self-study sessions are typically meant for independent learning. However, as the homeroom teacher, Li Damao bore the responsibility of maintaining order in the classroom. This ensured that he was always in the right place at the right time. Thus, when the students saw him enter with the test papers, they understood that this self-study session would inevitably transform into a mathematics class. With a thud, Li Damao tossed the test papers onto the podium. A face as dark as night. It seems that this time, the exam results have once again failed to meet his standards. Classmates, the morning test scores have been released. Disappointment. Indeed, profound disappointment. The results fell far below my expectations. In the entire class, only 5 students scored a perfect 120. One can only conclude that your grasp of the foundational knowledge is insufficient. Despite this, Li Damao's expression soon softened considerably. However, I must commend Li Jia, who has finally surpassed the 140 mark, achieving a remarkable score of 144. Wow! Soon, applause erupted in the classroom. At last, a boy has scored above 140. Truly, Li Jia is exceptional. With a good family background, his academic performance is equally impressive. Indeed, it is enviable how diligent, outstanding individuals can be. The classmates cast admiring glances toward Li Jia, who, in turn, raised the corners of his mouth in smug satisfaction, even casting a disdainful glance at Xiangyang. Li Damao chuckled and continued, "As for Yixin, there is no need for elaboration. She remains consistently stable, having scored 147. Amazing. Yixin is once again the top student in the class. Alas, it seems no one will surpass her before graduation. Indeed, mathematics should be the domain of boys. Yet it has been monopolized by Yixin, which feels like a failure. Why not surpass her? Me? I'd rather not. Even Li Jia cannot manage that. The boys are quite frustrated that a girl dominates the mathematics subject. Yet, they themselves are not performing well. Thus, they yearn for a male classmate to step forward. The only one with a chance to challenge Yixin is Li Jia, yet this time he fell short by 3 points. Just 3 points. How they wish they could deduct 3 points from their own scores to make up for it. However, this time, I must highlight one individual. Li Damao said with a smile. The students immediately began to speculate. Who could it be? Could it be me? But I haven't completed 2 major problems. Teacher Li, who is it? Li Damao's gaze slowly descended to the back row, and he proclaimed loudly, "Lu Xiangyang." Instantly, Lu Xiangyang stood up as if on reflex. There was no escaping it. Upon being called, he feared he had made another mistake. "What are you standing for? I'm not punishing you. Sit down." Li Damao chuckled, his eyes filled with encouragement. Oh, Lu Xiangyang sat back down. This time, Lu Xiangyang made remarkable progress, which truly astonished me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qian Duoduo interjected, "Teacherly, did Lu Xiangyang score 16 points this time?" Ha ha. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Doubling his score indeed signifies substantial progress. Ha ha. Enough of the laughter. Li Damao raised his hand to calm the room, signaling for silence. To be frank, although this test was comprised entirely of foundational knowledge, achieving high scores is no easy feat, particularly a perfect score. It is, one might say, virtually impossible. However, this time, someone actually achieved it, scoring an astounding 150 points. Subsequently, Li Damao held up a paper at the front of the classroom and addressed the entire class. This individual is Lu Xiangyang. The classroom erupted in astonishment. Chapter 18. I am a genius too. 150 points? Lu Xiangyang? How is that possible? Did I mishear? The classroom was abuzz with disbelief. After all, during the last monthly examination, this person could barely scrape together 8 points in mathematics. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he managed to attain a perfect score on this impromptu test. Even though these were just casual test questions, no one had ever achieved such a feat. Even Yixin, who always came close, had never reached that level. Moreover, the top student in the school, Li Yuhang, had only managed a maximum of 149 points, if memory serves. Is this some sort of fantasy novel? All the eyes in the class turned to him in unison. Qian Duoduo was particularly taken aback. During the math test, he had observed Lu Xiangyang not making any notes, merely staring at the questions. Then, he casually filled in the multiple-choice answers. To the discerning eye, it seemed as if he was simply guessing. Yet, astonishingly, he guessed correctly. After that, Qian Duoduo had lost interest in the larger problems. Now, to hear that Lu Xiangyang had scored full marks in mathematics was shocking. He was well aware of the difficulty level of this test. Even above-average students struggled with it. Yet here was Lu Xiangyang, a student who had previously languished at the bottom of the mathematics class, making a remarkable comeback? Could it be that the power of love is truly that formidable? In the classroom, two others were equally astonished, Li Zhe and Yixin. For Li Zhe, it felt as though a lump was lodged in his chest, causing immense discomfort. As for Yixin, her emotions were far more complicated. She recalled the first time she posed a question to Lu Xiangyang for him to solve. At that moment, he had indeed surprised her. Could it be that he had been feigning ignorance all along? As the saying in fantasy novels goes, hiding one's strength while feigning weakness? Below, I began distributing the test papers, calling out names for those to come forward and collect their results. Li Damao began to announce names. Lu Xiangyang, 150 points. Let us give him a round of applause. The applause was thunderous, especially among the boys in the class. Although they had not performed well themselves, this was a triumph for their male representative. Finally, a boy had surpassed Yixin. Brother Yang, you embody the dreams of all of us boys. This is exhilarating. Amidst the clamor, Lu Xiangyang walked to the podium to receive his paper. Li Damao, with a beaming expression, remarked, "Although I have no idea how you managed to score full marks, I firmly believe you did not cheat. Keep up the excellent work." "Thank you, teacherly." Lu Xiangyang bowed deeply to Li Damao, then glanced at Yixin and offered a gentle smile. With the gaze of his classmates upon him, he returned to his seat. "Wow, Brother Yang, you are incredibly impressive. 150 points. How did you accomplish that?" Lu Xiangyang dismissed the notion with a casual remark. "If you write down the correct answers for each question, won't that guarantee a perfect score?" Qian Duoduo was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him. "Indeed, I find myself at a loss for words. How pretentious. We agreed to take the exam without any preparation, yet you secretly studied. Would our disparity now widen irreparably?" Yixin scored 147, while Li Zhe achieved 144. Following this, an air of subdued calm enveloped the classroom. Such is the nature of humanity. When a top student excels, it hardly raises eyebrows. However, if an underachiever were to suddenly excel, it would indeed be monumental news, especially if that underachiever surpassed the top student. All right, let's adhere to the usual protocol. You may begin by reviewing your answers. If there are any concepts you do not comprehend, feel free to voice them. Upon this declaration, Li Zhe raised his hand. Li Zhe, what is your query? Step forward. Mr. Li, I suspect Xiangyang may have cheated on the exam. The classroom erupted in astonishment once more. In truth, many students had entertained similar thoughts, yet none had dared to voice them, until Li Zhe, the class monitor, did. Li Damao, momentarily speechless, glanced at Xiangyang, then at Li Zhe, and paused before responding. Li Zhe, do you have any other academic inquiries? None. Good. Please take your seat. Li Damao waved his hand, signaling for him to return to his own affairs. He then sauntered to the back row, tapping lightly on Xiangyang's desk. Step outside for a moment. Amidst the curious gazes of their classmates, Xiangyang rose to follow Li Damao out of the classroom. Behind them, the students erupted in speculation. Could it be true? Did Xiangyang really achieve a perfect score through deceit? I certainly believe so. With his level of foundational knowledge, how could he possibly score full marks? Yet, during the division of science classes in the first year, he ranked 8th in the entire grade, ahead of Yixin. But can the first year be compared to the third year? If he truly cheated to attain a perfect score, that would be utterly pathetic. Listening to the murmurs, Yixin couldn't help but glance towards the corridor outside the classroom. At this moment, Xiangyang stood before Li Damao, standing at 181 meters. He towered over his homeroom teacher. Xiangyang, did you complete this exam on your own? Yes. Did you happen to see the exam questions beforehand? No. In truth, Li Damao knew this inquiry was futile, as he had only prepared the exam over the weekend. There was no way Xiangyang could have seen the questions. Moreover, even if he had, he would have had no answers. Those resided solely within Li Damao's mind. What perplexed Li Damao even more was how this underachiever had managed to score perfectly. Surely, it could not have been sheer luck. Can you share with me how you managed to achieve such a score? Mr. Li, if I said I guessed, would you believe me? Li Damao's expression darkened immediately. I might believe you for the multiple choice questions, but how could you have guessed the answers for the fill-in-the-blank and problem-solving questions? Well, Xiangyang, it's just the two of us here. Please, be honest with me. What exactly is going on? Xiangyang pondered for a moment before responding. To be frank, it is largely thanks to Yixin. What do you mean? Xiangyang resolved to tell a small lie. Yixin has been helping me with my studies. I am aware of that, but how does it relate to the exam? Last Friday, after school, Yixin gave me a set of practice questions. Over the weekend, I diligently worked through all of them, and coincidentally, the question types matched those on the exam. So you scored full marks? Xiangyang nodded. Then why didn't Yixin achieve full marks? Li Damao clearly remained skeptical and pressed further. Even if she provided you with a set of questions that happened to align, you still managed to solve them all beforehand? Xiangyang explained, I utilized an open book approach. For any questions I couldn't answer, I looked up the solutions online. Still pretending? Li Damao was unconvinced. I've seen the derivation processes for your major problems. Besides the compulsory questions, you tackled all the optional ones. Especially the last optional question, where you only proved the first part. I can tell your foundational knowledge in mathematics is remarkably solid. In this subject, foundational knowledge is paramount. If you claim it was mere luck that you memorized the question types after having done them in advance to achieve full marks, that is utterly implausible. Unless, of course, you have thoroughly comprehended all these concepts. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Xiangyang, awaiting his response. Xiangyang looked at Li Damao, feeling a sense of camaraderie. All right, Teacher Li, I confess. I have been pretending. In reality, I am a genius. Li Damao replied, Chapter 19. Are we still tutoring today? You? A genius? Li Damao was at a loss for words. Are there mathematical geniuses? Certainly, there are many. But could this individual truly be a mathematical prodigy? Just a week ago, he scored 8 points. Now he achieved full marks. In retrospect, it does seem rather genius-like. Yet, something about it sounds rather mysterious. Xiangyang, are you hiding something from me? Li Damao remained unconvinced by the idea of a struggling student suddenly scoring full marks. Xiangyang candidly asked, Teacher Li, you don't believe what Li just said, do you? I promise I did not cheat. If we were to consider cheating, it could only be described as having an advantage. As these questions were all ones he himself had encountered, I certainly trust your integrity. However, this situation feels quite enigmatic. Teacher, to be honest, my ability to score full marks this time was indeed largely due to Yixin's assistance. Oh, how so? Last week, she tutored me and even lent me her organized notes, Xiangyang elaborated. Then, over the weekend, I meticulously reviewed the notebook, and during the exam, I realized that I had indeed mastered those concepts. Li Damao cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiangyang and scoffed. You really think you can master 3 years of knowledge in just one weekend? Indeed, I can, Lu Xiangyang retorted. All right, enough of this. Head back to the classroom. Li Damao, unwilling to indulge his ramblings any longer, waved him off. Just as Lu Xiangyang turned to leave, Li Damao called out, Wait a moment, Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang turned back. What is it, Teacher Li? In this examination, you actually utilized the Taylor series in your elective questions. Where did you learn that? I saw it in Yixin's notebook. What's the matter? Lu Xiangyang replied. That's knowledge from advanced mathematics, well beyond the syllabus, Li Damao remarked, slightly taken aback. Oh really? I had no idea. Lu Xiangyang chuckled awkwardly. Li Damao felt a mix of emotions, his expression softening slightly. Lu Xiangyang, I know you're quite intelligent. You just haven't applied yourself to your studies in the past. Rest assured, teacher, I will strive to study hard from now on, Lu Xiangyang affirmed with determination. Li Damao nodded. But remember, learning is not an overnight endeavor. It requires perseverance and sustained effort. Lu Xiangyang resolutely stated. I will continue to work hard and strive for full marks in every exam. With that, he turned and returned to the classroom. Behind him, Li Damao's expression was somewhat complicated. Was this still the same Lu Xiangyang who had once drifted aimlessly through his studies? Back in the classroom, the students who had been reviewing their exercises glanced over at him. Lu Xiangyang, however, seemed unfazed as he made his way to his seat. Qian Duoduo leaned in with a curious expression. Hey, Yang, you didn't really cheat to get full marks, did you? Lu Xiangyang refrained from retaliating and replied calmly. Can you really achieve full marks by cheating in mathematics? Qian Duoduo slapped his forehead. Even if I had the answers beforehand, I wouldn't be able to score full marks. Exactly, Lu Xiangyang said, choosing not to elaborate further as he pulled out his English dictionary. After about 10 minutes of recitation, he had mastered 300 new words. No rush. Progress must be gradual and methodical. Once he finished with the vocabulary, Lu Xiangyang retrieved a set of comprehensive science papers from beneath his desk. These were the blank sheets he had submitted during the previous month's examination, purely out of rebellion. He examined the papers closely. With his current foundation, he estimated he could score around 100. For a total of 300 points in comprehensive science, scoring 100 was clearly insufficient. If he aimed to enroll in a second-tier university, he needed at least 200 points in comprehensive science, along with 100 in Chinese, mathematics, and English. This would yield a total score of approximately 500. Based on recent years' figures, that would likely be enough to meet the cutoff for second-tier universities, given that last year's threshold was 498. Thus, to secure his place, he would have to work harder. Of course, Lu Xiangyang was not currently aspiring to attend prestigious universities. Settling for a second-tier institution would suffice for now. Before long, he dedicated himself to solving problems, determined to fill the gaps in his knowledge. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Li Zhou was the first to dash out of the classroom. As the other students began to tidy their desks and exit the classroom, many of them being boarders, they anticipated the evening study session following dinner. However, Lu Xiangyang, a day student, was exempt from this obligation. In Class 9 of the senior year, he and Yixin were the only 2 day students. Yixin, known for her excellent academic performance and strong self-directed learning abilities, was able to study independently both at school and at home, thereby gaining the approval of her teachers and parents to live off campus. Conversely, Lu Xiangyang's academic struggles rendered evening study sessions ineffective, which, combined with his reluctance to attend, led his grandmother to permit him to stay home. Brother Yang, how about we hit the internet CAF tonight? Qian Duoduo, a boarder, often sneaked out to surf the web in the evenings. I'm not going. I have things to do tonight, Lu Xiangyang replied, engrossed in his studies without turning his head. Come on. It's been days since we played a game together. I really have things to do, he reiterated, returning to his work with newfound seriousness. Brother Yang, you've truly changed. I feel unworthy to sit beside you now. Lu Xiangyang patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't say that. Even if I surpass Li Yuhang and rank first in the school, we will always be good brothers. Such a spirit. Qian Duoduo sighed. Once, his grades had been respectable, at least in Lu Xiangyang's eyes, but now that sense of accomplishment had vanished. The thought that Lu Xiangyang was secretly studying left him feeling despondent and forlorn. By the time Lu Xiangyang completed all the problems he could tackle, only a handful of classmates remained, including Yixin, who, donned with headphones and clutching a red marker, was grading a test paper in front of her. After some time, she removed her headphones and stared at the paper before approaching Xiangyang. Did you do all of this yourself? Oh, what's the matter? Everything is correct. Yixin was taken aback. There had been talk about Xiangyang scoring full marks on the class test that day, which she found astonishing. Now, she was faced with another perfect score on the paper she had set. Yixin furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought, before asking, Xiangyang, did you use to deliberately perform poorly? To her, it seemed implausible that Xiangyang could suddenly achieve such high marks without some prior intention. Xiangyang shrugged. Not at all. I genuinely didn't know before. But how did you learn now? Wasn't he at you who tutored me? Don't exaggerate. I've only tutored you once. How could you possibly manage this? I can't explain it, he admitted. I studied the math notebook you gave me thoroughly and discovered that I had grasped the foundational concepts. Though Xiangyang was fabricating his reasoning, he found himself unable to provide a more precise explanation. Yixin appeared skeptical, but had no alternative explanation to offer. Are we still going to study together today? She asked, uncertain. Of course. Xiangyang, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, I have a few questions I would like to consult with Teacher Gu. Well then, let us head to the library. Sounds good. Chapter 20. Never to eat the bread of women. Yinhai No. 7 Middle School also boasts a library, for it is a provincial capital city that champions quality education. The school has established a dedicated library, which, in reality, is merely a classroom that has been repurposed. Although modest in size, it houses an impressive collection of books, including serialized science fiction novels and literary journals. Notable among these are Reader, Yixin, Maxim, Story Club, and Youth Digest, which were incredibly popular during this era, capturing the fascination of many. Moreover, these volumes not only cultivate one's artistic sensibilities, but also enhance writing skills, thus receiving encouragement from teachers for students to engage with them. Yixin, do you enjoy reading in your leisure time? Xiangyang casually inquired. I mean, outside of textbooks. Indeed, I have a particular fondness for science fiction novels. Xiangyang was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yixin, a girl, would have such a keen interest in science fiction. To him, girls of that age typically favored the meandering prose of youth literature. Truly, the female academic elite is exceptional. And you, Xiangyang, do you enjoy reading? Of course, I absolutely adore reading. Yixin was surprised to discover that Xiangyang shared such an interest. Oh, what do you read? Xiangyang replied with a smile. The books I read may not appeal to you. That is not necessarily true. Do enlighten me. For instance, A Brief History of Time. Yixin's eyes widened in delight upon hearing Xiangyang's response, as she too cherished that book. However, she had always perceived Xiangyang as someone disinterested in reading. What draws you to such literature? Xiangyang replied nonchalantly. I do not read for the sake of acquiring knowledge, but rather what? But rather to appear profound. Yixin chuckled, a smile blooming on her face like the gentle warmth of spring. She had never realized how amusing Xiangyang could be. The two, thus engaged in lively banter, swiped their cards to enter the library. At this moment, several students were already immersed in their reading within the library. Upon noticing the newcomers, some students recognized Yixin. After all, she not only excelled academically, but was also strikingly beautiful, ranking among the most attractive in the school. Hence, many students, both male and female, observed her closely. At that moment, they spotted the boy accompanying the stunning Yixin and began to murmur among themselves. Look, isn't that the slacker from Class 9, Xiangyang? Indeed. I heard that he scored a mere 8 points in the last monthly exam. How on earth does one even score 8 points? You'd think they would get more than that even by guessing. But how is it that he is walking and laughing alongside Yixin? This is the first time I've seen her engaging in light-hearted conversation with a boy. Amidst the whispers exchanged in hushed tones, Xiangyang and Yixin remained blissfully unaware. The two found a seat by the window, where Xiangyang retrieved the comprehensive science exam he had taken that day. He sought Yixin's assistance in deciphering the questions he struggled with. Yixin, too, had only scored 257 on this paper, leaving her equally dissatisfied. The physics section was particularly intricate, encompassing a myriad of complex concepts, which coincidentally were the very topics Xiangyang wished to explore. An hour later, Yixin pointed to the last challenging question, admitting, I couldn't solve this one either. I'll revisit it at home and share my insights once I grasp the approach. She encouraged him to solidify his foundational knowledge first, emphasizing the importance of a gradual learning process. Thank you, Teacher Gu, he replied gratefully. High school physics is often regarded as the most formidable subject in the sciences, with top-performing students frequently distinguishing themselves through their prowess in this discipline. Unlike biology and chemistry, which can be mastered through memorization, though not mere rote learning, physics demands a comprehensive understanding due to its intricate nature and substantial calculations. One must deeply comprehend the underlying principles to succeed. Just as Lu Xiangyang and Gu Yixin prepared to leave the library, some students who had been engrossed in their studies began to stir. Among them, a boy discreetly took out his phone to snap a photo, though the distance rendered the image rather blurry due to the phone's low resolution. As they exited the library, Gu Yixin remarked, "I never anticipated your mathematical foundation to be this strong." She was genuinely astonished by Lu Xiangyang's progress, despite having only undergone one tutoring session focused primarily on basic concepts. He seemed to have mastered them all. "I've always been rather low-key, uninterested in academics. But perhaps I'm a hidden gem," Lu Xiangyang said, trailing off. Gu Yixin, intrigued by his words, pressed for more. "What do you mean by perhaps in the future?" Her smile revealed her eagerness to uncover his thoughts. In truth, Lu Xiangyang wished to express, "Perhaps one day you will fall for me." However, he refrained from voicing it, fearing that such a declaration might lead Gu Yixin to think he was jesting or teasing her, a situation he wished to avoid. "Perhaps in the future, I might even surpass you in mathematics," he suggested instead. "Ah, well, you are indeed quite clever. I must admit, I underestimated you," Gu Yixin responded with a knowing smile. In her eyes, Lu Xiangyang was not only adept in his studies, but also possessed remarkable talent. Such a boy truly was a hidden treasure. As she gazed at him from close range, she couldn't help but notice how strikingly handsome he was. With his elegant oval face, prominent nose, and deep-set eyes that seemed to harbor the cosmos, he exuded a certain charm, especially when he smiled, which bore a delightful hint of mischief. She found herself in a moment of daze, as if she were truly encountering the boy before her for the very first time. "Hey, Gu Yixin, what are you daydreaming about?" "Oh, nothing. I just feel like you've changed somehow." Gu Yixin snapped back to reality, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Really? In what way?" Lu Xiangyang teased, pressing further. "Ahem, I mean, you seem particularly spirited today." Gu Yixin hastily concealed her embarrassment, her face now a deep crimson. The blush of a young girl surpasses any sweet talk. Lu Xiangyang refrained from further inquiries, and they strolled together, chatting as they pushed the bicycle. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the school gate. Suddenly, Lu Xiangyang halted and turned to Gu Yixin, saying, "By the way, I'm returning the money I borrowed from you." "Thank you." As he spoke, he pulled out a 50 yuan note and handed it to her. Gu Yixin was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Do you still have enough money for meals?" "Of course, I earned 200 yuan from the weekend exhibition match." "Oh yes, I completely forgot." Gu Yixin beamed a radiant smile and accepted the bill from Lu Xiangyang. "Then, Teacher Gu, goodbye. See you tomorrow." With that, Lu Xiangyang turned and mounted his bicycle, preparing to leave. After taking just a few steps, Gu Yixin caught up with him, reaching out to stop him. Her lips parted slightly, as if she had something to say, but then she hesitated. "Is there anything else?" Lu Xiangyang inquired, puzzled. If you ever find yourself without money for food next time, feel free to come to me. I can help you." Upon saying this, the flush on her face deepened. However, Lu Xiangyang responded earnestly, "I would never stoop to eating a woman's food." You." Gu Yixin pouted, feeling both flustered and indignant, her demeanor adorably charming. "Don't be angry, I was just joking," Lu Xiangyang replied with a gentle smile, maintaining his composure. "In truth, I wouldn't mind dining on a woman's generosity. But you might look down on me." Without waiting for Gu Yixin to respond, he pedaled away, leaving behind the serene tranquility of the spring day. Chapter 21. I want to earn money soon. At UU Internet CAF, Lu Xiangyang secured his bicycle and logged onto a computer, opening his chat account. Immediately, a flurry of notifications chimed in. Upon checking, he found a series of messages from the editor, Fat Tiger. "Author, are you there? I'd like to discuss the outline with you. What are your thoughts on the plot progression? Is it convenient to chat? Are you online? Hello, Wind Chaser." Lu Xiangyang skimmed through the messages without rushing to reply. He logged into the writer's backend and noticed dozens of new messages from Fat Tiger inquiring about the book. Glancing at the backend data, he saw that the book had already been marked as signed. Impressive. The efficiency of Xiangzhou Chinese network is quite remarkable. They completed the signing process in just a day. He then checked the data statistics: 327 clicks, 314 favorites, and 17 comments. Currently, he had written a total of 830,000 words, still shy of 10,000 clicks. This data seems rather unremarkable, Xiangyang muttered to himself. In truth, he had never penned an online novel before. He had no idea what to expect. Just one day after his book's release, it had garnered 327 clicks, remarkable considering it had yet to receive any recommendations. However, the most astonishing aspect was that out of those 327 clicks, 314 readers had added the book to their collections. This nearly flawless conversion rate implied that merely the title and synopsis had captivated readers enough to entice them to explore further and include it on their shelves. This was utterly extraordinary. For someone who had faced continuous setbacks, hearing such data might provoke a desire to silence him. Truly, how audacious! Yet, Xiangyang remained oblivious. In his previous life, he was merely a reader who had never written an online novel and thus understood nothing of what these statistics signified. Never mind the data for now. After all, this was Dong Ji's magnum opus, and it should not disappoint. The contract was now finalized. Next, he needed to focus on accumulating a substantial manuscript, eager to earn money as soon as possible. With renewed determination, he began to type. The rhythmic clatter of keystrokes filled the internet CAF. At the Vanilla Chinese Literature editorial office, the workday had officially concluded. Many colleagues had already packed their belongings, preparing to leave. Yet, Zhou Dahu was busy brewing himself a cup of nourishing goji berry tea. Old Zhou, why are you still here? A colleague inquired with concern. Zhou Dahu took a sip of his tea and replied with a smile, My wife took the kids back to her family. There's nothing to rush home for. His colleague, sensing the conversation was at an end, bid him farewell and departed. Soon, silence enveloped the entire editorial office. Zhou Dahu gazed at the blank screen. Lost in thought. Chasing wind. I've sent you dozens of messages. Would you kindly respond? The initial hurdle for aspiring online authors is securing a contract. Many enter the field with fervor, only to find themselves unable to sign any manuscripts after several attempts. As the initial enthusiasm wanes, they begin to doubt their abilities and ultimately drift away from the industry. In contrast, those who experience repeated failures yet continue to persevere often possess the true talent that the industry desperately needs. Only the strongest, who endure until the end, deserve to stand atop the pyramid. The so-called one-hit wonders often conceal the many works that have floundered behind their success. Zhou Dahu was acutely aware of this, having witnessed countless individuals rise and fall within the industry. Yet, he had yet to encounter a talent that could truly be deemed the strongest. Until yesterday, when he stumbled upon an extraordinary book. On its first day of release, it boasted over 8,000 words, and, despite lacking any recommendations, it achieved 327 clicks and 314 collections. Most impressively, it had already received 17 comments. This was the most remarkable data Zhou Dahu had ever encountered in his career. This was precisely why he completed the signing process within a single day. He had a strong premonition that this book was destined for great success. And not just modest fame, but monumental acclaim. As the chief editor of the esteemed author Chasing Wind, Zhou Dahu is eager to engage with the writer at the earliest opportunity. He seeks to comprehend the trajectory of the book's outline and the design of the subsequent plot. Having encountered a fair share of authors whose works start strong but falter, Zhou understands the importance of maintaining stability. Chasing Wind, why have you not responded? Are you aware of the exceptional data surrounding your book? I have finalized the contract today. Please do not cease updates on me. Zhou feels a sense of urgency, his anxiety palpable. His inbox is flooded with numerous manuscripts, yet he finds little motivation to review them. However, the work must continue. So he redirects his focus to the manuscripts while waiting for Chasing Wind's response. Zhou clicks through his emails and begins to assess the submissions. A tale of a youth whose innate talents are squandered until he unexpectedly inherits an ancestral ring, embarking on a path to greatness. Though the concept is promising, the execution lacks finesse. Next, he peruses another manuscript. A middle-aged man reborn with the ability to see through the superficiality of life, encountering a rather inappropriate scene, a middle-aged woman. Another story depicts a female CEO fleeing from marriage, only to unknowingly wed a seemingly unremarkable security guard, who turns out to be a celestial emperor. What is this drivel? Is this written by a child? Why can't these writers ignite their words like Chasing Wind does? Zhou dismisses the submissions with a sigh. He reviews several manuscripts, none of which capture his interest. A few had once held the potential for a contract, but in this moment, they are all rejected due to a single unfortunate submission by Lu Xiangyang. With his spirits dampened, Zhou sips from his goji berry tea. Just then, a notification pings. Curious. He sets down his cup and opens the message. Hello, I am the author Chasing Wind Boy. May I inquire when the novel will be available for release? Zhou stares in disbelief. The book was just submitted yesterday, and he has only just completed the contract today. Indeed, a novice. He muses. Greetings. I am the editor. Fat Tiger. The contract for your new book has been finalized. Please continue to update regularly, and once the word count is sufficient, I will notify you regarding the release. Zhou sends the message, and shortly thereafter, he receives a reply. I would like to ask when the novel can be released. Zhou's expression darkens. What is this author's issue? I just informed you that the contract was completed today. You have only submitted 8,000 words. Why inquire about the release? Nevertheless, he maintains his politeness towards Chasing Wind. There is no rush for the release. For now, please aim for 2 updates daily, with a minimum of 1,000 words each. Soon, another message arrives, but I am eager for the release, so I wish to inquire about it. Zhou furrows his brow. Chasing Wind. What exactly are you trying to achieve? In all my years in this industry, I have never encountered an author like you, questioning the release so soon after submission. Truly remarkable. Chasing Wind. What do you mean by your eagerness to publish? I am keen to release my work and earn some income. Goodness. Your response truly leaves one speechless. Zhou Dahua understands that for an author, publishing signifies the commencement of revenue. However, there exists a prerequisite. A foundation of accumulation and readership must be established. Chasing Wind. I recognize your urgency for profit, yet your manuscript has just been contracted, and its word count is insufficient for publication. Oh, how many words are required for publishing? This varies by genre. For fantasy, approximately 300,000 words would suffice. Very well, today is the 21st, and there are 8 days left in this month. And then? I aspire to complete 30,000 words by the end of the month and publish on the 1st of next month. Zhou Dahua. Chapter 22. A major scandal. Zhou Dahua was utterly bewildered. Publish in 8 days? With 30,000 words? This implies an average of at least 37,500 words per day. Daily updates of 37,000. Is this even humanly possible? Zhou Dahua longed to inquire. Are you so impoverished that you must pressure yourself so? Yet, he refrained from asking and instead said, Chasing Wind, please hold on. It is still early in your publishing journey. The time is too short for publication, and the recommendation process has not yet been completed. Readers cannot even see your book. So, Zhou Dahua suddenly realized that the other party's chat account had been blacked out. Has he logged off? No way. Chasing Wind, you are being rather arrogant. I have yet to finish speaking. As a newcomer, there is much you do not understand. You must heed my advice as someone who has been in your position. Updating 37,000 words daily while ensuring quality is an unattainable task. Zhou Dahua felt like a minor wronged figure, muttering incessantly. However, at that moment, the back-end notifications chimed continuously. Author Chasing Wind Youth has updated Chapter 11. Author Chasing Wind Youth has updated Chapter 12. Author Chasing Wind Youth has updated Chapter 29. Author Chasing Wind Youth has updated Chapter 30. Author Chasing Wind Youth has updated Chapter 50. A total of 40 chapters updated. Goodness. Is this a single release of over 80,000 words? No. Although there are only 40 chapters, they amount to a staggering 100,000 words. As the current word count displays 110,000 words. Deducting the 8,000 words released yesterday, this means a daily update of 100,000 words? My word. Chasing Wind, must you be so outrageous? In the realm of online literature, no one has ever achieved a daily update of 100,000 words. This is simply terrifying. Many writers struggle to update even 100,000 words in a month, and you accomplish this in a single day? Please. Your approach will incite the ire of your peers. Zhou Dahua felt an overwhelming sense of pressure encroaching upon him. Yet, articulating this sensation proved difficult, for in this era, the concept of competition has yet to receive a deeper significance. Thus, Zhou Dahua could not quite express that feeling. However, now that he is an author under his own banner, he must show greater concern. Achieving a daily output of 100,000 words is commendable, yet the quality must also be assured. If one were to produce 100,000 words of drivel, it would be better not to write at all. Zhou Dahua pondered, rapidly flipping through the newly uploaded chapter by Zhi. Before long, his expression shifted dramatically, his face transforming into one of sheer astonishment. Goodness, the quality is astonishingly high. He truly possesses remarkable talent. Zhou couldn't help but exclaim. Zhi's prose flowed seamlessly, with a plot that ebbed and flowed with great intensity, and characters that were intricately and delicately portrayed. Despite the immense volume of updates, the story's quality remained impeccable. In fact, one could say it was of the utmost excellence. Zhi, if you maintain this standard, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the online literature realm. Zhou's demeanor grew serious. Could it be that I am about to witness the birth of a supreme deity? Based on Zhou's experience, it was evident that Zhi was destined to become a dazzling new star in the online literary world, perhaps even its supreme deity. If that is the case, I shall assist you in reaching the apex of power, looking down upon the world. Xiangyang stretched lazily and took a brief respite. Earlier, he had written 60,000 words today, combined with the previous 30,000 words he had saved, totaling 100,000 words, all released at once. Consequently, he needed to hasten to stockpile more material. Glancing at the time, it was already 7 in the evening. Without a computer at home, he could only sneak into an internet CAF to write. Despite the painful expense of internet fees, it was his largest investment. Time to continue writing. The keyboard clattered with fervor as words poured forth once more. At that moment, following Zhou's recommendation, a new fantasy novel surged forth with unstoppable momentum. The comments section was already ablaze with excitement. Who is this Zhi youth? Incredible. Updating 100,000 words daily is truly impressive. Indeed, I stumbled upon it yesterday, read a chapter, and was utterly captivated by the tale of the 9 dragons carrying the coffin. This story is phenomenal. I can forego sleep tonight to binge read the updates. 2.5 hours later, Xiangyang had penned another 20,000 words. He saved the manuscript, scheduled it for release past midnight. That will suffice for now. Tomorrow night, I shall return to write. Xiangyang settled his internet fees and exited the CAF. Outside, it was already dark. He hopped on his bicycle and pedaled home. His grandmother had already finished her evening routine and was resting. Hearing the sound of Xiangyang opening the door, she peeked out. Yang, why are you so late today? Oh, I was catching up on my studies at school this evening. His grandmother seemed somewhat skeptical but refrained from pressing further. As she turned to return indoors, she reminded him, Yang, the food is warm in the rice cooker. Remember to eat. All right, Grandma, Xiangyang replied with a smile, though he felt a pang of guilt within. He did not attend tutoring sessions at school. Instead, he spent his time typing away in an internet CAF. Yet, to spare his grandmother's worries, he told a white lie. By the way, Grandma, I would love to have your savory pancakes tomorrow morning. All right, dear, I will make them for you first thing in the morning. After dinner, Xiangyang returned to his room, preparing to take out his mathematics notebook for further revision. Just then, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he was surprised to see a message from his classmate, Qian Duo. What could this hefty fellow want at such a late hour? He opened the message to find, Brother Yang, bad news. You need to check the school forum. You and the school flower goo are trending. What? Please clarify. You should see for yourself. Someone posted a photo of you holding hands with goo, and now the thread has exploded, becoming the hottest topic on the forum. Holding hands? Xiangyang was utterly bewildered. A photo of him holding hands with Yixin? This was absurd. He logged onto the school forum, and indeed, found the leading post titled, Shocking. The truth behind goo and a mysterious man holding hands. Goodness, was this not a blatant clickbait? The post featured a blurry photo of Yixin walking alongside a man. Due to the angle of the shot, it appeared as if they were holding hands. The key moment captured her radiant smile, emanating pure joy. In that instant, she seemed to be enveloped in the sweetness of first love, so blissful. Especially with Yixin's stunning beauty and her unique aura, the photograph was captivating. After all, she was the school flower, chosen by popular vote on the forum, and held in high regard, particularly among her male classmates, who revered her as a goddess, sacred and untouchable. Now, the sight of her with a mysterious man would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy on the forum. Xiangyang clicked on the post and noticed there were already hundreds of comments. Who is this guy? How dare he steal my school flower? We must unearth this rascal and give him a good thrashing. The photo is so blurry. All you can see is the school flower. Whoever took this shot clearly lacks skill. I feel like this boy looks familiar, but I can't quite place him. Upon closer inspection, it definitely isn't Li Yuhang. Woe is me, my goddess. How could you be holding hands with someone else? My youth is over. I can only wish them well. You scoundrel, don't let me find out who you are. 99 replies. Chapter 23. The fear instilled by the Dean of Students. After perusing the comments for about 10 minutes, Lu Xiangyang managed to read them all. Fortunately, the photograph was so blurry that no one recognized him. However, Gu Yixin could see him quite clearly, especially that smile, which was captured perfectly. She was already beautiful, but that candid smile evoked a feeling of love in the onlooker's heart. Indeed, Gu Xiaohua is truly captivating, effortlessly photogenic from every angle. However, Lu Xiangyang never anticipated that one day he would find himself among the victims of sensational headlines. In his previous life, this phenomenon was all too familiar. Shocking. A white radish unexpectedly grew into a red radish. The reason is astonishing. Or shocking. Two men fought naked under the scorching sun. The cause is surprising. Such exaggerated tales were designed solely to attract attention. Although this incident stirred considerable commotion on the forum, at least no one recognized his visage. Unfortunately, it was Gu Yixin who faced the brunt of the trouble. Yet, Lu Xiangyang soon discerned the crux of the matter. If his identity remained obscured in the photographs, how did Qian Duo manage to identify him? Consequently, Lu Xiangyang sent another message to Qian Duo. To his surprise, Qian Duo confidently replied, "Come on, I'm your deskmate. Just a vague silhouette, and I knew it was you." Lu Xiangyang quickly responded, "Please keep this under wraps. Otherwise, I will take drastic measures." Qian Duo reassured him. "Rest assured, the moment I saw the post, I notified you. No one else knows. We are good brothers." Lu Xiangyang replied, "That's a relief. Keep it confidential, and I promise you'll reap the rewards." Qian Duo inquired, "What rewards?" Lu Xiangyang replied, "Taking you along to earn big money. Does that count as a reward?" Qian Duo enthusiastically responded, "Of course." Then, with a hint of curiosity, he added, "By the way, did you ask Gu Xiaohua for tutoring because you have feelings for her?" Lu Xiangyang retorted, "Get lost." Qian Duo chuckled, "I understand." After exchanging playful banter, Lu Xiangyang tucked away his phone. Truth be told, this incident held little significance for him. He merely feared any adverse effects it might have on Gu Yixin. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 10 in the evening. Putting aside his concerns, he resolved to continue studying. His goal for the night was to complete another set of comprehensive science questions. This particular set was a blank paper provided by Gu Yixin, along with the answers, allowing him to self-correct upon completion. He planned to extract any difficult questions to discuss the following day. As he took out the test paper, Lu Xiangyang immersed himself in the work. In truth, he possessed a modicum of foundational knowledge. He had merely been rebellious in the past. For instance, during the last monthly examination, he had hardly applied himself. As time passed, the sounds of car horns echoed from the street outside, while the occasional bark of dogs and the clamor of a couple upstairs reached his ears. Yet, none of these distractions affected Lu Xiangyang. At that moment, he was wholly engrossed in his studies. What a delightful sensation it was to tackle problems. After a while, feeling somewhat fatigued, Lu Xiangyang took out a resistance band for a brief workout before plunging back into the sea of questions. Learning should not be a monotonous endeavor. It is essential to strike a balance between diligence and relaxation. Resting is a prerequisite for effective study. Thus, he decided it was time for sleep. The next morning, Lu Xiangyang awoke to find himself still clutching the test paper, unaware of when he had succumbed to slumber. Moreover, the paper bore traces of saliva. He had to admit, the physics questions were indeed quite challenging. However, Lu Xiangyang was filled with confidence. "Physics. This time, I shall conquer you completely." After dressing and freshening up, Lu Xiangyang picked up the warm pancake from the table. He ate while descending the stairs to ride his bicycle. At 7:30 in the morning, Lu Xiangyang arrived at the school gate. The director of education, Sun Haiba, stood at the entrance, greeting the students as they entered. He simultaneously scrutinized their appearance. "That girl. No earrings allowed during school hours, not even studs. You, that boy, your hair is too long. You are to get a haircut after school. I know which class you belong to. And what are those two students doing so close together?" Despite the smile on Director Sun's face, he was quite severe, particularly fond of enforcing discipline and regulating students' appearances. Lu Xiangyang recalled that during his first year, a senior girl was publicly reprimanded for wearing a spaghetti strap dress, which ultimately led to her transferring schools. On another occasion, A male student had his hair cut in Sun Haiba's office for the same reason. In short, Director Sun was a formidable figure at Yunhai No. 7 Middle School, and students feared him, including Lu Xiangyang, who had previously been quite unruly. After all, being caught by him would mean a call to his parents. Lu Xiangyang was not afraid of much, but the thought of his grandmother being summoned to school was intolerable. However, in this life, Lu Xiangyang had grown indifferent to such matters. Moreover, he remembered that Sun Haiba was later dismissed from his position due to infidelity and corruption, which led to a scandal that made headlines in Yunhai City. Just then, Sun Haiba's gaze fell upon Lu Xiangyang. Which class are you in? Oh, it's Lu Xiangyang from class 9 of the 3rd year. I have quite an impression of you. Good morning, Director Sun. Lu Xiangyang greeted him and attempted to walk away. Stop right there. Lu Xiangyang smiled and asked, Is there something you need, Director Sun? Less of the cheekiness. Why aren't you wearing your school uniform today? I forgot. Forgot? You do realize there is a pledge ceremony for the 3rd years today, don't you? The pledge ceremony. Lu Xiangyang then recalled that today marked exactly 100 days until the college entrance examination. The school would hold a ceremony in the auditorium, inviting student representatives to speak. Naturally, the male representative would be the academic prodigy Li Yuhang, and the female representative would be the school beauty Gu Yixin. But Lu Xiangyang had completely forgotten. Lu Xiangyang, I have heard much about you, Sun Haiba said, visibly irritated. As if he had been waiting to catch Lu Xiangyang off guard. You can't even be bothered to wear your uniform for the pledge ceremony, with such a lackadaisical attitude. What university do you expect to attend? This remark displeased Lu Xiangyang greatly. He retorted, Director Sun, my choice of attire has nothing to do with my university prospects. Does wearing a uniform guarantee admission to a university? Oh, so you dare to talk back? Sun Haiba's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by Lu Xiangyang's unexpected rebuttal. His eyes widened in anger as he exclaimed, What is this attitude? Are the school's regulations mere trifles? Several students entering the school paused to observe the confrontation. Among them, those girls who were not in uniform and had secretly donned earrings seized the opportunity to slip into the school unnoticed by Sun Haiba. Lu Xiangyang took a deep breath. Striving to remain composed, he understood that clashing with the head of the department would yield no advantage for him. Thus, he calmly replied, Director Sun, I do not intend to disrespect the school's rules. I simply forgot. Moreover, I believe that wearing a uniform bears no direct correlation to one's academic capabilities. Sun Haiba, unable to fathom that a student would dare to challenge him, felt his authority being undermined. Furrowing his brow, he adopted an even harsher tone. Well, Lu Xiangyang, I have heard that you scored only 8 points in the last math monthly exam. Your total across Chinese, mathematics, English, and science barely reached 200. Bravo. Truly, you are the bottom of the class, speaking with such audacity. Infuriated by the director's mockery, Lu Xiangyang was on the verge of retorting when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Lu Xiangyang? Chapter 24. Countdown to the college entrance examination, 100 days, rally meeting. Lu Xiangyang turned around to see his homeroom teacher, Li Damao, approaching while pushing his bicycle. Lu Xiangyang, you're going to be late. What are you still doing here? Teacher Li, enough. Hurry to class. Li Damao quickly surmised the situation. Teachers empathized with this director more than the students did. Goodbye, teacher. Lu Xiangyang bowed slightly to Li Damao before turning to leave with his bag. Lu Xiangyang, stop. Sun Haiba called after him, then turned to Li Damao, saying, Teacher Li, today is the senior class rally, and Lu Xiangyang is not in uniform. He should be penalized. Sun Haiba's desire to penalize Lu Xiangyang stemmed from an earlier incident when he had been jostled by Lu Xiangyang while patrolling Class 9. At that time, Lu Xiangyang had merely muttered an apology, which had left a lingering resentment in Sun Haiba's heart. Although compulsory education prevented him from expelling a student outright, he could easily find grounds to impose some punishment, particularly against a student like Lu Xiangyang, whom he regarded with disdain, labeling such students as worthless. Director Sun, the school does not strictly mandate that students wear uniforms. Let's overlook Lu Xiangyang's case this time. I will have a word with him later, Li Damao interjected. As a senior teacher with considerable prestige in the Municipal Education Committee and the head of the mathematics department, he commanded respect within the school. His extensive experience even earned him the principal's deference. Thus, the young head of the department dared not argue further. After all, the issue of not wearing a uniform was not exclusive to Lu Xiangyang. Early this morning, he noticed that many senior students were not in their uniforms. Very well, Lu Xiangyang may leave for now, but I must report this matter to the principal later. After saying this, he shot Lu Xiangyang a fierce glare. Li Damao said no more, looking at Lu Xiangyang and saying, "Let us go." Lu Xiangyang pushed his bicycle alongside Li Damao. Upon parking the bicycle, Lu Xiangyang bowed deeply to Li Damao and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Li." Li Damao, somewhat taken aback, looked at Lu Xiangyang and replied, "Why this? Is such a trivial matter worth your bowing?" In truth, Lu Xiangyang's gesture was not for the incident itself, but rather for Li Damao's unwavering support. In his previous life, Li Damao often earnestly advised Lu Xiangyang to focus his energies on his studies. This was the essence of Li Damao's character, though he appeared stern. He genuinely cared for his students. His anger stemmed from disappointment rather than disdain, as he truly wished not to abandon any student, especially Lu Xiangyang. "All right, go to the classroom and stow your backpack. Hurry to the auditorium. The oath-taking ceremony is about to commence." Lu Xiangyang nodded and dashed toward the classroom. Behind him, Li Damao watched his retreating figure, shaking his head with a resigned smile. "Brother Yang, how did you get caught by the disciplinary director?" Upon arriving at the classroom, Lu Xiangyang saw Qian Duo organizing his backpack. "Did you see me?" "Of course. I sneaked in while Director Sun was educating you. You went out to play games again last night, didn't you?" "Indeed, it was dreadful. We were utterly defeated without you." Lu Xiangyang placed his backpack down, and Qian Duo pulled him out, saying, "Let us hurry. The oath-taking ceremony is about to begin." The two rushed to the auditorium just in time to hear the principal announce over the microphone, "Now, let us welcome the outstanding student representative, Li Yuhang, to the stage to deliver a speech." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, accompanied by the excited screams of female classmates. It was inevitable. This Li Yuhang not only excelled academically, but was also quite handsome, with a refined appearance and tall stature. He was the quintessential protagonist of a youth novel. Lu Xiangyang had to admit, he was the only one who posed a threat to him in terms of looks. Coughing lightly, Li Yuhang slowly ascended the podium. Taking the microphone in hand, his expression was rather indifferent, exuding an aura of coldness. He then spoke in a composed tone, "Fellow students, after 10 years of honing our skills, the college entrance examination is a pivotal turning point in our lives. It tests not only our knowledge, but also our willpower and mental resilience. Today, we stand here not merely to take an oath, but to make a commitment to ourselves, a promise to not squander our youth or our dreams." The determination and confidence in Li Yuhang's words resonated with everyone present, instilling a sense of strength within them. He continued, "Each of us harbors our own dreams, and the college entrance examination is the ladder to achieving those dreams. The journey may be arduous, and we may encounter setbacks. However, as long as we remain steadfast and courageous, we will undoubtedly reach the shores of success." The students in the audience were stirred with fervor, applauding in support. Among the crowd, Lu Xiangyang felt an inexplicable excitement swell within him. Having experienced a lifetime, he understood well that while the college entrance examination may not entirely dictate one's future, it undeniably serves as a pivotal juncture in life. Many individuals will embark on divergent paths following this examination. For Lu Xiangyang, the significance of education and perspective is paramount. Gaining admission to a prestigious university does not guarantee a promising career or a glorious life ahead. Yet, for those without familial advantages, it provides a stepping stone, affording them the opportunity to share the same stage with a multitude of others. Thus, the college entrance examination is akin to a launching pad. Listening to Li Yuhang's impassioned speech, Lu Xiangyang had already conceived new aspirations and motivation. "Li Yuhang, you shall be my inspiration henceforth." He heard the principal's voice once more, inviting another exemplary student representative, Gu Yixin, to the stage. Subsequently, Gu Yixin gracefully ascended the podium. Her delicate features and confident demeanor instantly captivated the attention of all present, particularly igniting enthusiasm among the male students, who erupted with cheers. "Dear classmates," Gu Yixin smiled as she took the microphone, her voice soft yet resolute. "Each of us is a unique existence. The college entrance examination is merely a stop along our journey of life. It is significant, but it is not the terminus. We must cherish this time, arm ourselves with knowledge, and let our dreams illuminate the path ahead." Her words were infused with anticipation for the future and encouragement for her peers. She continued, "So, fellow students, we have 100 days until the examination. Let us strive together, work hard for our dreams, and pursue a brighter future. We are ready for the college entrance examination. I am ready, and so am I. As soon as she finished speaking, voices from the audience echoed in agreement. The entire senior class was filled with fervor, and in an instant, the auditorium resonated with enthusiastic applause. Truly, Yixin, the school beauty and academic prodigy, commands immense respect among her peers at the school. At that moment, Xiangyang gazed at Yixin on the stage, suddenly realizing the sheer exhilaration of excelling academically. Isn't it just about studying? Let us go for it. Chapter 25. That despicable fellow, he got me again. After the oath-taking ceremony concluded, Xiangyang walked out of the auditorium alongside Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo playfully draped an arm over Xiangyang's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Yang go. You must put in the effort too." "What for?" Xiangyang replied, not glancing at him as they walked. "Don't you want to pursue the school beauty? You'll have to work harder, or she might think less of you." "To hell with that. Right now, I only want to focus on my studies." Of course, there was also the matter of making money, but that was not something to voice aloud, at least not at this moment. "Let us hurry up. I need to get back to the classroom to study." Xiangyang pushed away his hand and strode into the classroom. "Yang, wait for me. I also want to study diligently." Qian Duoduo hurriedly chased after him, reaching out to place a hand on Xiangyang's shoulder. Upon returning to the classroom, Xiangyang fully immersed himself in his studies. His current plan was to work hard during the day at school and, after classes, to write novels in the internet CAF. He aimed to manage his time wisely, balancing both his studies and earning money. Although there were only 100 days left until the college entrance examination, Xiangyang was confident that he would gain admission to a satisfactory university. The bell rang, signaling the start of the class. It was mathematics. Li Damao entered the classroom and began discussing the mathematics test papers. "Today, we will review the last monthly exam papers," he announced. He had already allotted time for everyone to review their mistakes. Now, he started explaining the test papers, focusing on the questions that were commonly answered incorrectly. This question is a typical set problem. Those who got it wrong should seek to comprehend it better and learn to apply the concept elsewhere. He then proceeded to explain the second question. "This question has been tested at least 7 or 8 times. I want to elaborate further." For the third question, he mentioned, "Simply setting up an equation will yield the answer. Those who are unsure should consult their classmates who understand it." As the 2 consecutive math classes neared their conclusion, Li Damao had reached the last significant question. This question is particularly meaningful. Only Li Yuhang from class 2 got it right. He scanned the classroom. "Does anyone here have the solution?" His gaze fell on Yixin. "Did you solve it?" Yixin stood up and shook her head. "I learned the solution from Li Yuhang later." Li Damao acknowledged her with a nod and instructed her to sit down. He then turned to the class monitor. "What about you, Li Jia? Did you manage to solve it?" Li Jia, upon being called, also shook his head. Li Damao felt a twinge of disappointment. Surveying the classroom once more, "Is there truly no one in our class who solved it?" Just as Li Damao was about to explain the problem, Xiangyang raised his hand and calmly stated, "Teacher Li, I can solve this question." At this declaration, the entire class 9 erupted in astonishment. "Huh? What is happening? Did I hear that correctly? Xiangyang claims he can solve it? Didn't he only guess correctly on 8 points?" Laughter and whispers filled the room as even his deskmate, Qian Duoduo, stared at him in confusion, tilting his head in disbelief. "Xiangyang, are you sure you can solve this problem?" Li Damao asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Xiangyang confidently nodded. "I would like to give it a try." "Very well, then come up and attempt it." Xiangyang stood up and walked to the front of the class. He picked up a piece of chalk and began to methodically work through the problem on the blackboard. The classmates below held their breath, watching his every move. "First, we set the unknown variable. Then, based on the conditions of the problem, we formulate the equation," Xiangyang explained smoothly, each step clear and precise, without a trace of hesitation. As the students gradually emerged from their astonishment, they began to attentively absorb his explanations. Even Li Damao could not help but nod, his eyes sparkling with approval. Subsequently, we employed the substitution method to resolve the equation. Xiangyang continued his elucidation, his voice steady and resonant, as if narrating a simple tale. In the end, we arrived at the solution. Xiangyang cast aside the chalk and clapped his hands, turning to face the entire class with a subtle smile, exuding an aura of someone standing atop a mountain, unrivaled in the world. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with every student's gaze fixated on the blackboard, their faces marked with confusion. What on earth is this? I recognize each symbol on the board, yet when combined, they elude my understanding. Xiangyang, are you jesting with us? Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired aloud. Indeed, it represents the integral symbol. But what do these three signify? Li Damao also wore a puzzled expression as he approached the blackboard to closely examine the calculations, his brow furrowing deeper. After a moment, he turned to Xiangyang, his gaze sharp. Did you derive this on your own? Xiangyang remained calm and nodded. Yes, Mr. Li. This problem has three methods of solution, and this one is the simplest. The classroom once again plunged into silence as the students exchanged glances, uncertain whether to trust Xiangyang's words or suspect him of trickery. Meanwhile, Yixin scrutinized the answer he had obtained from Liu Hang, which spanned a full 15 lines, while Xiangyang's solution encompassed merely 8 lines. Moreover, Xiangyang's method surpassed the syllabus entirely, delving into the realm of triple integrals, a topic reserved for university studies. Li Damao paused for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. All right, Xiangyang, your answer is indeed the simplest. A wave of astonishment rippled through the students. How infuriating. He has once again outsmarted us. Mr. Li, is Xiangyang's answer truly correct? A student asked. The answer is indeed correct. However, Li Damao hesitated. Then continued. Although Xiangyang's method is succinct, it exceeds our current syllabus. This knowledge of triple integrals belongs to university-level content, which has surpassed what we are presently learning. Upon hearing this, the students displayed expressions of astonishment. Ah? So that's why we couldn't comprehend it. Yang, have you been previewing university courses? Qian Duo gazed at Xiangyang with admiration, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Xiangyang merely smiled, a hint of helplessness evident as he patted his head. This solution was derived from a formula he had seen in Yixin's notebook, unexpectedly belonging to university material. All right, class. Although Xiangyang's answer is correct, this method is beyond the syllabus, and answering in this manner on an exam would yield no points. Therefore, we should adhere to high school knowledge when solving problems. Li Damao restored a serious expression, reminding the entire class. Can you believe it? In just a few days, Xiangyang has made such rapid progress. He must be cheating. He is undoubtedly a former underachiever making a remarkable comeback. The gazes of his classmates all turned towards Xiangyang, and in that moment, his image in their eyes soared to new heights. All right, we will conclude our discussion on the monthly exam papers here. Moving forward, you must take the initiative to identify and rectify your mistakes. It is essential to organize and summarize your errors so that when you encounter similar problems in the future, you can draw parallels and apply what you have learned. Prepare diligently for the upcoming diagnostic exam. Class dismissed. After finishing, Li Damao took his lesson plan and turned to descend from the podium. Just before stepping out of the classroom, he cast a glance at Xiangyang, his eyes radiating approval. Chapter 26. Time to relax. In the final year of high school, examinations dominate the landscape. Continuous assessments, including weekly tests, monthly exams, and diagnostic evaluations, lead up to the ultimate college entrance examination. Of course, this journey is also punctuated by countless classroom quizzes. It is only after the college entrance exam that one can momentarily pause their testing odyssey. After all, once one enters university, examinations take on an entirely different character. At different stages of life, individuals encounter diverse experiences and possess varying mindsets. In the final year of high school, apart from exams, the focus is predominantly on problem solving. Yet, amidst this immense academic pressure, physical education classes emerge as a beacon of anticipation. The last period on Tuesday afternoons is a rare opportunity for physical activity. Typically, physical education classes wane in the final year, but the principal of Yunhai No. 7 High School is particularly supportive, advocating for a holistic development encompassing moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education. He insists that physical education classes be maintained from the first year through the final year. As the bell signaling the end of class rings, students burst from the classroom like wild tigers unleashed. Let us go. Time to gather on the playground. Each vibrant youth sprinted out, equipped with table tennis paddles, badminton rackets, and the basketballs beloved by the boys. Yang, let us go. Time for basketball. Xiangyang had once been particularly fond of the sport, dedicating all his free time to the basketball court. Many times, he would rush back to class at the last minute, even colliding with the supervising principal during one hasty return. Upon arriving at the playground, as he gazed upon the lush green soccer field, Xiangyang smiled knowingly. This is the essence of high school life. He had dreamt countless times of his high school experience, yet, truth be told, he had always dreaded the final year. Now that he had returned, Xiangyang felt no fear. Instead, he yearned to fully embrace his senior year. The mountains of books and seas of problems were no longer a source of stress, but a source of enjoyment. Line up, gather. The whistle sounded, and Mr. Liu, the physical education teacher, swiftly organized the students. Aware of the pressures faced by the seniors, Mr. Liu symbolically gathered them, led a brief warm-up, and then declared, "All right. I know that as seniors, you bear significant academic burdens. Therefore, aside from not returning to the classroom, you may freely engage in activities on the playground." As soon as Mr. Liu finished speaking, the students began to partake in their chosen activities. "Yang, let us go and form a team to play basketball." Duo called out to Xiangyang, gathering two classmates from their class, Jiangyu and Xing. They often enjoyed coming together to play basketball. After changing into their sports attire, they arrived at the basketball court, which was already bustling with players. For Xiangyang, basketball provided an excellent opportunity to unwind, and he certainly did not intend to miss out on it. However, the court was already dominated by the first and second-year students. To play, they needed to form a team. Xiangyang and Duo assembled their team, dubbed the West Team, and sought out a court that was slightly less crowded. They engaged in a series of matches known as elimination rounds, where losing teams would vacate the court for the next group to take their place. The victorious team would remain, while the others rotated in. Naturally, stronger teams could monopolize the court, whereas weaker teams often faced swift exits, with some players barely touching the ball before being sidelined. "Classmates, join our group," Duo called out, dribbling the basketball and greeting a towering player on the court. This individual stood at least 2 meters tall, a formidable center. The other 3 players accompanying him exuded athletic prowess, unmistakably members of the school's sports team. At this moment, Xing chimed in, "Xian, let's switch teams. That guy is Han Xiaohu, from the school basketball team. He's quite aggressive. I've played against him before. He even claims to be the Akaji of our school, and I was knocked over by him once. It nearly cost me dearly." Jiangyu echoed his sentiment, evidently shaken by the memory. However, Duo, having surveyed the court, noted that this was the least crowded area, and he was undeterred. "What is there to fear? We have Xiangyang with us, the McGrady of our school. Let us play a match first," he asserted with an air of confidence. Though Xiangyang's academic performance was not particularly stellar, he was renowned for his basketball skills, earning him the nickname McGrady among his peers. Additionally, his athletic build had drawn compliments from Teacher Liu, who had mentioned Xiangyang's potential in sprinting. Despite this, Xiangyang had no intention of pursuing a path as a professional athlete. In his previous life, he had been somewhat aimless, lacking any clear direction for the future, living day by day in a state of confusion. It was only after the college entrance examination that he realized this kind of life had come to an end. Having been given a second chance, Xiangyang not only devised a study plan and a financial strategy, but also included physical fitness as a priority. After all, a strong body was essential for achieving his aspirations. After a full day of studying, he relished the idea of playing basketball to relax. After all, it was one of his strong suits. "Let us go, it's our turn." Soon, a group of classmates, panting heavily, exited the court, clearly having been outmatched by Han Xiaohu's team. In this half-court game, the objective wasn't to keep score, but to see who could make 5 baskets first. As the visiting team, Xiangyang's group initiated the game. Duo positioned himself beyond the 3-point line and received the ball from Xing. After just a couple of steps, he noticed Han Xiaohu closing in for a defensive play and promptly passed the ball back to Duo. Duo dribbled the ball, moving slowly within the 3-point line, eager to break through. However, a towering figure loomed ahead. Despite multiple attempts to outmaneuver his opponent, his feints failed to deceive. Noticing this, Xing stepped in to set a screen, allowing Duo to slip past him. Just as he prepared to penetrate, a human mountain stood before him, Han Xiaohu, undeniably tall and robust. After 2 futile attempts, Duo realized he had no chance to shoot. "Yang, catch," he called out, faking a drive while deftly passing the ball to Xiangyang. The moment the basketball landed in Xiangyang's hands, he sprang into action, launching himself like a spring. Simultaneously, he released the ball, which soared in a beautiful arc swish. It was a perfect shot. Wow. He jumped so high he can fly. The speed of his reaction was astonishing, and that lean-back jump shot was incredibly stylish. It was only then that Han Xiaohu reacted, initially expecting Lu Xiangyang to drive for a layup, but instead witnessing an impressive jump shot with remarkable accuracy. Great shot. The crowd erupted in cheers. Yang, you're amazing. Qian Duo exclaimed, exhilarated. Lu Xiangyang smiled slightly, aware of his basketball talent, which he had not fully leveraged in his previous life. This time, he resolved not to squander any opportunities. The members of Han Xiaohu's team were evidently taken aback by Lu Xiangyang's skill, exchanging glances that sparked their competitive spirit. Don't get complacent. This is just the beginning. Han Xiaohu retorted defiantly, his interest piqued by the strength of his opponent. You must be Lu Xiangyang from Class 9 of senior year. That's me. I know you. Let us have some fun. Sure. I was just looking to unwind. The atmosphere on the court was charged with tension, drawing in students from other courts who had been watching. Meanwhile, on the playground, Gu Yixin was jogging with Lin Jing, their eyes caught by the action on the basketball court. Hey, isn't that Lu Xiangyang? Chapter 27. Run fast, youngster. The game continued with Han Xiaohu's team taking the ball for the next play. They clearly aimed to limit Lu Xiangyang's opportunities to shine. The ball swiftly found its way to Han Xiaohu, who leveraged his height to establish position under the basket. Lu Xiangyang stayed close to Han Xiaohu, denying him an easy scoring chance. As Han Xiaohu attempted to drive towards the basket, he was met with Lu Xiangyang's formidable strength, firmly holding his ground. The defense was impenetrable, leaving Han Xiaohu struggling to find a suitable shooting angle. Preparing for a mid-range shot, Han Xiaohu turned, but in that instant, crack. With precision, Lu Xiangyang intercepted the ball. It soared towards Qian Duo, who swiftly caught it and advanced with speed. Lu Xiangyang closely followed, while Qian Duo executed a feint in the paint to elude his defender. Rather than taking a shot, he passed the ball to Lu Xiangyang. Upon receiving the pass, Lu Xiangyang exhibited no hesitation, accelerating swiftly towards the basket. In the face of Han Xiaohu's defensive maneuver, Lu Xiangyang demonstrated his remarkable explosiveness and agility. With a graceful spin move, he easily scored with a layup. What a splendid play. The students on the sidelines erupted into applause, their cheers igniting the atmosphere of the entire basketball court. Incredible. The senior year students play exceptionally well. Are you not familiar with him? Lu Xiangyang from Class 9 of the senior year is an extraordinary basketball player. Oh, I know him. I heard he scored only 8 points in the last monthly math exam. Yes, that's him. Indeed, when one door closes, another window opens. Wow. Your cynical remarks are quite sharp. Let us continue watching the game. Oh, look, isn't that Gu Xiaohua? Yes, it seems to be her. On the sidelines, Gu Yixin quietly observed Lu Xiangyang on the court, her thoughts racing. I never expected him to be such a remarkable basketball player. Previously, she had heard others speak of Lu Xiangyang's south prowess on the court, even referring to him as an MVP of sorts. However, she had never held an interest in basketball. Today, by chance, while running, she decided to take a look. To her surprise, Lu Xiangyang's movements were both agile and impressive. Even with 3 defenders against him, they could not contain him. The game continued, and it was once again Qian Duo's turn to inbound the ball. Without hesitation, he immediately passed it to Lu Xiangyang. Han Xiaohu's group was well aware of this player's extraordinary vertical leap and dared not underestimate him, closing in swiftly. Yet at that moment, Lu Xiangyang dribbled, spun, and bypassed his initial defender before they could react. Subsequently, Han Xiaohu and his teammates rapidly adjusted their defensive strategy, attempting to block Lu Xiangyang's path. However, Lu Xiangyang's ball handling skills were exceptionally refined. He navigated through the crowd with the grace of a solo dancer. Meanwhile, Qian Duo sought opportunities beyond the three-point line, while Lu Xiangyang attracted the majority of the opposing team's defensive attention. Suddenly, Lu Xiangyang delivered a swift pass. The ball shot like a bolt of lightning towards Qian Duo, who was positioned at the three-point line. Catch it, fatty. Upon receiving the ball, Qian Duo slightly adjusted his stance before launching into a jump. A beautiful fadeaway jumper ensued, with the ball tracing a graceful arc in the air before swishing through the net. 3 points. Qian Duo struck a remarkably ostentatious pose, blowing kisses to the spectators. Qian, you're so cool. Qian, you're amazing. Yang, was my three-pointer stylish? Absolutely stunning. The audience erupted once more into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Initially, Everyone anticipated Xiangyang would force a drive, but to their astonishment, he opted to pass. Duo, living up to expectations, made the shot with unwavering confidence. The players from Han Xiaohu's group exchanged glances, bewildered. Unexpectedly, the members of the school sports teams found themselves humiliated. All right, Qin Shui, let us continue. Come on. The atmosphere on the basketball court grew increasingly tense. Han Xiaohu signaled to his teammates, "Keep your spirits up and do not embarrass yourselves." His teammates understood that Han Xiaohu was ready to play hard. The ball was soon in play. Jiang Yu hurriedly moved in to defend. However, Han Xiaohu, dribbling fiercely, knocked Jiang Yu to the ground. Goodness! Han Xiaohu, you charged into someone while dribbling. That's a foul. Who committed a foul? This is just normal play. Do you even know how to play? Han Xiaohu was clearly frustrated by the loss. The current situation was displeasing to him. You charged into me with the ball. Everyone saw it. Duo, refusing to back down, retorted, "What is it to you? Can't handle the loss. Who can't handle it? Fine. I admit to the foul. You can take the ball." Xiangyang approached and helped Jiang Yu up, quietly inquiring, "Are you all right? Can you continue?" "I'm fine. Can we still play?" "Of course, let us go." Jiang Yu was also incensed. It was just a school sports team, after all. With Yangge here today, they would surely dominate. Men, after all, are often stirred by the desire for victory. The game resumed. Chen Xing initiated the play, passing to Duo. Duo dribbled, moving back and forth beyond the three-point line. Han Xiaohu's team, with their considerable height, had no advantage playing inside. They needed to spread out and take outside shots. Duo dribbled, slowly searching for an opportunity. Suddenly, he accelerated and changed direction, breaking through the defense and heading for the basket. Han Xiaohu, realizing the danger, scrambled back to defend. Duo had already leapt, swiftly passing the ball to Xiangyang. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiangyang took off from his spot and launched a two-handed shot. A beautiful arc traced through the air, and the ball swished through the net. What a shot! Incredible! That's a classic move reminiscent of McGrady. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Han Xiaohu's expression darkened, clearly displeased with the unfolding events. "What are you all doing? Defend. Why are you just standing there? Are we playing snake here?" Han Xiaohu's teammates were equally frustrated, yet they found themselves unable to defend effectively. Just 3 minutes later, Xiangyang's team swept Han Xiaohu's team with a score of 50-0. Impressive. Let us have another match next time. Han Xiaohu clapped Xiangyang on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting respect for a strong opponent. Although the others had lost, they expressed sincere admiration for Xiangyang's skills. All right, Xiangyang nodded. They played for another 20 minutes until the physical education teacher blew the whistle. Everyone quickly assembled and then dispersed, concluding the day's classes. Duo approached Xiangyang, clutching a basketball. "Wow, today's game was exhilarating. We really took down Akaji. Yangge, let us play a few more games." Xiangyang waved his hand dismissively. "No more games. I need to head home and study." "Seriously, Yangge? We're just getting started. Don't kill the vibe." Chen Xing and Jiang Yu stood by, persuading Xiangyang to form a team and play a few more rounds. It was a rare occasion to indulge in such excitement. As long as Xiangyang was present in their group, they could dominate the court effortlessly, unless they grew weary and decided to stop. If they truly did not wish to continue, they could find someone else to join another team. Xiangyang wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to leave. "Oh, Brother Yang has indeed changed." "Changed? In what way?" He thought to himself. "Now all he cares about is studying. There's no room for me anymore." "Humph. Duo. You two are acting as if you're in a relationship. What nonsense. Brother Yang and I share the purest friendship while playing." The trio resumed their conquest on the court. 10 minutes later, Xiangyang slung his backpack over his shoulder and slowly walked to the school gate, then rode his bicycle straight to the Internet CAF. It was time to ride again. At the school gate, Yixin, with a backpack and headphones, watched Xiangyang speed away, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 28. The target score for the mock exam. At Internet CAF, as soon as Xiangyang logged into his chat account, it buzzed incessantly. Dozens of messages flooded in, all from the editor, Fat Tiger. "Chasing Wind, during the initial release of your new book, do not update excessively. Save some drafts. Once I secure a recommendation for you, then you can unleash the updates. I've already applied for a homepage recommendation. Please do not cease your updates." The messages conveyed the warmth and care of an experienced editor towards a novice author. There was no other choice. It was Lu Xiangyang's first time writing novels online, and he was utterly clueless. Yet, he understood one thing. By the end of the month, he needed to produce 300,000 words. As the book was set to be published at the beginning of the following month, he was solely focused on earning money as quickly as possible. He opened the webpage and accessed the author backend. A glance at the data revealed 846 views, 813 collections, and 309 comments. He had published 1,083,000 words over the past 3 days. Wasn't he this rather low? With fewer than 10,000 views and only 813 collections, it seemed inadequate. Lu Xiangyang was indeed a novice, utterly oblivious to the fact that these figures were already astonishingly impressive. For instance, the leading urban novel on Xiangcao Chinese network, The Emperor of All Ages, took a month to achieve similar statistics, bolstered by the site's strong promotion and a plethora of supportive fans. Yet, here was Lu Xiangyang, quietly publishing his work, achieving remarkable results in just 3 days. He was not pretending to be humble. He simply did not comprehend the significance of his accomplishments. Today was the 22nd, with only 7 days left in the month. He still needed to write 190,000 more words to reach 300,000. The critical point was that once it was published, he would need to update frequently. Thus, he had to consider saving drafts. Most importantly, editor Fat Tiger mentioned applying for a homepage recommendation. Lu Xiangyang researched online and discovered that such recommendations were quite significant, typically granted only to books with excellent data, many of which were already published. This undoubtedly enhanced Lu Xiangyang's appreciation for editor Fat Tiger. Since that was the case, he couldn't let the editor down. Time to get to work. As the clock struck, Lu Xiangyang once again immersed himself in the fervent act of writing. 2 hours later, he dispatched the 10 freshly penned chapters in one fell swoop. In a final note to his readers, he humbly inscribed, "As a novice writer, I kindly ask for your support." The approval came swiftly, and those who had added his work to their shelves were promptly greeted with the update. Their astonishment was palpable. Good heavens! Another 10 chapters at once. This author is simply formidable. What? He claims to be a novice? A novice with such prowess? Surely this is a jest. Regardless, they dove into the narrative with fervor, utterly captivated. The sheer pleasure of consuming over 20,000 words at once was exhilarating. Lu Xiangyang continued to write, now fully focused. He could type an astonishing 9,000 words in just 1 hour, averaging about 150 words per minute. This speed could hardly be deemed merely excellent. It was downright extraordinary, akin to that of a professional typist. Indeed, seasoned typists can reach even 200 words per minute or more. Thus, Lu Xiangyang knew he had to practice further. As he typed, he became entirely absorbed in the world of words. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Upon glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 11 o'clock. A quick review of his manuscript revealed he had only produced 20,000 words. With his days consumed by study, he could only write in the evenings, from 7 until 11. In that span of 4 hours, he could manage around 40,000 words, provided he was in peak mental condition. Should he succumb to a cold or illness, that pace would be halved. If not for his grandmother's worry at home, Lu Xiangyang would have been tempted to write through the night. At present, his youthful body brimmed with vitality. He could feel the fervor of youth coursing through his veins. It is a truth universally acknowledged that an 18-year-old boy possesses the peak of physical strength. Even after playing basketball and fervently writing, his energy remained exceptionally abundant, far surpassing that of men in their 30s and later years. Before departing, Lu Xiangyang glanced at his statistics. 967 clicks, 27 collections, and 783 comments. Astonishing. He was momentarily taken aback. In just a few hours, the clicks had surged by over 3,000, collections by 2,000, and most remarkably, the comments had increased by over 100. With the total word count still under 130,000, he had yet to peruse the comments. He was genuinely curious about what his readers had to say and eager to gauge their feedback. Lu Xiangyang opened the comments section to read. The plot is utterly captivating. I can hardly put it down. The beginning with the 9 dragons coffin is breathtaking. A divine book, truly a masterpiece. This author must be a pseudonym for some great figure. It's terrifying. The updates are astonishing. In just 3 days, 28 million words. How can other authors compete? I bet that any author aiming for a daily update of 1,000 words will starve. Xiangyang gazed at the comments. A wave of indescribable joy surged within him. He never anticipated that his novel, released ahead of schedule, would garner such widespread recognition and affection. As he continued to peruse the comments, he discovered that many readers were engaging in discussions about the plot and characters. Some had even begun to speculate about future developments, which further solidified Xiangyang's conviction that publishing would undoubtedly yield financial rewards. It seemed he needed to exert himself even more. He could not afford to disappoint his readers. He murmured to himself. Determined, he resolved to allocate his time more judiciously from that day forward. During the day, he would focus intently on his studies, striving to complete as much as possible within the confines of the school. In the evenings, he would dedicate more time to writing, aiming to earn his manuscript fee swiftly so he could purchase a computer. This would facilitate his writing endeavors at home. In the days that followed, Xiangyang arrived at school early each morning, fervently immersing himself in his studies. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he would proactively seek assistance from Yixin, disregarding the whispers of his classmates. As for Li, each inquiry Xiangyang made towards Yixin left him infuriated. Yet, Xiangyang was indifferent to his ire. The upcoming Saturday marked the date of his first mock examination, a citywide assessment known as the baseline examination. Xiangyang merely needed to perform well in this test to demonstrate his capabilities. In terms of mathematics, he had nearly mastered the material, and even when faced with challenging questions, he was able to achieve satisfactory scores. Interestingly, he found that studying Chinese had become particularly effortless. His comprehension of reading passages had evolved significantly, and he still retained a good memory of classical texts and poetry. However, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to writing by hand, occasionally struggling to recall certain characters. After all, since graduating high school, he had rarely used pen and paper. As Friday arrived, Xiangyang spent the day completing practice papers, first Chinese, then mathematics, followed by English and comprehensive sciences. Feeling fatigued from studying, he ventured out to the playground for a couple of laps to rejuvenate his spirits. By the time the final class approached, during the break, he made a score estimation for himself, jotting it down on paper. Chinese, 120, mathematics, 140, English, 50, comprehensive sciences, 140. This calculation suggested a total of approximately 450 points, which he deemed his inaugural goal. Not too ambitious, he opted for a modest target, believing in a gradual approach. It was worth noting that in the previous monthly examination, Xiangyang had scored below 300 points, so aiming for 450 was a remarkable leap. Just as he sat there, lost in contemplation over the score he had written, someone abruptly snatched the paper from his grasp. Really? 450 points? Even a poor student dares to set a scoring target? Li, the class monitor, exclaimed with laughter. Language, 120, mathematics, 140, English, 50, comprehensive science, 140, total score, 450. Li held in his hand the score target set by Xiangyang and burst into a raucous laughter. His laughter immediately drew the attention of several classmates. No way. Xiangyang, you truly are audacious, daring to set a goal of 450 for the mock examination? How do you even have the gall? This is quite extraordinary. At this moment, all the students in the class cast astonished glances towards Xiangyang, seemingly taken aback that he had indeed set a score target for himself, 450 points. No less. It would be unremarkable if a top student did such a thing. However, Xiangyang was far from a scholar. Scoring a mere 8 points in mathematics and managing to reach a total of 300 points was already quite commendable. Yet here he was, boldly aiming for 450 points in his first mock exam. Generally, the first mock examination in high school is the most challenging, and thus, Xiangyang's audacious goal of 450 points naturally sparked surprise and discussion among his peers. Do not underestimate Xiangyang. He has been working quite diligently lately. Indeed, ever since he expressed a desire for Yixin to tutor him, Xiangyang seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Tomorrow marks the first baseline exam, and some individuals feign diligence. Soon enough, their true colors will be revealed. This was Li's remark, clearly intended to put Xiangyang in a difficult position. In a previous life, Xiangyang would have likely retaliated with a punch. But now, having been reborn, he was determined to endure no longer. Li, return my belongings. Or do not blame me for being impolite. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to strike me? Li Zhe, who came from a well-to-do family and had been cherished since childhood, had taken on the role of class monitor since the first year of high school. Although his academic performance was not the best in the class, he consistently ranked within the top 10, around the 100th position in the grade. Historically, at Yinhai No. 7 high school, one needed to be within the top 80 in the grade to have a chance at entering a prestigious university. Failing to gain admission to a renowned institution would not impact Li Zhe's affluent background. Even gaining admission to an ordinary university and pursuing a promising major would suffice, as his family's connections would easily secure him a position in an excellent establishment. Such prospects were simply unattainable for graduates of prestigious universities. Alas, in this era of parental advantage, reality is indeed harsh. Thus, Li Zhe exuded an air of superiority. Although his classmates found him rather bothersome, none dared to provoke him. Yet today, Xiangyang was prepared to teach him a lesson. Li Zhe, I have already given you an opportunity. You are truly ineffectual. Xiangyang rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards Li Zhe. Clearly caught off guard, Li Zhe didn't expect Xiangyang to actually take action. Xiangyang, what are you doing? This is school. Fighting will lead to punishment. At this moment, the classmates turned their attention towards them. Yet not a single person stepped forward to intervene. As Xiangyang drew closer, Li Zhe, the self-proclaimed master of words, was already retreating in fear. Quick, go summon Teacher Li. Xiangyang is about to strike. Hurry, Li Zhe shouted to the classmates nearby. However, not one of them moved. Uncertain whether he wished to witness the unfolding drama or was merely feigning ignorance, Xiangyang had already approached Li Zhe, pinning him against the wall with one hand. The other hand, splayed open, hovered menacingly in the air. Xiangyang, I am the class monitor. Li Zhe stammered, you cannot hit me. Xiangyang feigned a slap. But at that moment, Yixin, observing the scene, could no longer contain herself and shouted, Xiangyang, do not resort to violence. In the past, Xiangyang would have undoubtedly delivered a swift blow. However, his aspirations of attending university now weighed heavily upon him. He did not wish to jeopardize his future over such trivial matters. Thus, as his hand swung toward Li Zhe's face, it gradually slowed, ultimately pausing mere inches from Li Zhe's forehead. Li Zhe, momentarily taken aback, then saw Xiangyang's fingers form a circle. With a sharp snap, Xiangyang's fingers echoed in the air before Li Zhe's head. The sound startled Li Zhe, causing him to jump and scream. Embodying the image of a timid boy, this elicited hearty laughter from the entire class. Li Zhe, you truly are a source of amusement, Xiangyang remarked coldly. Disdain evident in his eyes. Such individuals, had it not been for their privileged backgrounds, would find themselves friendless in the world. Yet, wealth allows them to gather a multitude of companions. Li Zhe, do not presume that being the class monitor grants you the right to ridicule others at will. And do not think that your affluent upbringing entitles you to act without restraint. Let me inform you. There are countless individuals in this world who possess more wealth and power than you. However, true respect is earned by those who strive through their own efforts. Li Zhe found himself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by Xiangyang's commanding presence. The classmates were equally stunned, unable to fathom that the typically combative Xiangyang could exhibit such composure and articulate such profound wisdom, an extraordinary feat among high school students. Xiangyang, just you wait. Li Zhe finally regained his composure, his frustration boiling over. I have no time for you. I am focused on my university entrance exams, Xiangyang replied, reclaiming the paper with his scores, releasing Li Zhe and returning to his seat. Xiangyang, with your abysmal grades, do you truly believe you can enter university? Li Zhe shrieked in a fit of hysteria. Yet Xiangyang remained unfazed, his demeanor serene. What? Is the university your family's property? Am I not allowed to apply? His words provoked another wave of laughter from the class. Li Zhe, feeling he had already lost enough face, became even more enraged. Xiangyang, do not think that your perfect score in math was anything but a result of Yixin providing you with answers beforehand. Yixin immediately countered, Li Zhe, do not spread falsehoods. I did not give Xiangyang any answers. He solved it all on his own. How could he possibly do that? Xiangyang retorted with a cold smile. Why is it impossible? Or perhaps you are the one who cheated. Li Zhe firmly asserted. I know for certain that you have been scheming to have Yixin tutor you, solely to capture her attention. Are you attempting to pursue her? You, a mere toad, wish to court a swan. The classroom erupted in a chorus of astonishment. A group of high school students relished such juicy gossip, and a flurry of discussions ensued. Is Xiangyang really trying to woo Yixin? No wonder he sought her help with his studies. His intentions are indeed questionable. How are my intentions questionable? Xiangyang retorted, finding the accusation rather harsh. Haha, the toad wishing to eat the swan's flesh is simply hilarious. Yet, Xiangyang believed that the rampant rumors held little significance for him, as his emotional maturity far exceeded that of his peers. However, when the matter involved Yixin, he felt compelled to speak further. Lija, do not complicate the friendship among classmates. I have no time for pursuing Yixin. My sole focus is on my studies. Humph. Lija pointed accusingly at Xiangyang, exclaiming, Xiangyang, you are not a man if you cannot even admit your feelings for Yixin. The atmosphere in the classroom stirred once more, with classmates erupting into a cacophony of teasing. Class 9 of their senior year became a lively spectacle, even attracting students from neighboring classes to join in the spectacle. The corridor outside the classroom filled with onlookers. Xiangyang cast a glance toward Yixin, who sat at her desk, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, though her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Xiangyang felt a slight headache coming on. Lija was undeniably a quintessential provocateur. Chapter 30. The Bet. Lija, are you not merely aiding my cause? Now, the entire class is aware of the situation. Yet, with the matter laid bare, the atmosphere has turned somewhat awkward. I must devise a means to dissipate this discomfort, ensuring that Yixin does not become ensnared in the whirlwind of gossip. Lija, how have I become the toad? Have you ever seen such a handsome toad as me? Uft. Ha ha ha, Brother Yang is too amusing. Xiangyang's self-deprecating humor elicited roars of laughter from his classmates, even causing Yixin, seated nearby, to stifle a giggle. Humph. Xiangyang, cease your evasion. A student like you, failing to excel, does not deserve to remain in our class 9. You are a disgrace to us. Lija, taken aback by Xiangyang's ability to defuse the tension, was unaware that Xiangyang's emotional resilience had matured significantly. Lija, how have I offended you? Please enlighten me. I shall amend my ways. Xiangyang spoke earnestly. Yet to his peers, it appeared rather comical. Lija, exasperated, retorted, you have not offended me. After all, you are merely a poor student, lacking the merit to concern me. Oh, I see. Then I kindly ask you to refrain from spreading rumors that undermine the relationships among classmates. Xiangyang wore a smile, utterly unfazed by anger. From now on, I simply wish to study diligently and gain admission to my ideal university. Please refrain from influencing me further. Humph. How could someone like you ever get into university? Lija scoffed. Stop dreaming. A student like you will always remain a failure. Undeterred, Xiangyang confidently replied, Lija, do not underestimate me. Who says a poor student is doomed to remain so? It's merely a matter of taking an exam. Just wait and see. I will gain admission to a prestigious university and show you. How arrogant. Tomorrow is the mock examination, and you dare set a target of 450 points? If I were you, I would be too ashamed to show my face, Lija taunted provocatively. Then how about this? If I score 450 points, you treat the entire class to Fanta. What do you say? Xiangyang responded coolly. Lija glared at him like a fighting cock. Fine. If you fail to achieve that score, you must leave class 9 of senior year. Do you dare to accept? Xiangyang shot him a dismissive glance. I refuse to accept such a ridiculous wager. Just then, the school bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Li Daomao, entered the classroom, visibly irritated by the chaos. What is going on? Hurry back to your seats. Class is starting. The students quickly returned to their places, and Lija shot Xiangyang a glare, falling silent. The farce had, at last, reached a temporary conclusion. Seated at his desk, Xiangyang glanced towards Yixin's direction. Could she possibly think herself a swan? However, he felt no concern for her thoughts, for he indeed desired the swan. But he was no toad. At Yunhai 7th High School, it was evident that Li Yuhang and Yixin were the most compatible pair, not only in academics, but also in family background, representing a true match in social standing. Other students either satisfied one criterion or lacked both. Lija was no exception. Academically, he was still far behind Yixin. As for Xiangyang, he needed not elaborate. He was inferior in both lineage and studies. Yet, this was merely temporary. Soon, I shall become the brightest star at Yunhai 7th High School. Just wait and see. After the final class of the afternoon, Xiangyang did not immediately leave the classroom to return home. With the mock examination looming tomorrow, He resolved to study a little longer, particularly to memorize more English vocabulary, his weakest subject. Grammar baffled him completely, and he could only hope to scrape by on vocabulary alone. Anything more was beyond his ambition. 60 points would be a triumph. Yangge, school is out. Shall we shoot some hoops? Qian Duoduo asked, clutching a basketball and looking expectantly at Lu Xiangyang. Without lifting his head, Lu Xiangyang replied, not today. I must put in extra effort. Tomorrow's mock examination is crucial for me. Really, Yangge, you are actually going to bet with Li Zhe? Why even bother with him? It has nothing to do with him. It is my own genuine desire to learn. My goodness, Yangge, the way you are acting is causing me great stress. Nonsense. I believe you should focus your thoughts on your studies. Otherwise, do you think you deserve Xingjie? Yangge, why are you bringing this up? Qian Duoduo suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After a pause, as if contemplating something, he said, fine. I will stop playing basketball for now and head to the cafeteria for a meal. Shall I bring you something to eat when I return? Lu Xiangyang smiled and replied, no, I will finish this set of questions and then head home. The classroom was becoming increasingly empty, as most of the students had already gone to the cafeteria. After watching Qian Duoduo leave, Lu Xiangyang immersed himself back into memorizing English vocabulary. He had already memorized a third of an English dictionary. Time passed slowly, and as dusk approached, Lu Xiangyang finally packed his belongings, preparing to leave school. He still needed to go to the internet CAF tonight to write. He had to complete his novel by the end of the month, as it was set to be published and charged for at the beginning of next month. Just as he organized his backpack and stood up to exit the classroom, someone called out to him, Lu Xiangyang, wait a moment. Turning around, he saw it was Yixin. After today's commotion with Li Zhe, Lu Xiangyang was concerned about any potential impact on her. However, it seemed there was not much effect. Is there something you need? Yixin nodded and said, I saw you memorizing English words. Yes, English is quite challenging for me, so I wish to learn more vocabulary. Yixin shook her head and replied, simply memorizing words 1T suffice for the exam. As she spoke, she took out a well-organized set of notes. It contained some commonly used grammar, all fundamental, along with fixed phrases. You can take a look if you need. I truly need this. Lu Xiangyang eagerly took it and began to peruse the notes, all beautifully handwritten by Yixin. Her writing was delicate and elegant, reflecting her personality, neat and lovely. Thank you so much, Teacher Gu. He addressed her as Teacher Gu in a hushed tone, mindful that a few classmates were still present. After speaking, Lu Xiangyang turned to leave. At that moment, Yixin called out, wait for me, I'm also about to leave. 2 minutes later, Lu Xiangyang and Yixin, both with their backpacks, exited the teaching building together. As they bid farewell, Yixin suddenly inquired, Lu Xiangyang, don't take today's incident with Li Zhe to heart. He tends to speak carelessly, but we are classmates after all. Try to control yourself and avoid physical confrontation in the future. Lu Xiangyang was taken aback by Yixin's words. He had expected to reassure her instead. Yet, here she was, comforting him. How considerate. Furthermore, he sensed that Yixin was concerned about him resorting to violence. After all, as high school students, any act of aggression would invariably be wrong. The consequences would be inevitable. With the college entrance examination approaching, receiving a disciplinary record would certainly tarnish one's academic record. Lu Xiangyang smiled brightly and said, rest assured, I am merely a mediocre student, certainly not a school tyrant. That's a relief. I honestly thought you might confront Li Zhe today. I would never do that. Do you think I am foolish? Why not? Well, let me illustrate with an analogy. All right, go ahead. For instance, if you find the wind displeasing, you should never engage in a conflict with it, even if the wind does not harm you. Should you inflict damage upon it, you too may catch a cold. Yixin paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, realizing the humor, she covered her mouth and laughed. Your joke is quite chilly. Lu Xiangyang chuckled lightly in response, offering an encouraging gesture. Do well tomorrow. You too. By the way, Lu Xiangyang, you aren't truly planning to bet against Li Zhe, are you? Fear not. With your tutoring, I am confident I can achieve 450 points. As he spoke, Lu Xiangyang waved his hand and turned to ride his bicycle. He still had to compose another 20,000 words tonight. Chapter 31. Embracing a New Self. Early the next morning, Lu Xiangyang rose early and sped to school on his bicycle. Today marked the first significant examination since his rebirth, the mock exam. Setting aside the wager with Li Zhe, Lu Xiangyang was eager to assess his current academic standing. The mock exam was a citywide assessment, with results that would provide a comprehensive ranking. It could even determine the university he might attend, provided he performed adequately in the college entrance examination. Thus, this test held great significance. Unlike monthly assessments, the standards for the mock exam were considerably elevated, typically held in late February. The mock exams in Yunhai City spanned 2 days. The first and second-year students would be on break during this period, while the third-year students would be shuffled and assigned to different classrooms across the school. The supervision would be conducted with the utmost rigor, adhering to the standards of the college entrance examination. Upon arriving at school, Xiangyang first returned to the classroom to retrieve his Chinese literature book, intending to review once more before the exam. However, when he located his examination room, he discovered the hallway bustling with students, each engrossed in their revision materials. Just as he prepared to delve into his studies, he spotted Yixin rushing towards him, panting heavily. Yixin, are you in this classroom too? Yes. I didn't expect to see you here. After exchanging greetings, they both began their respective reviews. Yet, Yixin's presence stirred a commotion among several classmates. After all, Yixin was not only beautiful but also excelled academically, making her a veritable star at school. The thought of sharing an exam with the school's flower was exhilarating. Indeed, if only I could copy her answers. I wouldn't need to. Chinese is my strong suit. Before long, the bell signaling the start of the exam rang, and students began to enter the classroom in succession. Xiangyang found his seat in the last row, while Yixin occupied a window seat in the second row ahead, following the invigilator who entered with the examination papers. Xiangyang cast a glance at the invigilator, who was none other than his Chinese teacher, Zhu Sumei. Furthermore, Zhu Sumei also served as the head teacher of Class 2, which was renowned as the accelerated class of the grade, and Li Yuhang was in this very class. Students were instructed that upon receiving the examination paper, they must first fill in their names and other pertinent information. Once completed, they could browse through the paper and review the questions. Zhu Sumei commenced with a plethora of examination regulations. As the bell rang, she began distributing the papers. Please ensure you read the questions meticulously, treating this as if it were the National College Entrance Examination. Upon receiving his paper, Xiangyang initially brought it to his nose, inhaling the rich aroma of ink. To some classmates, it might have seemed unpleasant, yet to Xiangyang, it was a delightful fragrance. Ding-ling-ling. You may now begin writing. The invigilator's announcement signaled the students to put pen to paper with fervor. After all, it was a Chinese exam, and with 2.5 hours on the clock, many students struggled to complete all the questions. However, Xiangyang remained composed. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, before picking up his pen and beginning to analyze the questions. Among the following sets of words, which one contains a typo? Shiver, generous, discuss national affairs, act against the overwhelming majority. Stroll, an empty door, myriad flavors, a tacit understanding. Oversight, regroup, enraged from embarrassment. The plan for the year lies in spring. Devour, speaking from the heart, the true form revealed, placed in a dire situation to be reborn. The answer was clear. Speaking from the heart should read speaking with a calm heart. Among the following sentences, which one is free of grammatical errors? The answer was forthcoming. In the section on basic questions, Xiangyang encountered no obstacles. He quickly moved on to the reading comprehension section, beginning with modern prose, followed by classical literature appreciation. The modern text was manageable, while the classical literature was somewhat obscure, entirely unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, Xiangyang found it not difficult to read. Even the classical translation yielded his answers swiftly. At this moment, Xiangyang was completely immersed in the examination. The invigilator paced back and forth in the classroom, occasionally displaying a look of satisfaction, while at other times furrowing her brow. Time ticked away, and the only sound in the room was the scratch of pen on paper. For the first time, Xiangyang experienced a sensation of sheer exhilaration, becoming wholly engrossed in the examination, akin to a pleasurable indulgence. It was no wonder that top students relished exams. It indeed was a profoundly fulfilling endeavor. As the examination progressed, Xiangyang discovered that his comprehension had undergone a significant transformation. Those reading comprehension passages that had once caused him distress now unfolded their meanings with ease. The Chinese examination lasted for 2.5 hours, yet Xiangyang completed all preceding questions in just over an hour. Now, only the essay remained. He scrutinized the essay prompt. Write an 800-word composition on the theme of familial affection and communication. Requirements. Having not penned an essay in many years, Lu Xiangyang closed his eyes, and memories of cherished moments with his grandmother flooded his mind, reflecting on his rebellious adolescence and the understanding he had cultivated since then. Lu Xiangyang first realized that there was indeed a lack of communication between him and his grandmother. A tide of emotions surged within him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiangyang began to write. At this moment, what flowed from his pen was not merely text, but an outpouring of feelings. Time passed unknowingly. He was wholly engrossed in his writing, as if the entire world had shrunk to just him and the exam paper before him. When he penned the final word, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Glancing at the clock, he discovered that nearly 2 hours had elapsed, with still half an hour remaining until the exam concluded. Lu Xiangyang recalled that in previous Chinese exams, he often felt pressed for time, particularly when it came to writing essays, where he typically had less than 10 minutes left. Yet now, having completed the entire paper, 30 minutes still lingered. After casually reviewing his work, a satisfied smile crept across his face as he organized the paper. He then raised his hand, exclaiming, "Teacher, I wish to submit my paper." Zhu Sumei turned at the sound, recognizing a student from class 9. Isn't that Lu Xiangyang? Is he really submitting his paper already? It's Chinese, and most students barely have enough time to finish. Yet he wants to hand in his paper early? Zhu Sumei reminded him, there is still half an hour left until the exam ends. Aren't you going to check it over? No, Lu Xiangyang replied. For him, Chinese was just that way. Spending more time on a review seemed futile. It would be better to take a moment to run and rejuvenate his spirit. Preparing wholeheartedly for the afternoon's exam. Then you may go, Zhu Sumei sighed, refraining from further comments. A poor student was a poor student, even if given 2 more hours. They wouldn't gain additional points. As he stepped out of the classroom, Lu Xiangyang felt an immense sense of relief. He looked up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze brushed against his face, lifting his spirits. It was undeniable that he no longer felt the initial confusion that had once plagued him. Rather, he was now reveling in the experience. He truly enjoyed his senior year of high school. In his previous life, reaching the age of 18, he had been utterly oblivious to his future, lacking any plans and simply taking each step as it came, lost in a haze. But now, having been given a second chance, he was determined to live differently. He aspired to forge a new version of himself. Moreover, he felt confident about his performance in Chinese. However, unlike mathematics, which allowed for precise estimations upon completion, the subject of Chinese, with its variable of essay writing, made it difficult to gauge accurately. The afternoon exam would be mathematics, a subject that now filled him with anticipation, as it had become his strong suit. Inhaling deeply, Lu Xiangyang savored the warmth of the sun and the gentle caress of the breeze. He decided to run a few laps around the track to unwind and prepare for the upcoming exam. At that moment, the playground was deserted. Lu Xiangyang raced along the track, savoring his freedom. Chapter 32. The Academic Prodigy, Li Yuhang. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the Chinese exam. Many students exited the classroom, shaking their heads and sighing. Each one wore a furrowed brow, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. The spirited demeanor before examinations has vanished completely. Oh dear, if only I could have a few more minutes. Just 5 minutes, I implore. If only I could borrow 5 more minutes from the heavens. Clearly, for the Chinese language examination, 2.5 hours is far from sufficient for many students. Yixin stepped out of the classroom, twisting her body slightly in the corridor. There, she spotted a familiar figure sprinting with all his might on the playground below, the peculiar Lu Xiangyang. How strange it is that he submitted his paper early. Surely, he must have scribbled nonsense throughout. After lunch, Lu Xiangyang leisurely returned to the classroom. Before he could even settle into his seat, he heard Li Zhe's mocking voice. I heard someone finish the Chinese exam half an hour early. It seems the underachievers couldn't even complete the questions. Lu Xiangyang pursed his lips, truly at a loss for words. How on earth did this guy become the class monitor? A class monitor? No less, a leader of the class, with such a mindset? Never mind, it's not worth my attention. Upon sitting down, Xian Duoduo returned and immediately inquired, Brother Yang, how did the Chinese exam go? It should be all right, though I doubt I'll score full marks. Humph, quite the show-off, aren't you? Lu Xiangyang chuckled and asked. And you? I think it went well. At least I filled in all the answers, so I should earn some effort points. Lu Xiangyang took a sip from his water cup when Xian Duoduo asked again, Brother Yang, your target score for Chinese was 120, right? Yes. But I estimate I can score around 130, Lu Xiangyang replied nonchalantly. as if discussing something utterly mundane. No way. Xiangyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? You're not joking, are you? We'll find out soon enough. Xiangyang shrugged, feigning indifference. Truth be told, he was uncertain of his actual score, but he felt quite optimistic. He hoped his confidence would lead to an unexpected outcome. Brother Yang, I feel like you're becoming increasingly odd. In what way? You're acting bizarre. Oh, for heaven's sake. After a brief rest, Xiangyang pulled out Yixin's math notebook, preparing to solidify his grasp of the mathematical formulas. Xiangyang, unwilling to fall behind, took out his accumulated wrong problems for review, and whenever he encountered confusion, he didn't hesitate to ask Xiangyang for help. Brother Yang, do you understand this problem? With just a glance, Xiangyang grasped the concept. This one? First this, then that, and finally this. Xiangyang nodded vigorously. Enlightenment dawning upon him. Wow, Brother Yang, you're truly impressive. What about this problem? This one is even simpler. We start with this, then move on to that. Soon, the lunch break came to an end, and students began to proceed to the examination hall. Mathematics, in particular, is known for its capacity to differentiate scores. Some students, regardless of the complexity of the questions, could score over 140 points, while exceptionally talented individuals might even achieve a perfect score of 150. Certainly, it is merely due to the total score being limited to 150 points. Some students, when faced with easier questions, can achieve scores around 120. However, once the difficulty escalates, scores in the 70s and 80s become commonplace, and some even fall to absurdly low levels. In the realm of mathematics alone, substantial discrepancies in scores can emerge. Xiangyang stood outside the examination hall and spotted a student from class 9. He was a bespectacled boy, unfamiliar to him, whose name eluded Lu's memory, though it seemed to begin with AC. Xiangyang, keep it up. Just as Lu was straining to recall, the bespectacled boy approached him. You too, do your best. Lu responded with a smile, surprised to find someone in his class who cared about him. The invigilator soon entered, to Lu's astonishment. It was a physical education teacher clad in sports attire, complete with a whistle hanging around his neck, a quintessential accessory. Before long, the examination papers were distributed. It was evident that for many, time would be insufficient in mathematics due to the extensive calculations required, which starkly contrasted with language arts. Certain types of questions demanded considerable time merely for comprehension and drafting. Furthermore, if one discovered a miscalculation and had to go back to verify, time would be squandered even more. Consequently, many students found themselves unable to complete all the math problems. The mathematics teacher would often advise tackling the questions one could confidently answer first, securing those points. As the papers were handed out, the students began to sift through them, identifying the easier problems they could solve. Xiangyang followed suit, but chose to review all the question types first. He quickly realized that the set of questions was indeed quite challenging. The multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions aside, the latter portion's major questions drew upon a particularly comprehensive base of knowledge. The breadth of these topics was decidedly different from those in the in-class assessments. However, for Xiangyang, it was still manageable. The 2-hour examination period was entirely sufficient for him. Time flew by as he tackled one question after another, and before long, he arrived at the final major problem. Suddenly, a smile crossed his face. The difficulty of this question turned out to be surprisingly simple. After approximately 5 minutes, Lu had deduced his solution on the scratch paper. Once he arrived at the answer, he meticulously verified his work to ensure its accuracy before neatly inscribing the final answer. In less than an hour and a half, Xiangyang had completed all the questions. He then conducted a thorough review to confirm everything was in order. With 10 minutes remaining until the end of the examination, feeling somewhat fatigued, he raised his hand to submit his paper. At that moment, all eyes turned towards him. Each classmate's expression conveyed a shared sentiment. Indeed, a mediocre student remains mediocre. Instead of enduring the torment within the classroom, it was far better to bravely step out of the abyss. A true master, stepping out of the classroom, Xiangyang made his way to the playground to begin running. An hour-long intensive examination truly drained one's mental energy. After each running session, the weariness of the body is invariably alleviated. Having just completed 2 laps, Xiangyang was surprised to discover another presence on the track, Xiangyang from class 2. Clad in athletic attire, Xiangyang was intently running on the track, seemingly releasing his own pressures. Glancing at his watch, Lu Xiangyang noted there were still 15 minutes until the exam concluded. To his astonishment, Li Yuhang had already submitted his paper. "You're Lu Xiangyang from Class 9, aren't you?" As he continued his run, Li Yuhang approached him. Lu Xiangyang cast a sidelong glance and teased, "What? The academic prodigy recognizes me?" The two began to jog side by side. Li Yuhang continued, "I heard from Yixin that you scored full marks on the last math exam. You even know that. I suppose I am not as low-key as I thought." Lu Xiangyang responded with a hint of surprise. With a slight smirk, Li Yuhang said, "I've heard you're quite the athlete. Care for a couple more laps?" "Sure. I'll give you a 3-second head start." No sooner had he spoken than Li Yuhang accelerated. His figure, illuminated by the sun, appeared particularly vigorous, each stride brimming with strength and rhythm. Goodness, this genius from the advanced class not only excels academically, but is also quite swift. Lu Xiangyang thought, "What was I thinking? Offering him a head start? 1, 2, 3. Here I come." He quickened his pace and caught up. Chapter 33, 0 or full marks. Panting heavily, Lu Xiangyang and Li Yuhang lay on the ground in a crisscross formation, gasping for breath. It must be said that Lu Xiangyang had exerted every ounce of his energy just to barely claim victory. Who would have thought? "Li Yuhang, you run quite fast," Lu Xiangyang remarked between breaths. "You're not too shabby yourself," Li Yuhang replied, gazing up at the sky, taking several deep breaths before asking, "How did the math exam go?" "Not too bad. The questions weren't overly difficult," Lu Xiangyang replied casually. "What do you mean? You finished it all?" "Yes, completed everything." Lu Xiangyang nodded, not denying it. "What about you? How did you fare?" Li Yuhang smiled. "I felt I had done enough, so I submitted my paper." "Did you finish?" "Not quite," Li Yuhang candidly admitted. "I couldn't solve the second part of the last proof question." Lu Xiangyang was taken aback. "You didn't finish, yet you submitted early?" Li Yuhang remained unflappable. "If I can't solve it, I can't. Sitting in the classroom is too uncomfortable." "That makes sense." At that moment, Lu Xiangyang sensed that even the academic prodigy experienced distress. Moreover, he could discern that Li Yuhang was not as carefree as his classmates often imagined. "By the way, I heard you also submitted your Chinese exam early. Is that true?" Li Yuhang abruptly asked. "Yes, I submitted it once I was done." Lu Xiangyang had mentioned it casually, but Li Yuhang fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Dingling. The exam time was up. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Students began to exit the classroom in succession. Lu Xiangyang also stood up. It was time to head to the internet CAF to write. The new book was about to be published. He needed to write diligently. Tomorrow, there are English and comprehensive science exams, which currently pose a challenge for Lu Xiangyang. He must dedicate time this evening to review diligently. Li Xueshan has departed. Li Yuhang has already risen, observing Lu Xiangyang's retreating figure. He inquires, "I heard you excel at basketball?" Lu Xiangyang chuckles. "It's decent. They call me the T-Mac of the 7th High." Li Yuhang smiles. "Perhaps we could engage in a friendly match sometime." A glint of challenge sparkles in Li Yuhang's eyes. "Absolutely. You are welcome anytime," Lu Xiangyang replies. Turning to face Li Yuhang, unwavering, the two share a grin, the sunlight bathing them, illuminating the vitality of youth. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiangyang pedals his bicycle towards the school gate, yet his thoughts linger on Li Yuhang's demeanor. Behind every individual's polished exterior, there lies an untold story. Take Li Yuhang, for instance. He ranks first in the school, earning the admiration of peers who privately refer to him as the study god. However, to Lu Xiangyang, the title implies a considerable burden. "How did you fare on the exam?" Yixin approaches, smiling. "Not too shabby, how about you?" Lu Xiangyang casually replies. "I felt quite good about it, especially the essay. I was rather pleased with my writing," Yixin asserts confidently, though her expression dims slightly. "But, did you manage to complete the last math problem?" "Yes, I finished it, but I'm uncertain about scoring." "What do you mean?" "I suspect my solutions may have exceeded the syllabus." "What? Again exceeding the syllabus?" "You truly are something," Yixin remarks, somewhat exasperated, struggling to comprehend how Lu Xiangyang could apply advanced knowledge to solve high school math problems. As they converse, they exit the school. By evening, the entire Yunhai 7th High has settled into tranquility. Within the teaching building, only the language department office on the 5th floor remains illuminated. The language exam concluded this morning, and the school has organized the teachers to grade the papers promptly, with the scores required to be reported to the Municipal Education Committee by tonight. As this is a mock examination, timeliness is crucial for formulating subsequent teaching plans. Zhu Sumei, the head of the language department, is personally overseeing the grading process tonight. Alas, this language exam was rather challenging overall. Zhu Sumei remarks, seated in her office chair, having reviewed numerous papers. Thus far, the results appear disappointing. Mr. Wang, how is it on your end? Zhu Sumei inquires, frowning at another language teacher across from her. Not very promising here either, Mr. Wang responds with a sigh. If we maintain this level for the college entrance examinations, our overall performance will have declined compared to last year. Upon hearing this, Zhu Sumei feels a headache coming on. As the head of the language department, overseeing 3 classes, the grading indicates that only Class 2 is faring well, while the other 2 classes are struggling. Ms. Zhu, this paper is quite commendable. The basic questions only lost 8 points, but I'm uncertain about this essay. What is there to be uncertain about regarding the essay? All the teachers present are seasoned Chinese language instructors, and upon reading the essay prompt, they can typically assign a score with ease. A composition scoring 60 points, if relevant to the topic, generally receives a score between 40 and 50. Should the writing exhibit a certain finesse and clarity of expression, even with minor flaws, the score is unlikely to be low, often surpassing 50. However, the essay in front of Teacher Wang leaves him perplexed. Zhu Sumei rises and approaches Teacher Wang to gain insight into the matter. Look here, she points out, this student has employed a multitude of literary allusions and rhetorical devices. Yet, it seems overly complex, rendering it somewhat obscure. Nevertheless, one must admit, this is indeed a remarkable piece. Teacher Wang gestures towards the essay on the test paper. Zhu Sumei takes the paper and begins to read attentively. She discovers that this composition is indeed exceptional. The author not only demonstrates a profound literary foundation in the content, but also exhibits considerable craftsmanship in expression. Particularly, the thematic development of familial affection and communication is articulated with remarkable depth, evoking a philosophical resonance that invites contemplation. This essay is truly extraordinary, Zhu Sumei exclaims. It hardly seems something a high school student could have penned. Could it possibly be plagiarized? Teacher Wang nods in agreement. I share this sentiment. However, this student only lost 4 points on the foundational questions worth 90 points, indicating a solid grounding in the subject. Zhu Sumei acknowledges this with a thoughtful nod. The overall difficulty of this exam is relatively high, with most students scoring between 45 and 60 on the 90-point foundational questions. Yet this particular student has managed to attain an impressive score of 86. Given that this is a unified, closed-book examination conducted citywide, it is impossible to have received answers in advance. This strongly suggests that the student possesses commendable skills in the Chinese language. With this perspective in mind, Zhu Sumei decides to withhold her initial assumption of plagiarism. Teachers Liu and Zhang come over and take a look. Soon, several grading instructors gather in the office to review the essay. After a thorough examination, they unanimously agree that the piece is likely original. At this juncture, one teacher suddenly remarks, the essay is indeed commendable, but might such a style be somewhat risky for the college entrance examination? Zhu Sumei nods, reflecting momentarily before responding, indeed. Clarity of expression and adherence to the topic are paramount in college entrance essays. Such an overly intricate style could either yield extremely high or very low scores. What score do you think would be appropriate? Teacher Wang inquires. An older Chinese language teacher promptly asserts, in my opinion, writing in such a manner for the college entrance examination is akin to playing with fire. A warning should be issued, and it ought to receive a score of 0. I beg to differ, a younger teacher counters. While college entrance essays should indeed prioritize stability, they should not preclude the expression of individuality. Language instruction should not be overly rigid. I believe it should not only avoid a score of 0, but should be awarded full marks. Indeed, while the prose of this composition may appear overly intricate, it remains fundamentally aligned with the theme. I would assign it a score of approximately 55. Teacher Wang also shared her perspective. Several teachers subsequently turned their attention to the group leader, Zhu Sumei. What are your thoughts, Teacher Zhu? Zhu Sumei nodded affirmatively, expressing her agreement. I believe a score of 55 is quite reasonable. I also support awarding 55. So do I. In Chapter 34, titled Good Work, Worthy of Reward. Following a vote among the teachers, a majority favored the score of 55, deducting 5 points for presentation. Zhu Sumei then decisively recorded the score of 55. Consequently, the total score for this Chinese language examination reached 141. This is likely the highest score recorded at Yunhai No. 7 Middle School since its establishment, isn't it? It indeed seems so. I recall the highest score previously was merely 136, achieved by a graduating class 3 years ago. When did our 7th school have such outstanding students? Teacher Zhu, could this possibly be Li Yuhang? I doubt it, and it certainly does not resemble Gu Yixin's work. Who, then, could it be? Our school still has students excelling in Chinese. Given that this was merely a mock exam, there were no sealed papers. They were simply clipped together. I am genuinely curious to know which student this is. In any case, the writing style is certainly not Li Yuhang's, nor could it be Gu Yixin's. Shall we take a look? After all, since it was a mock exam, there was no possibility of examination misconduct. Zhu Sumei carefully removed the clip, revealing the name inscribed on the sealed strip, Lu Xiangyang. Zhu Sumei rubbed her slightly sore eyes, ensuring she was not mistaken. How could it be him? As the head of the Chinese department, with years of teaching experience, she had witnessed many astonishing events. Yet, at this moment, she was utterly astonished. Lu Xiangyang scored 141 in Chinese. How is this possible? Zhu Sumei had taught several classes of seniors in Chinese, and she was acutely aware of the language proficiency of her students. Particularly, she knew Lu Xiangyang well. During the year of the middle school entrance examinations, which coincided with Lu Xiangyang's first-year final exams, he had ranked among the top 10 in the entire school. His ranking even surpassed Gu Yixin's, especially with a score that placed him 3rd in the grade for the Chinese subject alone. However, that occasion marked Lu Xiangyang's sole moment of brilliance. Subsequently, after the division into science and arts classes, this student faltered, resulting in dismal academic performance. He became known as a poor student in class 9, and it seemed he had barely exceeded 300 points in the last monthly exam. In mathematics, he scored a mere 8 points, a matter that had become common knowledge among the faculty. Yet now, this individual had astonishingly achieved 141 in Chinese. Notably, this was the very first mock examination. This score would undoubtedly place him at the top of the entire grade. Even in the rankings across the city for all senior classes, he would surely rank highly. There is a significant possibility he could even be the top scorer in the city. Teacher Zhu, isn't Lu Xiangyang one of your students? At that moment, Teacher Wang could not help but voice his curiosity. Zhu Sumei nodded in acknowledgement. Teacher Wang, perplexed, was left with a singular thought. Lu Xiangyang must have cheated. How could he possibly achieve such a score? I wonder if cheating is indeed a possibility. The other Chinese teachers, upon hearing this, found some merit in the notion. It was not surprising. A student who had consistently ranked at the bottom suddenly attaining such extraordinary marks would arouse suspicion in any educator. Impossible, Zhu Sumei immediately refuted. The likelihood of the exam questions being leaked is exceedingly low. Moreover, this was merely a mock examination, primarily intended to assess foundational knowledge. What would be the point of cheating? Indeed, it was just a baseline test, and I too do not support the idea of cheating, Zhu Sumei added. Furthermore, I was proctoring Lu Xiangyang's exam, and I paid close attention. He answered all the questions on his own, with remarkable focus. Interestingly, he submitted his paper half an hour early. At this revelation, the teachers were utterly astonished. In a typical Chinese exam, most students struggle to complete their papers in time. Yet this student managed to finish half an hour ahead, scoring a remarkable 141 points. Could it be that he had deliberately performed poorly in the past? Meanwhile, Lu Xiangyang had spent 2 hours typing at an internet CAF, but today he was not in the best of spirits, only managing to produce 15,000 words. Coupled with his previous drafts, he had released a total of 20,000 words. Consequently, his new book had reached a total of 260,000 words. Based on his current output, Lu Xiangyang was fully capable of publishing. However, as a newcomer in the fantasy genre, Zhou Dahua advised him to aim for 300,000 words before publishing to garner more recommendations and collect additional readers, thereby generating momentum prior to launch. With just 2 days remaining until the end of the month, and with an exam scheduled for Saturday, he planned to publish the following Monday. This timing would allow him a full day over the weekend to write and prepare additional content. Editor Fat Tiger suggested that upon release, Lu Xiangyang should aim for a substantial update. In Fat Tiger's view, delivering 10 chapters at once, over 20,000 words, would already be considered a significant release. However, Lu Xiangyang intended to release a staggering 100,000 words at once. Of course, this would depend on his writing efficiency over the weekend. If his productivity was high, he could potentially deliver 200,000 words at launch, a feat that would likely leave other authors envious. After completing today's 20,000 words, Xiangyang noticed that the back end was still under review. Curious about reader feedback, he opened the comments section to see the reaction. To his surprise, the number of comments had already reached 3,000. Why are there so many comments? Could they all be criticisms? He ventured into the comments section. Wow. This author is incredible. The quantity is astonishing. Not only is the output substantial, but the quality is genuinely impressive. This story is exceptional. The writing quality can easily surpass that of Xiangyang, and I feel that Xiangyang's position as the top author is in jeopardy. I vaguely recall that Xiangyang's Eternal Emperor has dominated the fantasy charts for nearly a year now, hasn't it? Only a month remains. Yet I am confident that once the esteemed work of Master Chasing Wind is published, it shall undoubtedly surpass the creations of Master Xiangyang. Huzzah! Let the battles commence. I revel in the thrill of conflict. To those above, this is not mere brawling. This is a divine slaughter. Indeed, the excitement is palpable. It seems I must urge Master Xiangyang to hasten his pace. With his meager 2 chapters a day, consisting of merely 1,000 words, even the laziest of donkeys would hesitate to rest so long. Come, let us spur the author into action. Those indolent creatures. The commentary section is replete with numerous posts, the majority of which are commendatory. Not only is the frequency of updates substantial, but the quality is exceptionally high, which is a rarity indeed. Additionally, many posts engage in discussions regarding the intricacies of the plot and character development, with speculations surrounding the protagonist Yifan's true heritage emerging as well. After perusing the posts for a while, it is evident that the overall reception is overwhelmingly positive. Truly, this is a magnum opus from Dongguo. Even though it has been released ahead of schedule, it withstands scrutiny admirably. Soon, Xiangyang discovered that a plethora of readers had graciously bestowed rewards upon him. Wei La 025 has become the leader of the work Sky Veil, a worthy book deserving of appreciation. The author has labored diligently. Hua Fei Huayi has become the leader of the work Sky Veil. The book suits my tastes perfectly. The author is deserving of this reward. Tianxia Wuya Iban He has become the leader of the work Sky Veil. The writing is exquisite. The plot is full of twists and turns, resonating with my heart. Chang Shi Xiao Wang Zi rewarded the work Sky Veil with 10,000 vanilla coins. Splendid work, deserving of this reward. Yuzhong Butong rewarded the work Sky Veil with 5,000 vanilla coins. While young, let us have more updates. Chapter 35, Tremble and Shake. To his astonishment, so many readers have offered rewards. Furthermore, the messages accompanying the rewards are unanimously laudatory. Xiangyang felt a surge of excitement. He then took to the internet to investigate. A leader's reward amounts to 1,000 yuan. According to the website's policy, the author receives half, equating to 500 yuan. After calculating the total value of the current rewards, Xiangyang found it had reached 200 yuan. After the website's share is deducted, he would receive 100 yuan. 1,100 yuan. My goodness. This is merely from the rewards, not accounting for the subscriptions post-release. How exhilarating. Just then, editor Fat Tiger sent another message. Master Chasing Wind, are you there? I have matters to discuss with you. Please respond if you are available. Upon reading the message from editor Fat Tiger, Xiangyang replied succinctly, speak. Observing the brevity of Master Chasing Wind's response, Zhou Hu pursed his lips. How remarkably concise. Editor Fat Tiger continued. Master Chasing Wind, it is thus. I have already requested a 9 Rivers recommendation for your book from the chief editor. Please do not cease your updates. Master Chasing Wind inquired. What is a 9 Rivers recommendation? Editor Fat Tiger replied. You are unaware. Master Chasing Wind responded. This is my first book. Ah, indeed. It is apparent that he is a newcomer. Yet, if this is indeed the work of a novice, to produce such a masterpiece as a first endeavor and achieve such success, that is undeniably the mark of a prodigy, a top-tier genius. Zhou Dahua was overtaken by a surge of grandeur. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon an internet literature prodigy, a golden-edged editor. Destined for fame and fortune, this very day would mark the beginning. Off he went. The Jiuho recommendation was an independent showcase channel of Xiangcao Chinese network. Only those books that had been meticulously selected for their exceptional potential could ascend the rankings. After a lengthy explanation, Xiangyang finally grasped the concept. It was a desire to secure a surge of recommendations before the official launch, to achieve significant exposure. The more readers that encountered the work, the greater the number of additions to their bookshelves. Only with a substantial influx of subscribers could new releases generate increased revenue. Thus, the Jiuho channel represented a particularly vital recommendation. Zhou Dahua had successfully secured this opportunity for Lu Xiangyang, largely due to the remarkable quality of Lu Xiangyang's work and its outstanding data. Once the matter of recommendations was settled, Zhou Dahua earnestly cautioned, in the coming days, you must ensure your updates remain consistent. Naturally, for one with your speed of writing, discontinuing updates was out of the question. In fact, I would prefer you maintain a steady pace, rather than overindulging in excessive updates. Wait until next Monday, which is the 1st of March, to unleash a torrent of new content upon the launch. After sending the message, the recipient replied succinctly with a single word, okay. Truly, as expected from the formidable Chasewind, he was indeed rather stoic. Zhou Dahua pursed his lips and reminded, the book will be available after midnight on the 1st of March. So refrain from updating until the settings are adjusted. All subsequent chapters will incur a fee. Thank you. Lu Xiangyang responded with the highest courtesy of the realm before logging off. He needed to rise early the next day to continue his examinations. Earning money was essential, yet studying was equally imperative. However, tomorrow's comprehensive science and English exams were not Lu Xiangyang's strong suits. He could only hope to perform to the best of his abilities. Upon returning home, Lu Xiangyang commenced his review of comprehensive science knowledge, particularly focusing on physics. He had already perused the biology textbook and, relying solely on rote memorization, had grasped the material. Only the calculations involving genetic probability proved somewhat vexing. Fortunately, this part did not constitute a large portion of the score. If necessary, he could abandon it entirely. Chemistry, on the other hand, was manageable. Through understanding and memorization, Lu Xiangyang had committed the essential knowledge points to memory. He had memorized all 327 crucial chemistry concepts required for high school, and even the periodic table had become second nature. As for the inference questions regarding organic compounds, he would tackle those as they arose. Goodness, organic chemistry was indeed a formidable challenge. The remaining subject was physics, which could not be mastered by mere memorization. Comprehension and integration were essential. At this moment, Lu Xiangyang found himself at a loss. He would consider this mock exam as an opportunity to reinforce his knowledge points, especially since the college entrance examination was still some time away. Regarding English, he would resume his vocabulary study after the comprehensive science exam tomorrow, and during lunch, he would utilize the time to review the materials provided by Yixin once more. By the time Lu Xiangyang completed his review of comprehensive science, it was already midnight. He hastily prepared for bed, as an early rise awaited him the next day. The following morning, Lu Xiangyang arrived at school early on his bicycle. He truly devoted himself to the morning comprehensive examination, steadfastly refraining from submitting his paper prematurely for the entire 2.5 hours. He answered all the questions he deemed necessary. Upon completing the exam, he proceeded to the cafeteria for a meal. For the first time, Lu Xiangyang realized that immersing oneself in an examination significantly drained one's mental energy, leaving him feeling quite famished. Upon entering the cafeteria, he queued up at a relatively less crowded window. A glance revealed that today's offerings were noticeably superior to the usual fare, evidently arranged to cater to the senior students. Of course, potatoes were a staple, accompanied by Lu Xiangyang's beloved braised pork, although it paled in comparison to his grandmother's cooking. After an arduous exam, he craved meat, particularly fatty meat. Swallowing hard, he handed his meal box to the lady serving. "Auntie, I would like the spicy and sour shredded potatoes, braised eggplant, and braised pork." "Certainly," the cheerful server exclaimed, promptly scooping a generous portion of spicy and sour shredded potatoes into Lu Xiangyang's box. He had to admit, the serving was quite ample. Next came the braised eggplant, also heaped generously. This lady truly excelled at her job. "I shall return to this window in the future," Lu Xiangyang mused, just as the lady began to serve the braised pork. With a deep scoop, she filled his box to the brim with succulent pork. "This is excessive," he thought, elated by the bounty. Just as he reached out his plate to receive the braised pork, he noticed the lady was in no rush. With a calm demeanor, she inquired, "Are you a senior, dear student?" As she spoke, her hand trembled, causing a significant portion of the pork to tumble from the scoop. Lu Xiangyang's expression darkened instantly. Oh no, but the tremors did not cease. The lady continued to shake, and with each quiver, Lu Xiangyang's heart sank deeper. What was once a full scoop of braised pork now contained only a few morsels. He felt an urge to confront her. It was utterly unfair. One of life's greatest miseries lies in being given hope, only to watch it crumble before one's eyes. Such anguish. In a state of discontent, Xiangyang left with his meal box, containing merely 2 pieces of braised pork. I will remember you, auntie. I shall never return to this window again, he thought, utterly vexed. Chapter 36. My deskmate has become my admirer. Carrying his meal box, Xiangyang sought a vacant table to dine. However, the cafeteria was bustling with patrons. Just then, he heard someone call his name. Turning towards the sound, he was surprised to see Li Yuhang waving at him, with Yixin seated across from him. Xiangyang recalled his first visit to the cafeteria after his rebirth, when he coincidentally encountered Yixin and Li Yuhang sharing a meal, engrossed in a discussion about the exam papers. Such is the realm of the academic elite. Come here, he heard. All right. Xiangyang did not refuse and walked over with his lunchbox. He then sat down opposite Li Yuhang, beside Yixin. It was at this moment that Xiangyang noticed something amiss, for he observed that Yixin's lunchbox was heaped with braised pork. Yixin, is the lunch lady a relative of yours? Xiangyang could not help but inquire. Yixin, somewhat puzzled, replied, No, why? Then why did she serve you so much braised pork while I only received 2 pieces? Well, I have no idea. It should be equal treatment, right? Equal treatment. My foot. Xiangyang thought to himself, for Li Yuhang also had a generous portion of braised pork. It was evidently a privilege reserved for the academic elite. Who would have thought that excellent grades could lead to such preferential treatment, even in food? It was rather disheartening. With a wry smile, Xiangyang remarked, Perhaps the lunch lady I encountered has Parkinson's disease? Huh. Why? Because when she served me the braised pork, her hand was shaking uncontrollably. Uffed. Li Yuhang, seated across from him, could not suppress his laughter. Yixin, stifling her giggles, said, Actually, I told the lady that I don't particularly like braised pork, so you can have mine if you'd like. Huh. You haven't even touched it. You won't mind, will you? Not at all, thank you. Braised pork is truly delicious. The afternoon brought another English exam, a subject in which Xiangyang felt particularly weak. In the last monthly test, he had managed a mere 32 points through sheer guesswork. This was a subject he truly struggled with, often unable to comprehend even the questions. The primary issue lay in his limited vocabulary. He could hardly grasp the essence of the questions. Over the past few weeks, however, he had memorized a considerable number of words. In truth, English is not as daunting as it seems. If one were to go abroad, surrounded by English speakers for a month, they would surely be able to haggle at the market in English. Thus, it is evident that the learning environment is paramount. Ultimately, the college entrance examination hinges on vocabulary proficiency. With dedicated effort, one can certainly improve in English, especially by expanding their vocabulary. To excel in the entrance examination and gain admission to a prestigious university, one must prioritize English, ensuring they do not fall too far behind. As the afternoon English exam commenced, Xiangyang sat in the examination room, diligently answering the questions. He realized that his efforts over the past weeks had yielded significant results. He could now proficiently use many words, and his reading comprehension had improved considerably. Although some questions remained challenging, he found himself capable of inferring the meanings. In simple terms, he relied on educated guessing to maximize his score. To be able to make educated guesses was already a tremendous advancement. Previously, he had relied solely on random chance to achieve his score of 32. That was quite an accomplishment. At exactly 5 p.m., the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. As Xiangyang exited the examination hall, he was filled with a profound sense of achievement. It was indeed a gratifying feeling. The days prior had been spent in a haze, but now he felt a sense of clarity and purpose. Regarding the future, there were no thoughts at all. However, now Xiangyang's mindset has transformed. Upon returning to classroom 9, the students began rearranging the desks and chairs, putting them back in order after the examination. Soon, a number of classmates could be heard discussing the exam questions, with some comparing answers. The math question should have been a selection, right? No, it definitely was a selection. Lija, what did you choose for the third multiple choice question in math? That question was so simple, of course I selected it. Lija, noticing Xiangyang entering the room, deliberately raised his voice, clearly intending for Xiangyang to overhear. Oh no, I initially selected it, but changed my answer when I submitted the paper. Haha, I told you to trust your first instinct. How foolish. Xiangyang merely listened quietly as he walked back to his seat, organizing his backpack in preparation to take some materials home. With some time to spare, He intended to continue his studies. Yanggu, how did you do on the exam? Just as Lu Xiangyang was tidying his backpack, Qian Duoduo returned, appearing utterly exhausted. It was evident that he had invested himself wholeheartedly in the examination. Qian Duoduo's performance typically hovered around the average level. On occasion, when he excelled, he could reach a slightly above average standing. For instance, during the college entrance examination in his previous life, he had performed exceptionally well, gaining admission to a second-tier university. Conversely, Lu Xiangyang had not even been able to qualify for a vocational school. However, at this moment, his aspirations extended far beyond merely a second-tier institution. His sights were firmly set on a prestigious 985 university, or at the very least, a 211 university. I think I did fairly well. I should be able to place in the top 10. What? You think you can place in the top 10? Qian Duoduo, incredulous, exclaimed loudly, as if he had misheard. This one remark immediately drew the attention of the classmates seated in front, Gao Peng. Gao Peng was the type who desperately endeavored to excel academically, yet his grades remained dismal. Such students seemed to exist in every class, those who toiled diligently, spending nearly all their time seated and studying, apart from meals and bathroom breaks, yet their efforts yield little success. They consistently perform poorly on exams. Lu Xiangyang, are you dreaming? You've only pretended to study for a few days, and you actually believe you can place in the top 10? In response to Gao Peng's derision, Lu Xiangyang chose not to engage further. He simply smiled faintly and replied, "You may consider me to be joking. Of course, it must be a joke. How can that be possible?" Gao Peng, having performed poorly once again in this mock examination, was in a foul mood. Lu Xiangyang, if you, with your pretense of studying, can achieve a top 10 placement, then those of us who study diligently every day might as well give up. Studying is not merely a matter of time spent. It requires method. Lu Xiangyang was disinclined to argue with him. Gao Peng's approach to studying was fundamentally flawed. After each exam, he would memorize the incorrect answers without striving to comprehend the underlying concepts. He would even memorize mistakes from both math and physics, yet failed to grasp the errors. When encountering a similar problem again, even with slight alterations, he would be at a loss. Thus, no amount of time spent would prove beneficial. The sciences simply do not lend themselves to such a method of learning. Qian Duoduo, do you need your English dictionary? No. Then can I borrow it for the weekend? Sure, take it. Lu Xiangyang put the English dictionary into his backpack and left. Brother Yang, wait for me. Qian Duoduo also grabbed his backpack and chased after him. The two walked side by side out of the teaching building. Brother Yang, do you really have confidence in making it into the top 10? We'll know when the results come out next Monday. With that, the two went together to retrieve their bicycles, pushing them all the way to the school gate. Brother Yang, see you next week. Just as Qian Duoduo was about to ride off, Lu Xiangyang assumed he was heading to an internet CAF to play games. Out of concern, he added, Fatty Qian, with the college entrance exam approaching, you should play fewer games. Brother Yang, you've misunderstood me. I'm going home, not playing any games. So you're not going to the internet CAF tonight? Of course not. I want to play games before the exam. I'll just read novels instead. Lu Xiangyang felt somewhat speechless. Isn't that just another way of wasting your time? Brother Yang. Qian Duoduo suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice. I've recently discovered an extraordinary masterpiece. It's absolutely captivating. Oh, really? What is it? It's a fantasy novel titled Heaven's Veil. Lu Xiangyang exclaimed, no way. What a coincidence. My deskmate has become my fan. Chapter 37, A Peerless Genius. Yinhai No. 7 High School, 9 p.m. It was a Saturday. However, the teachers of the senior class were still at work. The first mock exam had just concluded, and now arrangements were being made for grading the papers. With the aim of compiling all data by noon on Sunday to report to the Municipal Education Committee, a unified ranking for the city would be established. This way, the academic status of all senior students in the city could be assessed. Historically, the university admission ratios in Yunhai City follow a pattern. For instance, the top 20 students generally gain entry into prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. Those ranking within the top 600 can secure a place in a 985 university, while the top 1,500 may enter a 211 university. For Lu Xiangyang, he needed to rank within the top 1,500 in the city to have any hope. Of course, admission statistics fluctuate each year, but the general ratio remains consistent. Thus, the citywide ranking offers a glimpse into the progression rate of Yunhai No. 7 High School. In the mathematics office, Li Damao sat in his chair, Reviewing the scores from the recent mathematics exam. Li Yuhang, 146 points. Lu Xiangyang, 144 points. Gu Yixin, 136 points. These were the top 3 mathematics scores in Yunhai No. 7 High School. For Li Damao, these results were indeed remarkable. After all, 2 of his students occupied the top spots. Out of over 1,200 students in the senior class, only 3 scored above 130 points, whereas in previous years, there had only been 1 student scoring above 140. This time, however, an additional student emerged, Lu Xiangyang, whom Li Damao had previously found most troublesome. 144 points. Li Damao couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of gratification as he lit a cigarette. He had already reviewed the mathematics exams of Li Yuhang and Lu Xiangyang. Both students failed to score on the final question. However, Li Yuhang managed to earn 2 points for his derivation process, though his final answer was incorrect, resulting in a deduction of 4 points. Conversely, Lu Xiangyang flawlessly derived the solution, yet he was penalized 6 points for utilizing formulas beyond the syllabus. The college entrance examination follows a similar pattern, with questions derived from the curriculum, yet there are often elements that exceed the syllabus. While questions may go beyond the syllabus, the solving process must adhere strictly to high school knowledge. In essence, the examination does not truly exceed the syllabus. Thus, if one employs formulas beyond the syllabus to arrive at an answer, even if correct, no points will be awarded. Li Damao understood this implicitly. Although Lu Xiangyang's advanced derivation garnered no points, it showcased his extraordinary mathematical talent and potential. A score of 144. This rascal. I always knew he had not devoted himself to his studies before. Just then, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. It was Zhu Sumei, the homeroom teacher of Class 2. Hello, Teacher Zhu. What can I do for you? Have the math scores been tallied? Yes, they have just been completed. I wanted to inquire about Li Yuhang's performance. Well, he scored 146, making him the top student in the school. Zhu Sumei's demeanor remained unchanged at this news. After a brief pause, she asked, "And how did your Class 9 fare?" "Not too shabby. We also have 1 student above 140. Oh, is it Gu Yixin?" "No." Gu Yixin maintained a steady performance with a score of 136. Could it be Lu Xiangyang? Indeed, it is he. Lu Xiangyang scored 144, placing second in the school. Just as I thought. Zhu Sumei's tone seemed somewhat heavy. Teacher Zhu, is something wrong? The language department has also compiled the Chinese scores. Can you guess who achieved the highest score in your class? Li Damao, without much thought, replied, "It must be Li Zhe." Li Zhe indeed performed admirably, scoring 127. Wow, that's impressive. That boy is quite remarkable. Achieving over 120 in Chinese is already considered excellent, and 127 is an exceptional standard. With 90 points in foundational questions and 60 in the essay, it is quite challenging to attain high marks due to the subjective nature of the subject. Indeed, this time, the Chinese mock exam posed considerable difficulty, so Li Zhe's score reflects his solid foundation. At that moment, Zhu Sumei's tone shifted. However, Teacher Li, this time Li Zhe's score is not the highest in your class. Li Damao immediately sensed a shift. Could it be that Gu Yixin excelled beyond expectations? The only name that came to his mind was indeed Gu Yixin. But that didn't seem right. Who then? It was Lu Xiangyang. He scored 141 in Chinese, securing the top position in the school. What? Li Damao abruptly sat up, his cigarette slipping from his grasp and falling onto his lap. In a flurry of confusion, he exclaimed, "Teacher Li, are you all right?" Zhu Sumei, hearing the commotion over the phone, inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, Li Damao replied, extinguishing the cigarette and tossing it into the wastebasket. He then asked, "Teacher Zhu, there's no mistake in the statistics, is there? Can one truly score 141 in Chinese?" His surprise at the mathematics score of 140 was negligible, but this was Chinese. Scoring 120 would already set one apart from the other students. A score of 141 was nothing short of astonishing. Was this student truly a prodigious talent? The Chinese department has confirmed the results several times, Zhu Sumei reassured him. To ensure fairness, I have also consulted the Municipal Education Research Group, and they concur that he indeed earned 141. Oh my goodness, such a high score, Li Damao exclaimed. In all my years of teaching, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Zhu Sumei continued, expressing her initial doubts. I had thought Lu Xiangyang might have cheated. However, after our conversation and hearing about his impressive math score, I have no reason to doubt his capabilities. It seems Lu Xiangyang truly possesses remarkable talent. Li Damao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Teacher Zhu, you know well that Lu Xiangyang ranked 8th in the first semester exams. He even outperformed Gu Yixin with an exceptionally high score in Chinese. Yes, he was 3rd in the grade for that subject, Zhu Sumei confirmed. After ending the call, Li Damao lit another cigarette for himself. He refrained from smoking during class, but his craving was significant. As a mathematics teacher and the head of a senior class, Li Damao endured considerable pressure. He placed the mathematics score statistics into a drawer for safekeeping. Once the comprehensive science and English scores were released the following day, he would be able to compile the total results. After turning off the office lights, Li Damao stepped out, glancing at the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. It was time to head home. He thought to himself that he would speak with Lu Xiangyang next Monday, determined to maintain this current momentum in his studies. Indeed, Li Damao felt a genuine sense of joy. A student who once appeared hopeless had unexpectedly given him, as a teacher, a delightful surprise. As an educator, Li Damao was not concerned about graduation rates or bonuses. He felt true happiness for Lu Xiangyang. After 30 years of teaching, he was reluctant to see such a promising student abandon his studies. Cycling out of the school gate, Li Damao made his way home. Now 50 years old, the night's chill caused him to hunch his shoulders. As he rode past an internet CAF named Yu, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Was that not Lu Xiangyang? To see him loitering outside the CAF at this hour left little room for doubt about his activities. This mischievous boy always managed to surprise him. Thus, Li Damao called out loudly, Lu Xiangyang. Chapter 38. The Most Loyal Disciple. Lu Xiangyang felt that his productivity tonight had been remarkably high. He arrived at the internet CAF close to 7 p.m., and in less than 4 hours, he managed to write 40,000 words. After deducting the 20,000 words updated today, he had an additional 20,000 words in reserve. His new book had now reached a total of 280,000 words. With plans to update another 20,000 words tomorrow, he eagerly awaited the early hours of the day after tomorrow when it would officially go live. Lu Xiangyang intended to release an explosive update of 100,000 words on the first day. To ensure this grand reveal, he knew he must return to the CF tomorrow, especially since it would be the weekend. As he prepared to ride his bicycle home after settling the bill, he suddenly heard someone call out, Lu Xiangyang. Turning to look, he spotted a middle-aged man wearing glasses staring intently at him from across the street. It was none other than his homeroom teacher, Li Damao, from class 9. What a surprise to run into you here. Lu Xiangyang, what are you doing here? I'm heading home, he stammered. It was evident that Li Damao had just exited the internet CAF, but Lu Xiangyang hesitated to admit it. Heading home? You finished your exam at 5. And it's already 10. 5 hours, and you're still not home? Do you live on Mars? Li Damao's humor was unexpected. Teacher Li, I came to the internet CAF, but not for gaming. I'm researching. Rather than hide the truth, he decided it was better to be forthright. Even though he still told a little white lie. What are you researching? Do tell. Li Damao remained skeptical, clearly suspecting that Lu Xiangyang had just come to the CAF for games after finishing his exam. I'm looking at past math exam papers, Lu Xiangyang replied. It's 2008. And we still don't have the 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. In this era, to access previous exam papers, one usually has to buy them from bookstores or look them up online. His explanation was, in fact, a plausible rationale. Is that so? Did you find anything? Yes, I did. I was surprised at how challenging the exam questions are. Of course, the college entrance examination is designed for students nationwide and must exhibit a degree of differentiation. Currently, there are still relatively few provinces that set their own exam papers. Yinhai City, where you reside, follows the national exam format. Indeed, Lu Xiangyang replied. Would you mind walking with me and having a chat? I wouldn't mind at all. Although he felt a twinge of nervousness, he couldn't refuse. Thus, the two began to walk side by side, bicycles in tow. Lu Xiangyang, have you encountered any difficulties in your studies lately? Li Damao asked, casually lighting a cigarette as he pushed his bicycle. Not too bad, but there are still some issues. Oh, do share. Lu Xiangyang glanced at Li Damao smoking and felt a sudden urge to ask for a cigarette himself. Why are you staring at me? If you have any academic issues, do speak up. In the past, Lu Xiangyang had always felt intimidated by Li Damao, but now his mindset had shifted entirely. He found the plump teacher somewhat endearing. In truth, Li Damao only appeared stern. At heart, he was kind. However, it would take some time for Xiangyang to fully realize this. During my student years, I held an inherent fear of the homeroom teacher. I have now largely mastered mathematics and language arts. However, the sciences and English present some challenges. As Xiangyang candidly admitted, the comprehensive science subject encompasses a vast array of knowledge points, indeed posing considerable difficulty. With a total score of 300, academic prodigies often achieve around 290, while underachievers struggle to surpass 150. In essence, this subject can be likened to an additional hurdle for those who find themselves lagging behind. Hence, it can be said that comprehensive science significantly widens the gap in academic performance. As for chemistry and biology, I find them manageable, yet physics truly vexes me. Upon hearing this, Li Damao could not help but interject. It is primarily due to your insufficient foundational knowledge. Physics assessments mainly test comprehension and application skills. If one's foundation is not solid, the subject can indeed become burdensome. Xiangyang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Li Damao's words. Regarding English, Li Damao smiled slightly and continued, I do not possess much authority on this subject, but upon returning to school next week, you could consult teacher Hu. Additionally, there's Yixin. Isn't she tutoring you? You might inquire with her as well. All right, teacher Li. Xiangyang took a deep breath and responded earnestly. The two pushed their bicycles to a crossroads. Li Damao glanced at the traffic lights and asked, I believe you reside in the eastern suburbs? Yes. Then we must part ways here. I will head this direction. Xiangyang looked up and noticed the light had turned green. Oh, very well. Goodbye, teacher Li. Li Damao mounted his bicycle and turned back to offer a final reminder. Be cautious while riding home tonight. Prioritize your safety. Yes, I understand, teacher Li. You take care as well. Xiangyang noticed the countdown for the green light had begun. He then observed Li Damao pedaling vigorously to cross the intersection. Just as he reached the other side, Li Damao turned back to wave. Xiangyang, witnessing this scene, waved in return, watching as Li Damao gradually vanished from sight. That old Li is quite endearing, in fact. The following morning, on Sunday, Xiangyang arose early and immediately rushed to the internet CAF, embarking on a frenzied writing spree. His goal for the day was an ambitious 100,000 words. While others might take a month to achieve such a feat, Xiangyang aimed to accomplish it in a single day. After all, once midnight struck, he would need to begin the publication process. A little hard work is necessary. In the adult world, where's there not toil? Even if it is for the sake of financial gain. Before diving into writing, Xiangyang first uploaded the 20,000 words of manuscript he had prepared the previous day. The author Chasing the Wind has published chapter 91. The author Chasing the Wind has published chapter 92. The author Chasing the Wind has published chapter 97. The author Chasing the Wind has published chapter 98. The author Chasing the Wind has published chapter 101. The current total word count has reached 300,000. The free chapters amount to a substantial 300,000 words, which is indeed quite a show of sincerity. Many authors begin charging after merely 150,000 words. Xiangyang managed to complete a staggering 300,000 words before the release of his work. Even so, only 10 days had passed since its debut. This amounts to an impressive average of 30,000 words per day, which can only be described as extraordinarily remarkable. Without further ado, he resolved to immerse himself in the craft of writing. His goal for today was a formidable 100,000 words. With his mind in order, Xiangyang began to fully engage in the monumental task of writing. At that moment, upon the release of his latest 20,000 word update, the comment section erupted with excitement. My goodness, the author is astonishingly prolific. 10 days, 300,000 words, and the quality remains exceptionally high. Is this even human? No wonder he aspires to become a supreme figure in online literature. His talent is simply phenomenal. Goodness, I can't shake the feeling that this author is on the path to transcending the realm of divine beings in literature. Not just transcending. I have a sense that he will completely transform the entire online literary scene. Indeed, with such a prolific output, other authors seem to pale in comparison. Author, you are destined for greatness. Laughter ensued, as others echoed. You're remarkable. You are leaving other writers with no avenues to pursue. Soon, the comment section was inundated with exuberant remarks. You are a legend in the world of online literature. You are a master of the craft. You are a revered figure in this literary domain. One enthusiastic reader broke the mold with a bold declaration. I simply wish to say, I will follow this journey alongside Yi Fan, becoming the most devoted disciple of Qian Duoduo, who loves to reap benefits without effort. Chapter 39, Reflections on the Launch. After completing a continuous 20,000 words, Lu Xiangyang felt a stiffness in his neck. He stood up to stretch for a moment before returning to his writing. By noon, he had already penned 50,000 words, exceeding his planned pace. However, he faced the dilemma of aching fingers and a strained spine, making it quite uncomfortable. He needed to take a breather. At lunchtime, Lu Xiangyang ordered a generous serving of shredded pork with green peppers over rice, spending 12 yuan. The portion was ample and reasonably priced, accompanied by a complimentary seaweed egg drop soup. Prices in this era were still quite low. Nonetheless, the 200 yuan he had earned from a previous boxing exhibition was quickly dwindling. As for his living expenses for the next week, he was reluctant to ask his grandmother for money again. If it came to that, he might have to borrow from Yixin, who had previously mentioned she would manage her own meals. As long as he could hold on until he received his manuscript payment, he would be fine. But when would that payment arrive? Just as Lu Xiangyang contemplated inquiring with the editor, he received a message from the editor. Fat Tiger. Are you there, author? Need to discuss something? The rapid response left Fat Tiger somewhat taken aback. As a future literary deity, being reserved and aloof was expected of him. It is said that your current book has garnered remarkable attention, experiencing a daily surge of thousands in its collection. Based on my years of experience, I believe this book's initial release will prove to be exceptionally successful. You are, without a doubt, the most gifted author I have encountered in the realm of online literature. Indeed, you possess a certain icy demeanor. Truly a future master, boldly challenging an established editor like myself. Such a distinctive personality. I assure you, I harbor no ill feelings towards you. By the way, I forgot to mention, I recommend that you compose a statement for your book's release. A statement for the release? What is that? Given that it is set to launch shortly after midnight tonight, it would be prudent to prepare a release statement in advance, expressing gratitude to the readers who have supported you throughout this journey. Perhaps you might lament a bit, detailing the hardships endured while writing this book. Kindly request the readers for an initial subscription to show their support, something along those lines. However, I do not feel that I have endured any hardships while writing this book. Peng, who felt somewhat speechless. As long as you understand my intention, it is up to you. I am merely offering a suggestion, Peng, who replied helplessly. Lu Xiangyang smiled. Peng, who truly possesses a good nature. Very well, I shall attend to that after finishing my writing. All right then, you carry on. The initial subscriptions will be counted within 24 hours following the book's release. I have just reviewed your book, and it currently boasts 33,000 collections. Estimating with a ratio of 101, I anticipate the initial subscription could reach around 3,000. Oh, is that rather low? Peng, who felt speechless once more. As a newcomer, with your first book releasing alongside more than 30,000 collections, if the initial subscription reaches 3,000, you will already possess the potential to attain greatness. Many established authors, despite having loyal fans, only achieve 2,000 or 3,000 in initial subscriptions. Thus, it is not particularly low, rather, it is an impressive figure. If you maintain this momentum, the future looks bright. Peng, who refrained from making definitive statements, as he was still dealing with a novice author who needed encouragement. Yet he was cautious not to inflate their ego, for such an attitude could easily lead to complacency. The newcomer should proceed with prudence. Thank you. This seemed to be the first instance of Lu Xiangyang expressing gratitude, leaving Zhou De, who somewhat taken aback. Speaking of which, I do appreciate your rebellious demeanor. No need for thanks. In that case, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. What is it? Is there something else? I would like to inquire about the payment schedule for manuscript fees. Ah, that would be on the 3rd of each month. So if I release on March 1st, I won't receive payment until April 3rd? Precisely. What shall I do in March then? What do you mean by that? I am relying on that payment to sustain myself. Zhou De, who was once again rendered speechless. Very well. So your eagerness to release stems from your need for sustenance. It is indeed quite inspiring. You need not worry, my friend. Last month alone, your rewards amounted to a significant sum, which will be deposited on the 3rd. That means next Wednesday. Do you require any special services, my friend? What do you mean by special services? Is he naive? Lu Xiangyang dared not inquire further and quickly replied with a single word. None. Indeed, succinct and to the point. Very well, I shall not disturb you any further. A few minutes past midnight. Once you are settled in, please release the new chapter, and it would be splendid if you could provide multiple updates. Also, if possible, do craft a few words of gratitude for the launch. It is indeed significant. Has the connection faltered again? I have yet to finish my thoughts. Truly, the great Chase Wind is rather inconsiderate. Nevertheless, I hold no resentment. Chase Wind, keep up the excellent work. My aspiration to become a distinguished editor rests entirely upon you. After savoring a dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers, Xiangyang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Thus, he lay down for a brief respite before returning to his work. From 1 p.m. until 5 p.m., he diligently typed away, amassing a manuscript of 70,000 words. Recalling the earlier suggestion from the author Fat Tiger regarding the launch gratitude note, Xiangyang decided to peruse Vanilla Chinese Network to observe how others had composed theirs. He deemed it essential, as it would serve as a brief summary of the preceding 300,000 words. Consequently, Xiangyang commenced the task of drafting his own note of gratitude, while also seeking an initial subscription. First, he glanced at the back-end data. Word count, 301, 407. Recommended votes, 56, 841. Collections, 39, 835. This data was perplexing to Xiangyang, and he could not ascertain whether it was commendable. However, should other authors catch sight of these figures, they would likely be left speechless. Merely 9 days post-publication, the word count had surged to 300,000. The average daily recommended votes exceeded 300, and the collection numbers were astonishing, averaging over 400 daily. Such statistics were nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, Xiangyang remained unaware of the legendary narrative he was on the verge of creating. After reviewing the back-end statistics, Xiangyang began to strike the keyboard, composing his launch gratitude note. Greetings, everyone. I am the author of this book, The Chase Wind Youth, a newcomer in the literary realm. Unbeknownst to me, it has already been 9 days since the release of my new book, with the word count reaching 300,000. By midnight tonight, the book shall officially launch. I hope all my readers will lend their support and subscribe at the outset. In return, I shall provide an ample update. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to my editor, Fat Tiger. Although I have yet to meet him, I can sense that he is an exceptional editor. The fact that this book is launching in just 9 days is largely due to his efforts. Furthermore, I wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the following patrons for their generous support. Thanks to the reader Wei La 025 for the generous donation. Thanks to the reader Hua Fei Hua Yuyi for the generous donation. Thanks to the reader Bu Si Zhiji Long for the generous donation. Thanks to the reader Tian Xia Wuya Iban He for donating 5,000 vanilla coins. Thanks to the reader Chang Shi Xiao Wang Zi for donating 1,000 vanilla coins. Thanks to the reader Yuzhong Butong for donating 500 vanilla coins. Thanks to the reader Man Bu Xingkong Zhong for donating 500 vanilla coins. This was Xiangyang's first attempt at expressing gratitude for donations, meticulously listing each supporter. Soon, Xiangyang released his thoughts upon the book's debut. Within a mere 10 minutes, the comments section erupted once more, accumulating hundreds of new remarks. Fellow readers began to build threads in response. I knew it. Master Zhuifeng is indeed a newcomer. This is astonishing. I have never seen a book make such a remarkable debut in just 9 days. You haven't seen anything. I, a decade-long bookworm, have yet to witness such a phenomenon. Now that we have, we can say we are witnessing history. Master Zhuifeng actually claims he will provide explosive updates upon release. Is a daily update of 30,000 words not explosive enough? This is ferocious. My goodness, the online literature realm is on the brink of transformation. Chapter 40, A Frenzy of Rewards. After sharing his thoughts on the release, Xiangyang plunged back into writing mode. In short, his mantra was simple. Just do it. Resolutely. Xiangyang persisted, crafting over 40,000 words. Coupled with the 70,000 words he had previously written, he had composed a staggering total of 12,000 words in one day. Xiangyang was astonished. He had never envisioned producing such a volume in a single day. Although these words were drawn from the depths of his memory, the speed at which he typed was undeniably real. It was exhausting. Truly, his fingers felt utterly worn out. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 11:30 at night, quite late indeed. Previously, Xiangyang would always return home before 11. However, engrossed in his work tonight, he lost track of time. He pulled out his phone and called his grandmother to assure her of his well-being, explaining that he was studying with classmates. She did not say much, merely reminding him to take care of himself. He planned to stay until he finished the latest chapter before heading home. School would commence again tomorrow, and he could only visit the internet CAF at night. Once he received his payment on the 3rd, he needed to purchase a computer without delay. The environment at the internet CAF was indeed lacking, particularly with the heavy smoke lingering in the air. If he stayed any longer, he might succumb to dizziness. During this time, Xiangyang decided against continuing to write, opting instead to prepare all 12,000 words of his saved drafts for the initial release. At 11:30, Xian had already climbed into bed. Under the pretense of studying, he nestled beneath the covers, indulging in a novel. Ever since he discovered a new book, he had been utterly captivated. It was finally about to be released. Upon unlocking his phone, he spotted a message about the book's debut. He was nearly caught up to the latest chapters. To say that Xian read quickly would be an understatement. Yet, he was hindered by the fact that he was reading on a Nokia phone, coupled with the author's prolific output, causing him to accumulate over 30 chapters unread. Tonight promised to be a visual feast. As he contemplated the book's release just after midnight, Xian a devoted reader, prepared to stay up late to place his initial order in support. After all, this was a newcomer author he had watched grow. With such talent, who knew what miracles they might create? Lying in bed, Xian fixed his gaze on the phone screen, flipping through the pages. It was simply too captivating, too exhilarating. He had completely immersed himself, unable to extricate himself from the narrative. Meanwhile, in the city of Yanhai, as well as in various regions across the nation, many literary enthusiasts are currently perusing the heartfelt words of Xiangyang upon the release of his new book. I wager that the initial subscriptions for this book will surpass 3,000. In fact, I believe it will exceed 5,000. Perhaps 5,000 is an exaggeration. After all, the renowned author Xiangyang's 10,000 Worlds Emperor only garnered 3,000 initial subscriptions. Moreover, a significant portion of that was from loyal fans, suggesting the actual number was likely under 2,000. Regardless, I shall stay up late tonight to offer my support. At 12:05 a.m., Xiangyang sat in a corner of the internet CAF, surrounded by the cacophony of keyboards clattering. Suddenly, a message popped up from his editor, Fat Tiger, Chasing Wind. It has been approved. You may now publish your chapters. Xiangyang was taken aback, surprised at the editor's attentiveness at such a late hour. Still concerned about the launch of his new book, he quickly refreshed the page and found that indeed, it was approved. So let the miracles commence. A warm surge of emotion enveloped him as he began to release the chapters. The author Chasing Wind Youth has updated chapter 102. The author Chasing Wind Youth has updated chapter 103. The author Chasing Wind Youth has updated chapter 147. The author Chasing Wind Youth has updated chapter 148. The author Chasing Wind Youth has updated chapter 151. A total of 120,000 words were released in their entirety, 50 chapters. The final chapter bore a note. Once again, thank you for your support. The 120,000 words are now presented. I humbly request your initial subscriptions. With the publication complete, Xiangyang settled the bill and exited the internet CAF, cycling home through the late night. The streets of Yanhai were nearly deserted, illuminated only by the distant glow of neon lights. Meanwhile, Zhou Tiger was also awake, having settled his 2 children. His wife, donned in alluring nightwear, approached him to discuss life aspirations. Yet tonight, Zhou Tiger had no mind for lofty ideals. His thoughts were consumed by the launch of Chasing Wind's new book. A literary sensation was unfolding this very night, and he understood that this could very well be a momentous event in the annals of web literature. To release 120,000 words upon launch might indeed shatter industry records. What sort of individual is this? Zhou Tiger fixated on his computer screen, resolving that as an editor, he too would stay up late to follow the narrative. In contrast to Zhou Tiger's astonishment, the commentary section had already erupted. I have never heard of nor seen anything like this. 120,000 words upon launch? This is utterly terrifying. This will surely put other authors under immense pressure. Brothers, remember to give your initial subscriptions. A good book deserves our unwavering support. Let us join hands with Chasing Wind to reach the pinnacle of literary acclaim. Indeed, initial subscriptions are a must. I still have school tomorrow. Otherwise, I would find myself awake all night reading. Beyond the commentary section, the various author groups were also in an uproar. However, The sentiments expressed by other authors were far from complimentary. They were rife with criticism. Who is this chasing wind youth? Is he trying to stir up trouble? 9 days since the launch, updating over 30,000 words daily, with an initial release of 120,000 words. I can scarcely manage 50,000 words in a month. Is this truly how one is meant to live? I, too, am suffering. My readers berate me daily, urging me to observe the prolific author chasing wind, who updates at least 30,000 words each day. I find myself utterly exasperated. Furthermore, I am now compelled to produce 1,000 words daily, a far cry from my previous comfortable pace of 2,000. The readers remain unsatisfied, constantly criticizing my efforts. If this continues, they shall become spoiled, and how shall I survive with my modest daily output of 2,000 words? That fellow is akin to a cephalopod, likely possessing at least 8 arms. In the past, I comfortably updated 2 chapters daily, and my readers regarded me as diligent, yet now, they label me a lazy donkey. They even claim that not even the donkeys of a production team would dare to rest so much. It leaves me utterly speechless. This chasing wind youth is truly a threat to my livelihood. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us get back to writing. Starting tomorrow, I too shall endeavor to produce 1,000 words each day. 1,000 words daily? That seems insurmountable. In countless author groups, the discussions tonight revolve solely around complaints. Each writer is silently yearning to convey a message to Xiangyang. This fellow is single-handedly instilling fear among the indolent authors of the entire online literature community. I fear that soon, a daily output of 1,000 words will become a mere baseline expectation. Chasing wind, you wretched soul. Chapter 41, Remarkable Estimation. The following day, at the break of dawn, it is 6:15 a.m. Xiangyang rises and hastily pedals his bicycle towards school. In just 20 minutes, he arrives. The time is now 6:35 a.m., with merely 5 minutes remaining until the early study session begins at 6:40. Upon reaching the bicycle parking area, he spots Yixin standing there, visibly agitated, next to a pink bicycle. Yixin, why are you riding a bicycle today? Xiangyang recalls that Yixin typically takes a car home after school. Indeed, I have decided to ride my bicycle to school starting today. Then hurry and park it. Early study is about to commence. I understand, but there's no place to park it. Xiangyang glances at the densely packed bicycles. There are no available locking spots. That is simple enough. Xiangyang leans his bicycle against the side and pushes Yixin's bicycle next to his. In response to Yixin's puzzled gaze, he locks the 2 bicycles together, then secures them to a nearby black bicycle. All set, let us go. Xiangyang, this isn't appropriate. What's wrong? Just arrive early after school to unlock them. With that, Xiangyang slings his backpack over his shoulder and turns to leave, only to find Yixin still standing there, looking somewhat guilty. My dear teacher, there are merely 3 minutes until early study begins. Yixin does not hesitate any longer and follows Xiangyang as they rush towards Class 9 of their senior year. The senior classes at Teasing are located on the 5th and 6th floors. The purpose of this action was to prevent disturbances from the 1st and 2nd year students. Meanwhile, the 3rd year Class 9 was located on the 6th floor. A brisk ascent of 3 minutes to the 6th floor was entirely sufficient, particularly for Xiangyang, who could leap up the stairs with a single bound, almost akin to a hurdle race. Yixin trailed behind, and in just a few steps, Xiangyang's figure had vanished from sight. This fellow was like a monkey, moving far too swiftly. Just as she pondered this internally, Xiangyang reappeared at the stairway, poking his head out and teasing, Yixin, with those long legs of yours, why are you climbing so slowly? My grandmother could reach the 6th floor faster than you. Infuriated, Yixin stamped her foot, realizing that Xiangyang had hit the nail on the head. She was indeed one of those individuals lacking athletic prowess. Yet, she had no choice but to quicken her pace to avoid tardiness. As she ran, she grumbled, Xiangyang, you are nothing but a monkey. Haha, hurry up. You're going to be late. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the stairwell. When Yixin arrived at the door of Class 9, the early morning bell rang precisely. 3 minutes to the 6th floor was merely a normal speed for the boys, but for Yixin, it was evidently quite rapid. Breathing heavily, she felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Meanwhile, Xiangyang was already seated at his desk, looking relaxed, as if the earlier sprint had merely served as a warm-up. This guy was exceptionally athletic. Unable to contain her thoughts, Yixin returned to her seat, pulling out a tissue to wipe away the sweat. The early self-study session in the third year was crucial for the students. It was a time for independent learning, with some reciting classical Chinese poetry, others memorizing English vocabulary, and some even reviewing the periodic table of elements. The atmosphere was vibrant and full of energy. During this self-study period, the homeroom teacher, Li Damao, strolled in to conduct an inspection. Some students could not resist inquiring about the results of last week's practice exam. Although the scores had not yet been released, the homeroom teacher was already aware of the situation. Consequently, a few students sought to discreetly inquire about their scores. "Teacher Li, I'm not asking about others. I just want to know how I did," whispered Han Jing, the class representative for Chinese. Li Damao merely smiled and replied, "You performed quite well this time. Come on, just tell me." "I couldn't sleep last night," she pressed. "Don't rush. The scores are still being tallied. You will know by the afternoon. Just focus on your revision." After saying this, Li Damao's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lu Xiangyang in the last row, his expression rich with unspoken satisfaction. However, Lu Xiangyang was oblivious to this moment, though Qian Duoduo had noticed. "Hey, Yanggu. It seemed like Old Li was staring at you just now. Why is he looking at me?" Lu Xiangyang replied without lifting his head. "I don't know. But I saw Old Li looking at you and smiling. It was a bit unsettling." Lu Xiangyang had been reciting English vocabulary, but at this moment, he raised his head to glance at Li Damao, who was at the podium, engrossed in organizing his lesson plan. The early study session came to an end. The classmates began to discuss the results of the mock examination. "I estimated that I would score around 470 points. What about you, class monitor? If I got the second to last question in mathematics correct, I should definitely surpass 600 points. Wow, the class monitor is indeed impressive. A prestigious university awaits." However, Lijia's Chinese score remains unparalleled among us. Even Gu Yixin cannot surpass him. "By the way, Xing, how did you fare in mathematics this time?" "Not too bad. I should have around 100 points. And you, Jiangyu?" "I estimate I scored 88 points. How about we go find Teacher Li to review the math paper?" "Let's go. I will join as well." The students were abuzz with discussions about their scores. In fact, several classmates even formed a group to head to the office and consult with Li Damao about the exam paper. Lu Xiangyang, however, displayed little interest. He felt confident in both Chinese and mathematics. His scores would not be low. It was only in the comprehensive science and English subjects that he struggled, particularly in English, where mere vocabulary memorization was far from sufficient for overall improvement. He cast a glance toward Gu Yixin, who was engrossed in her own world, wearing headphones. But as Lu Xiangyang redirected his gaze, he inadvertently locked eyes with Li Jia, who was exiting the classroom. Li Jia wore an air of pride, exuding an aloof demeanor as he looked down upon Lu Xiangyang. He snorted dismissively before turning to leave. Lu Xiangyang sighed and shook his head. This scene did not escape the notice of Qian Duoduo. "Brother Yang, how did you do in mathematics this time?" "Not too bad. I'm not sure if I can achieve full marks." Qian Duoduo replied. "You really know how to show off. Forget it. I'm going back to sleep. I stayed up late reading novels last night. I'm exhausted." On the other side, in the mathematics office, Li Jia, acting as a representative, was the first to voice his desire. "Teacher Li, may I take a look at my math paper?" Li Damao was in a relatively good mood today and replied with a smile. "You may, but do not take it away, and be careful not to damage it." "Rest assured, teacher." No sooner had he spoken than several classmates had already crowded around. "Wow, Xing, you scored 108 in mathematics." "Really? Let me see. I actually scored 108. Huh? Gaopeng, what happened? You didn't T-pass again. Whose paper is this?" "Zhao Gang. Don't pull it. Be careful not to tear it." "Jiangyu, your estimated score is impressive. You really did score 88. What about Li Jia? Let us see how much the class monitor scored." Li Jia was visibly excited. Chapter 42. Highest score in mathematics. "I found it. I found Li Jia's paper. Let me see. Wow, 126 points. Even with the difficulty of this exam, Li Jia still excelled. Indeed, I heard from Zheng Jiejie in Class 3 that less than 60 students across the entire grade scored above 120, and fewer than 10 exceeded 130. "Teacher Li, is that correct?" Li Damao nodded somewhat helplessly. "I didn't expect your insider information to be quite accurate." Indeed, there were only 58 students across the grade who scored above 120 in this challenging mathematics exam. The class representative for Chinese, Han Jing, immediately responded, "So, that means Li Jia has ranked in the top 60 for mathematics in the entire school. Truly worthy of being our class monitor. He has brought us great pride." With the adulation of his peers, Li Jia was already feeling quite self-important. He was well aware of the difficulty of this mathematics exam, which was particularly comprehensive, filled with numerous traps in the multiple-choice questions, especially in the latter challenging problems where scoring was no easy feat. Nevertheless, he managed to achieve a score of 126. While this score was not particularly high, it was sufficient to create a noticeable gap between him and his classmates. And what about Yixin? Let me check, She scored 136. Truly the school beauty. Her prowess is remarkable. The classmates showered her with praise and envy, even bordering on jealousy. Not only was Yixin strikingly beautiful, but her academic performance was equally commendable, leaving others at a loss for words. However, Li Jia did not feel disheartened at all. Although Yixin had outscored him by 10 points in mathematics, he knew deep down that he consistently excelled over her in Chinese. Moreover, given the exam's considerable difficulty, a mere 10-point difference was quite impressive. Li Jia smiled with confidence, secretly contemplating that he had drawn a step closer to Yixin. All right, enough of this. Let us hurry back to the classroom. I will distribute the exam papers once class begins. Upon hearing this, Li Jia quickly took the lead, saying, "Classmates, let us head back to the classroom." The others echoed his sentiment as they made their way to class 9 of the 3rd year. Along the way, Han Jing continued to exclaim, "Li Jia, you are incredible. You scored 126 on such a difficult exam." Li Jia felt a surge of satisfaction internally, yet he feigned modesty, stating, "Honestly, my performance was quite average. I was a bit careless. Otherwise, I could have scored above 130. Upon returning to the classroom, word of Li Jia's mathematics score had already spread throughout the class, thanks to a certain big mouth. Those who had visited the office expressed their admiration. When it comes to the difficulty of subjects in the college entrance examination, mathematics is undoubtedly a formidable obstacle. For top students, whether the exam is easy or difficult, the score fluctuations are rarely significant. However, for students of average ability, the impact can be substantial. In this round of assessments, most students performed poorly. Yet, in such circumstances, Li Jia managed to score 126. He claimed that he was still somewhat careless. Otherwise, he would have certainly surpassed 130. Especially after they learned that Yixin scored 136. They felt that Li Jia's performance was indeed commendable, considering that in such a major examination, the gap was only 10 points. As the discussions continued, Li Jia approached the last row, standing in front of Lu Xiangyang's desk. He cleared his throat lightly. Lu Xiangyang looked up to see Li Jia standing before him, wearing a proud expression. "What is up?" Lu Xiangyang asked, unable to suppress a smile at Li Jia's pompous demeanor. "Lu Xiangyang, the math results are out. Aren't you going to take a look? What is there to see?" Lu Xiangyang replied coldly and continued to memorize vocabulary, displaying an expression of complete indifference. Li Jia initially intended to provoke a conversation, but to his surprise, his words landed softly, like a punch hitting cotton, yielding no sensation whatsoever. After all, he thought, it didn't matter if the underachiever paid attention or not. Li Jia sarcastically remarked, which immediately irked the slumbering Qian Duo. "Li Jia, Yang scored a perfect mark on the last math test. What gives you the right to act superior?" "Humph. Can a class test be compared to a mock exam?" Li Jia retorted instantaneously. Moreover, he must have known the answers beforehand to achieve a perfect score. Lu Xiangyang shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that this guy was truly foolish. How could someone like him possibly serve as class monitor? A cause for concern indeed. "Li Jia, class is about to start. Return to your seat and stop babbling here." "Lu Xiangyang, don't forget, we made a bet. If you score below 450, you'll have to leave class 9. Lu Xiangyang felt somewhat bewildered by this. When did I ever agree to that? However, after a moment's consideration, he mused that 450 points should still be achievable. "Li Jia, you should prepare to treat the entire class to Fanta." "Humph, we shall see." With 3 minutes remaining before class, Li Damao cheerfully entered the classroom of senior class 9, carrying a stack of test papers. Undoubtedly, these were the math papers from last week's mock exam. "Look, Mr. Li seems to be in an exceptionally good mood." Indeed, when he smiled, his eyes nearly disappeared. Mr. Li's smile was rather endearing. The students of senior class 9 had never seen him this cheerful before. "Classmates, the results from last week's mock exams have been compiled," Li Damao announced, his voice tinged with pride, clearly pleased with the outcomes. The classroom fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on the test papers in Mr. Li's hands. Lu Xiangyang also raised his head, feeling a twinge of anxiety, especially since he was uncertain about the last math question. "Mr. Li, please announce the results. I've cleaned my neck in anticipation." Qian Duo's remark elicited a ripple of laughter from the entire class. Li Damao chuckled along, visibly in high spirits today. Otherwise, in the past, he would have likely shown a sour expression and scolded the students. "This math exam, I trust you all found it quite challenging?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire class chorused, "Difficult." "Exactly," Li Damao replied, beaming with pride. To be honest, the questions on this mock exam were particularly well-crafted, with a difficulty level comparable to the college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, the students immediately began to lament. "No way, is the college entrance examination that hard?" It said that the first mock exam is the hardest, tougher than the college entrance exam. "I've heard that the second mock is the hardest. The first is second hardest, and the third is the easiest." "All right." Li Damao raised his hand to signal for silence, reassuring everyone, "Do not worry. The purpose of this examination is to help you better understand your shortcomings and to adapt in advance to the challenges of the college entrance examination." As he spoke, Li Damao, visibly pleased, patted the stack of test papers on the desk and continued, "That said, our class has performed quite commendably this time." His gaze then turned towards Li Zhe. For instance, Li Zhe achieved an impressive score of 126 in the mathematics exam. Among the entire grade, only 58 students scored 120 or above, placing Li Zhe among the top 60 students in the school. Applause erupted throughout the classroom as the students celebrated Li Zhe's accomplishment. He approached the front to collect his test paper, standing at his desk, smiling graciously as he accepted his peers' praise, exuding an air of pride. "Li Zhe, please take your seat." Li Damao waved his hand, prompting him to return. He then continued, "Moreover, Yixin also performed exceptionally well, achieving a score of 136. Once again, the students erupted in applause and admiration for Yixin. Upon hearing her score, she merely smiled faintly, retrieved her paper, and returned to her seat to review it, seemingly unfazed by the result. In fact, she appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Yixin is truly formidable, reigning as the top student in the class, unchallenged by anyone. Indeed, the only one capable of rivaling her in the entire school is Li Yuhang from Class 2. None of our male students stand a chance. At that moment, Li Damao suddenly proclaimed, "However, this time, Yixin is not the highest scorer in our class." The students gasped in unison. Chapter 43, Exceeding Expectations. As Li Damao announced that Yixin was not the highest scorer in mathematics, the classroom was engulfed in shock. The most astonished among them was Li Zhe. Could it possibly be him? Meanwhile, a composed Yixin lifted her gaze to meet Li Damao's. Li Damao scanned the classroom before his eyes settled on Lu Xiangyang, and he declared, "This time, the highest score in our class belongs to Lu Xiangyang, who achieved a remarkable 144. His voice resonated throughout the classroom, plunging it into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the students seemed to hold their breath, their gazes fixed upon Lu Xiangyang, who sat in the last row. Li Zhe was frozen in his seat. The smile that once adorned his face completely vanished. Yixin's expression mirrored his surprise. She too had not anticipated Lu Xiangyang achieving such a remarkable score. "Lu Xiangyang, please come forward to collect your test paper." "Oh, all right." Lu Xiangyang rose and, under the watchful eyes of his classmates, approached the podium to receive his test paper. "Lu Xiangyang, your performance this time was outstanding. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence." Li Damao encouraged with a smile. Lu Xiangyang returned the smile, unabashedly stating, "Thank you, Teacher Li. I will strive for a perfect score next time." The entire class erupted in disbelief. "Goodness, you truly lack any semblance of modesty." Had those words come from Yixin, no one would have found it surprising. Even though it sounds quite inspirational, hearing Lu Xiangyang utter such words feels somewhat odd. Indeed, it does come off as a bit pretentious. Damn, I've been fooled by him again. Teacher Li, was Lu Xiangyang the top scorer in the entire school this time? At that moment, Yixin surprisingly raised her hand to inquire. Li Damao chuckled and replied, "No, Li Yuhang scored 146, securing the first place in the school. Lu Xiangyang, with a score of 144, came in second." Upon hearing this news, Lu Xiangyang did not display much astonishment on his face. He picked up the exam paper and glanced at the final question, asking, "Teacher Li, why did I lose 4 points on the last question?" As soon as Lu Xiangyang finished his query, a classmate responded, "Because you got it wrong, of course." "Haha, Li Damao did not rush to respond, signaling for Lu Xiangyang to return to his seat first. Then, he spoke leisurely. In fact, Lu Xiangyang answered the last question correctly. The room erupted in astonishment once again. What? Are you saying that Lu Xiangyang got all the questions right? With a total score of 150, how could that be possible? What is going on with Lu Xiangyang, being so extraordinary? All right. Li Damao once again restored order and proclaimed, I must emphasize that the high school mathematics examination will include some topics beyond the syllabus. However, while the topics may exceed the syllabus, the methods of solution must strictly adhere to the knowledge learned in high school. Otherwise, even if the answers are correct, no points will be awarded. He then turned to Lu Xiangyang. For this math exam, your method for the second part of the last question employed the Cauchy equation. This formula is from advanced algebra, and you applied it directly. Although your final answer was correct, it was beyond the syllabus, and thus you received no points. What the heck? What is happening? Lu Xiangyang used knowledge from advanced mathematics to tackle a high school exam. And what exactly is this Cauchy equation? I completely don't understand. The students began to murmur among themselves. Lu Xiangyang smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. So that is how it is. It turns out it was my own issue. Calmly, he addressed Li Damao. Teacher Li, did Li Yuhang also err on this question? Li Yuhang, however, although he did not solve it, utilized high school knowledge in his derivation, thus earning 2 points for his steps. I see. Lu Xiangyang nodded. In fact, he had an inkling beforehand. After the exam, while running, he encountered Li Yuhang, and they had a brief conversation. At that moment, Lu Xiangyang had already suspected that his method for that question was indeed beyond the syllabus. Nevertheless, losing only 6 points was still acceptable. Teacher Li, I understand now. I will pay attention next time. Li Damao nodded and continued. Classmates, although this math examination was overall quite challenging, it ultimately boils down to a lack of solid foundational knowledge. In the next 2 math classes, we will follow the usual routine. You will first work through your mistakes, and then I will explain the exam paper. The students began to organize their errors. As Yixin slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. A flurry of students approached Lu Xiangyang after 2 mathematics classes, eager to inquire about his study methods and seek his guidance. Yet, what could Lu Xiangyang possibly impart? With a gentle smile, he replied, In truth, I possess no extraordinary techniques. I merely engage in practice, contemplation, and reflection. You are being overly modest, Lu Xiangyang. Your rapid improvement in grades surely stems from some secret. One classmate pressed further. Shaking his head, Lu Xiangyang earnestly stated, There truly is no secret. Perhaps I am simply fortunate to have reviewed the pertinent material before the exam. Fortunate? Your luck seems rather extraordinary. Another classmate jested. All right, everyone. Let us not crowd around Yanggu. Return to your studies. If he truly had a special method, I wouldn't have scored only 78. Qian Duo thought of taking a nap during the break, but was incessantly disturbed by the chatter of his peers. Once they departed, he ceased his attempts at sleep and placed a hand on Lu Xiangyang's shoulder, asking, Yanggu, do you genuinely have some unique study technique? Please share with me. To this, Lu Xiangyang simply replied with 3 words, I truly do not. Then, could you assist me with problems in the future? Certainly. Consequently, Qian Duo seized the opportunity. Yanggu, where did my reasoning go awry on this problem? I just cannot seem to solve it. Yanggu, how should I approach this question? After 2 mathematics classes, they proceeded to 2 English classes. As the English teacher, Hu Chunhu, entered the classroom, a student immediately approached, asking, Teacher Hu, how did our class perform on the English exam? Hu Chunhu's expression darkened as he retorted, What do you think? The student, intimidated, refrained from further questioning. The arduous Monday morning passed slowly. Students who excelled academically were keenly interested in their scores from the initial diagnostic exam, while those who struggled remained indifferent. As for Lu Xiangyang, he found himself neither concerned nor unconcerned. If anything, he was quite curious about the initial subscription figures for the new release on Xiangcao Chinese Network, although he currently had no means to ascertain this information. After all, this was a matter of financial gain. Since his rebirth, aside from focusing on his studies, his primary ambition revolved around accumulating wealth. After lunch, he contemplated sneaking out to an internet CAF, but recollecting his encounter with Li Damao the previous night, he restrained himself. He thought it best to wait until tonight to visit the CAF, hoping for a delightful surprise. A first subscription of 3,000 should not be too difficult to achieve, right? Chapter 44, The First in the City. During the midday break, the results of the first mock examination for the senior year had been completely tallied. Given that it concerned the senior students, the efficiency was remarkable. The scores of all senior students across various subjects had been entered into the school system. Moreover, the report has already been submitted to the Municipal Education Commission. The rankings for the senior year at Yunhai No. 7 Middle School have been released. Simultaneously, the highest scores, average scores, and individual subject rankings for each class are now accessible. Of course, this information is currently limited to the head teachers of each grade. Many subject teachers are only aware of the scores in their own subjects. For instance, in the mathematics department office for the senior year, a subject teacher inquired with Class 9's head teacher, Li Damao, about the exam results. "Mr. Li, I heard that a student from your Class 9 scored 144 in mathematics. It seems that the final question was beyond the syllabus, so no points were awarded." "Indeed," replied Li. "Is it Yixin?" "No." "Oh, then who is it?" "Xiangyang. I've never heard of him." Li Damao smiled faintly and remarked, "Xiangyang was once a promising student. He ranked 8th in the whole school when we divided into arts and sciences in the first year." "Oh, it's him. I've heard of that child. But what a pity about his later performance." Just then, another teacher spoke up. "By the way, I heard that there's a student in our school who scored 141 in Chinese. Who is it? Is it Zheng Jejia from Class 3? I just checked Zheng Jejia's scores." "It's not her." "Then who is it? Could it be Zhou from Class 6? "Not her either. She's in the arts class." "I heard from Zhu Sume that it's a student from the science class." "Is there really a student in the science class who scored 141 in Chinese? Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Zhu Sume said it. Would she lie?" "I'll look it up." Several teachers gathered around the computer, their eyes glued to the screen. They scrolled through the list of scores, starting from the top, going through dozens or even hundreds of names, but found nothing. "Stop looking. I know who it is," Li Damao casually remarked from his seat. The teachers turned their attention to him, asking, "Who is it?" Li Damao, somewhat helplessly, replied, "It's still Xiangyang from Class 9. "What?" The teachers looked at Li Damao in astonishment, clearly in disbelief. After all, Xiangyang had scored 144 in mathematics. To achieve 141 in Chinese as well means he has accumulated a staggering total of 285 points in just these two subjects. This score is extraordinary. If we were to rank based solely on these two subjects, he would likely place among the top 3 in the entire city. Indeed, we will know the highest score in Chinese from our school's records. One teacher began typing on the keyboard, searching for the rankings in Chinese scores. Then, several teachers were left in shock. Name: Xiangyang. School: Yunhai No. 7 Middle School. Class: Senior Year. Class 9. Chinese: 141 points. City ranking: 1. It really is Xiangyang. "Mr. Li, your Class 9 has achieved the top city ranking in Chinese." The other teachers could hardly believe it. Since its establishment, Yunhai No. 7 Middle School has never seen such high scores. "Mr. Li, your class is indeed filled with hidden talents. I wonder how Shishir Middle School and the Normal University affiliated school will respond now." Indeed, with the top score in the city revealed, this is a tremendous honor. The teachers showered praises upon him, for after all, Li Damao was the class's head teacher. Achieving such commendable results in the class was indeed a matter of great honor. However, it was evident that Li Damao was not as elated as one might have expected. "Li teacher, why do you seem somewhat subdued?" someone queried. "Indeed, do not feign joy. With Yixin and now Xiangyang in your class, you could potentially aim for 2 spots in Qingbei." Li Damao shook his head with a hint of resignation. "You are only considering Xiangyang's scores in Chinese and mathematics. Take a closer look at his scores in science and English." Curious, they inquired further. Tapping on the keyboard, the results for Xiangyang's subjects appeared. The teachers widened their eyes in disbelief. How can this be? This disparity in scores is quite severe. Just then, Li Zhou appeared at the office door. "Teacher Li." "Li Zhou, what brings you here?" Upon hearing that the exam results had been compiled, Li Zhou, being the class monitor, felt an undeniable urge to know the scores. "Teacher, I've heard that the overall scores have been tallied. Is that correct?" Li Damao nodded and smiled. "Yes, we have just completed the tally. May I see my results?" Li Zhou inquired eagerly. "Of course," Li Damao replied, retrieving Li Zhou's report card. Chinese: 127. Mathematics: 126. Comprehensive Science: 214. English: 112. Total: 579. The report card displayed the scores for each subject. Li Zhou scanned it nervously. his gaze landing on the total score. A slight frown appeared on his brow. Clearly, the score was not satisfactory. He had anticipated achieving at least 600 points, but alas, he fell short by 30 points. The issue lay in the comprehensive science scores, and his English was about 10 points lower than he had estimated. Teacher, how did I rank this time? A tremor of anxiety tinged Li Zhe's voice. Li Damao spoke gently. Li Zhe, your total score is 579. While it may not be particularly high, it is relatively consistent with your usual performance. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Zhe's face. He believed he should have earned a higher score. After a moment of silence, determination shone in Li Zhe's eyes. I understand, Teacher Li. I will strive harder and ensure I improve next time. Li Damao nodded, offering encouragement. I believe in you, Li Zhe. Everyone experiences fluctuations. The key is to learn from the examination. Gratefully, Li Zhe glanced at Li Damao and then asked, Teacher, may I see Lu Xiangyang's scores? I'm afraid that is not permissible, Li Damao replied firmly. As the head teacher, he typically allowed students to view only their own scores. He would later present the class rankings publicly, but he did not support students viewing the scores of their peers in private. Li Zhe, please return to the classroom. I will announce the results during the last self-study session. All right, goodbye, Teacher Li. After Li Zhe departed, a teacher suddenly inquired, by the way, what is Li Yuhang's overall ranking in the city this time? It seems he is still ranked 5th in the city. Let me check. Soon. The teacher retrieved Li Yuhang's results. Name, Li Yuhang, School, Yanhai No. 7 Middle School, Class, Senior Class 3, Chinese, 135, Mathematics, 146, Comprehensive Science, 291, English, 134, Total Score, 706, Citywide Total Score Ranking, 5. This Li Yuhang is remarkably steady. Chapter 45. The Underachiever Truly Makes a Comeback. The arduous Monday had finally reached its last self-study session. For Lu Xiangyang, it was a true ordeal. Since after lunch, his thoughts had been consumed by the new book release. It had already been several hours since the chapters were released at midnight, and he remained oblivious to the initial subscription results. To claim he was unconcerned would be a lie, as it directly impacted his future financial prospects. If he could earn money through writing, he would be able to cover his tuition fees after the college entrance examination in June. Furthermore, once in college, with sufficient funds, he could embark on entrepreneurial ventures and pursue his aspirations. It was still 2008, a time when many excellent opportunities had yet to materialize. Having experienced the explosion of information, Lu Xiangyang was aware of the potential that lay ahead. Concepts such as short videos had yet to emerge in this era. Moreover, a successful work could lead to a series of copyright developments, including comics, animations, games, and film adaptations. A single success could give rise to an expansive economic network. For Lu Xiangyang, these were abundant business opportunities. However, to embark on entrepreneurship, one must first secure capital. Thus, Lu Xiangyang's plan was clear: to earn his initial fortune through writing. Once he entered university, with ample time at his disposal, he could accomplish many things. Numerous dreams awaited his pursuit. Lu Xiangyang reveled in these thoughts, already beginning to envision a beautiful university life. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang. He had finally endured to the last period. Li Damao arrived as promised, holding a sheet of paper. He ascended the podium and raised the paper high, proclaiming, "The results of the first mock exam are out. Are you all excited?" Instantly, a student shouted back, "Not excited." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Li Damao furrowed his brows and shot a glare before continuing loudly. "Although the results are available, I will not announce them publicly. I will post them here, and you can check them after school." Without further ado, Li Damao found some transparent tape and affixed the results. He then reminded the students to continue their revision, advising them to look at the results after class. In truth, Yixin had long been aware of her score, as she was quite adept at estimating her results. However, this time, she felt an overwhelming desire to see the score sheet, not for her own results, but for Lu Xiangyang's. She was genuinely eager to discover how he had fared this time. Naturally, another individual who was particularly keen to know Lu Xiangyang's score was Li Zhe. The thought of the mathematics results left Li Zhe in a foul mood. Upon learning that he had scored 126, his immediate impulse was to flaunt it before Lu Xiangyang. Yet, to his astonishment, that fellow had managed to achieve a staggering 144, a mere 2 points shy of the top scorer, Li Yuhang. Moreover, this was only due to the fact that he had tackled questions beyond the syllabus. Otherwise, a perfect score would have been within reach. What an extraordinary talent. Could it be that his previous poor performances had been deliberate? Reflecting on this, Li Zhi felt like nothing more than a jester, an utter fool. With this thought, he turned to glance toward the last row, where that individual remained engrossed in his vocabulary studies. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, the school bell rang, prompting Li Damao to exit the classroom first. The students of Class 9 soon relaxed entirely, with many rushing toward the score sheet to check their results. The top scorer once again was Yixin. Her scores were as follows: Chinese, 121, Mathematics, 136, Comprehensive Science, 286, English, 142. Total, 685. Gu, the school belle, continued to excel, undoubtedly securing the second highest score in the entire school. It was rumored that Li Yuhang from Class 2 had achieved a total score of 706. How much? 706? That was remarkably impressive. Indeed, I heard that Li Yuhang ranked 5th in the city. Goodness, no wonder he was dubbed the academic deity, destined for admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. No matter how challenging the examination, it seemed to have little effect on him. Li Yuhang truly embodied my ideal, brilliant academically and strikingly handsome. But honestly, he and Yixin are a perfect match. Just look in the mirror. What is wrong with my thoughts? You're utterly mundane. Enough of this. Let us return to the scores. Li Zhi did quite well this time. He secured second place, and his scores appeared commendable. Chinese, 127, Mathematics, 126, Comprehensive Science, 214, English, 112, total, 579. Remarkable. Li Zhi's performance in Chinese was outstanding, surpassing Yixin by 6 points. Indeed, it was merely the Comprehensive Science and English that lagged a bit. Lagged? Could you achieve such scores? Oh, certainly not. Li Zhi, you are truly impressive, definitely on the path to a reputable university. Precisely, class monitor, you must tutor me. I also wish to improve. I have modest aspirations. If I can secure a place in a second-tier university, I would be content. Amidst the congratulatory voices from his classmates, Li Zhi felt no joy. Initially, he had estimated his score to be above 600. However, who would have guessed that the estimated score fell short by approximately 30 points? The disparity is truly staggering. Yang, have you not checked the results? I'm not looking anymore. I have other matters to attend to. At that moment, Qian Duo suddenly exclaimed. Then, they saw Lu Xiangyang hurriedly exiting the classroom with his backpack. All right, I'll check for you. Excuse me, students who have seen the scores, please step aside. Qian Duo squeezed past 2 classmates and began searching for names on the score sheet. At this juncture, Li Zhi was also eager to learn Lu Xiangyang's score and stood up, awaiting the outcome. Found it. What the heck? 9th place. I see it too. Lu Xiangyang actually ranked 9th in the class. Can the students ahead read out the scores? I will read them. Wow, Chinese actually scored 141. This must be the highest in our class, right? Not just that. With 141 in Chinese, this must be the top in the entire school. You've never seen it. This is Chinese, after all. 141 must surely be the highest in the city. No wonder. At that moment, the Chinese class representative, Han Jing, suddenly interjected. No wonder what? Han Jing? I heard from classmates in Class 2 that Zhu Sumei mentioned that the top scorer in Chinese citywide this year is from our school. Wow, that must be Lu Xiangyang. 141 points. It's definitely him. What about Lu Xiangyang's other subjects? Mathematics is 144 points. Haha. His comprehensive science score is even lower than mine, only 165. English is even worse, just 62 points. Lu Xiangyang's total score is 522 points. Goodness. The leap in Chinese and mathematics is remarkable. No wonder he is called Yang. What Yang? He is simply a scholarly genius. From now on, we should call him Lu Shuimo. Haha. Yes, from now on, we shall call him Lu Shuimo. The classmates began to chatter excitedly. It seemed that this underachiever, Lu Xiangyang, had truly turned the tables. 522 points, transforming from second to last to a respectable 9th place. This improvement is astonishing. Lu Xiangyang's Chinese and mathematics scores are nothing short of exceptional, especially in Chinese, achieving the highest in the city. This has undoubtedly brought great honor to Yunhai No. 7 middle school among all schools in the city. His mathematics score ranks second in the entire school, just 2 points shy of Li Yuhang and 8 points above Yixin, surpassing Li Zhi by 18 points. Yet, the subject in which Li Zhi took pride, Chinese, was completely overshadowed by Lu Xiangyang. However, the comprehensive science and English scores were rather disappointing, particularly in English, at a mere 62 points. Such a severe imbalance in subjects. At this moment, Li felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice water in the depths of winter, chilled to the bone. He had initially mocked Xiangyang and bet that he would T-score over 450 points. Yet now, he had achieved a remarkable 522 points. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li suddenly roared loudly. Instantly, all the students' gazes were drawn to him. It dawned on everyone that Li had previously wagered against Xiangyang. Haha. Now this is going to be entertaining. Chapter 46 has reached an explosive peak. At 6 in the evening, at the editorial office of Xiangzhou Chinese Network, Zhou Dahua concluded a long day of meetings and finally found himself at leisure. He brewed a cup of goji berry and jujube tea for himself. Then, with eager anticipation, settled into his chair, ready to check the status of the new book release from the esteemed author Chasing Wind. Having been busy since morning, he had briefly contemplated checking the data during the day but refrained from doing so, mindful that the release time was still recent and the author was relatively new. Most subscriptions typically surged after work hours, peaking in the evening. However, now that 16 hours had elapsed since the launch, it was reasonable to expect some results. After taking a sip of his health tea, Zhou Dahua clicked on the web page and accessed the backend to review the data. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. What? This can't be right. Zhou Dahua stared blankly at the computer screen. What's the matter, Lao Zhou? A colleague from the urban team inquired with concern. Is it out? Zhou Dahua couldn't help but express his astonishment. Don't be anxious, this is a newcomer. It's normal for the initial subscription data to be poor. Many new books experience a chaotic surge during the free period, but once they are officially released, readers are often reluctant to spend. There's no such thing as an instant classic. Just be patient. Snapping back to reality, Zhou Dahua waved his hand dismissively. No. I believe there's an issue with the backend. The data seems off. What? How many are there? Surely just a handful of subscriptions? Colleagues from the martial arts, history, and mystery groups gathered around, having heard that Zhou Dahua had discovered a remarkable book with an exceptionally talented newcomer who could produce 20,000 to 30,000 words daily with seemingly effortless ease. Remarkably, the author had completed 300,000 words in just 9 days since the book's release. Zhou Dahua had approached the chief editor regarding the launch, only to be met with a harsh reprimand. Ultimately, due to the promising data and Zhou Dahua's unwavering confidence in the book's potential profitability, the chief editor consented to the release. However, if the initial subscriptions were meager, Zhou Dahua feared he would have to resign on the spot. I must see just how poor it really is. At that moment, Lao Zhang, a colleague with whom Zhou Dahua had a good rapport, approached. Yet as his gaze fell upon the screen, his eyes widened, fixated on the subscription column. Unable to look away. How is this even possible? Lao Zhang adjusted his glasses and leaned in for a closer look. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "This is simply insane. What is going on, Lao Zhang?" The others gathered around, their eyes turning to the screen, their expressions filled with disbelief. Almost everyone rubbed their eyes, double-checking the figures displayed. Goodness, Lao Zhou, what does that number say? Zhou Dahua, equally incredulous, held up 3 fingers. The initial subscriptions have exceeded 30,000. As the words left his lips, it was as if a thunderclap had erupted within the editorial department. The entire office erupted in excitement. Colleagues gathered around, voices rising in a chorus of speculation. 30,000. Has this newcomer struck gold? Someone exclaimed. This figure is simply astonishing, Zhou Dahua. Are you certain you haven't misread it? Another queried, half in disbelief. Zhou Dahua himself was equally bewildered, yet he reconfirmed the data. Then, with palpable enthusiasm, he slapped the table. Indeed, the initial subscriptions have already surpassed 32,000. This individual is truly remarkable. It seems we have an extraordinary talent emerging at Xiangzhou Chinese Network. A seasoned editor declared with fervor. Not just a talent, but perhaps a leading figure on the site. Quickly, we must inform the editor-in-chief. This is monumental news. Someone proposed. Zhou Dahua nodded and promptly made his way to the editor-in-chief's office. Enter, came a cold, crisp female voice. Zhou Dahua pushed open the glass door and was met by the strikingly beautiful editor-in-chief, Tang Yixin, who was a few years his junior, yet exuded an air of icy elegance. At 28, she was captivating, drawing admiration from all who laid eyes on her. Each time Zhou Dahua reported to her, he felt an acute sense of nervousness, tinged with a hint of inferiority. However, he constantly reassured himself, I am a married man with children. Why should I feel anxious? I mustn't overthink this. Scenarios like the unspoken matters with my female superior in the office are simply impossible. Cough, cough, Tang Zong, I have something to report. Zhou Dahua began, meticulously outlining the situation. Heavens! Tang Yixin exclaimed, taken aback by the news. Quickly, arrange for the operations department to disseminate this joyous announcement. We must amplify this news. Tang Zong, you might need to speak with the operations department, Zhou Dahua reminded. Right, I'll reach out. The operations team will need to work overtime tonight. Tang Yixin appeared exceptionally animated, her face radiating uncontainable excitement. She swiftly picked up the phone, dialing the head of the operations department to issue urgent instructions. After hanging up, Tang Yixin reflected for a moment before instructing. Zhou Dahua, you must immediately contact the author and extend an offer for our esteemed contract. We must secure him before other websites attempt to poach him and make him one of our distinguished authors. If he has any demands, let him voice them. I will report them to the higher-ups. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the fantasy group, and in a few days, I will recruit 2 more individuals to assist you. How grand. Indeed, how generous. In that moment, Zhou Dahua felt an unparalleled sense of importance. After years of hard work, he was experiencing a moment of triumph. Exiting the editor-in-chief's office, he felt like a victorious warrior, breezing back to his desk. He shared the editor-in-chief's words with his colleagues, which was essentially an open secret, and they reveled in the shared excitement. As everyone listened, envy washed over them, and the atmosphere in the office reached a thrilling crescendo. Zhou Dahua, as the one who discovered this rising star, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and exhilaration. Chasing Wind, you have truly brought me immense delight. The gold medal editor is secured. For novice authors, initial subscription figures typically range from a handful to several dozen. Achieving a few hundred to 1,000 initial subscriptions already marks one as exceptional. If one surpasses 3,000, they are usually a revered figure with a dedicated fan base. An initial subscription exceeding 30,000 is an unimaginable feat among new authors. Old Zhou, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Colleagues are extending their congratulations to Zhou Dahua. Zhou Dahua's eyes gleam with excitement as he murmurs, as expected of Chasing Wind, you have truly brought me honor. At present, 16 hours have elapsed since the book's release. With 8 hours remaining until the initial subscription period concludes, the evening promises a peak in subscriptions. Zhou Dahua believes this book will achieve even greater success. Let us await the outcome. On the 1st of March, the weather in Yunhai remains slightly chilly. In this season, attire varies widely. Some don down jackets while others wear shorts that reveal their legs. Xiangyang, however, dresses quite conventionally in a hooded sweatshirt, cycling leisurely in the spring breeze. The mild chill envelopes him, yet the fiery spirit of Xiangyang renders him impervious to the cold. Upon arriving at the internet CAF and logging onto the computer, he checks the subscription data. The numbers reveal an astonishing 37,692 subscriptions, steadily increasing. Xiangyang is uncertain about the significance of this figure, as it is his first time writing a book, and he is unfamiliar with the terminology. The initial subscription refers to the subscription data collected within 24 hours post-release. Given Xiangyang's current statistics, they are nothing short of phenomenal. Curiosity piqued, he clicks to view the comments section, only to discover an overwhelming volume of over 10,000 comments. This is quite extraordinary. At this moment, Xiangyang has an inkling that this book is bound to be a sensation. In this era, traditional fantasy novels still possess a vast market, coinciding perfectly with the golden age of fantasy literature. Just then, a notification chimes, and an avatar flashes. Xiangyang opens the message to find it is from editor Pang Hu. Chasing Wind, are you there? Let us have a chat. Chapter 47, A Sense of Familiarity. Xiangyang is just about to write when he notices editor Pang Hu's message. Is there something you need? Chasing Wind, the initial subscription results are in. Have you seen them? I just looked. What is next? Surprised? Unexpected? Zhou Dahua is eagerly awaiting a response from Chasing Wind, yet none comes. Chasing Wind. There are still over 7 hours until the initial subscription period ends. I estimate we might break 50,000 subscriptions. Oh, have I not disappointed you? Zhou Dahua finds himself both amused and exasperated by the message. 50,000 subscriptions. Do you think I am disappointed? Chasing wind. Do you understand what 50,000 subscriptions signify? This is nothing short of divine. An absolute pinnacle. Chasing the wind. You have truly brought me great honor this time. Oh, that is splendid. Following this, Xiangyang sent another message. Is there anything else? If not, I shall commence my writing. Yes, I have already consulted with the chief editor. The company wishes to sign a master contract with you. As soon as the information was dispatched, Zhou Dahu secretly mused. Chasing the wind. Are you not bursting with joy? You are merely a fledgling author, just having debuted, and yet the company is eager to secure a master contract with you. This is an exceedingly rare privilege. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiangyang swiftly replied, Apologies, but I am not interested. What? Zhou Dahu was left dumbfounded. A master contract, and you are not interested? This is the aspiration of countless writers, a dream they cherish throughout their lives. You have so nonchalantly declined it. Xiangyang's response perplexed Li Damao immensely. He had anticipated an ecstatic reaction from the other party. After all, a master contract is an accolade coveted by every writer, symbolizing industry recognition and immense future potential. Yet, Xiangyang's reaction was unexpectedly tepid. Chasing the wind, are you certain? Zhou Dahu sought confirmation, fearing he had misinterpreted the message. Indeed, I currently wish to focus solely on writing, without the constraints of a contract. Xiangyang's reply was concise and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Zhou Dahu fell silent for a moment before responding. Very well, I understand. You may continue with your writing, and we can finalize the master contract at any time. Should you change your mind, do not hesitate to inform me. All right. Xiangyang concluded the conversation with those two words. He had no desire to bind himself with any fixed contract. This was merely the beginning for him, and he certainly aspired to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey in the future. Take this current novel, for instance. Once it gains traction across the internet, it will undoubtedly evolve into something substantial with numerous avenues for development. All of these will serve as the foundation for Xiangyang's future entrepreneurial endeavors. Thus, creating his own online literature platform is an integral part of his business plan. Many of the wildly successful film and television dramas were adapted from web literature. Therefore, Xiangyang harbored grand ambitions. In the time that followed, he continued to fervently tap away at the keyboard. His new book had already surpassed 420,000 words. Xiangyang planned to ensure a daily output of 20,000 words until the end of the month, accumulating a reserve of manuscripts. This way, as the college entrance examination approached, he would not be burdened by the time spent writing, for after all, the examination must take precedence. After dedicating over 2 hours to writing, he completed the 20,000 words, uploaded everything, and set it for scheduled release. Then, he powered down his computer, settled his bills, and rode his bike home. Upon returning, Xiangyang shared dinner with his grandmother before retreating to his room to enter study mode. In recent days, his grandmother had witnessed a tremendous transformation in her grandson. He was truly different from before. Now, she could feel that he was genuinely investing effort into his studies. Grandma, when I get into university, would you accompany me to school? I simply wish to savor your cooking. Xiangyang was gnawing on a rib while smiling at his grandmother. His grandmother exclaimed, her face a picture of shock, but it quickly transformed into a warm smile. If you really get into college, dear Xiangyang, I'll have to earn your tuition. Her words clearly reflected a lack of belief in his ability to gain admission to university. Nevertheless, her smile radiated happiness. After all, her grandson's ambition to attend college was indeed a source of comfort. Rest assured, Grandma, I will definitely get into college, and you need not worry about the tuition. I can manage that. Xiangyang, just focus on your studies. By the way, do you still have living expenses? Yes. The money you gave me last week is still unspent. Grandma smiled with satisfaction and said no more. After dinner, Xiangyang intended to help clear the dishes, but his grandmother gently refused, insisting he concentrate on his studies and reminding him not to put too much pressure on himself. Xiangyang realized that his earlier words had inadvertently caused his grandmother concern. After all, he had just turned 18, still a child in her eyes. The thought of a child needing to earn tuition was understandably worrisome. Beep beep. As Xiangyang prepared to review his studies, a text message arrived, the classic sound of a Nokia phone. He picked it up to see it was from Yixin. Xiangyang, what are you up to? I'm just getting ready to study. Oh, so diligent. No wonder you did so well this time. Let us chat on QQ to save on text fees. No need to reply. In this era, there were text message packages. Exceeding the limit cost 10 cents per message. Thus, Yixin was being considerate and saving him money. Little did she know, internet data also incurred costs, and quite steep ones at that. Consequently, Xiangyang rarely logged on. His mobile plan offered a meager 30 megabytes of data for 5 yuan a month, a stark contrast to today's abundant data plans. After all, this was still the 2G network era. Beep beep. Upon logging into QQ, Yixin quickly sent another message. Xiangyang, why were you in such a hurry to leave school today? Oh, that's because I had something urgent. As soon as he sent the message, he remembered the bicycle. By the way, did you encounter any problems with your bike today? No, you unlocked it early. And when I arrived, the owner of that bike hadn't come yet. That's good to hear. By the way, Yixin, how many points did you score this time? 685 points. Impressive. You continue to excel. Xiangyang replied, feeling a sense of admiration for her achievement. Scoring high once is commendable, but maintaining that level of excellence is truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, but your progress is what truly astonishes me. Indeed, how did I do? Yixin on the other end felt somewhat speechless. While others were concerned about their scores after the exams, he seemed completely indifferent. Yixin, with a focused mind, forwarded Xiangyang's results. Chinese, 141, Mathematics, 144, Comprehensive Science, 165, English, 62. Total score, 522. Xiangyang examined the scores closely, noting a significant discrepancy from his own estimations. It could be said that he had greatly underestimated his performance, particularly in comprehensive science, which he had anticipated to be around 150 points. To his surprise, he had achieved 165 points, a delightful revelation indeed. Impressive, far exceeding my expectations, Xiangyang replied calmly. Soon after, Yixin responded, Xiangyang, did you know? You ranked first in the city for Chinese. You have truly exceeded my expectations. May I request your assistance in tutoring me in Chinese? Xiangyang was taken aback, thinking, did I hear that correctly? You want me to tutor you in Chinese? He was genuinely astonished, for Yixin was a top student, while he considered himself a mediocre one. However, in this new life, he benefited from a remarkable aptitude. This provided him an advantage in Chinese studies. After all, anyone who speaks Mandarin possesses a foundational understanding. Yet, achieving high scores in Chinese is a formidable challenge due to its inherently subjective nature, demanding exceptional comprehension skills. Yixin performed well across various subjects, but consistently struggled to attain high marks in Chinese, which made her earnest desire to improve her scores evident. Xiangyang, you did not mishear me. I am quite serious. She insisted. But why would you want my help? Is it because of your high score in Chinese? That was indeed a reasonable justification. Xiangyang's prowess in Chinese had been evident since elementary school. Now, with diligent revision, all his dormant knowledge felt revitalized, especially in essay writing. He was no longer burdened by the naivety of his 18-year-old self. His depth of writing had significantly matured. However, this did not imply he could impart his learning experiences to others. Yixin, are you jesting with me? He asked. I am not. I am serious, she replied earnestly. After contemplating, Xiangyang said, very well, I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee my effectiveness. I believe you can help me break through my limitations. She responded. Yixin then sent another message. Also, I must remind you, your subject bias is quite severe. If you focus on improving your comprehensive science and English, you will surely gain admission to your desired university. The mention of university sparked a sense of yearning in Xiangyang. He recalled that in his previous life, Yixin did not attend Tsinghua or Peking University. Prior to the college entrance examination, she had performed poorly due to illness, ultimately missing the opportunity to attend those prestigious institutions. This was information Xiangyang had later learned. In his past life, he had been indifferent to his studies. However, after experiencing the harsh realities of life, he now understood the significance of education and knowledge. Yixin, which university do you aspire to attend? Xiangyang inquired. I aspire to attend a university in a city renowned for its culinary delights. In that case, let us consider Rongqing, where one can indulge in hot pot at any moment. And what about you, Xiangyang? Where do you wish to pursue your studies? Well, I am inclined towards a city abundant in beauty. Ah, then Rongqing would be the perfect choice, as I have heard tales of its many lovely inhabitants. Excellent. I shall indeed choose Rongqing. Have you decided on which university to aim for? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiangyang jested. It must certainly be a prestigious 985 institution. Huh. Your ambitions are quite lofty. Naturally, it is wise to set one's sights high. As the saying goes, aim for the top to achieve the middle. Ha. You speak the truth. Let us strive together. Very well, we shall endeavor side by side. After concluding their conversation, Xiangyang resumed his review of physics concepts. Methodically traversing the entirety of his first-year textbook, he discovered that he possessed a remarkable capacity for comprehension, with notable improvement in his grasp of scientific knowledge. Indeed, those who excel in mathematics often exhibit exceptional understanding abilities, particularly benefiting from physics, while chemistry remains average and biology is seldom prioritized. High school biology can largely be categorized as a liberal art, primarily reliant on rote memorization, much akin to geography. In secondary education, geography is regarded as a humanities subject. Yet in university, it is more often classified as a science. As he delved into his studies, meticulously reviewing each concept, time slipped away swiftly. When his grandmother knocked on the door to bring him milk, Xiangyang realized it was already 10:30. "Yang, you must rest early. Do not jeopardize your health," she admonished, torn between concern for his studies and his late-night habits. "All right, Grandma, I understand," he replied. Xiangyang reflected that his current late nights were incomparable to those of his previous life, where he seldom retired before midnight. Nevertheless, he found his days to be profoundly fulfilling, especially as he immersed himself in the study of physics that evening. As the formulas and theories settled into his mind, he experienced a profound sense of accomplishment. Perhaps this is the joy of learning. With a yawn, Xiangyang finally retired to bed, sinking into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, countless readers were engrossed in the literary world he had crafted, experiencing the adventures of the protagonist Yi Fan in a foreign realm. A multitude of comments accumulated, each one contributing to an increasingly vibrant discussion in the review section. Time continued to pass, and the number of chapter subscriptions surged at an astonishing pace. As the clock struck 3 minutes past midnight, the initial 24-hour subscription data reached an impressive 103,218, surpassing the monumental threshold of 100,000. This achievement marked a historic record for Xiangyang Chinese Network, representing the highest milestone since the inception of web literature. Thus, the first book to exceed 100,000 subscriptions in the annals of web literature was born, a true milestone in its history. Xiangyang had long since fallen into a deep slumber, drifting into the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, at a computer screen, Zhou Dahua gazed in awe at the soaring subscription numbers, his heart swelling with excitement. What an achievement! Chasing Wind, you have astonishingly surpassed 100,000 subscriptions. It's truly remarkable. Shortly thereafter, an announcement appeared on the official website of Xiangyang Chinese Network. Congratulations to the author Chasing Wind for the release of the new work Heavenly Veil, which has become a monumental success on Xiangyang Chinese Network, shattering both our sites and the entire internet's highest subscription record, ultimately exceeding 100,000 initial subscriptions. This news was soon seen by countless readers burning the midnight oil, marking it as a site-wide recommendation. An eager multitude of readers was drawn in, curious to discover what kind of extraordinary book had captured such attention. The flood of donations commenced. Jade Whale donated 100,000 Xiangyang coins to Heavenly Veil, hoping Chasing Wind will continue to deliver more updates. The World of Secular Splendor donated 100,000 Xiangyang coins to Heavenly Veil, with the author asking how deep my love is. The humble leader represents my heart. Flower or No Flower donated 50,000 Xiangyang coins to Heavenly Veil. No need for further words. Keep it up, Chasing Wind. The Crow's World donated 20,000 Xiangyang coins to Heavenly Veil. Thank you for your hard work. Chasing Wind. Qian Duo Loves Free Content donated 3,000 Xiangyang coins. It's my first time using my allowance for donations. Please give the author a chicken leg. And many more donations continued to roll in. The following day, Xiangyang awoke with a yawn, as if he had dreamt of a world where his book had exploded in popularity, yielding a fortune. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he momentarily stared into space before patting his forehead, finally rising languidly. After freshening up and having breakfast, he hopped on his bicycle and sped toward school. In early March, the signs of spring blossomed, heralding new beginnings. Everything, including Xiangyang's future, was destined for improvement. With a heart full of hope, he charged forward into his new life. Chapter 49, The Interview. Good morning, Lu the Scholar. As soon as he arrived at school, students from Class 9 greeted Lu Xiangyang. Good morning. Lu Xiangyang was taken aback, struggling to recall the name of the student addressing him, only knowing they hailed from Class 9. Upon reaching the bike rack, he spotted Gu Yixin parking her bicycle. Good morning, Teacher Gu, he called out as he approached her. Initially, Lu Xiangyang intended to joke with Gu Yixin, thinking no one else was around. To his surprise, she smiled brightly and replied, Good morning, Lu the Scholar. Lu Xiangyang found himself at a loss for words. What was going on? Why was this phrase being echoed? Had they all conspired to address him in such a manner? Gu Yixin laughed heartily and said nothing more. Shouldering her bag and departing, Lu Xiangyang pouted slightly, locked his bike, and returned to the classroom. As soon as Qian Duoduo settled into his seat, he leaned over to tease. Good morning, Lu the Scholar. Whoa, are you here to mock me too? Come at me, Lu Xiangyang exclaimed, playfully tightening his grip around Qian Duoduo's neck as if to initiate a mock battle. Don't hit me. Spare my life, Qian Duoduo dramatically cried, his expression one of exaggerated sorrow. Give me a reason not to kill you? Brother Yang, let me tell you something. What is it? Have you noticed that someone is absent today? Who? Our class monitor, Li Zhe. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangyang glanced towards the front row, where indeed, Li Zhe's seat remained conspicuously empty. It was well known that he usually arrived early to study. What happened? I heard Li Zhe is homesick. He lost a bet and simply can't afford to lose. Lu Xiangyang recollected the wager made earlier. The previous afternoon, the results had been released, and his score had significantly surpassed 450. Thus, it was clear he had won. However, the loser was supposed to treat the entire class to Fanta. Surely, Li Zhe was not so financially strained. It must be a matter of pride. Whatever. I just want to focus on my studies and make money. With that, Lu Xiangyang pulled out his English dictionary and resumed his memorization of vocabulary. Hey, Brother Yang, how did you suddenly rise to 9th in the class? By studying hard. Lu Xiangyang replied instinctively. But I've never seen you put in any effort. Lu Xiangyang rolled his eyes. What? You think I'm not studying every day? You just can't see it with your dog eyes, can you? Qian Duoduo was left speechless. He only ever observed Lu Xiangyang solving problems and reading books, fervently memorizing from the dictionary before leaving right after school. Was this truly what constituted hard work? However, when compared to the previous Lu Xiangyang, it indeed seemed he was now diligently studying. Yet, that didn't sit right. Many classmates studied similarly, yet their grades did not improve. There must be some secret to effective studying. But no matter how Qian Duoduo inquired, Lu Xiangyang simply replied, read books and solve problems. Throughout the early self-study period, Lu Xiangyang immersed himself in the fervent memorization of English words, so absorbed that he failed to notice someone outside the classroom discreetly capturing his study session with a camera. This individual was a member of the campus broadcasting station, composed of fellow students from the second and first year. Additionally, outside the classroom stood Principal Ma Yuanxing and Director Sun Haiba, both observing Lu Xiangyang's every move. Principal Ma murmured to himself, This Lu Xiangyang is indeed diligent in his studies. Just look at his enthusiasm for memorizing English vocabulary. Hearing this, Director Sun quickly chimed in, Indeed. I've watched this child since his first year. He is remarkably intelligent. It was only after a family incident that he lost his way. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Students who experience such a remarkable turnaround should certainly be established as exemplary figures. Indeed, Director Sun nodded in agreement with a smile. This time, Lu Xiangyang achieved an extraordinary leap in his overall score, ascending 689 places to rank 9th in his class and 367th in his grade. For an ordinary class, this is undoubtedly remarkable, particularly with his score of 141 in Chinese, which placed him first in the entire city. This accomplishment brought great pride to Principal Ma Yuanxing, who attended a meeting at the Municipal Education Committee, and it allowed Yunhai No. 7 Middle School to gain significant recognition throughout Yunhai City. Upon returning, Principal Ma summoned Director Sun and even called upon the broadcasting station to arrange a special interview to thoroughly report on Lu Xiangyang's academic achievements. After all, as principal, he seeks to bolster the spirit of learning. This recent assessment not only served as an encouragement for the school, but also positively influenced other students. He hoped that Lu Xiangyang could share his study methods and insights, thereby inspiring more students to discover their own suitable learning paths. Just then, Li Damao, who had just entered Class 9, was taken aback to see Principal Ma. "I came to observe the learning situation in Class 9, Principal Ma said, glancing back at Li Damao and inquiring, "Mr. Li, does Lu Xiangyang study like this regularly?" "Not really," Li Damao replied, shaking his head. "This child, Lu Xiangyang, is quite intelligent, but he has never focused on his studies. I'm not sure why he has suddenly changed." This response seemed to leave everyone without a definitive answer. It appears he has finally awakened to the importance of the college entrance examination, Principal Ma concluded, with Director Sun nodding in agreement and Li Damao acknowledging the observation. "Is it true that Lu Xiangyang improved his grades solely through self-study, or did you provide him with special tutoring?" Principal Ma inquired. Li Damao shook his head. "No, he simply asked Gu Yixin to help him with his studies." "Is that so?" Principal Ma pondered for a moment. Gu Yixin's performance in this exam was rather average, and her chances of gaining admission to Tsinghua University or Peking University seemed uncertain. Yanhai 7 Middle School had not produced a student admitted to either institution for 3 years. As for Li Yuhang, it goes without saying that as long as he performs normally, he is bound to succeed. Gu Yixin, too, has the potential to strive for Tsinghua or Peking University, though her stability remains in question. It just feels like she is still a notch below the mark. Thus, when Principal Ma learned from Li Damao that Gu Yixin was assisting Lu Xiangyang with his studies, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. "Mr. Li, does Gu Yixin willingly engage in this tutoring?" Principal Ma asked. "Yes, she agreed to it herself." "It shouldn't affect her studies, should it?" "I don't believe it will. I privately spoke with Gu Yixin to understand the tutoring situation," Li Damao clarified. Gu Yixin mentioned that she simply lent her notes to Lu Xiangyang and provided him with a few practice questions. Most of the time, he relies on his own study efforts. During this recent mock examination, Lu Xiangyang achieved remarkable results, leaving everyone present in a state of astonishment. He is undoubtedly a prodigious learner. Chapter 50. Classmate, are you courteous? Upon hearing Li Damao's words, the expressions of those present immediately morphed into one of surprise, as they found his response rather perplexing. How could one make such rapid progress merely by reviewing notes and solving problems? This could only be due to an extraordinary talent or some unique study techniques. It is inconceivable that such a significant improvement could occur in such a brief period. Principal Ma pondered for a moment before stating, "It seems that Lu Xiangyang must possess some effective learning strategies. It would be prudent to interview him." "Interview Lu Xiangyang?" Li Damao was taken aback. "Principal, what on earth are you suggesting?" At this moment, Director Sun interjected. Principal Ma has repeatedly emphasized since his return from the Municipal Education Committee that Lu Xiangyang's remarkable progress should be showcased as a model of academic excellence to inspire the entire student body. After all, achieving such results in the first mock exam undoubtedly indicates that he has his own study techniques worth sharing. Moreover, publicizing Lu Xiangyang's academic achievements could motivate his peers. As long as one is willing to learn, it is never too late to strive for improvement. Principal Ma nodded in agreement with Director Sun's remarks. Indeed, as Director Sun has articulated, Lu Xiangyang's academic advancement will inspire many others. Li Damao hesitated slightly, contemplating. Perhaps I should first discuss this with Lu Xiangyang and seek his opinion, especially since the college entrance examination is approaching. We wouldn't want to hinder his study time. That is certainly a priority, Principal Ma affirmed. Not only must we avoid disrupting his studies, but we should also create an optimal learning environment for our students. He then turned to Director Sun. Isn't there an award for the most improved student at our school? Lu Xiangyang's situation is perfectly fitting. Absolutely. Lu Xiangyang's case aligns perfectly with the criteria. How much is the scholarship? 200 yuan. That is insufficient. Given Lu Xiangyang's significant improvement, let's authorize 500. Very well. Director Sun responded eagerly. Then, I will take charge of the arrangements and organize the interview promptly. Excellent. Principal Ma remarked with satisfaction. He cast one last glance at Lu Xiangyang, who was fervently memorizing vocabulary before cheerfully departing. Li Laosher, please bring Lu Xiangyang out. It will only take a moment to conduct the interview. All right. Though Li Damao had some lingering doubts, he chose to remain silent, recognizing the importance placed on this matter by both the principal and the director. He entered Class 9, first glancing at Li's empty seat before surveying the classroom. Slowly, he made his way to the last row, where Lu Xiangyang was engrossed in his vocabulary memorization, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Qian Duo elbowed him. prompting Lu Xiangyang to notice Li Laosher standing beside him. Li Laosher, is there something you need? There is a matter upon which I seek your opinion. What is it? Your recent examination results have shown remarkable improvement, and the school wishes to conduct an interview with you, inviting you to share your learning experiences. Then, Li Damao elaborated extensively, conveying the essence that your academic progress has been significant, and the school aims to establish you as a role model. Lu Xiangyang certainly grasped this implication. Naturally, if you disagree, you are free to decline. I agree. As soon as Li Damao concluded his statement, Lu Xiangyang expressed his response. Of course I agree. It is merely an interview. After all, what is there to refuse? Teacher Li, shall we proceed with the interview now? Yes. It would be best to finish it promptly, so as not to disrupt your study time. Understood. Lu Xiangyang acknowledged, and then rose to leave the classroom. Many classmates turned to look. Gu Yixin also glanced up, and her gaze fell upon Director Sun standing in the corridor, along with the staff from the campus broadcasting station. She quickly understood the situation, a faint smile gracing her face. Director Sun, are you looking for me? Upon reaching the corridor, Lu Xiangyang spotted Sun Haiba. He recalled the last assembly when he had entered the school without wearing his uniform, and he feared that Director Sun might seek to address this issue. Alas, during his student years, Director Sun, with his black-framed glasses and small eyes, bore a chubby face, his physique somewhat portly, giving him a rather jovial appearance. Yet, he often wore a stern expression, instilling fear among the students. Lu Xiangyang, come here quickly. Director Sun cheerfully beckoned Lu Xiangyang closer, then proceeded to discuss the interview at length. Your progress this time has been particularly impressive, bringing great honor to Yunhai No. 7 Middle School. Thus the school has decided to award you a scholarship for your improvement. At once, Lu Xiangyang felt a surge of joy. Wow, a scholarship for improvement. In truth, throughout his academic career, he had never received a scholarship before. Director Sun, my diligent studies are driven by the aspiration to gain admission to a prestigious university, enabling me to better contribute to society in the future. To bring honor to the school is, for me personally, the utmost privilege. All credit goes to Principal Ma and Director Sun's astute leadership. Lu Xiangyang spoke sincerely, neither overly humble nor arrogant. It must be said, his mindset had shifted. He was quite adept at articulating himself now. Excellent, excellent. Director Sun nodded repeatedly, clearly pleased with Lu Xiangyang's demeanor. He had not anticipated that this young individual, despite his tender age, could speak so confidently and engagingly. Lu Xiangyang, this interview is specifically designed to set a commendable example for your peers. Your dedication and progress are worthy of emulation by all. Therefore, you must share your learning experiences comprehensively. Lu Xiangyang nodded. Rest assured, Director Sun, I will share without reservation. Director Sun, satisfied, patted Lu Xiangyang on the shoulder, then turned to the broadcasting station staff and said, Very well, let us proceed to the broadcasting room for the interview. The group swiftly made their way to the campus broadcasting room. After the morning self-study session, the interviews commenced. This is the premiere broadcast from the school radio station. Greetings. Senior Lu, may I inquire about the essence of this interview? It is quite straightforward, actually. I would like to ask how Lu Xiangyang organizes his study schedule and what learning techniques he employs for each subject. Particularly, since Lu Xiangyang achieved an impressive score of 141 in Chinese, ranking first in the city, I focused on his methods for mastering the language. Lu Xiangyang emphasized that the key to Chinese lies in comprehension, accumulation, and insight. First and foremost, one must read extensively and widely. This practice enriches vocabulary and sentence structures, thereby enhancing literary appreciation. Moreover, attention should be paid to daily accumulation. For instance, collecting beautiful phrases, idiomatic expressions, and literary references, all of which can be invaluable in writing. Lastly, one should engage in deep reflection and emotional understanding. Chinese is not merely a collection of words. It is an expression of feelings and ideas. While reading, one should strive to grasp the author's emotions and the deeper meanings of the text to uncover the intentions of the question setter. Of course, regular practice is also crucial. Solving problems and engaging in writing exercises are essential for advancing one's proficiency in the language. In summary, learning Chinese is a long-term process of accumulation and continuous practice. Only through perseverance can one achieve commendable results. He rambled on quite a bit. While it may seem trivial, there is undoubtedly value in it. Yet, when one considers its utility, it also appears somewhat lacking. Indeed, This encapsulates the method of studying Chinese. For instance, when someone asks how to compose an excellent essay to secure a high score, the response is often simple: adhere to the topic and employ elegant prose. Thus, the approach to studying Chinese is known to all, yet few can truly execute it. So, may I ask, Senior Lu, do you have any advice regarding learning English? Lu Xiangyang cleared his throat and, with a composed demeanor, inquired, Classmate, are you polite? Huh, what do you mean? I scored 62 in English this time. Do you think I have any experience to share? At that moment, laughter erupted throughout the campus of Yunhai No. 7 Middle School. Inside Class 9, Gu Yixin burst into laughter, and Qian Duo slapped the desk in amusement. Classmate, are you polite? Haha, Yang Gu, you are too funny. Chapter 51, finished. I've attracted the teacher's attention. Oh, my apologies. The student from the broadcasting station was a sophomore boy who had evidently been assigned this task on short notice and had not even taken note of Lu Xiangyang's report card, mistakenly believing him to be an all-around academic prodigy. Noticing Director Sun giving him a signal, he hurriedly prepared to conclude the topic. Do you have any words of encouragement for everyone, especially for the younger students? Lu Xiangyang pondered for a moment and replied, a lack of satisfactory grades does not stem from a deficiency in talent, but rather from insufficient effort. As long as you are committed to learning, pursue it relentlessly. Without passion, one cannot thrive. Upon hearing this, students throughout the school erupted in excitement. Wow, that is quite intense. Truly a scholar. The young boy at the broadcasting station chuckled awkwardly and inquired, well, Senior Lu, do you have anything else to say? Let me share a poem with everyone. He replied. Oh, please do, came the enthusiastic response. He recited, if one aspires to soar high, how can one laugh at Huang Chao's lack of manhood? The students at the broadcasting station were left perplexed. Senior Lu, what is the title of this poem? I don't recall ever studying it. Ah, this poem is called Ahem. At that moment, Director Sun hurried over, exclaiming, that's enough for the interview. Thank you, classmate Lu Xiangyang, for your insights. It was evident that Director Sun recognized the poem's origin and, as the head of the instructional department, swiftly concluded the interview. The entire session wrapped up within 10 minutes. Subsequently, the campus broadcasting station would compile a concise news article for publication on the school's website and bulletin board. Lu Xiangyang then followed Director Sun to the office. And soon after approval, he received a scholarship of 500 yuan along with a certificate for the Best Improvement Award. While this sum may not have seemed substantial to Lu Xiangyang, it carried profound significance as it marked the first scholarship he had ever received in his academic journey. A milestone of great importance. Before long, the name Lu Xiangyang began to circulate among the faculty and students alike, prompting many classmates to emulate his study strategies. His influence gradually expanded, and he became a celebrated figure within the school, inspiring numerous peers to strive for excellence. Upon returning to Class 9, Lu Xiangyang immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere. Every gaze in the classroom was fixed upon him. He stroked his chin and jested, what are you all staring at? Have you never seen such a handsome fellow before? A chorus of playful boos erupted in response. Why are you all staring at me? How embarrassing. The classmates then erupted into lively chatter. Lu Xiangyang, you're amazing. You really bring honor to our Class 9. What do you mean bring honor? Was our class previously without it? Within the entire senior year, aside from Li Yuhang and Gu Yixin, it seemed Lu Xiangyang was the only one to have been interviewed. Indeed, our Class 9 has 2 representatives. Incredible. From now on, Brother Yang is my idol. Brother Yang, I pay my respects. The classmates began to tease him. Filled with admiration, though most were genuinely congratulatory. As students of Class 9, they felt a great sense of pride. Lu Xiangyang, may I approach you for guidance in the future? Of course. We should help each other, he replied. All right, everyone, let us prepare for class. Amidst envious glances, he returned to his seat. Shortly thereafter, the English teacher, Hu Chunhui, walked in, exclaiming, what is happening here, a rebellion? The class immediately quieted down, each student thinking they had performed exceptionally well. Do you think you all did brilliantly? Perhaps you should take a look at your scores. Teacher who was known for his stern demeanor. Lu Xiangyang, did you really have the audacity to announce on the broadcast that you scored only 62 in English? Teacher Li, what is there to be embarrassed about? I improved by over 20 points from last time. Lu Xiangyang had previously scored 41 in English, marking a remarkable improvement of 21 points in this subject. It can be said that there has been a remarkable improvement. Yet, Hu Chunhua was left speechless. In the past, Xiangyang consistently ranked at the bottom of his class during exams, attracting no attention. But now, he suddenly achieved the 9th position in his class. The most striking aspect was his outstanding performance in Chinese and mathematics, while English had become his weakest subject, a stark contrast that highlighted his academic imbalance. Early in the morning, Principal Ma summoned him to her office, emphasizing the need to enhance his English instruction. Xiangyang, are you quite satisfied with your English score? Hu Chunhua asked, her tone carrying a hint of sternness. Not really, Teacher Hu, Xiangyang replied earnestly. I genuinely wish to improve my English, but I find it exceedingly difficult. That's all right. I will pay more attention to your progress from now on. Hu Chunhua deliberately emphasized her commitment to monitoring him. The other students in the class immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Xiangyang was now under Hu Chunhua's watchful eye. All right, let us commence the lesson. 5 minutes later, Hu Chunhua called out, Xiangyang. He stood up, utterly bewildered. Seriously? Is this really happening? Hu Chunhua exclaimed. Wait, let me think, Xiangyang stammered. Hu Chunhua responded. Xiangyang exclaimed. Goodness, I've become the target of the English teacher. Then came the biology class. Xiangyang, would you kindly answer what role chlorophyll plays in cells? Goodness, am I now being scrutinized by the biology teacher too? Fortunately, this question was not overly complex. Xiangyang rose, striving to recall the knowledge from his textbook, and answered, chlorophyll is an essential pigment for photosynthesis in plants. It absorbs light energy and converts carbon dioxide and water into organic matter and oxygen. Mr. Zhang nodded, signaling for Xiangyang to take his seat. He continued, very well. It appears you possess a certain understanding of biology. He then addressed the rest of the class. In the comprehensive science exam, the total score is 300 points. With physics at 116, chemistry at 100, and biology needing at least 84. However, I must stress that excelling in biology is crucial for gaining admission to prestigious universities. Moreover, biology is the subject where high scores are most easily attainable. Mr. Zhang then turned his gaze back to Xiangyang. Therefore, I hope biology will not become your weakest subject in comprehensive science. That look was all too familiar to Xiangyang, akin to the one he received from the English teacher. Little did he know, the biology teacher had also been summoned to the principal's office for a discussion. Following this, chemistry and physics classes commenced. Unsurprisingly, Xiangyang found himself under the scrutiny of the subject teachers. Currently, his weakest subjects were comprehensive science and English, both of which required significant improvement. Consequently, with physics, chemistry, biology, and English all on his radar, Xiangyang felt overwhelmed. I can no longer maintain the status of a top student. He lamented internally. He had not anticipated that one interview would draw such extensive attention, primarily due to his remarkable achievements in Chinese and mathematics. Thus, it rendered the other subjects particularly weak. For such a student, Li Damao certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. Consequently, not only did the principal personally intervene, but even Li Damao sought the assistance of subject teachers to help Xiangyang improve his grades. Subsequently, the teachers of the Western Science Department assigned homework to Xiangyang, which was to be checked upon return to school the following day. It was as if they had all coordinated in advance. Goodness, must it be this synchronized? Had I known, I would not have agreed to participate in the campus broadcasting station interview. I simply wish to study in peace. Chapter 52, The Third Handshake. At 5 p.m., after school, Xiangyang did not rush home as usual. Instead, he remained in the classroom, preparing to complete the reading comprehension assigned by his English teacher. How about it, Xiangyang? Is being a top student not appealing? Xiangyang looked up to find Yixin approaching. Please, no teasing. I am already under the teacher's scrutiny. That's a good thing. It indicates that the teachers hold you in high regard. Come on, I still prefer to be an inconspicuous underachiever. After a light banter, Yixin remarked, I have a Chinese question I would like to ask you. Is that all right? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiangyang replied, of course. Yixin nodded and handed over the paper. Is it this one? Xiangyang glanced at it. It was a reading comprehension question from a modern literary text. After reading the lengthy passage, 7 questions followed. Yixin inquired about the third question. The first and last paragraphs both emphasized the scenery of the moonlight. Please analyze it from a conceptual perspective. 5 points. The score was quite substantial. Chinese exam questions are often subjective, requiring candidates to interpret the intentions of the question setter rather than the original author. Frequently, the original author's intent is not aligned with the question posed. The complexity of Chinese lies therein. Xiangyang swiftly read through the article, and by then, a thought had already formed in his mind. Yixin, look here. The article begins with a description of the moonlight and concludes with it as well. These two descriptions, when combined with the entire text, accentuate the serene beauty of the moonlight. It also resonates with the solitude expressed in the piece, creating a stark contrast with the magpie mentioned in the text. This subtly conveys the author's compassion, leading to the theme of the relationship between humanity and nature, which is a clever aspect of the conceptual framework. The correspondence between the beginning and the end not only creates a tranquil atmosphere, but also deepens the reader's understanding of the article's theme, prompting further contemplation on the relationship between humanity and nature. As Xiangyang spoke, he annotated key sentences on the paper for Yixin's better comprehension. After listening, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Yixin's eyes. I see now. Hearing you explain it has made everything clear. Xiangyang smiled and continued, in truth, the key to Chinese reading comprehension questions lies in grasping the main idea of the text and the intentions of the question setter. Yixin nodded gently with a smile, acknowledging, I am indeed aware of this. However, I often feel that I cannot comprehend it to such a profound extent. This embodies one of the most challenging aspects of language studies. In contrast to mathematics or other quantitative subjects, where answers are largely standardized and singular, language is rather different. The responses are merely reference answers. What does this imply? It means that each teacher may present a distinct answer. Consequently, different individuals tackling the same question must converge their thoughts, a rather daunting task indeed. Xiangyang contemplated for a moment and remarked, in fact, when faced with such questions, it is beneficial to analyze them from various perspectives, such as conceptualization, expressive techniques, and emotional undertones. As long as we grasp the essence of the text and understand the message it seeks to convey, we can navigate our responses accordingly. Yixin listened attentively, nodding occasionally to signify her understanding. She felt an immense admiration for Xiangyang's analytical prowess. She had not anticipated that he would excel not only in mathematics, but also demonstrate such proficiency in language arts. Indeed, individuals with strong reading comprehension skills are truly exceptional. Thank you, Xiangyang. Your insights have been immensely helpful, Yixin expressed gratefully. There's no need for thanks. We are classmates, after all. I will be relying on you for tutoring as well. Xiangyang humbly replied. Are you working on English? She inquired. Yes, mister. Li assigned a reading comprehension task that I must submit to his office first thing tomorrow morning. Very well, carry on, Yixin concluded, returning to her seat with the examination paper in hand. Xiangyang resumed his focus on the questions. Engaging with language comprehension was indeed quite pleasant. However, the English reading tasks proved to be exceedingly challenging, primarily due to the plethora of unfamiliar words. He found himself frequently consulting the English dictionary as he progressed. As Xiangyang completed his work, the classroom gradually dimmed, with some classmates beginning to arrive for evening study sessions. He pondered that he still needed to visit the internet CAF to type up some assignments. After organizing his examination paper and tidying his backpack in preparation to head home, he noticed, much to his surprise, that Yixin had not yet left. He had been so engrossed in his work that he had assumed she had already departed. Observing Yixin still immersed in her tasks with headphones on, he refrained from calling out to her and exited the classroom. However, just as he reached the bike shed to retrieve his bicycle, Yixin approached him. Oh, Yixin, I was about to call out to you when I saw you at your desk. Have you finished for the day as well? Yixin nodded and then said, Xiangyang, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Lija was absent today. I believe it may be related to the bet he made with you, which has left him rather embarrassed. Xiangyang furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Yixin seemed to be advocating for Lija, and then he inquired. Yixin blinked her eyes and continued, in truth, Lija is not a bad person. He is simply very competitive. With the impending college entrance examination, I hope this situation does not adversely affect you. I did not realize that Yixin was concerned about my well-being. Xiangyang, of course, would not allow this matter to influence him. As for Lija, he harbored no ill intentions. After all, he was just a high school student. Who doesn't he understand the nature of youth? Rest assured, it will not affect me. That is good. Yixin nodded, a smile gracing her face. Furthermore, regarding Xiangyang, your English listening skills could use some improvement. You might benefit from listening more to cultivate your language sense. Indeed, Lu Xiangyang suddenly realized the necessity of acquiring a portable music player. In this era, listening to music typically involves such devices. The more affordable option would be a single cassette player, while a superior model would be a 3-in-1. Although it requires internet access for downloads. Lu Xiangyang, do you have a portable player at home? No, I cannot afford one. Although it was merely a jest. Yixin seemed to take it to heart. How about I lend you my 3-in-1? Huh, is there such a generous offer? Of course, I would be delighted. Lu Xiangyang immediately nodded in agreement. Thank you so much. I can lend it to you, but please take care not to damage it. Fear not. I shall safeguard it diligently, Lu Xiangyang assured earnestly. Yixin nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved a pink 3-in-1 from her backpack and handed it to Lu Xiangyang. You may use it for now. I have already organized all the materials. Lu Xiangyang nodded, carefully placing the 3-in-1 into his backpack. He then extended his hand, expressing gratitude. Yixin, you are truly wonderful. May I shake your hand? Yixin paused for a moment, then responded with a wary expression. Lu Xiangyang, are you trying to take advantage of me again? No, I merely wish to shake hands as a gesture of thanks. After a moment of hesitation, Yixin extended her fair hand. The two exchanged a friendly handshake. Lu Xiangyang then bowed slightly and said earnestly, Thank you, Yixin. See you tomorrow. With that, Lu Xiangyang mounted his bicycle and departed. See you tomorrow. Yixin murmured in response. She pondered briefly. This was, in fact, their third handshake. Chapter 53. A familiar gesture, heartfelt. At the UU Internet CAF, Lu Xiangyang sat in a chair, plunging into a frenzy of typing. After producing 20,000 words, he decided to pause. He planned to return home early tonight and dedicate himself entirely to his studies. Logging into his QQ account, he checked for messages from editor Pang Hu. As expected, dozens of messages awaited him. Lu Xiangyang swiftly perused them, honing in on the most significant one, Chasing Wind. Your latest book has become a phenomenal success in the online literature realm. We would like to invite you to our company for an interview. When would you be available? No way. Another interview? To be honest, Lu Xiangyang was quite reluctant to attend any interviews. Furthermore, isn't the headquarters of Vanilla Chinese Network rather far away? Where exactly is your company located? Lu Xiangyang typed a response to editor Pang Hu. Soon, the other party replied, I will send you the address. Lu Xiangyang glanced at it. Kyoto? That seems rather distant. It would require a flight. That is certainly not feasible. I simply cannot carve out the time. Chasing Wind Youth. What kind of interview are you looking to conduct? Editor Fat Tiger. Well, since the website is currently making a significant push, your book stands a great chance of winning this year's Best Newcomer in the Fantasy Writing Contest. The editor-in-chief suggests conducting a feature interview, which would not only promote your new book, but also allow us to discuss the details of the divine contract. Chasing Wind Youth. I cannot make it. Editor Fat Tiger. Rest assured, both the airfare and accommodation will be covered by the company. You 1T need to spend a penny. Chasing Wind Youth. That's not what I meant. I truly lack the time. Editor Fat Tiger. Are you extremely busy with work? Can you not take a day off? Chasing Wind Youth. I am still in my 3rd year of high school. Editor Fat Tiger. What on earth? This is somewhat hard to believe. Editor Fat Tiger. You say you are still a high school senior? Chasing Wind Youth. Yes, I am currently a 3rd-year high school student. And the pressure of my studies is immense, so I truly cannot spare the time to go to Kyoto. Editor Fat Tiger. I see. Then we can arrange a remote interview over the weekend or whenever is convenient for you. Would that work? Chasing Wind Youth. A remote interview sounds appealing. But I do not have a computer at home. I write in an internet CAF. Goodness. Such a remarkable masterpiece is being crafted in an internet CAF. And by a high school senior who is part-time writing after school. How inspiring. How moving. Editor Fat Tiger. Here's what we can do, Chasing Wind Master. You arrange your schedule, and I will explain the situation to the editor-in-chief on my end. Chasing Wind Youth. All right, I will respond to you as soon as possible. After sending the message, Lu Xiangyang remembered something else. The manuscript fee. Chasing Wind Youth. By the way, it's the 3rd today. Has last month's manuscript fee been sent? Editor Fat Tiger. Yes, I forgot to inform you. It has already been sent. You can check at the bank, and if you haven't received it, please let me know promptly. Chasing Wind Youth. Okay, thank you. With the conversation concluded, Lu Xiangyang uploaded his 20,000-word manuscript, still scheduled to be sent at 0:01. Then, he powered off and settled the bill. After completing the transaction, Lu Xiangyang was about to ride his bicycle when he recalled Yixin's portable audio player. He took it out and donned the headphones. Gently pressing the play button, a soothing piano piece began to fill the air. As the prelude played, Xiangyang felt an uncanny familiarity. It was indeed that piece. Glancing at the display, it confirmed to be the tune he recognized, Wedding in a Dream. This melody had been a favorite of his in his previous life, one he would even hum along to. To his surprise, Yixin also cherished this piece. As Xiangyang listened to the piano composition, he pedaled his bicycle home. Once upstairs, he retrieved his bank card and located an ATM nearby. He inserted the card, entered the password, and confirmed the transaction. Inquiring about the balance, I waited for a few seconds. The balance displayed 284,375 yuan. Wow, it has indeed been credited. This is the first payment for my manuscript since Xiangyang's rebirth. It also marks his inaugural earnings in this profession. Although it may not be a substantial amount, it is nonetheless remarkably impressive, surpassing the earnings of 90% of online literature authors. Wait a moment. Didn't Xiangyang recall that his manuscript fee was over 3,100 yuan? Why has only 2,800 and something been credited? Where's the missing 300? What the heck? Has it been embezzled by the editor, Fat Tiger? I cannot let this slide. I must inquire. If the editor truly pocketed it, he would be prepared to take leave and confront them at the company headquarters in Kyoto, ready to deal with him. Of course. This was a jest. Upon returning home, Xiangyang took out his phone and logged in, then messaged the editor, Fat Tiger. Chasing Windyouth, are you there? He wondered if the other party had already finished work. Xiangyang was unfamiliar with the editorial industry and unsure if they would work overtime. After a short wait, the editor indeed replied. Editor Fat Tiger, here, Chasing Wind, do you need something? Chasing Windyouth, I received my manuscript fee, but it seems incorrect. Editor Fat Tiger, what seems to be wrong? Chasing Windyouth, it's short by over 300. Editor Fat Tiger, huh? That shouldn't be the case. I personally confirmed your manuscript fee. There should be no errors. Chasing Windyouth, my manuscript fee was clearly over 3,100. Why was only 2,800 credited? Editor Fat Tiger, regarding that, personal taxes need to be deducted. Chasing Windyouth, what do you mean? Are they taxing this small amount? Editor Fat Tiger, yes, any manuscript fee over 800 yuan is subject to taxation. Your manuscript fee last month was 317,645 yuan. After tax deductions, it amounts to 284,375 yuan, absolutely correct. Chasing Windyouth, I'm flabbergasted. Xiangyang was truly taken aback. This is rather harsh. No wonder he was oblivious to the high taxes in this industry on his first receipt of payment and unaware that the tax threshold is above 800 yuan. Editor Fat Tiger, Chasing Wind, rest assured, we are a legitimate website. All payments are transparent, and there is absolutely no withholding of author's fees. Nor is there any manual tampering with the payment amounts. Chasing Windyouth, all right. It seems I misunderstood. Editor Fat Tiger, no worries. Feel free to reach out anytime with questions. I'm available 24/7 to assist you. As the chat concluded, Xiangyang turned off the internet. Every bit saved counts. If he exceeded the data limit, it would be exorbitantly costly. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was already past 9 in the evening. Why hasn't Grandma returned yet? Should I prepare dinner tonight? Resolute in his decision, Xiangyang left his room and searched the kitchen. He found potatoes and eggplants, but alas, no meat in the refrigerator. Thus, he decided to make spicy and sour shredded potatoes along with braised eggplant. Donning an apron, he set to work. In his previous life, he was quite adept at cooking. After his rebirth, he was undeterred. First, he set the rice to steam, preparing a quantity ample enough for 6 people. Next, he began peeling and shredding potatoes. In no time, a plate of sweet and sour shredded potatoes was ready. Following that, he worked on braised eggplant. Just as he was about to reduce the sauce, the door swung open, and his grandmother entered, carrying a box of braised pig's head. Upon spotting Xiangyang cooking in the kitchen, she exclaimed, Yang, what are you up to? Xiangyang turned briefly but continued to stir the food in the pan. Grandma, I'm cooking. It's almost ready. We can wash our hands and eat. His deft cooking skills tugged at her heartstrings. Chapter 54, The Discovery of Yixin's Secret. Yang, how can you cook? His grandmother could hardly believe that her grandson had taken to cooking so proficiently. She quickly set down the pig's head and stepped into the kitchen, only to find the dishes indeed prepared. Yang, did you make all this? Hurry and wash your hands. It's time to eat. Xiangyang brought the dishes to the table and served 2 bowls of rice. Once his grandmother was seated, They began to eat. Xiangyang, I truly didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Really? Then when you come home late, I shall be the one to cook. That won't do. You still need to focus on your studies. Don't let cooking interfere with your education, especially with the college entrance exam approaching. His grandmother's expression turned serious, leaving no room for negotiation. Grandma, you needn't worry about my studies. I've been balancing work and rest. Besides, the results of the recent mock exam have come out, and I ranked 9th in my class. What? 9th in the entire class? His grandmother looked puzzled, clearly in disbelief. She might have accepted it if he had claimed the 39th position. Yes, really, Grandma. I did quite well this time, and I am confident I will perform even better next time. That's good to hear. When it comes to studies, I can't assist you. It all depends on your own efforts. Don't worry, I can manage on my own. They enjoyed their meal together, filled with warmth and happiness. Though it was an ordinary dinner, Xiangyang savored every bite. Apart from the bowl of rice his grandmother consumed, he devoured 3 large bowls himself, feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. By the way, Grandma, did you go for the medical checkup I mentioned last time? Not yet. Shall I accompany you this weekend? No need. I can go by myself. Xiangyang could tell that his grandmother was reluctant to undergo the checkup, primarily to save money. To the elderly, the belief was that if one was not ill, there was no reason to visit a hospital. By the way, Grandma, I just received a scholarship. I can use it to cover your medical checkup expenses. You received a scholarship? His grandmother appeared skeptical. Wait a moment. Xiangyang went to his room, opened his backpack, and retrieved a certificate along with 500 yuan in scholarship money. Upon seeing it, his grandmother's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Xiangyang, you really did rank 9th in your class? Certainly, my aspirations extend beyond merely securing the 9th position. Ah, indeed. Grandmother responded with a nod. Yet she couldn't shake off a lingering sense of disbelief. After dinner, she busied herself in the kitchen, washing the dishes, while Xiangyang retreated to his room to immerse himself in his studies. He began by revisiting the key concepts assigned by his biology teacher, followed by chemistry, and finally tackling physics, which presented him with 2 independent problems. With the textbook as his guide, Xiangyang identified the relevant topics and successfully resolved both questions. Mathematics and physics operate on a binary principle. One either comprehends the material or does not. There exists no middle ground. Once mastery is achieved, points are generally secured. Consequently, after mathematics examinations, estimated scores rarely diverge significantly. Xiangyang devoted himself wholeheartedly to his studies. At some point, his grandmother knocked at the door and brought him a steaming cup of milk. Xiangyang, do not impose such immense pressure upon yourself. Being able to attend a college is commendable, she advised gently. Xiangyang glanced at his grandmother and discerned the concern reflected in her gaze. It seemed that his recent transformation had inadvertently caused her distress. Indeed, the old version of himself would likely have spent these hours gaming in an internet CAF. Now, he consistently returned home, and after dinner, engaged in self-directed learning. To his grandmother, this behavior was undoubtedly somewhat peculiar. Do not worry, Grandma. Xiangyang reassured her. I must aim higher. Perhaps I may not be able to gain admission to the prestigious Tsinghua or Peking University. Huh? He chuckled, and the atmosphere lightened. He continued, Grandma, you should rest. I will study for a while longer. And please, do not tire yourself out. I am not anxious about my college tuition. I can manage that during the summer break. His grandmother, taken aback by her grandson's sudden change, felt a bit disoriented. How had her once wayward grandson transformed into such a diligent student? It was a challenge for her to adjust. By the way, Xiangyang, do you still have your living expenses? She inquired. Xiangyang raised his head and smiled. Yes, I have enough to last. Then, Grandma, go rest. After you finish your studies, make sure to get to bed early. All right, she replied, casting one last glance at her grandson, who was engrossed in his revision. She then exited the room, closing the door behind her, and lingered at the threshold to discreetly wipe away a tear before returning to her own room to rest. As night enveloped the world, Xiangyang completed the assignments given by his teachers and then laid down on his bed, retrieving the exquisite pink 3 from his belongings. It appeared to be a recent model, compact and in pristine condition, suggesting it was quite expensive. Years ago, Xiangyang had longed to possess such a device, but circumstances had never allowed it. After all, it was already a significant challenge for his grandmother to support his education. Even in his more reckless youth, he had harbored profound affection for her, never demanding that she purchase a 3 for him. This understanding had always been clear to Lu Xiangyang. Yet, youth is characterized by such desires. Although he could now afford to buy such items, the fervor of that longing had inevitably faded. Nevertheless, it was a different story now. He was in a position to make the purchase. In the present moment, Lu Xiangyang contemplated the necessity of acquiring a laptop as a priority. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Having resolved to embark on writing a novel, it was imperative to procure a notebook. This would also serve him well in his future academic pursuits, as he had yet to face the Gaokao. Even now, Lu Xiangyang was contemplating his university aspirations. As the night deepened, Lu Xiangyang opened his computer and browsed for a while. He soon discovered an abundance of English listening exercises along with numerous classical piano compositions. Among them was a folder filled with pieces by Bandari, including titles such as Dream of Snow, First Snow, Mist and Water Drops, Sunny Coast, and Annie's Wonderland. Continuing his exploration, he stumbled upon a treasure trove of classic English songs. To his surprise, Yixin had a profound passion for music. This was indeed a secret he had uncovered. Selecting a particular English song, Lu Xiangyang gently pressed the play button. A soothing melody enveloped him through his headphones, and he closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to drift away. If you missed my train, you should understand I've already departed. You can hear the whistle blowing from 100 miles away, 100 miles, 100 miles. As the night wore on, Lu Xiangyang gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 55. The model student of the entire school. Before he knew it, Saturday had arrived once more. In the preceding days, Lu Xiangyang found himself under the watchful eyes of various teachers from different subjects. His primary task at school had become the relentless practice of exercises, particularly in English. It seemed that Hu Chunhua was determined to elevate Lu Xiangyang's English proficiency, ensuring it would not remain his weakest subject. There was no escaping this. Lu Xiangyang had become the model student of the entire school. This remarkable turn of events could be traced back to the campus broadcasting station. Following an interview, the station published the content in the school journal, disseminating it across the campus network and bulletin boards. While many classes would typically distribute the journal, the response to Lu Xiangyang's interview was exceptionally positive, prompting the broadcasting station to seek approval from the director to print more copies. Now, the entire school, from freshmen to seniors, regardless of their academic focus, was aware of Lu Xiangyang's inspiring journey from underachiever to success. It was rumored that even the city's television station had expressed interest in conducting an interview, but Principal Ma politely declined, citing the heavy academic burden faced by the seniors. Logically, such a splendid opportunity for promotion would not be overlooked by Principal Ma. However, the Education Committee had advised against excessive publicity, emphasizing the importance of pragmatism in education. The revelation of Lu Xiangyang's accomplishments had ignited a wave of admiration. Notably, even the academically gifted Li Yuhang had never experienced such recognition. Lu Xiangyang's declaration of without madness, there can be no life had spread like wildfire among his peers, earning him the moniker of academic demon. Thus, at Yunhai No. 7 High School, alongside the top student Yixin and the academic prodigy Li Yuhang, a new figure emerged, Lu Xiangyang, the academic demon. Look, isn't that Lu the academic demon? What is this? Academic demon? Early in the morning, Lu Xiangyang rode his bicycle to the school gates. As he dismounted and began to push his bike, he overheard whispers around him. It's him. The one who advanced hundreds of ranks in a single leap. How did he manage that? Didn't he say, as long as you don't give up on studying, you should study relentlessly? What a formidable person. Lu Xiangyang noticed the peculiar gazes of his peers, not just from the seniors, but also from the first and second-year students. After all, high school students are primarily concerned with their studies. They too labored diligently, yet their results failed to show significant improvement. This is perhaps the most agonizing aspect of learning. Putting in considerable effort, yet reaping scant rewards, or even none at all. Lu Xiangyang's diligence illuminated a glimmer of hope for them, prompting a clearer recognition of their own shortcomings. It seemed their lack of results stemmed from insufficient effort. Your grades aren't poor because of a lack of talent, but because you haven't exerted yourself enough. Such words are bound to stir resentment. However, Lu Xiangyang paid little mind to it. He secured his bicycle, returned to the classroom, and cast a glance at Li's desk. That fellow had yet to arrive. Having taken 3 days off, what could possibly be wrong? Could it be that, in a fit of anger over their wager, he had done something reckless? Surely not. Once seated, Qian Duo approached him, saying, "Bro, you've become quite the sensation. Everyone's privately calling you the study demon." Having already heard this title, Xiangyang was not particularly curious. Let them call him what they wish. It was none of his concern. Qian Duo sighed. But the real issue lies in what you said. Your grades aren't poor because of a lack of talent, but because you haven't exerted yourself enough. What is wrong with that? Xiangyang replied. Is there a problem? Qian Duo shot him a glare. Bro, your words are bound to incite hatred. Oh, so you mean to say my poor grades are due to my insufficient effort? Xiangyang regarded Qian Duo with calm eyes. Isn't that the case? It certainly seems so to me. Qian Duo swallowed hard, retorting, but you know what? I just saw several students from class 8 bringing pins to school. What on earth for? Isn't it because you said they aren't trying hard enough? So, they decided to give themselves a pinch whenever they feel fatigued from studying. Are they really that extreme? Xiangyang exclaimed. I was merely speaking offhandedly. You can't be serious. Just then, they spotted Leisha entering with his backpack. Thank goodness. The lad had finally shown up. Nothing had happened, which was a relief for Xiangyang. Otherwise, he would have felt guilty had anything serious occurred. Qian Duo, you ought to put in more effort too, if you wish to be with your goddess. As things stand, you're far from it. That is fine. I just wish to quietly watch over her from afar. Truly. He was a devoted admirer. Xiangyang pondered for a moment and then asked, would you be willing to see your beloved goddess in the arms of some older man one day? Qian Duo was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Xiangyang's candid response. After a brief silence, he reluctantly replied, of course, I am unwilling. But, Xiangyang interrupted him. But you believe that despite your efforts, you are unworthy of her, correct? Qian Duo nodded. Xiangyang continued, yet you must understand that love requires strength to protect. If you do not strive now, you may find yourself unqualified to safeguard her in the future. Qian Duo lowered his head, seemingly contemplating Xiangyang's words. Xiangyang went on, in truth, your foundation is superior to mine. Therefore, I am confident that if you are willing to exert yourself, you can certainly draw closer to your goddess. Only by becoming stronger can you earn the right to pursue what you desire. Qian Duo lifted his head, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Brother Yang, you are right. I have made my decision. Xiangyang smiled and patted Qian Duo on the shoulder. Once you have decided, dedicate yourself to your efforts. No, I have resolved to buy a pin as well. Just then, the school bell rang, its chime resonating in the air. In the office, Principal Ma looked at Director Sun Haiba with some concern. Director Sun, I have heard that many students with poor grades believe it is due to their lack of effort. This news had circulated throughout the school since the broadcasting station released its journal. Initially, Director Sun thought little of it, but in recent days, while welcoming students at the school gate, he noticed numerous students arriving with pins in hand. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this was inspired by Xiangyang's statement, which had struck a chord. Oh, you have poor grades and blame your lack of talent? Wrong. It is clearly your insufficient effort. As a result, the entire student body began to reflect seriously on their circumstances. Ultimately, they concluded that their unsatisfactory performance stemmed from a lack of diligence. Clearing his throat, Director Sun expressed his concerns. Indeed, I have heard about this matter as well. Rest assured, Principal, this initiative has been executed commendably. Initially, Director Sun anticipated the principal's ire. But to his surprise, the principal suddenly smiled with relief. It seems your interview work has been thoroughly executed. This is precisely what we need. Students must realize that success in the college entrance examination relies not merely on talent, but primarily on hard work. Effort is the ladder to success. Without sacrifice, there can be no gain. Our Yunhai No. 7 middle school advocates diligent study, and Xiangyang's words resonate perfectly with our educational philosophy. Where there is a will, there is a way. Director Sun exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Well done, Xiangyang. You have truly impressed me. Chapter 56. Add a chicken leg. Who brought this Fanta? I have one too. Not just you. The whole class has one. Ah, I see. Shortly after the noon bell rang, many students hurried to the cafeteria to grab their meals. A few students who finished eating early prepared to return to the classroom to study. Then, it was discovered that a bottle of Fanta rested upon the table, instantly evoking a thought. This must undoubtedly be placed there by Li Jia. Consequently, during the midday recess, all the classmates indulged in the Fanta, while Li Jia remained seated at his desk, with his head lowered, engrossed in solving problems. seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The classmates appeared to be considerate of the class leader's dignity, tactfully avoiding any mention of the matter. However, Qian Duo, with a hint of sarcasm, deliberately exclaimed, "Thank you for your Xiangyang." Everyone in the class was aware that Lizha had lost a bet to Lu Xiangyang. Thus, Qian Duo's gratitude directed towards Lu Xiangyang was clearly a veiled jab at Lizha. Noticing this, Lizha buried his head even lower. "Come on, I'll treat you to another bottle." Lu Xiangyang offered his own fanta to him. This is truly delightful," came the laughter and belch that followed. As the first class of the afternoon approached, Li Damao entered the classroom to announce a notice. "Next Wednesday, the school will hold a parent-teacher meeting, inviting the parents of our classmates to attend. All senior students will enjoy a half-day off." In response to this news, the students were met with mixed emotions. They were pleased about the rare half-day off, but apprehensive about the impending parent-teacher meeting. During their school days, the dread of such meetings was palpable. Presumably, students with commendable grades would not be overly concerned. Yet Lu Xiangyang felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the gathering. Nonetheless, it was a done deal. They would proceed with it. After the first class in the afternoon, feeling somewhat fatigued from studying, Lu Xiangyang decided to take advantage of the break to run 3 laps around the playground, holding on to Qian Duo's English dictionary. There, he was seen running while simultaneously memorizing vocabulary. Although the undulating motion of running made it challenging to recite, Lu Xiangyang quickly adapted. "Isn't that Lu Shuemo from class 9? What on earth is he doing on the playground? It seems like he's memorizing words. Running while reciting vocabulary? How outrageous!" exclaimed a classmate. "It's as if he's turned into a madman." They say, without madness, one cannot thrive. As long as one can learn, they shall learn fervently. Just as Lu Xiangyang stepped out of the classroom, Li Yuhang arrived, standing outside class 9, peering into the classroom, evidently searching for someone. "Wow. Isn't that Li Yuhang from the elite class? What brings him here? Who knows? Is he perhaps looking for me?" "Don't flatter yourself. If he's looking for someone, it's undoubtedly Gu Yixin," chattered a few female classmates. One could not deny that despite wearing a school uniform, Li Yuhang still exuded charm and elegance, embodying the quintessential protagonist of a novel. A student excelling academically, coming from a good family, and possessing striking looks. Such a combination held undeniable allure. "Li Shueshun, what business do you have in class 9? A male classmate could not help but inquire. "Hello, may I ask if Lu Xiangyang is present in your class?" "You're looking for Lu Shuemo? Let me check. He's not here." "Where has he gone?" "Qian Duo, where did your deskmate go?" Lying on the desk, peeking at a novel. Qian Duo lifted his head and was astonished to find it was Li Yuhang. He exclaimed, "I went to the playground to run and memorize vocabulary." The classmates in the room responded in unison, expressing their amazement. Li Yuhang smiled faintly and turned to leave. He completed 3 laps, taking a total of 8 minutes, during which he memorized 56 words. Quite impressive. This efficiency was undeniably remarkable. Lu Xiangyang discovered that running while memorizing vocabulary was indeed quite intriguing. He resolved to adopt this practice in the future. As the class was about to commence, Lu Xiangyang ceased his running and jogged towards classroom 9. On his way, numerous classmates observed him and began to murmur behind his back. "No way. Is he really that diligent?" The rise of a study slacker is frightful. With less than 100 days remaining, some believed further effort would be futile. Not necessarily, they countered. Lu Shuemao improved hundreds of ranks in just a week. "Are we still playing basketball?" "Forget it. I'm heading back to study." "All right, I won't play either." Everyone knew this fellow was somewhat obsessed with his studies. Who would have thought that running could also be a means of memorization? Indeed, he was quite extraordinary. Of course, there were those who suspected that he was merely putting on a show, and mockery was inevitable. Yet, Lu Xiangyang paid little heed to their opinions. After all, studying was a personal endeavor, and pretending to work hard would not yield genuine results. Meanwhile, in the classroom corridor, Li Yuhang gazed towards the playground. Having witnessed Lu Xiangyang's earlier antics, suddenly, a sense of competition arose within him. He had stood atop the pinnacle for quite some time. Yet the beauty of that summit could not be shared with others. How lonely it was. "What does Li Yuhang want from me?" Upon returning to his seat, Qian Duo recounted the earlier events. "How would I know? Is it within my capacity to inquire about the study prodigy?" He pouted. Then he tugged at Lu Xiangyang's sleeve. "Yanggu, what is up? I already mentioned it, didn't I? I discovered an incredibly captivating novel." "Oh." Lu Xiangyang replied with indifference. At that moment, Xian leaned closer, lowering his voice. Yanggu, I remember your QQ number is Chasing Wind Youth, right? What of it? The author of this book is called Chasing Wind Youth. Xiangyang furrowed his brow slightly. What a coincidence. Indeed, I even suspect it might be you who wrote it. Impossible. I lack such talent. Xiangyang waved his hand, attempting to divert the topic. This matter, if exposed, would surely prompt their homeroom teacher, Li Domao, to have a word with him, inevitably reaching his grandmother's ears. Given Xiangyang's understanding of his grandmother, he anticipated her concern over his lack of focus. In her eyes, the only task he ought to undertake was to study diligently for the impending college entrance examination. Indeed, Yang, I swear, this novel is exceptionally well written. I have a strong feeling it is your creation, remarked Qian Duo earnestly. You are mistaken. Xiangyang chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Unexpectedly, Qian Duo continued. If it truly is your work, you should refund me. What do you mean? When this book was published, I was so excited that I tipped 30 yuan for the author to add a chicken leg. Oh my, so it was you, my friend. How touching. This is true love. Xiangyang felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him, but restrained himself, silently expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my chubby friend. Then he spoke aloud. Chubby. Let's grab some fried chicken legs after school. Seriously, Yang, with the 500 yuan scholarship, you're treating me to just a fried chicken leg? If you think it's beneath you, then don't. I want to force you. Come on, I could use an extra serving of spicy potato fries too. I think that's a splendid idea. Chapter 57. Let us make a pact. Outside the gates of Yinhai No. 7 Middle School on Saturday. The scene was a bustling sea of humanity. The roads on either side were lined with cars, luxurious ones worth over $1 million, as well as modest vehicles costing around 30,000. There were also numerous tricycles and electric scooters. For Xiangyang, however, he had only his bicycle. Yet, the bicycle was quite satisfactory. It spared him from traffic woes and served as a means of exercise. At the school gates, Xiangyang and Qian Duo stood outside the fried chicken leg shop. Xiangyang had longed for this shop's fried chicken legs since his high school days. Priced at 3 yuan each, they were large, crispy, and tender. The crunch of the skin was delightful, while the chicken was juicy and exceptionally flavorful. Remarkably, one felt no greasiness after indulging. This fried chicken establishment had become something of a local sensation, even before the term internet celebrity had come into vogue. And let us not forget the spicy potato fries, a signature delicacy found outside every primary and secondary school in Yinhai City. Every school day, throngs of students lined up to purchase them. Hey, Yang, tomorrow is the weekend. Want to hang out? No, I have matters to attend to. Don't be like that. It's the weekend, don't focus solely on studying. Relax a little. I've arranged to play basketball tomorrow. Come along. I genuinely can't make it. I need to take my grandmother for a health checkup. What is wrong with her? Nothing serious, just a routine examination. Oh, then after the checkup, you can join us at Xinghe Park. It's south quite close to your home. I'll see. If I have time, I'll swing by. All right then. Before long, 3 fried chicken legs were in hand, and the duo began to feast. The flavors from memory washed over them, ever so familiar. They subsequently queued for the spicy potato fries. Xiangyang's eyes occasionally wandered across the school gates. Hey, Yang, there's a parent-teacher meeting next week. And I really don't want my dad to attend. Why not? Weren't you relying on me before? But now, you've ascended from 47th to 9th place, while I've slipped from 23rd to 25th. As this conversation unfolded, Qian Duo exhibited a profound sense of anxiety. I genuinely dread the thought of witnessing old Qian's disappointed gaze. Oh dear, just the mere contemplation of it causes me distress. Despite Qian Duo's usual carefree demeanor, he transformed into a model child in the presence of his parents. In fact, Xiangyang was once similar. He too was reluctant to have his grandmother attend parent-teacher meetings, fearing the disappointment in her eyes, much like Qian Duo. However, at present, he undoubtedly fared better than before. Securing the 9th position in his class was commendable. Do not fret, the parent-teacher meeting is merely a formality. What truly matters is your own diligence and progress. Xiangyang reassured him, fully aware of Qian Duo's inner turmoil. You are right. For the sake of my jejia, I must strive harder, Qian Duo remarked, taking a bite of fried chicken, seemingly savoring Xiangyang's words. His gaze then shifted to the chicken leg in Xiangyang's hand. Say, Yanggu, you bought an extra fried chicken leg but are not eating it. Why not share it with me? That's not possible. I'm saving it for someone, Lu Xiangyang replied. Who is it? Just as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, he spotted Gu Yixin emerging from the school gate. She's here. You queue up first. I'll pay later, Lu Xiangyang said, striding towards Gu Yixin with the chicken leg in hand. What a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship. Meanwhile, beside the school gate, a Mercedes-Benz 230 was parked. Gu Yixin, Lu Xiangyang called out. Hearing his voice, Gu Yixin turned around and recognized him. You haven't left yet? No. I'm in line with Qian Duoduo for fried chicken legs. The owner, seeing my handsome visage, generously offered an extra one, which I'm sharing with you. As he spoke, Lu Xiangyang extended the fried chicken leg towards her. Huh. The owner certainly lacks discernment. Gu Yixin chuckled lightly and accepted it, saying, thank you. She then teased, not bad. I was worried you might go hungry, but it seems you can afford fried chicken now. Lu Xiangyang, aware that she referred to the prior loan incident, laughed and replied, I received a scholarship of 500 yuan, and you played a part in that. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Gu Yixin's face, understanding that Lu Xiangyang was expressing his gratitude in this manner. Just then, a honk resonated through the air, and Gu Junsheng emerged from the car. Hey, can't you be a bit more generous and treat me to one as well? Lu Xiangyang glanced at the half-eaten chicken leg in his hand. If you don't mind sharing, I could offer you a bite. I'd rather not. Gu Junsheng waved his hand dismissively and turned to Gu Yixin. How about it? Shall we wait until you finish before leaving? Sure, Gu Yixin replied with a smile. While Gu Junsheng shook his head and got back into the car, Lu Xiangyang and Gu Yixin stood by the roadside, chatting and eating, surrounded by the cheerful laughter of students after school and the various expressions of concern from parents. Gu Yixin, I heard that Li Yuhang came looking for me today? Yes. Do you know what it was about? He wanted to discuss a math problem with you. Oh, I see. Why would he seek me out? Because you have caught his attention now. What do you mean? Promise me you won't tell anyone. Gu Yixin whispered, taking a small bite of the fried chicken leg. Actually, Li Yuhang feels quite lonely. Or rather, he has no rivals at Yunhai No. 7 school, which is rather distressing for him. Really? Is that so? Lu Xiangyang felt a slight shock at her words. He was well aware that Li Yuhang was recognized as the academic prodigy at Yunhai No. 7. With grades that far surpassed his peers, he never anticipated that such a genius would endure such troubles. What does it mean to have no rivals at Yunhai No. 7? Wait, Gu Yixin, if you're that impressive, why wouldn't he regard you as a worthy opponent? Gu Yixin calmly replied, I'm not that remarkable. I would say I'm merely average. Lu Xiangyang was momentarily at a loss for words. You consider yourself average? What about the rest of us then? Such subtle pretentiousness was truly fatal. So, does Li Yuhang want me to be his rival? Lu Xiangyang asked tentatively. Gu Yixin nodded and added, he believes your rapid progress makes you a formidable challenge. After a moment of silence, Lu Xiangyang chuckled, then I must prepare diligently. In the upcoming mock exam, I shall surpass him and ensure he is not disappointed. Wow, you really dare to take the challenge. Lu Xiangyang exclaimed without a second thought, of course. I aim to be the strongest male student at Yunhai No. 7. Haha, you have quite the ambition. Gu Yixin laughed, thinking Lu Xiangyang was joking. However, I must warn you, Li Yuhang has held the top rank in his grade for 3 consecutive years, and it remains unchallenged. She added, moreover, he ranked 5th in the city in the recent mock exam. Well, I achieved first place in a single subject across the entire city. Lu Xiangyang replied confidently, asserting, let us make a pact. In the next mock exam, I intend to close the gap with him. Gu Yixin laughed again, thinking he was merely jesting about catching up to Li Yuhang. Hey, stop chatting and come pay the bill. Qian Duoduo could no longer hold back. You promised to treat us, yet here you are, gallivanting with Gu Xiaohua while I'm stuck waiting in line. This is unacceptable. Gu Yixin, I'm leaving now. See you next week. See you next week. Lu Xiangyang hurried to pay for the wolf's tooth potatoes, only to see Gu Yixin's car already turning onto the main road and driving away. Bro, you are truly neglecting your friends for the sake of beauty. I disdain you. Qian Duoduo grumbled as he munched on the potatoes. Damn. Suddenly, these potatoes don't taste as good anymore. Then don't eat them. Give them all to me. Don't. Let me have my share. Qian Duoduo exclaimed, hastily grabbing a toothpick to snatch more. Lu Xiangyang chuckled, patting his shoulder, stop complaining and eat up. They won't taste as good if you wait. Qian Duoduo shrugged helplessly. The two continued to relish the delightful moments with their wolf's tooth potatoes. Don't hog them. Leave me some of the shredded pigweed. Chapter 58, The Physical Examination. At the entrance of Yunhai No. 7 school, A plethora of unique delicacies awaited. In addition to fried chicken legs and crispy potato strips, there are also fried chicken fillets, stinky tofu, and spicy potato shreds wrapped in pancakes. Many high school graduates still occasionally return to indulge in these culinary delights. After years of longing, Xiangyang has finally savored them, and notably, he did so with his scholarship funds. The feeling is truly delightful. After finishing his meal, Xiangyang made his way to an internet CAF. Immersing himself in writing mode once again, he typed out an impressive 20,000 words before settling the bill and departing. To be candid, the atmosphere in the CAF leaves much to be desired. The noise is unbearable, and the stench of smoke permeates the air, making the air quality abysmal. Xiangyang finds it hard to fathom how he used to endure sleepless nights in such an environment. Tomorrow, after attending his grandmother's medical checkup, he plans to explore purchasing a laptop. With 2,800 in his account, he can afford a laptop with modest specifications, suitable for his writing pursuits rather than gaming, which does not require high-end configurations. He intends to save up for a better one in the future. However, he ponders how to explain this expenditure to his grandmother. As he rides home, he contemplates this dilemma. He cannot simply claim he earned the money himself, as that would surely worry her. Ultimately, he decides to say that he borrowed it from a classmate, a justification that seems plausible enough. Upon returning home, he finds his grandmother has prepared dinner. "Xiangyang, you must be hungry. You can wash your hands and eat now," she says. In truth, Xiangyang is not particularly hungry. The crispy potato strips are quite filling. Nevertheless, he washes his hands and serves himself, then sits down to eat with his grandmother. "Grandma, shall we go early tomorrow?" he asks. His grandmother pauses, momentarily confused. "Where to?" For the checkup, he clarifies. "I thought about it. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I can accompany you." "Xiangyang, perhaps we should reconsider. A checkup can cost several hundred yuan." She responds, clearly concerned about the expense. This reaction is, of course, within Xiangyang's expectations. In his previous life, his grandmother only discovered her illness when it was already in its advanced stages. "I just received a scholarship, and I intend to use it for your checkup. This is money I earned myself. Please agree to it, Grandma." After a moment of hesitation, and seeing Xiangyang's earnest pleas, she relents. "All right, Grandma will listen to you, but this checkup fee will surely be wasted." "Hopefully, it will be wasted for the best," Xiangyang replies with a broad smile. "Grandma, eat your vegetables. Xiangyang, you should eat more too." As night falls, Xiangyang embarks on his study routine once more. The second mock exam is just around the corner, scheduled for early next month, leaving him with less than a month to prepare. Surpassing Li Yuhang in such a short time seems implausible. However, during the first mock exam, although he did not exceed Li Yuhang's total score, he did surpass him in Chinese. In mathematics, he fell short by merely 2 points, managing a near tie. The only subject where Xiangyang has a fighting chance to catch up to Li Yuhang is in the comprehensive science section. As for English, he is ready to leave it to fate. Xiangyang has come to a profound realization. English, in truth, is not as difficult as it seems. It indeed requires a substantial investment of time. In addition to memorizing vocabulary, one must also cultivate a sense of language. The English section is divided into components. The listening portion, which is scored out of 30 points, is particularly challenging for many students. Following this is the multiple choice and closed test section, with a total of 45 points, where Xiangyang has managed to score well. The third component is reading comprehension, worth 40 points, a section where Xiangyang has also achieved points. Contrary to what one might think, English reading comprehension is quite manageable, at least significantly easier than that of Chinese. The only difficulty lies in the dense array of English words. The final segment pertains to writing. The first task, short passage correction, is worth 10 points, requiring the identification of a mistake in each of 10 lines and correction on the subsequent line. If there are no errors, a check mark is placed. This task has proven to be quite troublesome for Xiangyang, as he can only manage to score 2 or 3 points. The second task involves writing an essay of approximately 100 words, which amounts to 25 points, yet Xiangyang can currently only achieve about 5 points in this area. Overall, English has become Xiangyang's greatest obstacle. After completing the science questions, Xiangyang prepared to dedicate 3 hours to listening practice. At that moment, he received a text from Qian Duo. "Young Gu, don't forget to come play basketball after you finish tomorrow. I need your support." Lu Xiangyang knew that this portly friend of his was likely trying to show off by gathering a group. He was about to respond when he suddenly recalled his plan to purchase a notebook the following day. He was completely unaware of the current market for notebooks in the city, as so many years had passed. I'll come after taking my grandmother for her health checkup tomorrow. By the way, Fatty, do you know where I can buy a laptop? Oh, Yanggu. Are you getting a computer? Preparing to game with me? Of course not. I'm buying it for studying, he replied. Well, I really don't know. You might want to ask Yixin. I heard from Yixin that Yixin has a relative who sells computers in the digital city. Yixin? I'll ask her. Lu Xiangyang sent a message to Yixin, and she responded promptly. Indeed, she had a cousin who owned a shop in the digital city. So, Lu Xiangyang, are you still planning to buy a laptop? Yes. What do you need it for? To play games at home, every day? Of course not. It's for studying. That's good. Soon, Yixin sent him her cousin's contact number and address so that he could visit tomorrow. Following this, Yixin inquired. Lu Xiangyang, do you practice English listening at night? Of course, I'm listening right now. That's great. My cousin's shop also sells laptops. If you need one, I can ask him for a discount, she added. Lu Xiangyang felt a warm sensation in his heart. He was pleasantly surprised by Yixin's thoughtfulness. He replied, I definitely need one, but I can't afford it. That's okay. You can borrow mine for now. Just return it after the college entrance examination. But you must use it for studying. Absolutely. Every night, I immerse myself in my studies, and I must say, the English songs you downloaded are truly delightful. How does it feel? Have you noticed any improvement in your linguistic intuition? Lu Xiangyang chuckled wryly. Despite his diligent efforts, his progress remained barely perceptible. He was still striving, finding it quite challenging. Don't lose heart. Learning English is a long-term endeavor, so take your time. All right. Thank you. No need to be so polite. If you perform well on the next exam, treat me to a couple of fried chicken legs. Absolutely. I'll save you the leftover bones. Sounds good. Wait a minute. Lu Xiangyang, are you calling me a little dog? The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Xiangyang accompanied his grandmother to the municipal hospital. They opted for a comprehensive package. After payment, Lu Xiangyang guided his grandmother through the series of medical examinations, blood tests, urinalysis, electrocardiogram, blood pressure, blood sugar, and finally, a chest x-ray. This last examination was of particular concern to Lu Xiangyang, one he specifically requested. The total cost of all the tests amounted to 699 yuan. He paid while carrying his grandmother and mentioned only 499 yuan. The scholarship was just sufficient to cover it. Once the examinations were complete, he encouraged his grandmother to sit and rest while she had something to eat, while he waited outdoors for the results. Is the family of Luo Meiwan present? Called a nurse. Lu Xiangyang suddenly realized that his grandmother's name was indeed Luo Meiwan. I'm here, he replied. The nurse appeared slightly annoyed. Why didn't you respond sooner? Lu Xiangyang smiled sheepishly. I didn't recall my grandmother's name at first. The nurse returned a faint smile, saying, Oh, it's all right. I suppose not many can still remember their grandmother's name these days. Those present quietly lowered their heads. Chapter 59, The First Laptop. Who are you to Luo Meiwan? Asked a middle-aged doctor in a white coat and glasses in the medical room. She is my grandmother. Lu Xiangyang replied, then inquired, Doctor, is there any issue with my grandmother's health report? The doctor nodded, glancing at the x-ray film. The examination reveals a small nodule in the lung, which is not yet conspicuous. Its approximate diameter is around 10 millimeters, located here. The doctor pointed to the area before continuing. Lung nodules are relatively common in clinical practice and may arise from various causes, including benign lesions, inflammation, or even early-stage lung cancer. However, your grandmother's condition does not appear to be severe at this moment. Further observation and regular follow-ups are necessary. The doctor patiently explained, handing Lu Xiangyang a report. As he received the report, a weight settled in Lu Xiangyang's heart. Indeed, it seemed there had been an issue for quite some time. His grandmother had been experiencing a persistent cough for a while, often hiding under the covers at night to avoid disturbing Lu Xiangyang's studies. In truth, he could always hear her. Yet, she had never undergone a medical checkup. By the time her illness manifested, it was already in its advanced stage. What should be done now? Does she require surgery? No, surgery is not required at this time. The doctor shook his head affirmatively and stated, currently, surgery is unnecessary, as the nodule is quite small and lacks any evident malignant characteristics. However, for safety's sake, we recommend that your grandmother undergo regular follow-up examinations. perhaps every 3 months or every 6 months, to promptly detect any changes. He then inquired, by the way, does your grandmother experience any coughing symptoms? Yes. Particularly noticeable at night, Xiangyang replied honestly. Does she often come into contact with cooking fumes? Asked the doctor. Indeed, my grandmother sells pancakes at a stall. Xiangyang responded. That could be a factor, the doctor explained calmly. Frequent inhalation of smoke and dust can irritate lung tissue. I will prescribe some medication for now, but regular follow-up checks will still be necessary. Xiangyang nodded and asked, are there any particular precautions we should take in daily life? At night, ensure good ventilation while sleeping and maintain a light diet. Remember to drink plenty of water. Understood. Thank you, doctor. The doctor nodded, reassuring him. There's no need to worry excessively. Early detection and treatment is key. It's not as frightening as you may think. Thank you, doctor. Without further ado, the doctor issued a prescription and instructed Xiangyang to proceed with the payment and collect the medication. After leaving the clinic, Xiangyang first paid and then retrieved the medicine. Upon exiting, he found that his grandmother had already finished her meal. Xiangyang, did you get the report? I did. Is everything all right? Everything is fine. There's just a small nodule on your lung. The doctor prescribed medication and advised you to avoid excessive fatigue and reduce exposure to cooking fumes. As he spoke, Xiangyang sat down in front of his grandmother. Grandma, please don't overexert yourself. Don't worry about my schooling. I can manage the tuition. His grandmother, however, remained unconvinced. I've heard that university tuition can be quite substantial. If you truly get accepted, we can't let tuition prevent you from attending. It won't be a problem, Grandma. There are student loans available now. Xiangyang was evidently unconcerned about the tuition fees. Besides, I'm already 18. Once I finish my college entrance exams, I can earn enough for tuition in just one summer. His words were certainly comforting, albeit grounded in reality. Given his current subscription status, he estimated that the accumulated earnings from this month alone would suffice for a year's tuition at university. In truth, Xiangyang could only see the daily subscription figures. He had no idea how much those figures translated into actual earnings. For now, he was blissfully unaware of the true potential of those statistics. Oh, and Grandma, the doctor mentioned you have a bit of anemia, so you should eat more iron-rich foods. On our way back, let us buy something nutritious at the community entrance. Xiangyang earnestly advised his grandmother. All right, Xiangyang, I will listen to you, she replied with a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with pride and trust in her grandson. After completing their errands, they returned home, and it was already midday. There were still dishes prepared at home, so Xiangyang insisted that his grandmother rest, and took it upon himself to cook 2 additional dishes. After their meal, Xiangyang mentioned that he wanted to meet with his classmates and encouraged his grandmother to take a well-deserved day of rest at home. He also specifically mentioned that he wanted to eat braised fish in the evening. Grandmother, understanding her grandson's concern for her, agreed not to set up her stall in the afternoon. She went to the market to buy fish and returned to chat and stroll with a few neighbors. Xiangyang rode his bicycle, first heading towards the digital city. He then called Yixin's cousin. His cousin, surnamed Wang, was named Wang Xiyuan. After graduating from university, he established a computer shop and engaged in assembling desktop computers. He had long been informed by Yixin that a classmate intended to purchase a computer, and he warmly welcomed Xiangyang. Wang Xiyuan recommended several models of laptops: Asus, Lenovo, HP, Dell, and Acer, all from the most popular computer manufacturers of the time. As for some domestic brands that emerged later, they have since faded into obscurity. Are you Xiangyang? He asked. Yes, Brother Wang. No need to be so formal. Since Yixin introduced you, I will certainly recommend the best options. Wang Xiyuan said earnestly, these models have commendable performance, but I personally lean towards this Asus one. It boasts a high cost-performance ratio and a stylish appearance. As he spoke, he meticulously showcased the laptop. The price of the Asus model was also quite reasonable. Xiangyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's exceedingly reasonable. The cheapest option was an HP laptop, priced at 399 yuan, while the most expensive was an Acer, costing 999 yuan. The most critical aspect was that the configurations of these laptops were inferior to those of computers priced at merely 2,000 yuan in the future. One could only lament how swiftly the laptop market evolves. However, at this moment, Xiangyang was certainly unable to afford any of them. Noticing Xiangyang's hesitation, as if contemplating the price, his cousin added, if you like, I can offer you a friend's discount. Lu Xiangyang smiled and expressed his gratitude. That would be splendid. But I truly cannot afford it right now. It exceeds my budget. His cousin, however, seemed unbothered. Young people are always on the lookout for the best value. What is your budget? Around 2,000 yuan, I suppose. His cousin was taken aback. Are you joking? 2,000 yuan for a laptop? As a professional computer salesman. Although he was incredulous internally, he maintained a cheerful demeanor. What do you primarily need the computer for? Gaming? I don't play games. I mainly need it for word processing, such as software, and to watch videos, Lu Xiangyang replied. Is that all? Yes, that's it. Well, that simplifies things. Given such modest requirements, there's really no need for an expensive model. How about this? I have a second-hand laptop I could sell you at a discount. How much? Your budget is 2,000. Right? Exactly. Then I'll give you a discount. How about 999 yuan? Lu Xiangyang was left speechless, thinking to himself, should I say something or not? Chapter 60. Let South dominate the court. On March 4, 2008, Lu Xiangyang finally utilized his first laptop, having spent 1,999 yuan on it. Initially, he felt he may have been taken advantage of, considering it was secondhand. However, to his pleasant surprise, it turned out to be quite impressive, a reputable brand indeed. The specifications were commendable. A Core 2 Duo processor, 740, with a 160 GB hard drive and 1 GB of RAM, boasting a maximum frequency of 216. Of course, these specifications were relatively decent for that era. In later times, 2 GB of RAM would become the standard. Nevertheless, Lu Xiangyang intended to use it merely for typing, watching videos, browsing the web, and listening to music, so this configuration was entirely adequate. Moreover, it featured the classic square screen, making Lu Xiangyang feel that the 1,999 yuan was well spent. Regardless, he finally possessed his very first laptop, representing a significant milestone in his life. Before departing, his cousin cleared all the data from the laptop, reinstalled the operating system, and even gifted Lu Xiangyang a messenger bag for his computer. His cousin was truly considerate. Feeling grateful, Lu Xiangyang completed the payment, packed the laptop into the bag, slung it over his shoulder, and contemplated the joy of using his new computer at home. Then it struck him, he still lacked an internet connection. He needed to open an account to get online. How could he have forgotten that? At that moment, his phone rang with the classic Nokia ringtone. It was Qian Duo calling, seemingly inquiring about basketball. Lu Xiangyang pressed the answer button and heard Qian Duo's eager voice. Yanggu, where are you? We're waiting for you to play. I can't make it. I have something to attend to. Don't be like that. We agreed, and Gu Yixin has already arrived. Gu Yixin? How did she end up there? Lu Xiangyang was genuinely surprised by her presence. What is it going to be? Are you coming or not? Come on, don't tell me you're joking. I have no reason to deceive you. Just wait a moment. Then he heard Qian Duo shouting on the other end. Gu school bell. Could you come over for a second? Could you refrain from calling me that? All right. Gu Yixin, may I kindly request your presence? What is up? It's Lu Xiangyang. He wants to know if you're here. Could you speak with him for a moment? Oh my, could this be true? Shortly after, a voice on the phone said, Hello, is this Lu Xiangyang? Yes, it is. Are you Gu Yixin? What's wrong? Can't you recognize me? Isn't it a bit odd for you not to be studying at home at this hour? Please, I'm a person, not a studying machine. It's the weekend. Am I not allowed to take a break? Lu Xiangyang was momentarily speechless. He had assumed that Gu Yixin's world revolved solely around academics. But it was evidently not the case. How did you find out we were playing basketball? Ah, that was Qian Duo who invited me. He mentioned you would be playing at Xinghua Park. Ah, I see. So, Lu Xiangyang, are you going to come play? Of course. I promised Qian Duo I would. Great. We'll wait for your arrival. After hanging up, Lu Xiangyang felt a bit dazed. Could it be that Gu Yixin made a special trip upon hearing that she would be playing basketball? After pondering this thought, Lu Xiangyang suddenly chuckled to himself. How utterly narcissistic. With his laptop slung over his shoulder, Lu Xiangyang pedaled his bicycle swiftly towards Xinghua Park. Fortunately, the distance was not great. Within 20 minutes, he arrived at the basketball court. Indeed, Gu Yixin was there, and to his surprise, Zheng Jieje from Class 3 was also present. Looking at the court, he couldn't believe his eyes. Was that the academic prodigy Li Yuhang? What was going on? It felt as though today's gathering was far from a simple game. Lu Xiangyang parked his bicycle by the court and set his laptop down. On the court, Qian Duo spotted Lu Xiangyang's arrival and waved, calling out, Yanggu, warm up a bit. Lu Xiangyang nodded in acknowledgement and approached Gu Yixin. At that moment, Zhang Jejia noticed him first and greeted him with a gentle smile. You must be Lu Xiangyang, right? I am. Nice to meet you. Lu Xiangyang nodded in response, taken aback by how this seemingly aloof Zhang Jejia was so warm and welcoming. You're here? Gu Yixin glanced back at Lu Xiangyang and then at the bicycle by the court. Did you manage to buy the laptop? Yes, I did. And I must thank you for that. You're too polite. Do you like it? Not bad. I got a second-hand one. Why didn't you buy a new one? Well, it's quite expensive. Hey, who are you calling sister? Gu Yixin covered her mouth and laughed, causing Zhang Jejia beside her to join in the merriment. Seizing the moment, Lu Xiangyang remarked, I recall you are 3 months older than I am, so it would be quite reasonable to call you sister. Don't start. I refuse to acknowledge you as my younger brother. Lu Xiangyang pondered for a moment and then came up with a playful quip. In the end, I am but a brother despised by his elder sister. I merely spoke out of turn, and yet, here we are, my fault entirely. I concede. I was indeed being unreasonable. Gu Yixin burst into laughter at this, exclaiming, Lu Xiangyang, you are too amusing. Zhang Jejia was also drawn into the laughter. They both enjoyed reading Dream of the Red Chamber, after all, as it was assigned by their literature teacher. Lu Xiangyang's words struck a chord with them, and they understood the reference quite well. His imitation of Lin Daiyu was impressively spot on. Lu Xiangyang, you truly deserve your title as the top student in the city for literature. You capture the essence of Dream of the Red Chamber perfectly. Observing Gu Yixin's joyful reaction filled Lu Xiangyang with an unspoken sense of pride. Who would have thought that such a simple jest could elicit such laughter from Gu Yixin? It was evident that, in this day and age, the internet was not as developed as in later years, and the plethora of amusing memes was scarce. Moreover, it was clear that Gu Yixin and her friends had limited exposure to the world. At their age, they were indeed quite innocent. What are you all chatting about? Laughing so heartily, Qian Duoduo approached, having noticed the lively scene by the court, especially how Zhang Jejia was thoroughly entertained. Yang Gu, are you ready? Time to hit the court. Absolutely. Lu Xiangyang nodded and turned to Gu Yixin, saying, I will go play basketball first. We can chat later. Go ahead, good luck. Gu Yixin encouraged. Lu Xiangyang joined the court, forming a team with Qian Duoduo and Li Yuhang. Thus began a 3-on-3 basketball match. The opposing trio appeared youthful, likely middle school students, though not from Yunhai No. 7 Middle School. They hailed from Shi Middle School, the most prestigious institution in Yunhai City. In the recent mock examination, Shi Middle School secured 2 spots in the city's top 10. Nevertheless, Lu Xiangyang mused that these 3 opponents might not be particularly exceptional academically. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qian Duoduo remarked, that short fellow is Xiao Yunlin, who ranked first in the city in this mock exam. Lu Xiangyang recalled that Xiao Yunlin scored an impressive 713 points, while Li Yuhang followed closely at 5th place with 706 points, though the difference was a mere 7 points. For those at such a pinnacle of achievement, even a single point was exceedingly hard to come by. Lu Xiangyang felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated sharing the court with someone so remarkable today. Strikingly, from his appearance, Xiao Yunlin hardly seemed to be 18. He appeared younger than them. Despite being the top scorer in the city, what an astonishing intellect he must possess. At that moment, Lu Xiangyang understood why Gu Yixin and Zhang Jejia were eager to join. This was indeed a true academic prodigy. Yang Gu catch. The match commenced. Unable to overshadow them in academics, he would dominate on the court instead. Chapter 61. She smiled like spring on the bicycle. No more, no more. I need a break. After nearly an hour of continuous play, it was Qian Duoduo who first succumbed. Li Yuhang still had some energy left, while the short Xiao Yunlin seemed hardly affected. The other 2 from Shi Middle School also appeared fit. As for Lu Xiangyang, it was needless to say, this basketball game was merely a personal showcase for him. Lu Xiangyang, drink some water. At that moment, Gu Yixin and Zhang Jejia brought them refreshments. Thank you. Lu Xiangyang accepted the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and drank eagerly. Hey, you must be Lu Xiangyang, one of the Shi Middle School students inquired. Lu Xiangyang turned and smiled, replying, Yes, I am Lu Xiangyang. Nice to meet you. Hello. I heard you scored 141 in Chinese on the recent mock exam. Yes, that is impressive. 4 points higher than Xiao Yunlin. During their casual exchange, Lu Xiangyang discovered that these so-called top scholars were not merely bookworms. Their conversations were engaging and lively, despite dedicating most of their time to their studies. They each had their unique interests and hobbies. Take Xiao Yunlin, for instance. Beyond his academic prowess, he had a keen interest in martial arts. Li Yuhang also has a particular fondness for basketball. Today, Lu Xiangyang discovered that he possesses quite a remarkable talent for the sport. Then there's Zheng Jiejia, who excels at playing the guzheng. As for Gu Yixin, she is even more impressive, having obtained a grade 10 certificate in cello. These academic achievers have completely transformed from the rigid images Lu Xiangyang once held in his mind. Each one is a veritable polymath, endowed with exceptional skills. Among the group, only Qian Duo and Lu Xiangyang found it difficult to engage in conversation. However, Gu Yixin interjected, mentioning that Lu Xiangyang is quite adept at boxing, even capable of earning extra income by participating in exhibition matches at the boxing club. This served to restore a semblance of presence for Lu Xiangyang. Unfortunately, Qian Duo remained at a loss for words, seeming rather mediocre in comparison. Upon reflection, it struck him that he truly lacked any standout qualities. His appearance was unremarkable, his family background ordinary, his academic performance average, and his interests unexceptional. The only aspect in which he excelled was his weight, which overshadowed everyone else. After a brief respite, Li Yuhang proposed they go out for a bite to eat while discussing their studies. It appeared that this was indeed the true purpose of their gathering. Yet, Lu Xiangyang couldn't fathom how Qian Duo had managed to organize this basketball game. As everyone rose to depart, Lu Xiangyang declared, "I won't be joining you. You all go ahead." He was still pondering the matter of opening an online account. Now that he had a laptop, he needed to connect to the internet as soon as possible to avoid the daily trips to the internet to type. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yixin chimed in, "I have plans tonight as well, so I want to be going." Zheng Jiejia exclaimed, "Yixin, weren't we supposed to discuss our studies together? This is such a great opportunity." Gu Yixin smiled gently and replied, "I'm afraid not. My father is coming home tonight, and I need to return early." "Very well then," Zheng Jiejia conceded, not pressing further, though she was eager to attend. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Qian Duo cast a glance at Zheng Jiejia and added, "If you're discussing studies, then I see no reason to join." This fellow was surprisingly self-aware. Even though he genuinely wanted to go, as it was a perfect chance to be with Zheng Jiejia outside of school. Lu Xiangyang could sense the disappointment, but felt he couldn't say much more. "All right, let's go, and I'll hail a taxi," he offered. Before long, he secured a taxi to send off Li Yuhang and the others, leaving only Lu Xiangyang, Qian Duo, and Gu Yixin. Among the three, only Lu Xiangyang rode a bicycle. "How are you getting home?" he inquired. Qian Duo promptly replied, "I'll catch a bus at the corner up ahead, don't worry about me." With a knowing look, he waved goodbye to Lu Xiangyang, saying, "Young Gu, remember to see Gu Yixin home." With that, he dribbled the ball and departed, leaving no trace of himself behind. "Gu Yixin, where do you live?" Lu Xiangyang asked. "Huh, what for?" Gu Yixin seemed suddenly anxious. Lu Xiangyang found it amusing and reassured her. "I'm just offering to take you home." "Oh, I live on Xinhua Street. That's not far at all. I'll escort you back." "There is no need for any trouble. I can take a taxi." "Why take a taxi for just 2 kilometers? I happen to be heading in that direction as well." Lu Xiangyang pushed his bicycle to the side of the street and slung his computer bag around his neck. He then patted the back seat and said, "Let's go." Gu Yixin hesitated for a moment, but eventually climbed aboard. She felt the urge to grasp something, yet was uncertain of where to hold on. Lu Xiangyang seemed to sense her uncertainty and adjusted the strap of his computer bag behind him. "Hold on tight, we're off." At last, Gu Yixin grasped the strap of the bag. Lu Xiangyang pedaled his bicycle, weaving through the evening streets with Gu Yixin. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her hair to flutter, while her heart raced in sync with the spinning wheels. She clutched the strap of the bag tightly, striving to conceal her nervousness, though a faint sense of anxiety lingered within her. After all, it was her first time spending such intimate moments with another boy. "Gu Yixin, you live on Xinhua Street. It's south quite close to the school, isn't it?" Lu Xiangyang casually initiated conversation to alleviate the awkward silence. "Yes," Gu Yixin replied, her voice barely audible, and then inquired, "Lu Xiangyang, are you still living near Old Factory Street?" "Indeed, that is my only home," he affirmed. "How is your grandmother's health checkup? Is everything all right?" Lu Xiangyang was taken aback that she was aware of this matter, surmising it must have been mentioned by Qian Duo. "Yes, fine, no major issues." Gu Yixin replied quietly, then with curiosity asked, "Lu Xiangyang, may I ask you something?" "Of course, feel free to ask. I suddenly feel as though you have changed. Almost like a different person." For instance, your academic performance has improved remarkably. Because I've had an epiphany, Lu Xiangyang replied earnestly. I, Lu Xiangyang, was once a mediocre student, yet I pride myself on my integrity and determination. Now, having found my way back on track, I shall face the world with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yixin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Your words make you sound like a hero from a martial arts novel, she teased playfully. Lu Xiangyang joined in her laughter, feeling the atmosphere lighten considerably. By the way, Yixin, besides studying, what other activities do you enjoy? He inquired, seeking to maintain the easy flow of conversation. I enjoy playing the cello, Yixin replied, her voice tinged with pride. Wow, that is impressive. I've heard that mastering the cello is quite challenging, Lu Xiangyang exclaimed. It's manageable. I've been learning since I was 3 years old, she said, her tone revealing a sense of ease. Thus, they continued their conversation as they arrived at Yixin's home. Lu Xiangyang brought the bicycle to a halt. Yixin dismounted from the back seat, feeling somewhat bashful as she said, Thank you for bringing me back. No need for thanks, it was on my way. Lu Xiangyang smiled, then asked, Are you free tomorrow? I would like to ask for your help with some English tutoring. Yixin paused for a moment before nodding. Sure. Let us meet after school tomorrow. Then it's settled. See you tomorrow. Lu Xiangyang waved his hand and rode away on his bicycle. Yixin stood at the doorstep, gazing at Lu Xiangyang's receding figure, her heart swelling with an inexplicable emotion. Chapter 62, A Surprise. As night descended, Lu Xiangyang pedaled his bicycle back to the community. He approached Grandpa He, the security guard, to inquire about setting up broadband. To his surprise, Grandpa He's son was in charge of that matter. After a phone call to gather the necessary documents, Lu Xiangyang hurried to the service hall with his ID and bank card before closing time. Subsequently, he arranged for the installation. The service hall informed him that he would have to wait 2 days. Ultimately, it was Grandpa He who personally called his son. And within 2 hours, Lu Xiangyang's internet connection was established. It must be said that connections matter everywhere. Moreover, having a frugal grandfather is truly advantageous. After dinner, Lu Xiangyang locked himself in his room and began to tinker with his laptop. Although he only had a 4 megabits per second bandwidth, it was still quite satisfactory overall. After all, a 4 megabits per second connection costs 98 yuan per month, which is not inexpensive. Fortunately, his grandmother, upon learning that her grandson aimed to focus on his studies, refrained from saying much. It seemed that as long as it contributed to his education, she would offer unwavering support. He installed the necessary software and completed the setup for QQ, along with a music player called Xiangyang. Those who grew up in that era would likely have encountered this music player. Acquired by Baidu in 2006, it was renamed Baidu Music in 2012. Although it reverted to Xiangyang in 2018, it had inevitably lost its original charm. Lu Xiangyang opened the music player and played a soothing piece by Bandari. Influenced by Yixin, he had developed a fondness for light music. As he listened, he commenced his writing tasks. Remarkably, within just 2.5 hours, Lu Xiangyang produced 20,000 words. It must be noted that a change of environment, writing at home, significantly enhanced his efficiency. The only downside was that he was somewhat unaccustomed to the laptop's keyboard. It seemed he would need to purchase a separate keyboard. Seizing the momentum of a productive evening, Lu Xiangyang continued to write for over an hour, amassing nearly 30,000 words in total. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 9:30. He concluded his writing session and opened the author dashboard to review his statistics. Word count, 312, 538. Recommendation votes, 107, 159. Favorites, 293, 189. Goodness. The favorites were approaching 300,000. Although Lu Xiangyang did not fully comprehend what the bookshelf signified, he could sense that it was indeed an impressive accomplishment. He then checked the subscription section to examine the latest data. Subscriptions yesterday, 23, 207. Total subscriptions, 178, 296. Average subscriptions per chapter, 9, 628. All metrics had seen an increase. However, Lu Xiangyang remained unaware of the true implications of these figures. Regardless, he was certain that the data was exceptionally favorable. Following that, I ventured into the book review section, which was bustling with a myriad of posts. In addition to brief comments, there were numerous lengthy reviews comprising several hundred words. Many individuals expressed their approval with likes and replies. After years of reading, I encountered a remarkably formidable author for the first time, who updates a minimum of 20,000 words daily. Indeed, I have recently found myself in a reading drought, and upon a recommendation, I subscribed to the entire series. Is this an emerging talent? Having read 100 chapters, I find this work superior to that of many esteemed authors. Thus far, I have not encountered any flaws in the narrative. I wish to commemorate that I added this book to my shelf the moment it was released. A few days later, I was astonished to discover that it had been officially published. With such a prolific update rate, there is no need for me to reserve my reading. The author, Xuefeng, is truly remarkable. I will always support Xuefeng. I urge everyone not to postpone their reading, but to pursue the updates daily. Goodness, the updates are astonishing. It has only been a few weeks, and there are already 320,000 words. Is there any possibility of this book being adapted into an anime? I find myself rather excited. Goodness, only 320,000 words? How thrilling. Lu Xiangyang perused the comments for a while, selecting a few with particularly high likes. All were faithful readers offering insightful suggestions regarding the plot. Of course, there were a few who launched personal attacks on the author, extending unkind remarks about the author's family. Lu Xiangyang chose to ignore them, recognizing that 99% of the feedback was positive. I shall post a chapter to express my gratitude to my fellow readers. I will write a chapter and schedule its release for the early hours of March 5th. Next, I shall resume my studies, starting with a thorough review of several mathematical formulas. Then, I will tackle a typical comprehensive problem. In terms of mathematics, Lu Xiangyang merely needs to maintain practice to develop a sense for the problems. After returning to school tomorrow, he will need to return the math workbook to Yixin. Speaking of which, Lu Xiangyang's swift grasp of mathematical concepts is largely thanks to the workbook compiled by Yixin, which encompasses all the key points for high school examinations. Along with advanced knowledge, she truly deserves the title of a top student. Her study methods are quite exceptional. Having completed the mathematics review, Lu Xiangyang proceeded to review the comprehensive sciences. Ultimately, he dedicated all remaining time to English, addressing gaps in his knowledge through practice and cultivating his linguistic intuition by identifying unfamiliar words. In the midst of his studies, his grandmother brought him a cup of warm milk. Observing her grandson's diligent efforts, she felt immense joy in her heart. By the way, Grandma, there will be a parent-teacher meeting next Wednesday. Just as Grandma was about to leave, Lu Xiangyang recalled the meeting and informed her in advance, allowing her time to prepare. Oh, a parent-teacher meeting? Do we all need to attend? It was announced by Teacher Li. Attendance is mandatory. All right, then I shall go as well, Grandma replied, reminding Lu Xiangyang to retire early before closing the door and leaving. Lu Xiangyang studied until 11:30 at night before preparing to listen to English listening exercises and then retire for the night. At that moment, Qian Duoduo sent a message. Yang Ge, are you asleep yet? Not yet. Why? Did you escort Gu Xiaohua home today? Why do you ask? I'm merely concerned for you. I've created a wonderful opportunity for you. Next time, do remember to be more generous and treat me to a couple of fried chicken legs. Reflecting on today's events, Lu Xiangyang indeed had a matter to inquire about. Fatty, how did you manage to organize a basketball game today and even call in the students from Shishir High School? Well, you see, it wasn't Timmy who invited them. It was Li Yuhang who organized it. What is the situation then? Accompanied by Qian Duoduo, the entire sequence of events was recounted. Today, Li Yuhang came to the classroom looking for you, intending to invite you for a game. Since you weren't there at the time, I accepted on your behalf. But how did Gu Yixin and Zheng Jejia end up coming? That part is quite simple. Qian Duoduo replied. I asked Li Yuhang if I could join, and he said yes. Then I informed Gu Yixin that you were going to play, asking if she would like to come along, to which she readily agreed. I then suggested she tell Zheng Jejia about the game, specifically mentioning that Li Yuhang and the students from Shishir High School would be there. Subsequently, Gu Yixin informed me that Zheng Jejia was also interested in joining. Thus, it all came together rather nicely. You truly are a natural organizer. I must admit, Qian Duoduo possesses quite an aptitude for interpersonal relations. After yawning, Lu Xiangyang sent another message. It's quite late. Are you still awake playing games? Of course not. I am eagerly awaiting the latest update from Master Chasing Wind at midnight. I strive to be the first to check in daily. Get some rest. The author may not even see your comments. That's all right. I shall continue my silent support for Master Chasing Wind. Impressive. Qian Duoduo truly is my devoted reader. All right then. Tonight, I shall feature you prominently. Chapter 63. The Beautiful Chief Editor, Tang Yuxingchen. On March 5th, Just past 1 in the morning. Xiangyang's latest chapter was published. He made a special mention of a reader. I have seen all your comments and sincerely thank everyone for their support. I will continue to strive to write better stories in return. My heartfelt gratitude to all the readers for your unwavering support. In gratitude, today's modest update consists of 30,000 words. Thank you, everyone. Additionally, he expressed special thanks to the reader Qian Duo, who was always the first to check in. He also clarified, if any of the readers are students, there is no need to use your living expenses to reward me. Just subscribing to read my work is already a tremendous encouragement. Once again, thank you to all the lovely readers. Xiangyang's specific mention of students was clearly directed towards those like Qian Duo, who might feel compelled to reward him with their limited allowances. Such generosity was truly unnecessary, as most students have little money to spare. The ability to read and subscribe was already a significant gesture. Xiangyang's chapter had just been updated. Soon after, many readers received the notification, and the comment section erupted once more. A conscientious author indeed. It's my first time seeing an author advise readers against tipping. Absolutely. It's not easy for students. I used to read pirated versions. I was in the same boat. I couldn't afford the legitimate copies, yet my love for reading was undeniable. Ugh. Another 30,000 words. Master Chasing Wind's updates are truly relentless. Meanwhile, in a certain residential community in Yunhai City, Qian Duo was nestled beneath the covers, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh my, I never expected that Master Chasing Wind would actually express his gratitude to me with a single chapter. He truly saw my message. I am so moved. She sobbed. Master Chasing Wind, I wish to bear your children. No, I must also reward Master Chasing Wind. Qian Duo loves to support with a donation of 1,000 vanilla coins, equivalent to $10, plus a chicken leg. Master Chasing Wind, I will forever support you. The following morning, Zhou Dahu arrived at the office and promptly headed to the chief editor's office to report on his work. A series of knocks echoed. Come in. A cold female voice responded. Zhou Dahu pushed open the glass door and stepped into the chief editor's office. Each time he faced this beautiful chief editor, he felt particularly nervous, perhaps a bit inferior, primarily because she was stunningly attractive. Her commanding presence and bright eyes left Zhou Dahu's heart racing. Cough, cough. Good morning. Editor Tang. He greeted. Morning. What is the current status of Heaven's Veil? Her tone remained icy and devoid of emotion. Zhou Dahu hurriedly reported the data. Are you saying that the total number of collections has already exceeded 100,000? Tang Yuxingchen's voice trembled slightly. Yes, and currently, the average subscription per chapter is approaching 10,000. That figure is simply astonishing. Even with her years of experience, it was the first time Tang Yuxingchen had encountered such explosive data. It has only been a few days since it launched. An average subscription nearing 10,000 is extraordinary. To put it into perspective, if the average subscription surpasses 3,000, one can already make a living from web literature. Achieving 10,000 would allow one to thrive in this industry. Across the entire vanilla Chinese network, there are less than 10 books with over 3,000 average subscriptions, and only 3 with over 10,000. The best performing one is Xiangyang's The Emperor of All Ages, boasting over 23,000 subscriptions. But even it is currently in a soft period, its momentum waning. I asked you to extend a contract offer to the author. Is he willing to sign? No. What about the invitation for him to come to the company for an interview? Any response? None. He indicated that he cannot find the time. What sort of excuse is that? Tang Yuxingchen furrowed her brow, which only made her more attractive. After a pause, she continued, this year, we specifically organized a fantasy writing competition, and Chasing Wind Boy is the most likely candidate for Best Newcomer. How can he not spare some time? Can't he take just one day off? Zhou Dahu felt he had done his due diligence. Editor Tang, I already inquired with the author directly. It truly seems impossible. Why? Because he said he is busy studying, as he will be taking the college entrance examination soon. What? The entrance exam? This revelation genuinely shocked Tang Yuxingchen. Is the author still a high school senior? Yes. Unbelievable. Are today's high school seniors this formidable? Tang Yuxingchen took a sip of rose tea to steady herself. After reflecting for a moment, she said, you continue to keep in contact with the author. If he can find the time, be sure to invite him to our headquarters in Kyoto. All travel itineraries, as well as accommodation and meal expenses, are fully covered by the company. If necessary, we should schedule the time after his college entrance examination to ensure his stability. Furthermore, during this period, you must provide him with unwavering support. I have recently heard that several websites are prepared to spend lavishly to recruit Chasing Wind, with the highest offer reportedly reaching 1 million in signing bonuses. Upon hearing this news, Zhou was quite taken aback. The name of Chasing Wind has become particularly renowned within the web literature community. Especially with the new book surpassing 100,000 initial subscriptions, it has shattered the record for the highest subscriptions in web literature, propelling Xiangyang Chinese network into the spotlight. Such an author will undoubtedly attract the envy of other websites, which are willing to expend significant resources to recruit him as a resident author. Many smaller sites operate this way. A single prominent author can sustain an entire website with just one book. Thus, Zhou has become increasingly aware of Chasing Wind's significance. He is, after all, the website's golden goose. It is imperative to ensure his satisfaction at all times. Understood. General Manager Tang. I will continue to provide unwavering support to Chasing Wind, ensuring he is comfortable and content. Tang Yuxing nodded slightly, then recalled something. By the way, how is the update situation? Is there any indication of a decline in productivity? The updates remain as robust as ever, with a consistent 2,000 words daily since the launch. Just last night, we even saw an update of 30,000 words. And what about the quality? Is it assured? Tang Yuxing inquired further. Absolutely. The subscriptions have not only remained steady, but have significantly increased. Goodness, what kind of author is this? Tang Yuxing sighed gently. Currently, several competing websites are complaining that our approach makes their authors appear inadequate. It seems the web literature scene is on the brink of a transformation. Today, the entire web literature community is profoundly stirred due to Lu Xiangyang's singular influence. There is no other choice. An average daily update minimum of 20,000 words creates apprehension among all competitors. Consequently, countless peers exclaim that the web literature landscape is about to change. This has led numerous fellow authors to silently commend Chasing Wind. All right, you may attend to your matters. Please keep me promptly informed of any news regarding Chasing Wind. Tang Yuxing said coolly, signaling Zhou that he could take his leave. Understood. Zhou exited the office, and at the moment the glass door closed behind him, he distinctly saw the beautiful chief editor excitedly raising her tiny fist, her face radiating joy. What is happening? Did I just imagine that? When did I ever witness the usually frosty chief editor exhibit such a charming demeanor? It is utterly delightful. Upon returning to his workstation, Zhou sent another message to Chasing Wind. Although he knew he wouldn't be able to reach him during the day, it was best to leave a message for him to see upon logging in. Chasing Wind, please ensure to maintain your updates. Additionally, if you have any concerns, do not hesitate to reach out. I am at your service 24/7. Moreover, immediately following this, a staggering 75 messages appeared. Chapter 64, The Parent-Teacher Conference. In the following 2 days, Lu Xiangyang once again set a new record for daily updates. On March 6th, at 1 a.m., he updated a staggering 38,000 words. On March 7th, at 1 a.m., he added another 46,000 words. The sheer volume of updates within these 2 days sent shockwaves through the entire reading community. Not only was the quantity impressive, but the quality was exceptional as well. It was an absolute delight to read. Before one could blink, it was Wednesday. Early in the morning, Lu Xiangyang entered the classroom of Class 9, Grade 3, brimming with energy. He took his seat and cast a calm glance at the countdown on the blackboard for the college entrance examination. Countdown. 86 days. 86 days would pass in the blink of an eye. Currently, his English scores had not seen significant improvement. However, in the realm of science, he felt a noticeable change. He found himself tackling problems with much greater ease than before. He could even score on several physics comprehensive questions. As long as he thoroughly understood the theorems and reviewed the knowledge points diligently, progress could be swift. As for the material that required memorization, that was even simpler. Ultimately, it was still his English that lagged behind, particularly in listening comprehension, where he struggled to find his rhythm. Just as he picked up his English dictionary to continue memorizing vocabulary, he noticed Qian Duoduo entering the classroom, sporting dark circles under his eyes and an expression of utter fatigue. In a state of complete disarray, he slumped into his seat and rested his head on the desk, ready to doze off. Hey, what are you doing, you slacker? Leave me alone. I stayed up late reading novels again. I'm so tired. Xiangyang suddenly began to complain. It's all because of Chase Wind. The update volume is just too much. When there were only 20,000 words, I could finish them and sleep a little more. But these past 2 days have been overwhelming, keeping me up all night. I'm exhausted. If you're too tired, just save it for later and read it when you have time. No way. I want to be Chase Wind's most devoted fan. Is it really necessary? It's just an online author. It's not worth it. To Lu Xiangyang's surprise, Xiangyang suddenly sat up straight, glaring at him. What are you saying? Yang, I won't allow you to speak ill of Chase Wind. Wow, you're defending him? Is it that serious? All right, I won't say anything more. But I advise you to focus on your studies. There are only 86 days until the exam. Make the most of your time. Xiangyang reluctantly replied, yeah, I've decided not to read for now either. After the exam, I'll binge read to my heart's content. He then turned to Lu Xiangyang, his face pleading, Yang, I sincerely recommend you read this fantasy novel. It's truly captivating. We'll talk about it after the exam, Lu Xiangyang replied nonchalantly, then picked up his English dictionary and began to recite aloud. Meanwhile, Xiangyang hid behind a stack of books, dozing off. Lu Xiangyang wondered if this was truly detrimental to him. The morning classes swiftly came to an end, and the senior students were free to arrange their time as they wished. This afternoon, the school would hold a parent-teacher meeting for the senior classes. With the results of the first mock exam out, many parents had already called to inquire about the scores, as this was the most significant examination for the third-year students. Naturally, parents are quite concerned. Yinhai No. 7 Middle School has a tradition of holding a parent-teacher meeting following the results of the first mock examination for the third-year students. This will be the only parent meeting for the third-year class. The results of this examination can even provide insight into the student's performance in the upcoming college entrance examination. For Lu Xiangyang, this marks the first occasion his parents will attend such a meeting at school. For those students with commendable grades, the parent meeting may seem inconsequential. Yang, my dad is coming to school. I have to make myself scarce. Xiangyang, whose grades are average, faces minimal pressure from home. They merely hope he can secure a place in a bachelor's program. They are even willing to invest in a costly third-tier institution, provided it remains a bachelor's degree. In this mock exam, Xiangyang scored 509 points, which, based on last year's cutoff scores, should suffice for admission to a third-tier institution. The only concern is that his class ranking has dropped by 2 places. Lu Xiangyang, do you have any plans this afternoon? As classmates gradually dispersed from the classroom, Yixin approached Lu Xiangyang, who remained seated, engrossed in his studies. Mr. Hu assigned me a set of English exercises that I haven't completed yet. Since we have a parent meeting coming up, shall we move to another location? I can correct your papers once you're done. Sounds great. Lu Xiangyang eagerly accepted. This was a rare opportunity for extra tutoring. In recent days, Hu Chunhuge had been paying even closer attention to Lu Xiangyang, seemingly determined to enhance his English proficiency. After all, his English grades could not be the lowest. As for other subjects, Hu Chunhuge felt less inclined to intervene. In any case, it absolutely cannot be my English, was an unguarded remark Hu Chunhuge made during one of their tutoring sessions, revealing the immense pressure he felt. Yixin also tirelessly offered her assistance to Lu Xiangyang. Yixin, may I treat you to dinner outside of school? A feast. Although classmates help one another without compensation, it is only fitting to offer a meal in return. Sure. What do you want to eat? There's a fast food restaurant at the school gate. Shall we go there and study afterward? Lu Xiangyang agreed. After dining and studying English, they could return home together after Yixin's parent meeting concluded. They each gathered their belongings, slung their backpacks over their shoulders, and exited the school. At this moment, several parents were already waiting at the school gate, indicating their anticipation for the upcoming meeting. At 1:30 in the afternoon, parents began to enter the school in succession, guided by the teachers to their respective classrooms. Luo Meiwan had evidently put in some effort today, donning a striking red coat, and her gray hair was neatly styled, making her look particularly sprightly. This was, after all, her first time attending her grandson's parent meeting. After inquiring along the way, Luo Meiwan finally located her grandson's classroom and climbed 6 flights of stairs in one breath. Remarkably, it was not exhausting at all. You must be Lu Xiangyang's grandmother, right? Upon entering classroom 9, Li Damao greeted her warmly. Ah, indeed, I am Lu Xiangyang's grandmother. Greetings. I am Li Damao, the homeroom teacher of class 9. Oh, so you are Mr. Li. I often hear Xiangyang speak of you. Please, come in and take a seat. The parent-teacher meeting is about to commence. As Luo Meiwan entered the classroom of class 9, She noticed that several parents were already seated. They were predominantly middle-aged individuals, with none resembling her elderly stature. This thought brought a slight moisture to her eyes. On the desk lay a list bearing the names of the students. After searching for a while, she could not find Lu Xiangyang's name. Then she heard someone call out, "Are you Lu Xiangyang's grandmother? Lu Xiangyang's seat is right here." Looking up, she saw a plump middle-aged man in the last row beckoning her. Approaching him, she indeed found Lu Xiangyang's name on the desk. So, her grandson sat at the back of the classroom. "You must be Lu Xiangyang's grandmother?" he inquired. "I am. And you are Qianduo's father, I presume?" "Indeed. I have heard that Lu Xiangyang ranked 9th in the class this time. Your grandson is truly admirable." Luo Meiwan had initially thought her grandson was exaggerating, but it now appeared he had genuinely achieved the 9th position in the class. The realization struck her. Her grandson had indeed transformed. Chapter 65, Shocked Parents. "Hello. May I ask if you are Lu Xiangyang's grandmother?" Just as Luo Meiwan settled into her seat, a mother of a classmate approached her with this question. "Ah, yes. I am. My daughter Jingjing mentioned that Lu Xiangyang has performed remarkably well this time. Surely, it must be due to your guidance." The unexpected praise left Luo Meiwan somewhat flustered. She had anticipated this parent-teacher meeting would involve criticism, yet it seemed entirely the opposite. "Oh, not at all. It is entirely due to Xiangyang's diligent studies and the earnest teaching of the educators," she humbly responded, fully aware that she could not take credit for his achievements, as she hardly had the time to oversee her grandson's studies. The class group chat buzzed with discussions. "I heard Lu Xiangyang has risen from second to last to 9th place. Indeed, it's never too late to awaken to one's potential. If only my child could experience such a transformation. Lu Xiangyang is truly inspirational. I have heard he has become a role model for the entire school. I must encourage my child to befriend him. Perhaps it will have a positive influence. Right. I must share this with my child when I return home. After all, one is influenced by their companions." Listening to the chatter around her, a smile of satisfaction graced Luo Meijuan's face. The transformation of her grandson filled her heart with joy. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Li Domao, entered the classroom with a beaming smile. "Mr. Li." "Hello." Many parents greeted him warmly, some attempting to foster a closer rapport. In their view, establishing a good relationship with the homeroom teacher would lead to better care for their children. "Have all the parents arrived?" Li Domao inquired, scanning the room. It was already full. "Very well, let us commence today's parent-teacher meeting. In this busy time, we have gathered the parents here for the upcoming college entrance examination. The final year of high school is undeniably the most pivotal year in one's life, and now, only 86 days remain until the examination. With heartfelt sincerity, I delivered the opening remarks and presented the theme of this parents' meeting. I hope that in the coming 86 days, parents will pay closer attention to their children's academic status and maintain close communication with the school, working together for the future of our children." Applause resonated throughout the room as everyone expressed their agreement. Luo Meiwan also found the sentiments quite reasonable and joined in the applause. Li Daomao continued. "The results of the first mock examination for our senior class have been released. Overall, our Class 9 performed admirably, with each student showcasing their utmost potential." He paused for a moment, scanning the parents present. "At the same time, I encourage parents to create a conducive learning environment at home, minimizing unnecessary distractions and aiding them in focusing better on their studies. However, it is equally important not to impose excessive academic pressure on them." The parents nodded in understanding and support. The college entrance examination looms like a mountain over the hearts of our senior students. Once they overcome it, everything will be smooth sailing. However, it must be noted that the pressures faced by today's seniors are not as intense as those of previous years. Students today possess a relatively better capacity to cope, as the internet was not as developed back then, and societal concern was considerably lower. Next, I would like to announce the examination results for Class 9. Although some parents may have already seen this report card, I believe it is essential to discuss the results. The parents present listened attentively. The top student in Class 9 is Gu Yixin, with scores of 121 in Chinese, 136 in mathematics, 286 in comprehensive science, and 142 in English, totaling 685 points. Upon hearing this, the parents were astonished. Once again, it was Gu Yixin, an exceptional talent. Indeed, throughout high school, she has consistently ranked first in the class. Surely, these scores could secure admission to prestigious universities, right? Probably so. After all, She scored 200 points higher than my own child. Ah, truly, she is the exemplary student. Sitting among them, Gu Junxing felt a smile spread across his face as he overheard their discussions. In his own school years, he had struggled academically, a veritable underachiever. Observing his family's legacy, his father realized that such a trajectory was unsustainable and shifted his focus from the tuba to the trumpet. Little did he know, his younger sister had been exceptionally bright since childhood, excelling in various disciplines and proving to be a diligent student, never causing concern for her parents. Gu Junsheng had initially been reluctant to attend the parents' meeting, but due to his father's overwhelming commitments, he came in his stead. Now he felt a sense of pride. His sister is truly remarkable, Li Damao remarked. Overall, Gu Yixin has shown stability, though there is still room for improvement. He then proceeded to announce the next name on the list. The second top student in Class 9 is Li Zhe, with scores of 127 in Chinese, 126 in mathematics, 214 in comprehensive science, and 112 in English, totaling 579 points. After finishing, Li Damao analyzed Li Zhe's score situation. This time, Li Zhe performed quite well. But I have already mentioned to him that he remains rather careless. His score could have been significantly higher. In essence, the message is clear. There is still room for improvement. I also hope that Li Zhe's father does not place excessive pressure on his child. Li Zhe's father, a bespectacled middle-aged man, appears competent, though he is merely in his early 40s. Yet, it is evident that he is dissatisfied with the score, even to the extent of being extremely displeased. However, hearing Li Damao's remarks in front of the parents, he refrained from expressing further discontent. In Class 9, the third place was awarded to Han Jing. Li Damao diligently recited the examination results of the students in the class. Several parents were infuriated upon hearing the discrepancies between the scores reported by their children and the actual results. This rascal claimed to have scored 510 when he only achieved 410. Just wait until I return home to give him a proper scolding, exclaimed one parent. Another lamented, my son exaggerated by 55 points, deceiving me into buying him a gaming console. It drives me mad. While some were pleased, others were understandably upset. However, Qian Duoduo's father suddenly felt a sense of relief. His son maintained an average performance in class, with only a slight fluctuation in rankings. Although he dropped 2 spots since the last monthly exam, at least his son returned home honestly, without deceit, which is commendable. Indeed, honesty can be a precious virtue. Li Laosher, after you announced the 8th place, why did you skip to the 10th and then the 9th? Several parents in the audience noticed this discrepancy, but refrained from questioning it further. Now, I would like to emphasize the 9th place student, Lu Xiangyang. Li Damao's expression revealed a hint of pride. In this mock examination, Lu Xiangyang achieved a total score of 522, rising from 47th to 9th in the class. Notably, he scored an astonishing 141 in Chinese, securing the top position in the city. Although some parents had heard rumors of a student performing exceptionally well, they were unaware of just how remarkable this achievement was. The announcement of the highest score in the city for Chinese left all parents wide-eyed and incredulous. 141 in Chinese? Surely, there must be a mistake. I can believe a full score in math, but 140 in Chinese? That seems implausible. Many parents expressed skepticism. Chapter 66. Is this still my grandson? While some parents among them did not even possess high school diplomas, they were well aware of the difficulty of attaining high scores in Chinese, especially a terrifying 141. Luo Meiwan, seated among them, could hardly believe that her grandson had achieved such a remarkable score in Chinese, ranking first in the entire city. The results this time are genuine and valid. There is no need for doubt. Li Damao gestured for everyone to quiet down. Continuing, it was stated, this time, the citywide unified examination was conducted with strict adherence to the procedures of the college entrance examination, including monitoring and grading the papers. Furthermore, Lu Xiangyang has been studying particularly diligently, a fact that is evident to all his classmates. I believe Lu Xiangyang's grandmother is well aware of his academic endeavors at home. Upon hearing this, Luo Meiwan genuinely felt that Teacher Li's words held considerable merit. In recent days, her grandson truly seemed to have transformed. Every day after school, apart from eating, he immersed himself in his studies in his room, a sight she witnessed firsthand. Luo Meiwan wholeheartedly agreed with Teacher Li's sentiments. The parents in the class expressed their astonishment. Can such a significant improvement be achieved through such a brief period of diligent study? With 86 days remaining until the college entrance examination, Perhaps if I also push my child, an improvement in grades is indeed possible. I concur. For I have also heard Xiangyang mention that poor grades do not stem from a lack of talent, but rather from insufficient effort. Indeed, I have also heard the saying that as long as one does not tire of studying, one should study with great determination. This child truly embodies perseverance. Speaking of which, it must be said that Teacher Li is an exceptional educator. Teacher Li, I would like to inquire, is it possible for our child to achieve a similar improvement in grades as Xiangyang did in such a short time? Certainly, it is possible. Li Damao interjected. The reason I highlighted Xiangyang's achievements is to convey to all parents that with sufficient effort and focus on studies, one can undoubtedly enhance their grades. After all, Xiangyang serves as the finest testament to this. Upon hearing this, the parents became even more animated. Xiangyang's dedicated study, resulting in such remarkable academic enhancement within a short time frame, felt almost surreal. Yet, the scores he attained were undeniably real. Undoubtedly, this further illuminated hope for the parents. A student who once lingered at the bottom of the class could elevate his performance through hard work. Surely, their own children could not be far behind. The crux of the matter was merely that they had not devoted their attention to their studies. With 86 days left until the college entrance examination, if they exert a little more effort, their child could potentially achieve a significant improvement as well. The principle is clear, yet effective study methods are essential. It seems advice from Xiangyang would be invaluable. Indeed, upon returning home today, I shall earnestly discuss this with my child, encouraging him to learn from Xiangyang. After a lengthy discussion, the parents appeared to have found hope for their own children through Xiangyang's diligent studies. In their view, success is indeed replicable. Since Xiangyang could enhance his grades, so too could their children, and perhaps even surpass him. This notion seemed to be embraced by Li Damao as a teaching case. After all, as a teacher, the ability to guide a struggling student to the top ranks is an immense source of pride. Lastly, I must emphasize once again that there are only 86 days remaining until the college entrance examination. I kindly urge all parents not to place excessive pressure on their children. What follows is Li Damao's heartfelt counsel. The college entrance examination is not solely the responsibility of the teachers. Furthermore, parents must extend their concern both in daily life and psychologically, ensuring their children's logistical support is adequately addressed. The parent-teacher meeting lasted over 2 hours, primarily due to the abundance of topics to discuss. Eventually, Li Damao announced the conclusion of the meeting, inviting parents with inquiries to consult him, while those without questions were free to depart. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous parents rushed towards Luo Meiwan, inquiring, "Grandma Xiangyang, how does Xiangyang typically study at home?" To which she replied, "Well, he studies independently. I haven't interfered." "Oh, I see. What about his daily care? What does he usually enjoy eating?" She continued, "I don't pay much attention to that either. Xiangyang likes fish, so I often prepare it for him." "Ah, fish. No wonder they say it enhances intelligence. I shall remember that. By the way, Grandma Xiangyang, could you please tell him to share some study tips with my child? Yifan, my child tends to be mischievous and doesn't focus on his studies. He could learn a lot from Xiangyang." Another parent chimed in, "My family sells fish. If Xiangyang craves some, I can bring it over." "My family sells tea. Does Xiangyang enjoy drinking tea?" asked another. "We sell air conditioners. Do you need one installed at home?" Luo Meiwan politely declined each offer. She was taken aback by her grandson's rapid progress in class. Although she felt somewhat overwhelmed by the other parents' questions, it was a delightful kind of distress. Overall, she had initially harbored concerns about the parent-teacher meeting, but it turned out to be entirely different from what she had anticipated. Is this truly my grandson? At the school gate, in a fast food restaurant, Yixin was explaining an English exercise to Xiangyang. According to this passage, it indicates that information overload is one of the greatest challenges. This is the essence of the article, so the answer must be, "Now do you understand?" Xiangyang nodded, "I see. Yes. These reading comprehension questions require one to search the text and connect the context." "What about this question?" Yixin continued. "This involves grammar. These conjunctions can introduce adverbial clauses of time, and they all signify at that time, though their usage varies." Xiangyang felt he gained significant insight today, primarily due to Yixin's thorough explanations, which he found far more engaging than those of Hu Qinhua always maintained a stern demeanor, while Yixin was entirely different. Of course, the most delightful aspect was receiving English tutoring from such a beautiful teacher. making the learning experience truly enjoyable. Lu Xiangyang, shall we order a drink? Gu Yixin glanced at the menu and suddenly felt like having something to drink. Sure, but let me treat. Originally, it was agreed that Lu Xiangyang would host lunch, but unexpectedly, Gu Yixin insisted on paying instead. At that time, Lu Xiangyang ordered a serving of beef brisket with potatoes and a ginseng and blackbone chicken soup, the set meal costing 16 yuan. Meanwhile, Gu Yixin chose a dish of fish-flavored eggplant over rice, accompanied by papaya and tremella soup, totaling 14 yuan. Together, their expenses amounted to 30 yuan. However, Gu Yixin insisted on paying the bill. Little did she know that Lu Xiangyang was quite capable of treating himself now. Very well, I shall not be modest then, he exclaimed. Of course, there's no need to be modest. You helped me tremendously with my studies, she replied. You have also assisted me with my Chinese. So it's only fair. Lu Xiangyang chuckled and said no more. The two crossed the street and arrived at a milk tea shop near the school gate. Welcome, dear students. What would you like to drink? I'll have a cup of kumquat lemonade, Gu Yixin said. What about you? I'll also have a cup of kumquat lemonade. But I do like it heated. How much is that? A total of 8 yuan. One must admit, in this day and age, prices are remarkably affordable. Lu Xiangyang pulled out a 10 yuan note, paying generously. After all, he still had nearly 1,000 yuan on hand. And this was just the beginning. Soon, he would possess even greater wealth. Chapter 67, Hero. It was already 4:05 p.m. Why weren't they out yet? At the school gate, Lu Xiangyang and Gu Yixin waited with their backpacks, each holding a cup of kumquat lemonade. The refreshing, sweet and sour taste, enhanced with honey, filled their mouths. Wasn't it said that the parent-teacher meeting would end at 4 p.m.? Perhaps Teacher Li was extending the session? Lu Xiangyang knew Li Damao all too well. His favorite pastime was dragging out class time. Who would have thought even a parent-teacher meeting could be prolonged? Truly impressive. By the way, Gu Yixin, I have a small favor to ask of you. What is it? You know I recently bought a computer, right? Lu Xiangyang explained. I told my grandmother it was borrowed from a classmate. Why? If I tell her I bought it, she will undoubtedly ask where I got the money. Gu Yixin pondered for a moment and inquired. So, where did you get the money to buy it? I earned it myself. Upon hearing this, Gu Yixin's expression darkened. Lu Xiangyang, you aren't doing part-time work again, are you? Sort of, but it's not the kind of part-time job you're thinking of. Lu Xiangyang, the college entrance examination is approaching. You mustn't neglect your studies. He responded calmly. Don't worry, I have it all planned out. Gu Yixin hesitated before asking. Are you really in need of money? Of course. Who isn't in need of money these days? Gu Yixin refrained from arguing, but clearly regarded his statement as rather materialistic. From her expression, Lu Xiangyang discerned her thoughts and smiled, explaining, actually, I'm earning tuition. Tuition? You've already graduated high school. What tuition are you earning? Lu Xiangyang, with a hint of pride, replied, as a soon-to-be college student. I've already begun earning my university tuition. Gu Yixin stifled a laugh, rolling her eyes, evidently unconvinced. Go ahead and boast. The university tuition fees amount to several thousand yuan, and what part-time job can one undertake to earn such a sum? I cannot divulge that just yet, but rest assured, it is entirely lawful. As an online literature author, I shall keep this information under wraps for the time being. After all, it is merely a few thousand yuan for tuition. In the future, I shall earn that in no time. Look, here come some parents. At the school gate. Other students are also waiting. Gradually, parents begin to emerge. Soon, Lu Xiangyang spots a familiar figure. Although his grandmother's back is slightly hunched, she appears particularly spirited today, her face radiating an unmistakable joy. From a distance, Lu Xiangyang gazes at his grandmother, a warm wave of affection swelling in his heart. He strides forward and smiles, asking, Grandma, have you finished the parent-teacher meeting? Luo Meiwan nods, smiling benevolently, noticing the change in her grandson's demeanor. It's done, Xiangyang. This young lady must be your classmate? At this moment, Grandma spots Gu Yixin. What a beautiful girl. Grandma, this is Gu Yixin from our class 9. Hello, Grandma. Gu Yixin greets with a smile. Grandma hesitates for a moment, quickly recovering. Oh, you must be Gu Yixin. Wow, you are remarkable. Today, Teacher Li mentioned you several times, praising your academic excellence and your willingness to assist your classmates. Gu Yixin offers a modest smile. As a top student, such compliments have become commonplace for her. Yet, hearing Grandma's sincere words brings her a sense of gratification, for they are not mere pleasantries. Grandma, my recent academic improvement is largely thanks to Gu Yixin's help. She tutored me. How kind of you to assist Xiangyang. Thank you. There is no need for thanks. Xiangyang is quite intelligent. I merely provided him with a little assistance, and besides, he has helped me tremendously as well. The two exchanged flattering remarks, creating a delightful rapport. Seizing the moment, Xiangyang added, by the way, my laptop was also lent to me by Yixin for studying. Oh, is that so? Then we truly must express our gratitude to your classmate. Grandma's tone brimmed with appreciation. She had heard of laptops and knew they were not inexpensive. Yixin seemed a little taken aback until she caught Xiangyang's eye. She then humbly replied, I've already said there is no need to be so formal. Classmates should naturally help one another. Grandma, next time, let us treat Yixin to some jianbing guozi. Xiangyang interjected, but Grandma dismissed the idea, saying, What is so special about jianbing guozi, dear? Grandma, I actually enjoy jianbing guozi. Just then, Gu Junxing strolled out casually, greeted them, and called out, Yixin, let us go. Okay, coming. Yixin replied, bidding farewell as she walked to the curb, opened the car door, and settled inside. Moments later, the vehicle started and drove off. Grandma, shall I ride my bicycle and take you home? No need. You go ahead with your homework first. I will take the bus to the market to buy some groceries. What would you like for dinner tonight? I desire the braised sea bass you prepare. All right, I shall make it for you tonight. Meanwhile, in the car, Yixin took out a device and put on her white wired earphones, pressing the play button. She soon immersed herself in the soothing melodies of light music. Gu Junxing, driving, casually inquired, Yixin, can you hear me? What is it? Why are you tutoring Xiangyang? You already know? I just attended the parent-teacher meeting and spoke privately with your homeroom teacher to get some insights. It was mentioned by Teacher Li. Yixin had initially refrained from discussing it, as her brother was always concerned about her closeness with other boys. However, since the topic had arisen, she decided to acknowledge it. Yes, I am tutoring Xiangyang. Yixin, the college entrance examination is approaching. You mustn't. Brother, I know what you're going to say, rest assured. I will not engage in any romantic relationships before I graduate high school. Before Gu Junxing could finish his thought, Yixin interrupted him. Brother, do you remember the incident I told you about from second grade? You mean when, at the age of 7, you were surrounded by a group of little ruffians and a hero came to your rescue? Yes, that's the one. What about it? That hero was Xiangyang. So it was him. Yixin still vividly recalled that moment. At the age of 7, in second grade, she was cornered by a gang of unruly boys. Just when she was about to be bullied, a male classmate rushed forth, roaring at the group of ruffians, demanding a one-on-one confrontation. With reckless abandon, he frightened them away. That classmate was Xiangyang. From that day onward, he became the invincible hero in her heart. However, Xiangyang has truly excelled this time, with your tutoring. His progress has been remarkable. Indeed, he achieved the highest score in the city for his Chinese exam. Yes, I was equally astonished when I heard that. Gu Junxing now found it a bit unbelievable. Goodness, this is harder than the national football team qualifying. Chapter 68, The Melancholic Cello. As night fell, Xiangyang began his usual writing tasks. With a laptop, the experience was entirely different. The only aspect he found somewhat unfamiliar was the keyboard. It lacked the tactile feedback of a mechanical keyboard. The mechanical keyboard required a greater force to strike the keys. Yet each keystroke yielded a rapid response accompanied by a subtle click. Typing on it provided a distinct sensation that a membrane keyboard could never replicate. Once he received his next payment, he was determined to acquire a top-notch mechanical keyboard. Subsequently, Xiangyang resumed his fervent writing, all the while playing English songs as a means of practicing his listening skills. This technique was taught to him by Yixin. She suggested that practicing with English songs could enhance his linguistic fluency. Xiangyang selected an English song to play. I gazed at you, pleading for your presence to remain. Just as you were about to step away, I yearned to voice the sentiments that resided in my heart. Do not speak. This melody truly resonates beautifully. After a brief moment of typing, the sudden knock at the door interrupted the tranquility. In that fleeting instant, Xiangyang hastily seized his English textbook, feigning engrossment in his studies. The door swung open, revealing Grandma, who entered with a platter of fruit. Xiangyang, enjoy some fruit. Thank you, Grandma. After placing the fruit down, she quickly exited the room, keen to avoid disrupting her grandson's studies. Following the recent parent-teacher meeting, Grandma experienced a transformation. She felt compelled to pay more attention to her grandson, acknowledging her inability to assist academically, yet determined to provide more care in daily life. As the door closed, Accompanied by the melodious strains of English music, Xiangyang resumed his writing endeavor. The room was enveloped in silence, occasionally punctuated by distant horn sounds and the barking of dogs from the neighborhood. He relished the ambience of music and writing within the confines of his home, completely immersed in his own world. Volume 2 was completed. At 10:03 p.m., Xiangyang triumphantly finished the second volume. One must commend his diligence. He consistently wrote every day, ensuring a minimum update of 20,000 words, and on fortunate days, he could even surpass 30,000 words. To other authors in the field, such a feat was nothing short of daunting. Stretching languidly, Xiangyang stood and twisted his body before approaching the window to gaze outside, his thoughts drifting far away. Presently, life could be described as exceedingly monotonous, confined to the daily routine of school and home. However, this mirrored the existence of most high school students, particularly those in their final year. In his previous life, such a state was unbearable for Xiangyang. Yet now, he had grown fond of this lifestyle. There were minimal social distractions, and he did not squander time scrolling through short videos. Daily, through study and writing, although tedious, he found fulfillment. Moreover, according to Xiangyang's plans, there remained 86 days until the college entrance examination, after which he would embark on a brand new chapter of life. Upon entering university, he envisioned grand opportunities to unveil many innovations ahead of their time, such as the globally popular short videos that would emerge in the future. If memory serves correctly, the launch of a certain short video platform occurred in 2011, which leaves 3 years until then. It was time to begin laying the groundwork for an e-commerce venture. A vast expanse of new horizons awaited exploration. This was his aspiration post-university. However, before that, he needed to amass his first fortune. As a man, pursuing wealth and establishing a career was imperative. Yet, in this life, gaining admission to a reputable university was also among his goals. It was merely studying. He would strive to accomplish it. After a brief respite, Xiangyang chose not to continue writing. He set aside tomorrow's 20,000-word draft and opened the review section to peruse the comments from his readers. A flurry of crimson text caught his eye. Side announcement: numerous generous contributions have been made, with individuals such as the Promises of the Gods donating 100,000 vanilla coins to become the lord of this book. Others like the Elegant Young Master and I Am Not Little Kunkin have followed suit with similar donations. Along with these, many other contributions have poured in, even the smallest amount reflecting the reader's heartfelt support. Overwhelmed by the splendid donation interface, Xiangyang found himself in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? How had so many donations suddenly emerged? Notably, the number of lords had increased by 3 within moments. Each lord contributing 1,000 yuan would yield a split of 500 yuan between the author and the platform. This was exhilarating. The concept of rewarding web authors was pioneered by Vanilla Chinese Network, marking it as a trailblazer in the entire online literature realm. This platform offers the most formal system for donations, with a minimum contribution of 1 yuan, equivalent to 100 vanilla coins, and a maximum for lords set at 1,000 yuan. However, the donation feature was still in its infancy. Only a select few books on the entire site had garnered significant contributions. The leading title, The Sovereign of All Ages, had merely 11 lords. Yet, Xiangyang had already secured 13 lords, making him the top recipient of donations across the site. Even though authors receive only half of the donation value, with 13 lords, Xiangyang could claim 500 yuan. This was astonishing. In today's world, a fresh university graduate typically earns around 3,000 yuan. It appeared that he could quickly cover his tuition fees. Once he had saved enough capital, he could embark on his entrepreneurial journey. Xiangyang was already looking forward to university life. Nonetheless, following the end of the college entrance examination, he needed to obtain his driver's license first. Having a license would facilitate the acquisition of a vehicle later on, making things much more convenient. After reviewing comments and casually browsing the back-end data, Xiangyang noted a significant upward trend overall. The next step was to maintain this momentum. With the writing phase temporarily concluded, Xiangyang devoted his full attention to his studies. He spent 40 minutes completing 2 closed tests in English and 1 reading comprehension exercise. After finishing, he cross-referenced his answers with the solutions, analyzing his mistakes. His vocabulary had noticeably improved, and his ability to tackle questions had significantly enhanced. Previously, when encountering an English article, he would feel utterly lost. While he recognized each letter, their collective meaning eluded him. Thus, Hu Chuanhua's insights resonated deeply with him. To elevate one's English proficiency, a solid vocabulary foundation is essential. Gu Yixin's views also held merit. Vocabulary serves merely as a cornerstone, necessitating extensive practice through exercises to master testing techniques while maintaining a sense of familiarity with the questions. Psychologically, one must conquer any fear of English, thoroughly subduing it. As for grammatical structures, Xiangyang decided to focus solely on the fundamentals, resolutely abandoning the more complex aspects. Regardless, with the college entrance examination behind him, Xiangyang surmised that he would likely never again utilize his English skills in this lifetime. Presently, he prioritized practicality, which, to put it succinctly, meant maximizing his score with utmost efficiency. After completing his studies, Xiangyang reclined on his bed and retrieved his device, intent on discovering a piece of music to accompany his slumber. After a brief search, he stumbled upon an unnamed composition. What could this be? Curiosity piqued. He pressed the play button. Subsequently, the mellifluous strains of a cello reverberated in his mind, awakening certain memories nestled deep within his consciousness. Could this piece possibly have been performed by Gu Yixin? It was truly beautiful. Yet, why did it evoke such sorrow? Wiping away the tears that had unconsciously escaped from the corners of his eyes, he exclaimed, "Goodness! Can a cello truly weep?" Chapter 69 Mila. The night was deepening. On Xinhua Street, within the Hongye community, Gu Yixin's room remained illuminated. The spacious chamber was adorned in shades of pink. Seated at her desk, Gu Yixin was immersed in playing the cello. The sound was soft yet imbued with profound melancholy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Yixin, may I come in?" came her father's voice from outside. "Come in," she replied. The door swung open to reveal Gu Tianxing standing at the threshold. Upon witnessing his daughter playing, a shadow passed over his countenance. "Dad, is there something you need?" Gu Tianxing nodded, weariness etched on his face. "I must apologize for the parent-teacher meeting. Work was exceedingly demanding today. It's fine, my brother attended, so it's not a concern." Their conversation was marked by a veneer of politeness, perhaps even a sense of estrangement, resembling that of familiar strangers. Gu Tianxing found himself at a loss for how to steer the dialogue further. "Dad, do you have more to discuss?" Gu Yixin casually inquired. A flicker of discomfort crossed Gu Tianxing's expression as he gravely responded, "I've heard about that classmate, Xiangyang. It would be wise for you to limit your interactions with him." With that, he turned to exit the room. Suddenly, Gu Yixin pivoted, her voice resolute as she demanded, "Why?" Typically, Gu Yixin exuded a gentle demeanor, obedient and compliant, seemingly acquiescing to every request without a hint of anger. Yet this time, genuine ire coursed through her. "You are on the brink of your college entrance examination. Everything should revolve around that. Let it be." With that, Gu Tianxing again attempted to depart. "I will not." Gu Yixin sprang to her feet, her tone unwavering as she countered, "Whom I choose to associate with is my own affair. Please refrain from interfering." Gu Tianxing had not anticipated this unusual display of defiance from his daughter. She had always been one to accept his words without protest, even when differing opinions lingered in her heart. Yet, this instance felt distinctly different. Stopping in his tracks, he turned back, his brow furrowed in concern. "Yixin, you are still young and do not grasp the complexities of human nature. That Xiangyang, he is not part of our circle. Growing too close to him will not serve you well." "I do not care." Gu Yixin's voice rose a few notches, her eyes glimmering with a resolute light. "Xiangyang is diligent and ambitious. What is wrong with that? Furthermore, I do not require your so-called social circle. I only desire genuine friends." She emphasized the term friends as if it were something particularly precious to her. Gu Tianxing regarded his daughter, momentarily at a loss for words. He understood her character. She had always been obedient and well-behaved since childhood, but she tended to internalize her feelings, seldom sharing them with others. Sighing, Gu Tianxing endeavored to ease the tension, speaking in a calm demeanor. "Yixin, I am merely concerned for you, fearing you might be hurt. With the college entrance examination approaching, your studies should take precedence. Once the exams are over, if you wish to maintain your friendship, I shall acquiesce. However, you must learn to protect yourself. Do you understand?" Gu Yixin remained silent, yet her gaze was still defiant. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. "Dad, Xiangyang is exceptional. He is currently studying diligently and has even ranked first in the city in Chinese. What is wrong with me being friends with him? Gu Tianxing continued with earnestness. Yixin, you have experienced too little of life. You cannot comprehend the profound impact one's family background has on a person. The disparity between you two is considerable. Dad, I understand your concerns, but I also know that true friendship is not determined by wealth, but by character. Xiangyang has dreams and aspirations. He relies not on his family, but on his own efforts to achieve his goals. Being with him brings me joy, and I have learned so much. Is he not worthy of my admiration? Gu Yixin's voice brimmed with respect for Xiangyang and a disagreement with her father's perspective. Gu Tianxing looked at his daughter, his heart a tumult of emotions. She remained naively idealistic. Many matters in this world cannot be surmounted merely through hard work. Very well, Yixin, it is time to rest. You have school tomorrow, he concluded gently, closing the door behind him. Returning to her desk, Gu Yixin found it difficult to attain tranquility. The night outside had deepened, stars twinkling faintly. She lay down on her bed, donned her headphones, and succumbed to sleep, the mellifluous sounds of the cello enveloping her. Gradually, her heart found peace. If the moon is awake, so am I. I am the little early riser. The next morning, as dawn broke, the alarm clock rang. Xiangyang sprang upright in bed. Bleary-eyed, sitting on the edge with his eyes closed and head drooped for a full 3 minutes before he began to rouse himself. I haven't had enough sleep. My 18-year-old body craves more rest. Yet, the thought of studying ignited his enthusiasm. Nothing can deter my pursuit of knowledge. Not even the destruction of the earth or the explosion of the universe can hinder my studies. I will revel in my senior year, and I will embrace life to the fullest. Xiangyang tousled his disheveled hair and, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, motivated himself. A new day has begun. Let us go. From the moment I rose from slumber to the completion of my morning ablutions, a total of 5 minutes elapsed. Far too sluggish. Such a waste of my precious study time. My aspirations soar as high as Li Yuhang. Once attired, Xiangyang slung his backpack over his shoulder and ventured outside. Xiangyang, have breakfast before you leave. I'll eat on the way. Grabbing a quick breakfast, Xiangyang descended the stairs and hopped onto his bicycle, racing forth with fervor. In a mere 23 minutes, he arrived at school. Extend your hand. I must inspect you, called out at the school gate. The director of education, Sun Haiba, had already taken his post, meticulously scrutinizing the demeanor and appearance of the students entering the premises. It was then that he noticed a female student who seemed out of sorts. Ah, Mila, it's you again. How many times have I admonished you against bringing extracurricular books during school hours? Is this book truly captivating? Its narrative is utterly pedestrian. The other supervising students erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Sun, turning sharply, shot a glare that silenced them all. Another breach of school regulations, Mila. I must summon your guardians. Please, no? The girl named Mila suddenly feigned a pitiful demeanor, pleading, Director Sun, I acknowledge my mistake. I shan't dare again. Please, grant me clemency this time. You must acknowledge how many times I have shown you leniency. No, this time I must call upon your parents. Good morning, Director Sun. At that moment, Xiangyang, wheeling his bicycle, greeted cheerfully. His gaze fell upon the book in Sun's hand, its cover emblazoned with the long goodbye. Xiangyang had read this work by Chandler. What could possibly attract a girl to such a book? Surely, it is too gritty for her taste. Furthermore, the prose seems rather violent. Undoubtedly, this evoked in Xiangyang a peculiar sentiment towards the young lady. It's Xiangyang. Sun glanced at him, and, recognizing the campus celebrity, his expression softened. Mila, look at Xiangyang. Once upon a time, he was just like you, almost letting slip the word underachiever. Upon hearing this, Mila teased. Director Sun, are you suggesting he was an underachiever? Chapter 70, The Frenzy of English. Ahem. Sun cleared his throat awkwardly. Mila, do refrain from such jesting. Regaining his composure, Sun Haiba assumed the authoritative demeanor of a director. Ah? Principal Ma has repeatedly emphasized the importance of learning from your senior, Lu. If you dedicate your thoughts to your studies, improvement in grades is assured. Xiangyang once wisely stated, I know that poor grades do not stem from a lack of talent, but from insufficient effort. I have heard it so often, it has become monotonous. Mila, somewhat impatiently, interjected, I understand. Sun shot her a disapproving glance. Knowing is one thing. Applying yourself is another. Just look at your grades. They have plummeted to the depths. Come now, Director Sun, I am an art student. I do not require high scores like the regular students. Mila replied dismissively. Sun, clearly displeased with her attitude, furrowed his brow and remarked sternly, "Art students, too, must possess a solid foundation. Otherwise, how can they hope to advance further in the future? Your current attitude may lead to future regret." Xiangyang quickly interjected, stating, "Esteemed classmate, I wholeheartedly concur with Director Sun's assertion. While art students possess their unique attributes, the significance of one's attitude towards learning and the extent of effort cannot be overstated. Regardless of the path one chooses to tread in the future, a solid foundation remains indispensable." Director Sun nodded in agreement and continued, "Mile, you possess a remarkable talent for singing, which is commendable. However, talent alone is insufficient. It is only through relentless effort that one can transform talent into true capability. Look at Xiangyang. Did he not also start from scratch and progress step by step to his current position?" Mile fell silent for a moment, a flicker of determination glimmering in her eyes. "All right, I understand," she declared. "If you comprehend, you should hasten to your class," Xiangyang remarked. Mile paused, then quickly responded, bowing to Director Sun, "Goodbye, Director Sun," and dashed off. A satisfied smile graced Director Sun's face, seemingly devoid of any anger, which was uncharacteristic of him. This situation was troubling. Time to retreat. Xiangyang hurriedly pushed his bicycle away. Upon reaching the bike shed and securing his bike, he heard someone approach from behind. "Hey, senior, thanks for that." Turning around, he found it was none other than Mile, approximately 165 meters tall, with exquisitely styled short hair and a doll-like face. She wore her school uniform, adorned with a petite Dormond brooch at the collar, which set her apart. "No need to thank me. Diligent study is the path to success," Xiangyang replied with a smile. "Uft, here we go again." "What do you mean, here we go again?" "I know you, the study prodigy from the 7th high school, who even recites vocabulary while running." Suddenly, Miles' face lit up with an idea, and she hesitantly asked, "Lu, I'm curious, do you study while, you know?" Xiangyang feigned astonishment. "Really? You know about that? EW, you can't be serious." Mile burst into laughter, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Xiangyang was clearly jesting, yet he had not anticipated encountering such a quirky girl from Yunhai 7th High School. "Your name is Xiangyang, right? Isn't that common knowledge throughout the school?" "Uft, how shameless. I'm Mile from Class 5, Year 2. From now on, you shall be my big brother." "Why should I be your big brother?" "Hey, let me tell you, don't be ungrateful." "What? Do you intend to challenge me?" "Humph. I practice Bajiquan, you know." "What? Have you completed your homework? How did you fare in the last monthly exam? What was your class ranking? Why are you staring at me?" Xiangyang maintained a serious demeanor, declaring with righteous fervor, "High school is a pivotal juncture in life, and Year 2 is a critical moment for laying the foundation. If you do not study earnestly now, how can you justify your future?" Mile found herself momentarily speechless. "Wow, no wonder you're a study prodigy. I'm impressed. Farewell." Mile tossed her parting words and swiftly made her way toward the teaching building. Xiangyang smiled faintly, facing the morning sun as he made his way toward the teaching building. Upon entering the classroom of Class 9 in the 3rd year, he noticed that many more students had already arrived, including several habitual latecomers. It appeared that the parents' meeting the day before had yielded immediate results. However, he was surprised to find that Yixin had yet to arrive. Taking his seat, Xiangyang pulled out his English dictionary, preparing to memorize vocabulary. Just then, Yixin walked in, looking somewhat haggard, a rare sight indeed. It seemed she had not slept well the previous night. Shortly thereafter, Chunhuo entered the room, addressing the class. "Students, I have spoken with Teacher Li, and we will convert this early study session into an English reading lesson. Everyone will self-study vocabulary, and I will conduct random checks shortly." The early study session had been commandeered by the English teacher. It was evident that Chunhuo was under considerable pressure. At that moment, Xiangyang raised his hand. "Teacher Hu, may I run outside on the playground to memorize my words? I find it difficult to concentrate in the classroom." What a novel suggestion. Such a request was audacious indeed. Chunhuo, having observed Xiangyang's diligent efforts lately, paused for a moment, seemingly struck by inspiration. "I believe Xiangyang's suggestion is excellent. Very well, everyone, bring your English books and assemble on the playground." With this announcement, all eyes turned to Xiangyang, not with anger, but with gratitude. Studying vocabulary on the playground was akin to enjoying an additional physical education class. How delightful! However, among the students, only Li Zhu appeared displeased. "Teacher Hu, Is it efficient to memorize vocabulary on the playground? Without hesitation, Hu Chunhua replied, "It is certainly better than dozing off in the classroom. This will wake you up. Now, hurry along. We are going to the playground to study vocabulary." Her voice echoed throughout the classroom. The students eagerly rose and exited the classroom. Xiangyang, bringing up the rear, held not merely an English book, but his dictionary. On the playground, as the sun rose and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, the students scattered in small groups. Some settled on the sports field, while others leaned against trees, beginning to read English words aloud. "Gather round, everyone." Soon, the students assembled together. "Listen closely. Today we will focus on memorizing the vocabulary and phrases discussed in our last lesson. You must master them all. If you cannot, you will be required to run." As teacher who patrolled the area, she reminded them, "If you feel confident in your memorization, come to me for a check. Those who pass can return to the classroom. Those who do not must continue running and studying. I will excuse you from your subject teacher." What? The students wilted at this announcement, having anticipated an extra physical education class, only to find themselves running while memorizing vocabulary instead. "What are you waiting for? Stand up and follow Xiangyang to run," exclaimed Hu Chunhua. "Oh dear, I had thought that an extra physical education class would be the end of me. Yanggu, I detest you." Meanwhile, Xiangyang was already clutching an English dictionary, commencing his routine of running while memorizing vocabulary. Chapter 71. Is this the joy of learning? Grasping a handful of grass. What is happening here? Isn't that the study prodigy Xiangyang? Still running and reciting words? Wait, why are there so many people this time? All from class 9 of the 3rd year. No way. Are they all memorizing vocabulary? These individuals have gone mad. Led by Xiangyang, the members of class 9 jogged in formation. Round after round, students began to approach Hu Chunhua for English vocabulary checks. One by one, they successfully passed and joyfully returned to the classroom, liberated from their plight. After yet another round, many more students successfully cleared the checks and exited the playground. The students of class 9 discovered that under such immense pressure, their efficiency in memorizing words was remarkably high. To avoid running additional laps, they compelled themselves to commit the vocabulary to memory, thereby unleashing their latent academic potential. The frantic memorization persisted. How many laps have we completed? Why is Xiangyang still running? His English foundation was initially weak, thus he had to exert double the effort. Truly a peculiar individual. Yet seeing his diligence made me feel slightly ashamed of my own laziness. Indeed, we cannot fall behind. Let us rally together. The atmosphere on the playground gradually transformed into one of positivity. Everyone encouraged one another. Soon, some students who had originally left returned. The line of runners reciting vocabulary grew longer and longer. We must emulate Xiangyang, undeterred by adversity, forging ahead resolutely. Yes, though the 3rd year is arduous. As long as we strive, we shall surely attain commendable results. Absolutely, for the sake of our dreams, let us endeavor together. Press on. Perseverance is victory. Let us charge ahead. Amidst this invigorating atmosphere, the students of class 9 seemed to discover their motivation and direction for studying. They ceased their complaints and began to savor the joy of this struggle, feeling an unprecedented sense of accomplishment within. Is this the essence of learning joy? Many lower grade students, who were still in physical education class, were taken aback. Is this the 3rd year mode? How terrifying. Mother, I do not wish to enter the 3rd year. I wish to remain in the 1st year forever. Naturally, numerous students found this amusing. Does such studying yield results? It makes my head spin. I certainly cannot memorize anything this way. You know, I haven't tried it yet. Why don't we give it a go next time? Running while reciting vocabulary. Gradually, the academic atmosphere began to shift. Goodness, if Xiangyang can excel in his studies, why can't I? It's merely studying. I truly don't take it seriously. Is this the 9th lap? Only 2 individuals remain untested. One is Xiangyang, and the other is Duo. I can't take it anymore, Yanggu. I must attempt one more time. If I don't pass this, I'll surely perish from running. Go for it. You've got this. And what about you? Are you still in the game? A man must never concede defeat. You're incredible. However, Duo truly could not keep running any longer. Breathlessly rushing to Hu Chunhua, gasping for air, he exclaimed, "Teacher Hu, punish me. Please punish me." At that moment, a classmate jested, "Teacher Hu, Duo wants you to discipline him." Laughter erupted amongst the students. "Allow me to assist you in punishing him, Teacher Hu." Hu Chunhua, though amused, maintained her composure as a teacher, well trained to uphold professionalism. Duo, panting heavily, gradually managed to articulate his responses. He successfully answered all the words that Hu Chunhua intended to test him on, thus passing the assessment. As for Xiangyang, he effortlessly excelled, responding fluently in one go. Classmates, a robust vocabulary is foundational for the college entrance examination. Only by mastering a sufficient lexicon can one navigate reading comprehension and writing with ease. Therefore, do not underestimate daily accumulation. It will pave the way for your future. Hu Chunhua earnestly advised her students. Understood, Teacher Hu. The students chorused, their eyes brimming with determination. Well, that concludes today's vocabulary assessment. Next Friday marks the monthly exam, and the second mock examination will be in mid-next month. Please remember to review today's material at home. I will continue the assessment tomorrow. Is that clear? Clear. The students responded in unison, their voices exuding newfound confidence. Let us return to the classroom, Hu Chunhua announced. The students dispersed, heading back to continue their studies. Wow, I never expected to memorize all these words in just one class, one exclaimed. Indeed, I was equally surprised. It seems that sometimes one must push oneself to discover their true potential. Tomorrow, I plan to run while memorizing words. I will do the same tonight. No more gaming for me. It's time to focus on my studies. The activity of running while memorizing vocabulary in Class 9 of the third year gradually spread, becoming a hot topic among students and teachers alike. This innovative method of combining exercise with study not only enhanced the students' physical fitness, but also ignited their enthusiasm for learning. It later evolved into a cherished tradition at Yunhai No. 7 High School. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day and bringing them one step closer to the college entrance examination, Yixin was approached by Xiangyang. Could you help me with English after school today? As classmates departed one by one, Xiangyang walked up to Yixin's desk. He had already begun to self-review for the comprehensive science subject, filling in gaps through practice questions, but felt he still lacked a grasp of the grammatical structures in English. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today, Yixin replied softly, appearing preoccupied with some concern. Xiangyang chose not to press further. All right then, take care of yourself. Returning to his seat, Xiangyang organized his backpack, preparing to leave the classroom. Just then, someone shouted from the doorway, "Is Xiangyang here?" The tone was quite arrogant. "Who are you? What do you want with my brother Yang?" Duo initially thought she was there to cause trouble. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. "How is it her? Yang, she is looking for you." Xiangyang looked up to see a girl with a delicate bob haircut. "Wasn't he this me lie? What do you want with me? Come out and talk." Xiangyang slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the classroom. Behind him, Yixin's gaze also drifted towards the window. "What is the matter? Can you play games?" King of Fighters, 97. Milai asked bluntly. Xiangyang smiled faintly. He indeed knew how to play. Later, with the advent of smartphones, he had even installed the game on his phone. Yet now, how could he possibly indulge in gaming? "So what if I can? That is fantastic. I invite you to play." Milai seemed to have found a kindred spirit, her excitement palpable. Xiangyang shot her a glance of disapproval. "What are you thinking? You're still too young. You should focus on your studies." Milai, clearly unimpressed, flicked her bangs and puffed out her chest. "How am I still young?" Xiangyang felt a bit speechless. "That is not what I meant." But he was too lazy to explain. "I'm off to dinner, goodbye." With that, he turned and headed downstairs. "Hey, don't be so ungrateful." "Hey, stop." Duo had been waiting nearby and quickly chased after Xiangyang. "Yang, how do you know that little firecracker?" "What firecracker?" "Milai from Class 5 in the second year, of course." "You know her?" "Of course. Her uncle is the head of the administration, Sun Haiba." "What? You mean her uncle is director Sun?" "Yes. He just transferred from the normal university-affiliated high school this semester. I heard he is a master of Bajiquan." Xiangyang felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling the events at the school gate that morning. No wonder. Chapter 72. With headphones on, I am the whole world. A gentle breeze accompanied the setting sun, softly caressing his face. Xiangyang rode his bicycle, meandering through the streets. The pedestrians on either side hurried past, yet he reveled in a leisurely rhythm, savoring his own pace. The afterglow of the sunset bathed him in warmth, casting a long shadow behind him. An inexplicable thrill surged within Xiangyang. He recognized that he was undergoing a transformation. These were the finest years of his life. From an ordinary high school student He was gradually evolving into a passionate youth with his own aspirations and dreams. He relished this freedom, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. No matter how arduous the road ahead might be, he would forge ahead, relentlessly pursuing his dreams, like a youthful spirit racing against the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was already late March. There were 75 days remaining until the college entrance examination. A highly anticipated monthly exam for the third-year students was set to take place tomorrow, uniting all of the city's Shisua High School for a standardized examination. The previous mock exam had placed him in the top 10 of the city rankings. In Yunhai City, 2 students from Shishir Middle School, 2 from Experimental Middle School, 2 from the affiliated high school of Normal University, 1 from Yunhai No. 2 Middle School, 1 from Yunhai No. 7 Middle School, 1 from Yunhai Foreign Language School, and 1 from Yunhai No. 1 Middle School participated. This month's examination prominently featured Shishir Middle School, Experimental Middle School, the affiliated high school of Normal University, and Yunhai No. 7 Middle School, indicating the significance placed on this assessment by the schools. After all, 7 out of the top 10 students in the city hailed from these institutions. It is worth noting that this examination is second only to the forthcoming second simulation test in terms of importance. Monthly assessments are particularly prevalent in the third year of high school, akin to a recurring event each month. Furthermore, high school subject teachers are provided with a platform to showcase their capabilities, seemingly eager to present every conceivable question type during these monthly evaluations. When the time comes for the college entrance examination, if a similar question arises, students can boast about their prowess, declaring, "I accurately predicted a question from the entrance exam during the monthly test, earning a solid 3 points." Yet, it is unfortunate that the variety of question types in these monthly assessments is overwhelmingly vast, leaving only a handful of students able to thoroughly grasp all the mistakes they made. Consequently, when faced with a similar question in the actual examination, most students can only utter, "This question looks familiar, but I have no idea how to solve it. Alas, I'm returning it all to the teacher." As night fell, Xiangyang sat at his desk, immersed in an endless sea of questions, as was his custom. Tomorrow marked the significant monthly examination, an opportune moment to gauge his academic progress over the recent period. In the quiet room, the only sound was the gentle scratching of his pen on scrap paper. On his desk lay a set of last year's comprehensive science entrance examination papers, which his subject teachers had already emphasized in their explanations. He was familiar with many of the question types, yet he resolved to tackle them again tonight, not merely to memorize the answers, but to genuinely comprehend the question types and analyze the underlying knowledge points. After approximately an hour, Xiangyang completed the entire set of science examination papers. Without needing to check his answers, he was confident that he had answered every question correctly. For every knowledge point tested, he could readily recall the corresponding concepts from the textbook. The entirety of the college entrance examination material is derived from the textbooks, a phrase frequently uttered by high school teachers. The principle guiding the entrance examination is that each question must correspond primarily to the knowledge points outlined in the textbook. This means that after the examination questions are formulated, specialized personnel are tasked with verifying and validating them to ensure that each question is sourced from the textbook, preventing any occurrence of content that exceeds the syllabus. Thus, during the review phase of the third year, subject teachers emphasize the importance of adhering closely to the curriculum, ensuring a thorough mastery of the textbook's knowledge points. Students are encouraged to organize these points into a coherent system, revising through a framework of connections. In his previous life, Xiangyang was not particularly fond of studying, yet he understood these principles. Now, with a profound comprehension, he seeks to refine his grasp of question types and thoroughly assimilate the knowledge points, enabling him to make connections and apply his learning adeptly. No matter how questions are posed, he can ensure a solid foundation of scores. This is also a primary reason why many top students consistently achieve stable results in their examinations. Now, Xiangyang has fully grasped this set of comprehensive knowledge points. After all, these are the most recent examination questions. His progress has been so remarkable that even he finds it somewhat incredible. Indeed, my earlier whimsical remark holds true. Your unsatisfactory grades are not a reflection of your innate abilities, but rather an indication of your insufficient effort. This is a universally applicable truth. For the majority, the extent of their efforts far surpasses any need to rely on talent. Although this statement may invoke resentment, and many classmates might feel inclined to confront Xiangyang, they cannot deny its validity. After completing the comprehensive exam paper, Xiangyang utilized his strength training bar, performing 50 repetitions in one go, which left him feeling invigorated. It had been a while since he last ran. A glance at the clock revealed it was only 8 in the evening. He decided to go for a couple of laps. In preparation for the upcoming monthly exam, he dedicated his remaining time to focused study, aside from his daily writing routine. Striking a balance between work and rest is indeed the best approach to learning. Rest is essential for more effective study. After changing into appropriate attire, Xiangyang stepped outside. Upon exiting his residential complex, he made his way towards Binjiang Park. The park was already bustling with individuals engaging in evening runs. This area, being part of the old city, had lively elderly women enjoying their artistic pursuits in the square. In this era, square dancing had not yet reached its exaggerated heights, but had already begun to take shape as a national phenomenon. His grandmother also enjoyed dancing, and he contemplated inviting her to join in the square dancing festivities. As he ran, listening to music on his device, he savored the cool breeze of the night. Feeling exceptionally cheerful, particularly in his current youthful body, his heart raced with the exuberance of youth. 18 truly is a wonderful age. For Xiangyang, running is not merely a physical exercise, it is also a means of relaxation. He relishes the sensation of freely running under the night sky, as if all his worries and pressures have been left behind. With his headphones on, he felt as if he were the center of the universe. After completing 2 laps, Xiangyang returned home, his clothes soaked with sweat. He took a quick shower, changed into fresh attire, and then settled at his desk, ready to begin writing. With the Gaokao approaching, each day is invaluable. Thus, Xiangyang has made adjustments to his study routine. Upon returning home, he first engages in studying while his energy is high, and once fatigue sets in, he switches to writing to refresh his mind. This, too, is a form of balancing work and leisure. Next, he entered his writing phase once again. He has now amassed a manuscript of 110,000 words, maintaining a daily output of 20,000 words. By the end of this month, the total word count will reach 600,000. In just a month and a half since the release of his book, achieving 600,000 words is nothing short of astonishing. Of course, all of this is predicated on one fundamental truth. Financial gain is the sole motivator for his writing endeavors. In the hushed confines of the room, the only sound was the crisp clatter of the keyboard. It was 11 o'clock at night, and Xiangyang had finally managed to type out 20,000 words. After meticulously proofreading for typos, he uploaded his manuscript. The endeavor left him with a sore back and aching neck. Even his finger joints throbbed with discomfort. Writing truly was a laborious task. Stretching languidly, he was about to reach for his water cup when a series of beeps interrupted him. It was a message from his editor, Fat Tiger. Chasing Wind, I presume you are still awake? Damn, you know that too. Chapter 73. Am I that well known? Reading Fat Tiger's message, Xiangyang furrowed his brow slightly. Was this Fat Tiger really so diligent, staying awake in the dead of night? Yet, the editor's commitment brought him a sense of comfort. Fat Tiger must be a rather endearing individual, perhaps akin to the character from Doraemon. He just hoped he wouldn't be so impulsive. And remember to return borrowed items. Is there something you need? He replied. Indeed. It has been a while since we last communicated. How have you been? All right. Zhou Dahu had intended to break the ice after their long silence. However, Chasing Wind displayed a unique character, always straightforward, never indulging in frivolities. He promptly got to the point. As I mentioned previously, the company wishes to sign a master contract with you. Zhou Dahu reiterated the matter as instructed by the chief editor. With this contract, your earnings will no longer be split 50-50 with the website, but rather 60-40. Of course, if you have any objections to this division, feel free to voice them. I can negotiate with the chief editor on your behalf. When do you think we can finalize the contract? Xiangyang was somewhat unfamiliar with this master contract. What benefits does it entail? The benefits are considerable. Zhou Dahu quickly elaborated. Firstly, the website will grant you master certification, a symbol of your prowess. Secondly, as I mentioned, the revenue split will favor you significantly, potentially even 70-30, which is negotiable. Additionally, when you release new works, the website will provide substantial support and recommendations. Future developments, such as comics, animations, and film adaptations, will also prioritize collaboration with you. Well, that does sound appealing. Xiangyang felt a flicker of excitement. Essentially, this meant access to greater resources. Although his knowledge of the web literature industry was limited, he understood that exposure was the most valuable asset within this realm. In essence, it was all about traffic. Without it, one was nothing. The master contract signified an abundance of resources and heightened recognition. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiangyang recalled a crucial matter. Will the copyright of this book remain mine? Quickly, Zhou Dahu responded. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. Under the current company policy, all copyrights will belong to the company once the master contract is signed. Lu Xiangyang frowned and replied, Does that mean I will no longer hold the rights to any future developments? Yes, that is correct. The author retains only the right to be credited. I desire not the mere right to a signature. I yearn for the development of copyright. I aspire to earn. Lu Xiangyang has long since devised a plan. In the future, once he achieves fame, he intends to establish his own company for development, encompassing comic books, animations, and even films. These avenues are indeed the true sources of substantial income. Hence, Lu Xiangyang is certain he will not acquiesce. The minor deity contract, he deems, is best left aside. However, he does not outright refuse. Rather, he delicately expresses, I need to contemplate this matter. Very well. Zhou Dahu naturally expresses his understanding. Yet, at the very least, he can now respond to the chief editor, sparing himself from daily prodding. Take your time to consider, Master Chasing Wind. Nevertheless, I must remind you that such opportunities are rare. Once you become a master author, your work will receive greater exposure and promotion, resulting in a significant increase in your income. Therefore, I hope you will give this serious consideration and provide me with a prompt response. Zhou Dahu concludes his message. Lu Xiangyang sets down his phone and murmurs to himself, Copyright is the key to my future development. How could I possibly relinquish it? He is acutely aware of the myriad entertainment products that could stem from a successful work. In this era, such awareness is still nascent. Yet, should he forfeit the copyright, all his aspirations would dissolve into mere illusions. Subsequently, Lu Xiangyang resolves to complete this book first, contemplating whether there might be room for negotiation on the copyright issue. If the company insists on retaining all rights, he would rather forego the master contract and continue on his own path. If necessary, he could eventually establish his own web literature site, eschewing the paid model entirely, instead creating a platform for free novels, thus igniting a revolution within the web literature community. Now, Lu Xiangyang eagerly anticipates the arrival of the college entrance examination. Once it concludes, he can unleash his ambitions and engage in grand endeavors, alongside the promise of a vibrant university life. Such prospects are indeed exhilarating. After all, high school teachers often proclaim, once you enter university, all will be well. But is reality truly so? Only those who have experienced it can tell. Before retiring for the night, Lu Xiangyang retrieves the English notes organized by Yixin. In recent days, she has refrained from tutoring him and instead lent him her notes. Lu Xiangyang is genuinely grateful for her assistance. Before sleep, he reviews new vocabulary and phrases. English remains his Achilles heel, yet he firmly believes that with persistent effort, improvement is inevitable. However, it seems that Yixin has been troubled lately. He wonders if her discomfort is due to her menstrual cycle, although such a duration seems excessive. In his previous life, Yixin had faltered during the examination due to her psychological state. Never mind, he chooses not to dwell on it further. He merely hopes she is well. The college entrance examination is not solely a test of knowledge. It also encompasses psychological resilience. Of course, for those less academically inclined, it may seem inconsequential. As the night deepens, the stars twinkle in the sky, while Lu Xiangyang continues to conquer the fortresses of knowledge. One city after another fell into his grasp. Weariness crept upon him as Lu Xiangyang lay in bed, donning his headphones and succumbing to the embrace of sleep. March 25th. At 5:50 a.m., the moon remains awake. So shall I. I am the early riser. As the alarm chimed, Lu Xiangyang abruptly opened his eyes, only to discover English review materials resting beside his pillow, dampened by an unknown drool and marked with faint yellow stains. How unpleasant. The crucial point is, these were borrowed from Yixin. I hope she does not mind. After freshening up, Lu Xiangyang took the breakfast his grandmother had prepared and set off on his bicycle, one hand steering while the other indulged in food. The morning breeze was cool and gentle, and the streets were sparsely populated. Although commuters began to appear, they were few in number. Everything seemed to move at a leisurely pace, unlike the frantic rhythm to come. Arriving at the school gate, it was merely 6:15. leaving a full 25 minutes until morning self-study. One must admit, rising early has its advantages. Xiangyang had grown accustomed to this early routine. It must be said, excellence is truly a habit. Excuse me, are you Xiangyang from class 9 of grade 12? A diligent female student inquired at the school entrance. Though early, 2 duty students were already present, appearing quite youthful, likely first-year students. Yes, I am Xiangyang. The girl who posed the question suddenly erupted with excitement. I knew it. It's really you. The admiration in the gazes of the 2 girls was palpable. What is happening here? Another girl's eyes sparkled with reverence. Are you first-year students? Xiangyang asked. Yes. Did Xiangyang notice us? Sorry, I haven't. Oh, that's all right. The girl continued enthusiastically. We've all heard about your achievements. They are truly inspiring. Indeed, Xiangyang. Good luck on today's monthly exam. How juvenile. Xiangyang felt a tinge of embarrassment. But, am I really that well known now? Chapter 74. Let me take you home. Class 9 of grade 12. Classmates, please tidy up any unrelated materials from your desks. Although it was merely a monthly exam, we must adhere strictly to the standards of the college entrance examination. Soon, the students cleared their desks of the mountainous books. The floor, corners, and everywhere were piled with books and study materials. In no time, the classroom desks appeared clean and orderly. The monthly exam's level was evidently inferior to that of the mock exam. This was an in-class examination, still in their original seats. Yanggu, I feel a bit anxious. Qian Duo expressed nervousness. For an average student, the outcome of the exam depended entirely on the difficulty of the questions. Naturally, there is also the performance level during the examination. After all, each year, there are candidates who perform exceptionally well and others whose mindset leads them to falter. Xiangyang reassured him, do not be anxious. As long as one harbors no lofty expectations, disappointment shall not follow. Qian Duo mused. There seems to be some truth in that. Oh well, it's merely a monthly exam. Without expectations, there shall be no disappointment. Indeed, there is a certain wisdom in that. In an effort to save time, the preparation began at the early morning study session, a day dedicated to the subjects of the Xiangyang exam, with intervals for breaks and meals. By the time the examination concluded, it was already evening. The moon hung bright and solitary in the sky. The classroom was illuminated, and students began to gradually return their books and materials to their respective desks. Soon, the classroom resumed its familiar state. A mountain of books and a sea of problems before each student. Some classmates had already gathered to discuss the examination outcomes. How did you fare? One inquired. Not too bad. I feel this was better than the first mock exam, came the reply. Lija, what about you? Do I even need to say? Scoring over 600 this time is a certainty. Wow, Lija is truly becoming more formidable. But I wonder how much Yixin will score this time. Is she still worth worrying about? I'm quite curious about how much Xiangyang will score. Indeed, I too am eager to know how Xiangyang will perform. After all, he represents our 7th school in academia. Yet, no one approached Xiangyang to inquire. At this moment, Qian Duo had already packed up. Watching Xiangyang prepare to head home, a twinge of envy surged within her. Brother Yang, I truly envy your ability to commute. I've pleaded with my father countless times, yet he remains adamant. Xiangyang smiled slightly. Well, not everyone possesses my level of self-discipline. If you were allowed to commute, you'd probably spend every evening in an internet CAF. You're just showing off. Qian Duo retorted with a roll of her eyes, then asked, by the way, Brother Yang, how did you do this time? Just a small exam. It's fine, he replied casually, grasping his English revision notes as he made his way toward Yixin. Yixin, have you memorized everything? He inquired, as he intended to return her notes. Yixin, who had been tidying her desk, looked up to see Xiangyang's radiant face. Thank you. Your help has been invaluable. Have you managed to memorize it all? Indeed. I remember every bit. No way. Xiangyang, you're quite the prodigy. This exclamation came from Yixin's deskmate, Han Jing. Had Xiangyang made such a claim previously, she would have scoffed, dismissing him with a mere 2 words, show off. Yet now, she could only exclaim, that is astonishing. Yixin reached out to take the notes, only to discover a yellow stain upon them. What is this? Oh, my apologies, I drooled in my sleep last night. Xiangyang admitted. What? Han Jing seized the opportunity for gossip, exclaiming in astonishment, Xiangyang, is this really drool? That is quite disgusting. Wait. You didn't sleep with Yixin's notes, did you? What is going on? What are you all discussing? Han Jing's loud voice attracted a few curious onlookers. The tension of the exam lifted, and laughter ensued. Don't overthink it. It's just drool, Xiangyang patiently explained. The onlookers, indifferent to the truth, seek only to satiate their emotional gratification. Everyone in the class is aware of Yixin's assistance to Xiangyang with his studies. Presently, Xiangyang is advancing at lightning speed in his academic performance, which incites a quiet envy among many. They perceive this as a delightful spectacle, devoid of ulterior motives. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that, during high school, most individuals possess a fragile psychological resilience, particularly when wholly devoted to their studies. This mirrors the subsequent online harassment, which enables many to vent their emotions on innocent victims, sometimes leading to tragic outcomes like suicide. In the end, those keyboard warriors express no remorse, and some even coldly assert there must be something wrong with them. Otherwise, why would they take their own life? Behold, such is human nature. Xiangyang, however, remains unfazed. After all, everyone experiences a rebirth in some form. Playful banter is trivial. Conversely, Yixin appears to be struggling to cope. I no longer want this. You can have it. Her tone is icy. The others present can perceive her growing anger. Yixin then packs her belongings in silence and exits the classroom. Oh no. Yixin isn't truly upset, is she? Honestly, I just found the exam rather dull and was merely joking, Xiangyang reflects. Han Jing wears an innocent expression, embodying the quintessential bystander. When events unfold unexpectedly, they often exclaim, I was just joking. Yet, Xiangyang does not harbor any resentment towards her. It is unnecessary. Nonetheless, he has grasped the crux of the conversation. He inquires, Han Jing, has Yixin been troubled lately? I am not sure. Yixin never divulges her feelings, but she has been rather glum recently, Han Jing replies. Xiangyang is now convinced that Yixin is indeed preoccupied with something. In his memory, she has always been exceptionally well-behaved and cheerful. Thus, her current anger is out of character. Without saying more, he returns to his seat, gathers his belongings, and leaves the classroom. A thunderous rumble resonates from the heavens. Rain is imminent. Xiangyang realizes he has forgotten his umbrella. He then thinks of someone else. Surely, Yixin has not brought an umbrella either? He returns to the classroom and asks Qian Duo, do you have an umbrella? Yes. May I borrow it? Sure. But how will I return to the dormitory later? Figure it out. I get it. Yang Gu, you wish to deliver the umbrella to her, right? A mischievous smirk spreads across Qian Duo's face. Just decide whether to lend it or not. Take it. I will ask the class monitor to escort me back to the dormitory. True camaraderie. Without further ado, Xiangyang swiftly descends the stairs with the umbrella. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovers it is indeed raining. He opens the umbrella and strides into the downpour, propelling his bicycle towards the school gate. Then, Yixin was seen standing under the eaves approximately 50 meters from the school gate, seeking refuge from the rain. It appeared she was waiting for a ride. Yixin, Xiangyang called out, standing about 3 meters away. Yixin turned her head slightly. I see indifference in her voice. What do you want? Xiangyang smiled and replied. I've completed today's English homework and even written the essay. I estimate I can score around 80. Oh, she responded with a nonchalant tone, creating a somewhat desolate atmosphere. The situation grew awkward. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed, and the rain intensified. Xiangyang, holding an umbrella, approached Yixin and said, It's raining. Let me walk you home. Glancing at the umbrella in Xiangyang's hand, Yixin hesitated before declining. No, someone will come to pick me up. Is it your brother? He inquired. No, I'll take a taxi home. Xiangyang had already surmised that her brother likely had matters to attend to today. It was not a good time to hail a taxi in this downpour. It's fine. I can wait a bit longer. You should go ahead, Yixin replied coolly, seemingly unwilling to engage further with Xiangyang. He did not press her, turning away and riding into the curtain of rain. His tall figure appeared majestic beneath the streetlight. Watching Xiangyang depart, Yixin's eyes flickered, and she cast a resigned glance at the sky. The rain fell heavily, showing no signs of abating soon. It was now evening, dark and a bit chilly. Her brother was not coming to pick her up, and she doubted she could find a taxi at this hour. However, recalling her father's words, she was hesitant to grow too close to Xiangyang and did not wish to embroil him in trouble. Perhaps she should take the bus home? Although it would not be immediate, by the time she disembarked, the rain might have ceased. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Yixin decided to dash to the bus stop at the entrance. Gritting her teeth, she held her backpack over her head and sprinted toward the school gate through the downpour. The rain blurred her vision, splashing water around her, accompanied by the rhythmic patter of raindrops in her ears. In her haste, she accidentally collided with someone. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's all right. I forgive you. Hearing that familiar voice, Gu Yixin looked up to find herself in the embrace of Lu Xiangyang. Why are you here? Her cheeks flushed instantly. Lu Xiangyang, didn't you leave? He maintained a calm smile. I had intended to, but then I remembered my tutoring teacher hasn't left yet. I must uphold the respect for my teacher. A smile finally broke across Gu Yixin's face. So you're so accomplished now, yet still acknowledge me as your tutor? Of course, once a teacher, always a father. Gu Yixin burst into laughter, finding his response delightfully amusing. What are you laughing at? Lu Xiangyang asked, somewhat puzzled. Oh, nothing. Just thought your words made quite a bit of sense. Gu Yixin wiped the rainwater from her face and joked. Oh, then why don't you call out to me? What will you say? You said for life as a father, so it must be dad. How obedient. Lu Xiangyang, you shameless person. Little did she expect to be played with. At that moment, Lu Xiangyang appeared particularly serious as he asked, Teacher Gu, may I escort you home? Is it on your way? You live on Xinhua Street, right? Of course it's on the way. Well then, I appreciate it. No need to be polite. Not everyone has such an opportunity. Lu Xiangyang pushed his bicycle and muttered something under his breath. What did you say? I said to hold the umbrella tightly, sit steady, and let us go. The downpour showed no sign of abating. In fact, it intensified. Lu Xiangyang mounted the bicycle, rain soaking his clothes, but he paid it no mind. Gu Yixin held the umbrella cautiously, tilting it to ensure Lu Xiangyang stayed under its cover as well. However, the small umbrella could hardly accommodate two people. Lu Xiangyang, this umbrella is too small to cover us both. It's fine. As long as you are sheltered, that's enough. He teased, his voice radiating warmth amidst the cold rain. Gu Yixin said no more and grasped the umbrella handle tightly. Thus, they continued their slow journey through the rain. The wheels of the bicycle left shallow tracks on the slick road, while raindrops danced on the umbrella, producing a crisp sound, as if nature were providing a harmonious accompaniment to their silent understanding. We're going downhill, hold on tight. Gu Yixin, seated on the back, clutched Lu Xiangyang's shirt, which was already drenched. His silhouette appeared resolutely steadfast in the rain, stirring an inexplicable emotion within her. Tears unexpectedly welled in the corners of her eyes. At that moment, she suddenly wondered why she should care so much about others' opinions. She realized she had been overly sensitive, even if that person was her father, who could never fully comprehend. This was truly the most innocent friendship between classmates. Lu Xiangyang, thank you. Gu Yixin's voice sounded somewhat faint amidst the rainfall, yet Lu Xiangyang still heard her. He had sensed that she had been somewhat evasive towards him recently. Surely, someone must have said something to her. Come on, is there really someone who questions pure friendship? No need to thank me, Teacher Gu. I should be the one thanking you for your support. Lu Xiangyang's voice held a note of determination as he attempted to shift the topic, not wanting the atmosphere to become too heavy. Gu Yixin, I don't know what troubles you have lately, but I hope I can be your friend. Regardless of what others think, I will cherish our purest friendship. Lu Xiangyang spoke sincerely. His voice resonated clearly in the rain. Gu Yixin listened, warmth flooding her heart. Lu Xiangyang's candor brought her a sense of reassurance. And the rain seemed to soften that night. Aren't you afraid of what others will say? Gu Yixin asked curiously. Fear not, tread your own path, and let others go to hell. Lu Xiangyang responded without a trace of hesitation. By the way, Gu Yixin, what is it? That English booklet, it truly was my saliva. I was utterly captivated last night. Gu Yixin smiled but did not reply. What else? Don't take Han Jing's words to heart. She's just a blabbermouth, deserving a slap. Uffed. In the back seat, Gu Yixin burst into laughter once more. In her excitement, the bicycle began to wobble. Hey, don't laugh so exaggeratedly. We nearly toppled over. Lu Xiangyang remarked half-jokingly. Ha ha ha, you're too amusing. Yet, Gu Yixin's laughter grew even more joyous. The rain gradually lightened. Gu Yixin's hand remained firmly grasping Lu Xiangyang's clothing, but her thoughts drifted far away. She had never experienced a night quite like this. It turns out that rain can be such an intriguing affair. Lu Xiangyang's voice broke through her reverie once more. We've arrived at your home. Gu Yixin snapped back to reality. The bicycle came to a gentle halt at the entrance of Hongye community. Gu Yixin dismounted, holding the umbrella to offer it to Lu Xiangyang. Thank you, Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang declined to take the umbrella. You should take it back. I'm already soaked through. Preserving one is a victory. Just remember to bring it to school tomorrow. It's borrowed. Huh? Whose is it borrowed from? Hurry back, change into dry clothes. Take a hot shower and get some rest. Lu Xiangyang replied with a smile, then turned to leave. Lu Xiangyang, what is it? Could you recommend a book for me? What are you in the mood for? I want something inspirational. I need energy. Lu Xiangyang pondered seriously for a moment, then proclaimed loudly, then read how the steel was tempered. Utterly speechless. Chapter 76, My Life, My Own Plan. How the Steel Was Tempered is indeed the most inspirational book, having moved countless souls. But is this book even suitable? Lu Xiangyang thought again and said, Have you read The Catcher in the Rye? Please. I am a female academic overachiever. How could I possibly not have read it? She wore a proud expression. That is true. Let me think some more. But soon, Lu Xiangyang gave up. Never mind. Read whatever you wish. After all, 1,000 years from now, no one will care what books you've read. Yixin cast a peculiar glance at Lu Xiangyang. Sometimes, I feel that your thoughts are quite off. What is wrong with my thinking? Your perspective is rather bleak. After all, Lu Xiangyang had lived a life already. There are certain things he surely comprehended more than Yixin, who was merely 18 and 6 months old. This isn't bleakness. It's simply that there are some rules in this world I choose not to adhere to. Lu Xiangyang responded calmly, his gaze seemingly concealing a profound ocean. Elusive and unfathomable. Yixin looked at Lu Xiangyang with a curious expression. What rules? I'd like to hear. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You're still young. I'm not that young. I'm already 18 and 6 months old. A month older than you. Yixin's tone was laced with disdain. In her eyes, Lu Xiangyang appeared even younger than she was. Yet he exuded an air of remarkable maturity. Lu Xiangyang, I feel as though you've changed. In what way? She inquired. You seem so mature now. As if nothing could possibly wound you. Lu Xiangyang responded nonchalantly. Indeed, I merely wish to savor my senior year, to relish my youth. Those absurd rules can all go to hell. Exactly. You hardly resemble a high school student. Instead, you come across as a middle-aged man, she remarked. Lu Xiangyang chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he stated, but I am indeed a high school student, a bona fide one, on the brink of embracing a beautiful future. Yixin smiled lightly, then spoke earnestly. Lu Xiangyang, I truly envy you. You seem so confident about your life. Of course, it's my life. And I have my own plans. Oh, what plans might those be? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiangyang replied, First love yourself, then seek love. First secure your livelihood, then pursue affection. With that, he waved his hand dismissively. He then rode off on his bicycle, leaving a trail of cool air in his wake. As Yixin watched Lu Xiangyang's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within her. This rainy night would become an indelible scene in her memory. Yes, I too shall forge my own path, savor my senior year, and embrace my youth. Those absurd rules can all go to hell. At the Tiansheng group, in front of an expansive desk, Gu Tiansheng sat impeccably dressed, his gaze fixed on his son, Gu Junsheng, who lounged back in his chair with a leg crossed over the other. Did you say that Lu Xiangyang scored first in the city for Chinese? Yes. So you needn't worry excessively, Gu Junsheng replied, adding, Yixin is already an adult. She has her own thoughts. You should concern yourself less. I am her father. If I do not look after her, who will? Gu Tiansheng glared at his son's nonchalant demeanor, frustration rising within him. If you intend to care for her, why didn't you do so earlier? Gu Junsheng, evidently unfazed, retorted, when mom passed away, what did you promise her? And now, without hesitation, you found someone else. This is how you care? Gu Tiansheng was momentarily at a loss for words. He had merely committed the same mistake that men across the globe often make. Moreover, Gu Junsheng continued, sensing his father's silence and seemingly unwilling to revisit past grievances. Lu Xiangyang is now a prominent figure at Yunhai No. 7 High School. Principal Ma holds him in high regard, so you can rest easy. Prominent figure? What nonsensical phrase is that? You wouldn't understand, Gu Junsheng explained. Everyone at Yunhai No. 7 knows Lu Xiangyang, and that infuriating statement of his makes me want to punch him. Oh, what did he say? He claimed that a person's academic performance isn't poor due to a lack of talent, but rather because they haven't exerted enough effort. As he spoke, Gu Junsheng scoffed disdainfully. Can you believe that? This kid really is infuriating. He speaks the truth. Gu Tianxing nodded silently, seemingly impressed by the sentiment. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that in those earlier days, he possessed not merely zeal, but also the determination to forge his own path. Yet, how is it that he now finds himself uttering such words to his daughter? Over the years, his daughter has chosen to confide her innermost thoughts to others, no longer willing to share them with him. Ultimately, he cannot help but feel a sense of failure as a father. Gu Tianxing harbored a degree of self-reproach. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. As Yixin prepares for the college entrance examination, it is your duty as her brother to show her more care. What need is there for you to remind me? Gu Junxing retorted, rolling his eyes as he rose from his seat. Old Gu, I must say, do not always use the guise of concern for her well-being. She has grown and deserves the space to make her own judgments and choices. With that, he glanced out the window, guilt creeping in as he added, well, I must take my leave. I wonder if Yixin got caught in the rain on her way home. I truly am a disappointing brother. His final statement was delivered with a deliberate emphasis, clearly intended to resonate. Hey you, how long do you plan to keep playing around? Gu Tianxing called out. Gu Junxing shrugged, replying, please. I am not playing. I am launching a business venture. Is fighting a business venture? Old Gu, let me reiterate, it is a boxing competition, one that could lead to the Olympics. Do not misinterpret it. I am aging, and this family legacy will eventually be passed on to you. Gu Junxing regarded his father, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face. This was the first time he had heard his fiercely competitive father acknowledge his age. However, he had little interest in managing his father's company. Do not focus on me. Labor for a few more years, and once Yixin graduates from university, hand the reins over to her. Suddenly, an idea struck him. At that point, have her find you a fine son-in-law, and you can enjoy a leisurely retirement. And what of you? Will you play around for the rest of your life? I have already told you, do not fixate on me. My life is my own to orchestrate. And let me reiterate, I have no intention of marrying. You impudent child. Off with you. With that, Gu Junxing hastily departed. Gu Tianxing lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, then rose to gaze out at the night sky from the window. Lost in thought. Achoo. Xiangyang parked his bicycle and entered the apartment building, his earlier swagger now replaced by a sense of disarray. Damn it. I will never act so pretentiously again. It is truly cold. Not even the fiery body of an 18-year-old can withstand this chill. Shivering, he ascended to the 6th floor. Just as he prepared to knock on the door and call for his grandmother, he noticed the door was ajar, and voices could be heard inside. Guests at home? Xiangyang pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of Grandpa, he holding a bag filled with crucian carp, 7 or 8, each about the size of a palm. Grandpa, what are you up to? Ah, Xiangyang has returned. Why are you drenched? I forgot to take an umbrella. Quickly, go and take a hot shower. Grandmother spoke, glancing at Huigua. There are far too many crucian carp. I shall keep just 2. Let us keep them all. For Xiangyang is preparing for his college entrance examination. He should have crucian carp soup to nourish his mind. Grandfather, where did these crucian carp come from? I caught them in the river. They are all wild, big crucian carp, perfect for making soup to bolster your intellect. Wonderful. Thank you, Grandfather. No need for thanks. You should hurry and take a bath, lest you catch a cold. Achoo. Chapter 77. Even when ill, one must pursue learning. After Xiangyang emerged from his bath, his grandmother was already preparing the fish soup for him. Xiangyang, go review your lessons. I will call you for dinner shortly. All right. Xiangyang recalled hearing his grandfather mention that. In her youth, his grandmother was the belle of the steel pipe factory, pursued by many suitors, among whom was Huigua. Yet, in the end, she chose his grandfather. There was no denying it. His grandfather was exceptionally handsome in his youth, a veritable prince among men. The only regret was that his grandfather passed away rather young. Huigua's wife also departed this world early. Subsequently, despite the objections of his children, Huigua insisted on moving to their neighborhood to work as a security guard, treating Xiangyang as if he were his own grandson. Now, he had come bearing crucian carp, which made everything quite understandable. This old his intentions were not solely for the fish. Soon, Xiangyang savored the delicious crucian carp soup, its exquisite flavor warming him thoroughly. After the meal, he returned to his room and resumed his studies. However, he felt a bit overheated, unsure if it was merely the aftermath of eating. Before long, his grandmother brought him a bowl of steaming ginger soup to drink. Gulping it down, he felt even warmer but paid it no mind, continuing his studies. Today, He spent just an hour reviewing the challenging topics encountered in the recent monthly exam, flipping through books to clarify his understanding. Next, he embarked on his writing endeavor. After only half an hour, he had managed to write about 2,000 words, marking the lowest efficiency he had experienced. He suddenly felt chilled to the bone, as if a coldness had seeped deep within him, and he shivered incessantly. Touching his forehead, he found it burning hot. Oh no! Could it be that I am truly falling ill? Xiangyang ceased his writing, relieved to have some drafts saved. He set up the next day as submission and stepped outside for a cup of hot water, only to discover his grandmother had already gone to bed. After drinking the hot water, he returned to his room, powered down his devices, and settled into bed. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Yixin. Xiangyang, have you arrived home? Apologies for not messaging sooner. I arrived quite early. Xiangyang replied, and soon received a response. You're not catching a cold, are you? He was feeling a bit dazed. I shouldn't be. My grandmother made me ginger soup. After sending that, he inquired, what about you? Are you all right? I'm fine, just my shoes got wet. The rest of me is dry. Following this, Yixin sent another message. By the way, do you think you can score 80 in this month's English test? Yes. I don't think I did well this time. In fact, I estimate it to be quite poor. Xiangyang forced a smile and replied, it's not the college entrance examination. Revealing issues early is a good thing. I think so too. Never mind, get some rest. Xiangyang refrained from responding further and set his phone aside. Closing his eyes, he finally succumbed to exhaustion. The results of the monthly examination were soon released. As Yixin had anticipated, she scored a total of 657, placing her third in the grade. The top scorer was still Li Yuhang, who achieved 709 points, ranking fifth in the city, maintaining his usual stability. The second place in the school was Ma Qi from Class 1, with a total of 681 points. During the previous mock exam, Ma Qi had only ranked 7th in the school. Lija performed exceptionally well this time, scoring 609 points, yet still ranked 2nd in his class. However, he ascended an impressive 31 places in the overall school ranking, landing at 22nd in the grade. This was also Lija's first major exam surpassing the 600-point threshold, marking his highest ranking in the school. He was immensely pleased with this achievement. However, that joy soon dissipated, as the one he was most concerned about had inexplicably placed just behind him. That individual was, of course, Xiangyang. In this examination, Xiangyang's scores were as follows: Chinese, 139, Mathematics, 146, Comprehensive Science, 237, English, 79, totaling 601 points, ranking 3rd in his class and 75th in the grade. He was also the last student from Yunhai No. 7 High School to break the 600-point barrier. Notably, his Chinese score remained the highest in the city. Those who had previously questioned Xiangyang's abilities were now silenced, including Li Zhe. Despite his deep-seated displeasure, he had to admit that these scores were a true reflection of Xiangyang's capabilities, which made him feel as though a relentless wolf was pursuing him. Aside from Li Zhe, the second most displeased person in Yunhai No. 7 High School was Hu Chunhuo, the English teacher for Class 9 in the 3rd year. It is worth noting that the overall average score in English had significantly improved this time, particularly in the high-scoring segment, with several students scoring higher than in the mock exam. Yet, one student stood out glaringly, Xiangyang. Thus, when the monthly results were released, Hu Chunhuo sought out Li Damao to review Xiangyang's scores. Upon seeing that Xiangyang scored 79 in English, she felt a surge of gratification. Look at that. Hard work truly pays off. It couldn't be more fitting for Xiangyang. Scoring 79 was quite commendable. However, when she examined Xiangyang's performance in other subjects, her satisfaction quickly turned to indignation. How could he only score 79? With a total of 150 points, why did he only manage 79? That's not even passing. This Xiangyang excelled in every subject except English. Wasn't this a slap in the face for me? It infuriated me. Hu Chunhuo felt an even greater burden upon her shoulders. I can tolerate your academic preferences, but you must not neglect my subject, especially one as conspicuous as this. No, I am determined to enhance your English proficiency. This time, without waiting for Principal Ma to speak or for Director Sun to interject, Hu Chunhuo proactively proposed to devise a rigorous tutoring plan for Xiangyang, aiming to elevate his English score by at least 20 points. No, it must be 40 points. In any case, English can no longer languish at the bottom of his subjects. However, when she sought Xiangyang, she discovered that he had not attended class. Upon inquiry, she learned that he had taken sick leave. Hu Chenhua dismissed such excuses. As a senior high school student, what does illness matter? A minor injury should not deter one from the battlefield. A serious injury does not warrant hospital admission. One hand should be administering in four, while the other diligently writes vocabulary. Hu Chenhua immediately approached the homeroom teacher, Li Damao, to report the situation. Just then, Gu Yixin entered the classroom and overheard Li Damao say. He claimed that he got caught in the rain, developed a fever in the middle of the night. And it's somewhat serious. He might be delayed by 2 or 3 days. Could he be feigning it? But as soon as Hu Chenhua uttered this thought, she quickly dismissed it herself. That is impossible. If it were someone like Qian Duo, I might believe it. As they conversed, Li Damao expressed a desire to visit Lu Xiangyang personally, though he was currently unable to leave. Coincidentally, Gu Yixin was spotted at the office door. Gu Yixin, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Without a second thought, Gu Yixin blurted out, Teacher, how about I go check on Lu Xiangyang? The teachers were momentarily taken aback. However, Hu Chenhua was the first to agree. Teacher, I believe it would be beneficial for Gu Yixin to assess the situation. After contemplating, Li Damao concurred. All right, Gu Yixin, you go investigate and report back to me. Understood. Gu Yixin turned to leave, but soon realized she did not know where Lu Xiangyang resided. Teacher, where does Lu Xiangyang live? I only remember it being near Old Factory Street. Wait a moment. Li Damao quickly retrieved a booklet and located Lu Xiangyang's home address. Gu Yixin jotted it down and bid farewell to her teacher. Wait. Hu Chenhua called out to Gu Yixin and handed her a test paper. Take this to Lu Xiangyang and tell him that even when ill, he must continue his studies. Gu Yixin, Li Damao, other subject teachers. It is indeed you, Teacher Hu. Quite ruthless. Chapter 78. Gu Yixin, why did you enter my dreams? Is this the right place, Ping'an community? Gu Yixin, holding the note, carefully examined the community and checked the door number, confirming its accuracy. She noted the community's considerable age, but also its vibrant atmosphere. Hey, student, who are you looking for? A security guard in a blue and white uniform approached her. Hello. Sir, I am here to find someone. The old man's expression changed. Old man, am I that old? Truly, if it weren't for your beauty, I would have scolded you. Oh, who are you looking for? Is Lu Xiangyang living here? Oh, you are looking for Xiaoyang. He Wei's expression suddenly changed, resembling a grandparent discussing their beloved grandson, as he cheerfully replied, he resides in Building 1, Unit 3, Room 603. All right, where do I register? No need to register. Your appearance alone suggests you are not a malicious individual. He Wei could not help but acknowledge that this young lady was truly stunning, reminiscent of Lu Xiangyang's grandmother in her youth. Such beauty indeed serves as a passport. After warmly permitting her entry, He Wei even offered directions. Walk this way. And the entrance to the third unit is just ahead. Thank you, Grandpa. He Wei's expression immediately soured. It seemed he needed to be more mindful of his appearance. Upon reaching the entrance of Unit 3, Gu Yixin's gaze was immediately drawn to the bicycle parked beneath the shelter below. It belonged to Lu Xiangyang. It appeared this was the right place. She glanced at the staircase and felt a wave of despair. Was there truly no elevator in this complex? Ascending 6 flights of stairs left her somewhat breathless. Gu Yixin recalled the time she rushed up to the 6th-floor classroom with Lu Xiangyang, only to be teased for not keeping up with his grandmother. It seemed she was indeed lacking in stamina. Upon inspecting the door, she noticed there was no doorbell. Thus, she tentatively knocked. A moment later, a feminine voice called from within. Who is it? Hello, my name is Gu Yixin, and I am a classmate of Lu Xiangyang. The door creaked open, revealing a warm smile from his grandmother. Gu Yixin thought to herself that his grandmother must have been quite the beauty in her youth. Oh, it's you. Come in. Hello, Grandma. The teacher heard that Lu Xiangyang is unwell and asked me to check on him. Yes, Yang has caught a cold. Please, come in. Gu Yixin entered the cozy abode, noting that although it was not large, it exuded a sense of warmth. The home was impeccably tidy and well organized, indicating that his grandmother was indeed a diligent person. Yang is sleeping inside. Would you like to sit for a moment while I wake him? No, Grandma. I will go see him myself. All right then, I will fetch you a glass of water. Gu Yixin nodded in agreement and approached the door. It was slightly ajar, and as she reached the threshold, she spotted Lu Xiangyang sprawled on the bed, half of his head buried in the pillow. His hair was tousled, and his face appeared somewhat haggard, revealing the contours of his cheek. One hand lay atop the blanket. His nose seemed blocked, and he breathed through his mouth, his chest rising and falling with each breath. An earbud dangled from his ear, unmistakably hers. This fellow certainly did not sleep peacefully. Gu Yixin glanced around the room, taking in the many posters adorning the walls. Handsome Rukawa Kid, goofy Sakuraji Hanamichi, and unexpectedly, Inuyasha and Ali, alongside her favorite, Kikyo. Then, her eyes fell upon a laptop on the desk, surrounded by a plethora of novels, all foreign works, with references to Calvino, Marquez, Hemingway, Faulkner, Borges, Nabokov, and Murakami. One might wonder if this fellow has genuinely immersed himself in such a wealth of literature. It is no surprise, then, that his command of language is so remarkable. Gu Yixin seems to have made the first realization that her previous understanding of Lu Xiangyang was rather superficial. "Classmate, please take a seat." Grandmother approached with a cup of water, offering it to Gu Yixin. "Here, have some water. It must have been tiring for you to come here." Gu Yixin accepted the cup, smiling as she replied, "It's no trouble at all. Lu Xiangyang is my classmate. It's only natural for us to care for one another." "You are such a thoughtful child." Just then, the person on the bed stirred, slowly opening his eyes in a daze. He squinted, momentarily astonished, and exclaimed, "Gu Yixin, why have you entered my dream?" Gu Yixin chuckled softly. He was indeed still half asleep. "Xiangyang, are you still dreaming? Your classmate has come to see you." Grandmother responded with a smile, moving to the bedside to gently touch Lu Xiangyang's forehead. "It's no longer warm. Let us check your temperature again." With that, she turned to fetch the thermometer. "Lu Xiangyang, are you awake?" Lu Xiangyang rubbed his eyes, still incredulous as he gazed at Gu Yixin. "It's really you. I thought I was truly dreaming." It seemed he had never anticipated that one day Gu Yixin would visit his room, a surprising turn of events indeed. "You haven't been to class for 2 days. The teachers sent me to see you because they said you had a cold," Gu Yixin explained, her expression betraying a hint of nervousness. She placed the English test paper on the bedside and added, "And here is this as well. Teacher who mentioned that even if you're unwell, you must continue your studies." Lu Xiangyang felt somewhat speechless. No wonder the English teacher is known to be the most prone to high blood pressure among all the faculty. He coughed lightly, then expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, and for coming all this way." Gu Yixin immediately appeared flustered, hastily clarifying, "Oh, I've already said, it wasn't my idea. The teachers asked me to come. Is that so? So, you don't care about me after all?" Lu Xiangyang teased lightly. "Not at all. The classmates in Class 9 are all very concerned about you." Gu Yixin replied with a gentle smile, attempting to mask her embarrassment. "After all, you are now the top student in our class, the pride of number 7 middle school." "How did I become the pride of number 7 middle school?" he inquired. "Do you not know? Guess your score on the recent monthly exam." "Well, if I could score 80 in English, it would be around 600 total, I suppose." "Quite accurate. The total score is 601. So, did I truly get an 80 in English?" "Not quite. You missed it by 1 point, scoring a total of 79. Lu Xiangyang felt elated, realizing he was on the verge of breaking the 80-point barrier. This is a small step for an individual, but a monumental leap in life. Perhaps, indeed, his ancestors are smiling down upon him. "By the way, did teacher who lavish praise upon me?" "Not quite what you might imagine." Gu Yixin covered her mouth and chuckled. "Teacher who has already made her intentions clear. She has set her sights on you and aims to elevate your score by another 40 points. Scoring 119 in English? I can't even dare to imagine that." Just then, Grandma entered with a thermometer in hand and noticed the two were engaged in lively conversation. Clearly, her grandson seemed much better. "Come, Xiangyang, let us check your temperature again." Lu Xiangyang sat up, leaning against the headboard, took the thermometer from his grandmother, and while measuring his temperature, he remarked, "I'm fine now. It's just a bit stuffy in my nose." After checking, it turned out he indeed did not have a fever. Grandma went to fetch the medicine and then turned to pour some water. Seizing the moment, Gu Yixin offered her cup of water, saying, "Use this one. I haven't touched it yet." "No need, Grandma. I'm not thirsty," Lu Xiangyang replied, showing no hesitation as he took the pills and gulped them down with the water. He drank so quickly that some spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yet he paid it no mind, casually wiping it away with his hand. Doesn't he need a tissue to clean his mouth? This fellow truly disregards the finer details. Chapter 79. But isn't youth meant to be accompanied by wounds? Are you feeling any better? After taking his medicine, Lu Xiangyang casually placed the cup on the table beside his bed. He then sat upright, tousling his disheveled hair. "I'm fine now. I can go back to school tomorrow." Gu Yixin nodded gently and said softly, I'm sorry. It was because of me that you got caught in the rain. I was overthinking. Xiangyang shrugged it off. We're classmates. It's only natural to help each other out. I also helped Lija get home last night. Gu Yixin could tell that Xiangyang was intentionally saying this, so she chose not to pursue the topic further. Glancing around the room, she inquired, Do you usually read these books? Following her gaze to the bookshelf, Xiangyang smiled. Yes. No wonder your Chinese is so good. Gu Yixin nodded thoughtfully and then asked, Which book do you like the most? After pondering for a moment, Xiangyang pointed to one and said, This one. Gabriel Gark A.M. Request No One Writes to the Colonel. It's far superior to 100 Years of Solitude. Is it really that good? I believe it is one of the 3 finest novellas of our time. Oh, what are the other 2? The Old Man and the Sea and the Good Earth. Gu Yixin exclaimed with curiosity as she picked up the book and flipped through a few pages. It sounds intriguing. I would like to read it too. Xiangyang chuckled. I can lend it to you, but don't blame me if it distracts you from your studies. All right, then I will truly borrow it. Gu Yixin smiled back at him. They continued to converse, and the room was filled with a light and cheerful atmosphere. Gu Yixin's presence had significantly lifted Xiangyang's spirits, making his cold seem less unbearable. It truly is magical. The winds of changing seasons ushered in April, with 67 days remaining until the college entrance examination. The chill of winter had receded, leaving the weather perfectly mild. It is indeed the finest season in Yunhai City, coinciding with a critical time for third-year high school students. For many, the preparation for the college entrance examination seems to have already crystallized into a routine, merely awaiting the arrival of that fateful day, whether to endure or to relish. Relatives may lament, while others sing praises. On Tuesday afternoon, during the final period, the most coveted physical education class unfolded. Yang, great shot. Block him. Cover him. Oh no, he scored again. On the basketball court, Xiangyang was once again brimming with vitality. Dribbling, shooting, he electrified the entire arena, seemingly infused with boundless energy. Utterly oblivious to fatigue. Senior Liu is incredible. Not only does he excel academically, but he also plays basketball remarkably well. Indeed, he is one of the 3 pillars of our school, number 7 high school. What do you mean? Haven't you heard? There's Li Yuhang, Gu Yixin, and Xiangyang, our school's 3 champions. For Xiangyang, it had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a spirited game. No, I can't go on. I feel utterly drained. Money Duo finally reached his limit. This physical education class was still initiated by his persistent encouragement for Xiangyang to form a team. Chen Xing and Jiang Yu were also drenched in sweat, their jerseys completely soaked as they gasped for air, clearly at their limit. Who will go by water? I'll pay. Money Duo asked, panting. I'll go? Xiangyang glanced over to the distant soccer field, where Gu Yixin, wearing headphones, sat reading. All right, Yang Gu. I've got money in my bag. Will you take it yourself? No need. What do I owe you for drinks? I want Fanta. I want cola. I also want cola. Xiangyang quickly purchased 3 cans of Fanta and 2 cans of cola. After handing them to Money Duo and the others, he took 2 cans of Fanta and headed toward the soccer field. Yang Gu, where are you going? Money Duo asked, puzzled. Then Chen Xing pointed towards the distant steps and whispered, Don't you get it? Money Duo followed the direction and shook his head in resignation. Great. I opened a can and found it was dog food. Xiangyang, holding the Fanta, walked past the soccer field and ascended the steps. Is there still learning during PE class? He remarked, offering a can of Fanta to Gu Yixin. Thank you. I don't like carbonated drinks. If you don't want it, that is fine. Xiangyang then settled onto the steps and popped open his can. Ah, refreshing, he exclaimed, completely indifferent to Gu Yixin's glare. He wiped his sweat with his jersey, inadvertently revealing a fit waist, the muscular lines smooth and devoid of any excess fat. This fellow truly deserves to be courted by the sports teacher for a sports career. At a height of 181 meters, coupled with his well-proportioned physique, he undeniably embodies the essence of athletics. Hey, there are girls around. Can you be a bit more mindful of your image? You're drenched in sweat. Gu Yixin couldn't help but retort. Xiangyang chuckled and replied nonchalantly. This is called masculinity. Do you understand? Gu Yixin curled her lip, clearly unimpressed by Xiangyang's narcissistic behavior. She donned her headphones once more and resumed her perusal of the book in her hands. Xiangyang, however, seemed unperturbed, quietly sitting beside her, savoring the sunlight and gentle breeze. He tilted his head back and took a few sips of Fanta. then casually tossed the empty can towards a distant trash bin, landing it with precision. 3 points, he exclaimed with pride. Gu Yixin merely rolled her eyes, continuing to immerse herself in her own world. Observing her reaction, Xiangyang casually inquired, Gu Yixin, what's up? Do you have a favorite sport? Yes. What is it? I enjoy playing table tennis. All right. A sport loved by all. Xiangyang responded nonchalantly. Don't you like basketball? I can't say I do, but I think those who play basketball are quite handsome. Do you like to play basketball? My dad doesn't allow me. He says it's too risky. Xiangyang smiled faintly. But isn't youth meant to come with some injuries? Gu Yixin turned slightly towards Xiangyang, intrigued. What do you mean? Never mind. You wouldn't understand. This seemed to ignite Gu Yixin's dissatisfaction. Xiangyang, why do you always try to sound so mature? How could I not understand? You are still young, like a flower yet to bloom. And what about you? Aren't you? Xiangyang pondered seriously for a moment. Then a smile of bittersweet nostalgia graced his face. As for me, I am no longer that. He sighed softly, a hint of weariness reflected in his gaze. Gu Yixin, if you could return to the past, when would you wish to go back to? Gu Yixin was taken aback by the sudden question. She thought earnestly for a moment, then shook her head. I haven't considered it. What about you? Xiangyang looked at her, his expression resolute as he simply declared, this very moment. With that, he stood, brushed off his pants, and walked away. Gu Yixin was left even more perplexed. Chapter 80. The remuneration for the manuscript is astonishing. The second mock exam was approaching. Xiangyang was wholly engrossed in his studies, particularly in English. With Hu Chunhua's rigorous training backing him, he exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. He memorized vocabulary while attending class, walking, and even during meals. His classmates in the 7th middle school affectionately dubbed him the walking prince of vocabulary. Xiangyang, however, did not mind the title. After all, he was already adorned with numerous labels and did not care for another. Vanity. All mere vanity. Gu Yixin's mindset appeared to have improved significantly compared to before. As a top female scholar, it seemed that with just a little effort, she could effortlessly maintain her position as the second best in the entire school. The one bearing the most pressure in the class was undoubtedly the monitor, Li Zhe. Although he believed he was working hard, Xiangyang's progress filled him with unease. The second place throne seemed precarious, and he felt a strong sense of discontent. Why could a previously struggling student make such rapid advancements in such a short time? He admitted that Xiangyang was indeed diligent and tenacious. But does academic improvement truly rely solely on effort? Heaven above, earth below. Why was there Li Zhe if there was Xiangyang? In the classroom, the most exasperated individual must surely be Gao Peng, who sits in front of Xiangyang. This fellow believes that apart from eating and sleeping, even his trips to the restroom are dedicated to studying. Once again, he has memorized all the question types from the monthly exam, convinced that he has mastered them thoroughly. Yet, why does he find himself at a loss every time an examination rolls around? Oh heavens! Oh earth! What could be the reason? Reflecting on his repeated failures, Gao Peng remains steadfast in his belief that he simply does not exert enough effort and must continue to memorize more questions. Meanwhile, at Xiangyang's desk, a throng of classmates has already gathered. Xiangyang, can you take a look at this math problem? I couldn't solve it. Xiangyang, I'm uncertain about this Chinese question. Could you assist me? Xiangyang, may I borrow your essay to review? Xiangyang patiently addresses each inquiry, and for him, it also serves as a means to identify his own gaps in knowledge. The exam papers brought to him by his classmates prove quite beneficial. As the bell rings, Hu Chunhui stands at the podium elucidating the English exam paper. For Xiangyang, however, there is little of interest. Thus, he resumes his mode of solving problems. It's merely answering questions. Bring them on. With his pen drawn, he wields it like a weapon, swiftly dancing across the paper. Like a general commanding legions, he strikes through the challenges with ease. In that moment, the pen transcends its ordinary purpose, becoming a sharp sword that severs the clamor of the mundane world. It feels as though time itself has come to a standstill. Before long, Xiangyang finds himself immersed in a sea of questions, conquering them relentlessly. Is there a path through the mountains of knowledge? Indeed, through diligence. Is there an end to the ocean of learning? Uncertain. Only by traversing it will I know. Ha ha, what a delightful feeling. Xiangyang bursts into laughter, only to suddenly halt as all eyes turn towards him, including that of the bewildered teacher at the podium. Goodness! Xiangyang has completely forgotten that this is Hu Chunhu's English class. He has become so absorbed that he might be losing his grip on reality. As night falls, Xiangyang sits at his desk, having completed an English essay. After school, he was summoned by Huchunabu to the English office for supplementary lessons, euphemistically termed devilish tutoring. He completed 2 closed tests and 2 reading comprehensions, and was assigned another English essay to take home. The assignment is due first thing in the morning, after which he is momentarily released to return home. Another fulfilling day has passed. Stretching lazily, Xiangyang glances at the time. It's only 8:30 p.m. Today is April 2nd. Tomorrow will be the 3rd, the day for receiving payment for contributions. Naturally, Xiangyang is thrilled. He can view the subscription data in the back end, though he is yet unaware of the exact payment amount. Nevertheless, he can surmise it is considerable, as since its launch in March, the tips alone have accumulated to nearly 6,000 yuan. This is after the division, plus the subscription fee. Xiangyang was certain that his manuscript fee had exceeded 10,000. This is 2008. A salary exceeding 10,000 is already remarkable. With this thought, Xiangyang resumed typing. He then uploaded the manuscript and set the time. Logging into his Penguin account, he found the editor, Fat Tiger, and sent a message. Are you there? Ding ding ding. Soon, the avatar flickered, and a reply came. Chasing Wind. Is there something you need? Tomorrow is the 3rd. When can I expect to see the manuscript fee? After midnight tonight. It will display in the back end. So that is how it is. He would just wait. After midnight, he would know how much he had earned. Xiangyang prepared to log off. Just then, Fat Tiger sent another message. Chasing Wind. Have you considered the contract with the esteemed author? Right. He had not yet responded to that matter. Xiangyang typed back. I will not sign it. What is the situation? This is a contract with an esteemed author. Countless web authors toiled diligently for years just to obtain such recognition. You simply refuse? Chasing Wind, may I ask why? I wish to retain the copyright in my own hands. But you want to be able to develop it. This requires a professional team and a large platform. I have made up my mind. I will develop it myself in the future. What do you mean? After the college entrance examination, I plan to start my own business. Jodahu was somewhat bewildered. Starting a business and developing it? Truly, he was just a high school student, having not yet faced the harsh realities of society. He was too naive. Chasing Wind, as someone who has worked in the industry for many years, I want to remind you that development is exceedingly complex and requires substantial financial investment. Don't worry. My life is something I have planned for myself. Witnessing this exchange, Jodahu had nothing more to say. All right then, I will keep the esteemed author contract for you. After your college entrance examination, let us find a time to discuss it in person. Xiangyang did not reply and prepared to log off to continue studying. At that moment, Qian Duoduo sent another message. Yanggu, have you read the novel I recommended? Oh, I haven't had the time. You must read it. I already know what I want to do in the future. Oh, what is that? A professional web author. No way. Just wait to starve. This field is one where countless bones lie beneath the success of a few. Only a select few at the pinnacle enjoy the rewards, while the rest can't even sip the broth. Xiangyang prepared to persuade him. Qian Duoduo, why not reconsider? I have already thought it through. My first novel has been conceived, and you are the protagonist. I have even decided on the title. Oh, do tell. Xiangyang inquired curiously. Rebirth, my deskmate, is an invincible scholar. Qian Duoduo replied. Upon hearing this title, Xiangyang was taken aback. Isn't this precisely his current state? Yanggu, after the college entrance examination, I will start writing during the summer break. When I earn the manuscript fee, I will treat you to hot pot. Xiangyang pouted. No? I will treat you. All right. I want to eat hot pot this weekend. All right, no problem. When the time comes, there will be plenty of beef tripe. Great. Once again, Fengde will be updating, and I will continue to stay up late to chase after the novel. Xiangyang remains dedicated to his studies. Time ticks away, and soon it approaches midnight. Just as the clock strikes 12, Xiangyang refreshes the backend. Indeed, the payment section has displayed, wow, is this real? This payment is astonishing. Chapter 81, Setting a Goal. Xiangyang carefully counts. The payment amounts to 5 digits. 231, 856 yuan. Wow. Did my payment just surpass 30,000? I'm rich. I've struck gold. If it weren't for the fear of waking my grandmother, Xiangyang would have shouted with joy. Thankfully, he held back. Calm down. I must remain composed. Taking a few deep breaths, Xiangyang forces himself to regain his composure. He is overjoyed. It must be said, whether in this life or the last, Earning money is an exceptionally delightful experience. The weekend hot pot is secured. The next morning, Xiangyang rises early and rushes to school. As he arrives at the school gate, he encounters a familiar face, Mila. Hi, Senior Lu. Good morning. Mila, dressed in her school uniform, hasn't he zipped it up completely, revealing a Doraemon t-shirt that gently rises with her breaths. Her large eyes sparkle with a mischievous light. Indeed, youth is invincible. Xiangyang can't help but smile, responding cheerfully. What brings you here? Standing in detention? Not at all. I'm waiting for you. Waiting for me? For what? I bought some jianbing Chinese crepes, to treat you. No need. Xiangyang declines, pushing his bicycle away. Mila jogs to catch up, following him. Hey, don't be ungrateful. Again with that phrase. Is it a catchphrase of hers? Xiangyang glances at her and speaks slowly. Why would I want to eat your food? You helped me out, so it's reasonable for me to treat you to a jianbing. This girl truly has a simple mind. Yet Xiangyang still has no intention of accepting. He smiles at Mila and says, thank you for your kindness, but let us leave it at that. Hey. What do you mean by just leaving it at that? It's not like I'm burning it for you. Xiangyang pauses. Goodness. This girl has a peculiar way of thinking. Could you please return to class? The morning study session is about to start. If you accept my jianbing, I'll go. Otherwise, I'll follow you to your classroom. This is still not over. With the morning study session about to begin, he certainly can't take a tag-along to class. Xiangyang is certain she would do it. Fine, give it to me. Xiangyang extends his hand and accepts the jianbing. Mila instantly displays a look of delight, urging, hurry and eat it while it's hot. I search many places to find this jianbing. Xiangyang smiles nonchalantly, takes a bite, and chews slowly. So how is it? Is it particularly delicious? Well, it's tolerable, I suppose. TSK. Mile cast a sidelong glance, expressing disbelief. I doubt you can find anything more delectable. Xiangyang smiled composedly, undeniably. Nothing could compare to his grandmother's culinary creations. Her jianbing held the title of his favorite dish, without exception. However, he chose to remain silent and turned to leave. Hey, Senior Lu. What now? I'll bring you jianbing tomorrow. Is this never-ending? Upon returning to the classroom, everyone had already immersed themselves in their morning reading. Only Xiangyang remained, savoring a jianbing. Fortunately, his peers were well acquainted with his demeanor, and no one commented further. As he settled into his seat, Qian Duo leaned over, licking his lips. Hey, Yanggu, that jianbing looks delicious. It's decent, Xiangyang replied. Could you bring me one tomorrow? Suddenly struck by a thought, Xiangyang nodded casually. No problem. He then extended his jianbing. I've only had a few bites. Do you want it? Qian Duo grimaced, shaking his head. Let's skip it today. Meanwhile, in the faculty conference room, Principal Ma occupied the leadership seat at the round table, with Director Sun seated beside him. The remaining homeroom teachers from the senior classes gathered around the table, accompanied by various subject teachers, including the physical education instructor. Everyone. Only 64 days remain until the college entrance examination, Principal Ma declared, setting a serious tone for the gathering early in the morning. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber as the homeroom teachers bowed their heads, preoccupied with their own calculations. Li Damao sat beside Class 2's homeroom teacher, Zhu Sumei, both appearing somewhat grave. After all, the top 2 students in the entire school resided in their class. Although Yixin had performed below expectations in the recent monthly exam, she still held the position of second in the school in the eyes of the teachers. This Friday, we will have the second mock exam. This simulation will be crucial, and I urge everyone present to take it seriously, Principal Ma emphasized. Director Sun interjected, rest assured, Principal Ma, we will certainly treat every examination with the utmost seriousness. Principal Ma nodded, his gaze shifting to Zhu Sumei. I won't elaborate on Class 2. Teacher Zhu has guided numerous graduating classes and possesses rich experience. It's imperative to pay close attention to Li Yuhang and address any needs promptly. Zhu Sumei acknowledged with a nod. Next, Principal Ma's gaze turned to Li Damao, his expression becoming more solemn. Although Class 9 is not an elite class, it remains one that I monitor closely. Li Damao nodded in understanding. Fully aware that Yixin was a significant factor, her remarkable performance was undeniable. Otherwise, Class 9 would have been virtually inconspicuous. Now, with Xiangyang's presence, it shone even brighter. Teacher Li, what happened with Yixin in this monthly exam? Her scores were lower than the first mock. Li Damao felt compelled to speak. Clearing his throat to explain, Yixin indeed possesses the capability, yet her psychological resilience tends to fluctuate significantly at times. Let us take this recent monthly examination as an example. Afterward, I sought to understand the situation from her perspective. It so happened that she was feeling somewhat unwell during this time. In light of this explanation, Principal Ma refrained from further comments. Casting a glance at the teachers present, he perceived a rather somber atmosphere. He then softened his tone and remarked, although our 7th high school may not rank highly across the city, this cohort of students shines remarkably. Take Li Yuhang, for instance. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he has consistently ranked within the top 10 citywide, especially in his final year, where he has stabilized around 5th place. Such an achievement is indeed commendable. After a brief pause, Principal Ma continued, notably, this year also features Gu Yixin, who holds great promise for entering prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Should our school produce 2 students of such caliber simultaneously, it would significantly bolster our chances in the forthcoming selection of provincial-level model key schools. Presently, there are only 13 provincial-level model key schools in the city, while Yunhai 7th High School is still at the municipal level. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity. Suddenly, Principal Ma's gaze fell upon Li Damao. How did Lu Xiangyang perform this time? What is his ranking? Li Damao responded. His total score is 601, ranking 3rd in his class and 75th in the entire grade. Upon hearing this, Principal Ma was elated, expressing his approval. Excellent. Excellent. Truly, he is the pride of our 7th high school. Director Sun, you have done a commendable job with this campus interview. Oh, not at all. Director Sun quickly replied with a humble smile. It is primarily due to your exemplary guidance. Principal Ma, nodding in acknowledgement. Principal Ma inquired further. How did Lu Xiangyang fare in English this time? Li Damao glanced at Hu Chunho, who was seated across from him. Their eyes met, and Hu Chunho suddenly stood up. Lu Xiangyang scored an impressive 82 in English. She emphasized the word impressive. However, Principal Ma's expression changed abruptly upon hearing this. What do you mean only? Before he could finish his thought, Hu Chunho quickly interjected. Please rest assured, Principal. I will continue to put in the effort to ensure that Lu Xiangyang's English score improves. The teachers present thought to themselves, why does this feel more like a student answering questions? Even Li Damao, with 30 years of teaching experience, suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Lu Xiangyang can truly be considered a remarkable talent, albeit a somewhat flawed one. Chapter 82, Deskmate. Lu Xiangyang's performance across all subjects is commendable. Principal Ma glanced at the report card Director Sun had just handed over. He quickly located Lu Xiangyang's scores. Look here. His Chinese score is 139, which should place him 1st in the city, correct? Yes, indeed. Director Sun chimed in eagerly. The 2nd place in the city is Zhao Shiyin from Shishir High School, with a score of 136. Wonderful. Principal Ma then looked at the mathematics score, 146. Following that, the comprehensive science score is 234. While not exceptionally high, it is a significant improvement compared to the last time. And now for English. Indeed, it is 82. When compared to the previous score, there has indeed been considerable progress. In various subjects, the discrepancy is glaring. A total score of 150, yet only 82. It falls short of passing. Principal Ma expressed a subtle dissatisfaction, casting a glance towards Li Damao, and remarked, Teacher Li, Lu Xiangyang is currently our motivational student representative at the 7th middle school, the face of our institution. If we can improve his English, even by a mere 20 points, it would be remarkable. Li Damao nodded in affirmation, saying, Rest assured. Principal Ma, I have already devised an English tutoring plan for Lu Xiangyang in collaboration with Teacher Hu. Very well. Principal Ma said no more, leaving the matter to the teachers. Subsequently, all subject teachers diligently prepared for the upcoming mock examination, determined to achieve brilliance once again. Director Sun was the first to start clapping, though the other teachers had yet to catch on to his enthusiasm. In the conference room, only his applause could be heard. Principal Ma waved his hand, signaling for silence, picked up a teacup from the table, and then turned to leave. Following him, Director Sun also held his teacup and added a few words. As Principal Ma just stated, we must now devote ourselves fully to preparing for the mock examination. All matters unrelated to learning must be set aside. Our school is to be evaluated as a provincial demonstration key school, making this year's college entrance examination results particularly significant. At this moment, a physical education teacher raised his hand to speak. Does Teacher Han Fei have something to say? The physical education teacher, Han Fei, stood up and declared loudly, "Director's son, will the senior students participate in the upcoming school basketball league?" "Certainly, the seniors cannot participate. However, this league is organized by the Municipal Education Committee, and the athletic performance will also relate to the evaluation for provincial demonstration key schools. Indeed, it is now advocated that students develop comprehensively in morality, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. If this school completely cuts off all athletic activities for the seniors, it would undoubtedly be met with resistance from the students. This is why Principal Ma has repeatedly emphasized the importance of retaining physical education classes for the senior students. How about this, Teacher Han Fei? Come with me to Principal Ma's office to discuss it." "All right." Director's son concluded the meeting, stating, "That will be all for today. Let us disperse." After Director's son left, another teacher approached Li Damao, saying, "Congratulations, Teacher Li. We truly must learn from you, never giving up on any student. You managed to turn Lu Xiangyang's situation around. That is impressive. Indeed, you successfully pulled a self-destructive student back from the brink. I am in awe of you." The other teachers expressed their respect. Li Damao smiled modestly, just stepping out of the classroom to check on Class 9's morning reading session when Hu Chunhua followed him. "Teacher Li, I wish to discuss something with you." "Oh, what is it?" "It concerns Lu Xiangyang and Gu Yixin." The morning reading class in Class 9 continued. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes had appeared at the window, observing intently. After a moment, Li Damao stepped out with confidence. Slowly, I strolled into Classroom 9. The atmosphere of learning in the entire class was remarkably vibrant. Even Xian Duo, who was usually content with the status quo, had transformed into an entirely different person. The most significant change was the palpable energy that permeated the classroom, a spirit of determination. Excellent. As students in their final year of high school, this vigor is essential. It must be maintained. Standing on the podium, I surveyed the room before descending. I casually wandered over to Lu Xiangyang's desk. Gently observing, Lu Xiangyang looked up. The two exchanged glances, and I gestured with my lips. "Please wait for me outside the classroom." "Oh." Lu Xiangyang stood up and exited the classroom. I then approached Gu Yixin at the third row. Subsequently, Gu Yixin also rose and followed me out of the classroom. The classroom remained undisturbed, as if oblivious to our departure, immersed in the morning reading session. Only Lija glanced up for a moment. At the end of the corridor, Lu Xiangyang and Gu Yixin stood side by side, facing me. "Lu Xiangyang, do you have any difficulties with your studies?" I inquired. Lu Xiangyang nodded, responding, "Yes. Primarily with English. I can manage self-study for other subjects." I had anticipated this. "Teacher who has already devised a tutoring plan for you. There is a matter I wish to discuss." I glanced at Gu Yixin. "I recall you are assisting Lu Xiangyang with English, correct?" Gu Yixin affirmed, "Yes." I nodded and turned back to Lu Xiangyang. "Teacher who suggested an idea that I find quite beneficial. Your English skills are commendable, though your Chinese is relatively weaker. Coincidentally, you both complement each other perfectly. Therefore, I propose that you sit at the same table, which will facilitate your tutoring sessions." Both Lu Xiangyang and Gu Yixin appeared taken aback by this suggestion. "I have no objections," Gu Yixin was the first to express. "Nor do I," Lu Xiangyang added. Followed by, "However, I only wish to sit in the last row. I do not intend to change my seat." Gu Yixin immediately protested, "That won't do. If you are to be my desk mate, you must sit in the front." Lu Xiangyang responded defiantly, "I cannot agree to that. I am accustomed to sitting in the last row." Gu Yixin countered, "If you insist on sitting at the back, then I refuse to comply." Lu Xiangyang queried, "So? There is no room for negotiation?" Gu Yixin replied, "There is, but you must come sit next to me." Lu Xiangyang retorted, "Then there is still no room for negotiation." Gu Yixin shrugged, "Then let it be." Lu Xiangyang conceded, "Let it be." The two glared at each other, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, they both bowed deeply to me and stormed off in frustration. Upon reaching the entrance of Classroom 9, Gu Yixin pushed past Lu Xiangyang, entering first. "This girl's temper seems to have grown." Lu Xiangyang shook his head. "Forget it. A gentleman does not argue with a lady." I was utterly bewildered. These two are treating me as if I do not exist. And Gu Yixin, what a transformation. She has become so much more open and even engages in banter. Lu Xiangyang returned to his seat. Xian Duo, ever the gossip, approached him eagerly. "Brother Yang, what did Old Li want to discuss with you?" "I just saw you and Gu Yixin seemingly embroiled in an argument." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiangyang replied, "Old Li wishes for you to switch seats with Gu Yixin. placing you up front to share a table with Han Jing. What? Qian Duo exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. I absolutely do not want to sit at the front. I prefer the last row. Besides, I have no desire to share a table with that loudmouth Han Jing. Lu Xiangyang chuckled softly, attempting to soothe his friend. Fear not. I did not acquiesce to that suggestion. This is our sacred territory. Brother Yang, you will always be my brother. Absolutely. This weekend, I shall treat you to hot pot. Order whatever you desire. Then I shall have to take full advantage of your generosity. Lu Xiangyang smiled faintly, unfazed. Now, I am a person of considerable means, having amassed a fortune of 100,000.